Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the very first day of the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We are more than happy to be back to this beautiful place, this wave that is shaped for bodyboarding, the Punta Dos. It's going to be amazing. Good morning, Lucas, and welcome.
Good morning, Bego. Good morning, everyone. Super excited for this event. One of the most expected events of the tour this year. So let's check the action because it's going to be a lot.
That's right. Buenos días para todos. Este es el primer día de competencia en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2024, un evento que vuelve a esta ciudad, a esta ola que es perfecta para la práctica de bodyboard. Estamos muy felices de estar de vuelta en Iquique, de estar de vuelta en Chile, y vamos a comenzar con la categoría junior masculina. Ahora en el agua es una categoría que tiene muchos competidores chilenos, solamente hay 2 extranjeros, un brasilero y un hawaiano, pero de resto son todos chilenos, así que va a haber muchísima acción y ustedes en casa ya saben lo que tienen que hacer. Suscríbanse a este canal de YouTube y síganos a las redes sociales oficiales para que tengan la información de primera mano. Vamos a ver lo que está pasando en el agua para empezar ya este gran día.
That's it, guys. We're going to be starting with the junior division. Today we will see all the divisions in the water, but the order is going to be the juniors, then the women division, and then we will keep going with the men division. We have many competitors, many heats, and in this first one, we're going to be seeing Esteban Godoy, Cristóbal Ariarán, Felipe Ilhaja, and Javier Ros. Full Chilean heat. We have good conditions here in La Punta Dos today. The tide is pretty low. So let's see how it's going to improve throughout the day, I would say.
Así es, en el agua entonces en rojo, Esteban Godoy, chileno, Cristóbal Arriarán, Felipe Yaja y Javier Ros. Esos son los chicos que tenemos. Estamos terminando de ajustar algunas cositas. Ustedes, como saben, esto es una playa y es a veces un tema de conexiones y cosas, y todavía no tenemos los scores en pantalla, pero sí pueden encontrar los scores y todo el sistema disponible en la página web de la IBC World Tour, ibcworldtour.com. Ahí lo pueden encontrar todo.
Yes, guys, so just as we are starting here in this first day of events, we're still finalizing a few things. So we don't have the leaderboard with the scores so far for you guys. But anyway, you can find all of these scores in the website, ibcworldtour.com. If you click to watch live, you'll see all the information of every heat there. So stick with us. We're just fixing it really quick to get that leaderboard updated for you guys.
All right, in the plans for today, we're going to be running this whole round number 1 for the junior men division. And check that out. That's the beautiful Punta Dos wave that's just shaped for bodyboarding. And link with us. Conéctense con nosotros. Lo único que tienen que hacer es escanear ese código que tienen ahí. Y va a ser muy fácil. Ese código tiene toda la información de la IBC y tiene también el enlace a la página web en donde pueden seguir la transmisión y pueden ver los scores en vivo. Pueden ir revisando lo que va pasando. Como les dijimos, les pedimos disculpas que estamos arreglando los últimos detalles y los scores van a comenzar a aparecer en pantalla muy pronto, pero por mientras y durante todo el evento pueden revisar el sistema en la página web oficial de la IBC World Tour. Todavía no empieza este hit, ¿vale? Están ajustando varias cositas, queríamos hacer la introducción, pero lo más importante es eso, escaneen ese código y se pueden quedar conectados con nosotros. This event, it's it's one of the most expected events of this year because everybody loves Iquique. It's a place that it's known to be the best urban reef in the world. We have more than 24 waves
Jesus
in less than 4 kilometers. It's really amazing. Actually, and every time you see new waves like breaking, I mean, it's the whole city. It's covered by rocks. And also there's some sand breaks, so there's always there's always waves. Also, that's one of the things that amaze me more about Iquique is the consistency of swells.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just that the waves are very good in shape, but there is a lot of consistency. So check that out. Thank you for that beautiful shot. That's Playa Brava, and I mean behind that's La Península. That's and if you see, there's waves breaking right there, and you can serve all these breaks. So if you haven't come to Iquique, this is a place you do want to check out if you're a bodyboarder. You have countless options for bodyboarding here. So great moments. We're leaving, and the heat hasn't started as of yet. We'll see. We repeat, who do we have in the water? Vamos a repetir quién tenemos en el agua. Todavía no ha empezado el heat, ¿vale? Están ajustando varias cositas. Los chicos están listos. En rojo tenemos a Esteban Godoy de Chile. Tenemos a Cristóbal Arriarán, también chileno. Todos chilenos. A Felipe Iraja y a Javier Ross. Y ahí se escuchó el comienzo del hit.
It is on, guys. So we have a full Chilean heat in the beautiful wave of La Punta Dos. As Bagel said, it's my first time here in Iquique, and I'm just loving it. You can see the waves are super close to each other, guys. It's just like 20, 30 meters from each other, and many of them breaking at the same time, you know, so it's just a lot of waves and a lot of good waves. And thankfully, as Bagel said, the swell is super consistent here in this area throughout the whole year. And yeah, best expectations for this event. As always, guys, last year Iquique was not officially in the World Tour, but we are back here in the first wave right now for Esteban Godoy.
It's actually Esteban, but
Esteban.
Yes.
I'm sorry, guys. Just passing by the outside section and hitting a roll on that very last section of La Punta Dos to begin with. Good job for Esteban.
Estaban comenzando las cosas aquí. Es la primera ola de este campeonato. Esteban Godoy haciendo, digamos, el debut, el estreno de este campeonato y tomando la primera ola. Una derecha. Aquí está el replay. Es una ola, miren qué bonita es la punta 2. Realmente es perfecta para bodyboard. Él le pegó en lo que es la tercera sección de esta ola. Muchas personas deciden esperar hasta esa sección para pegarle digamos, para buscar esa maniobra, porque es una sección con un poquito más de agua. Ahora que estamos en la marea baja, hay que tener un poco de cuidado con la derecha, pero mira estos riders cómo se nota que tienen dominio. Una ola para Felipe. Vamos a ver, tiene bonita línea Felipe en esta ola y va por un invert en la tercera sección también. Una derecha que tiene 3 secciones, vamos a ver si se puede conectar, pero no. Y Cristóbal Arriarán, vamos a ver.
There goes Cristóbal, just a bit late in that wave, a roll to close out. We are seeing that last section just closing out on the rocks, guys. Very, very close. And thankfully the guys are finding the space needed to complete those maneuvers. And I'm pretty sure that with the tide filling up, we will see more and more maneuvers. Guys, check this out. Super, super shallow in that area, and the guys will have to do everything they can to squeeze those points out, because the consistency of this wave is huge, and the athletes have to differentiate themselves from the other, right, Bego? I think by what I see here, differentiation might be hard sometimes, because the wave is just very good, very perfect. So let's see what they will come up with.
I'm gonna get back to that comment, but yeah, good call there for Javier Ross. Es importante tratar de hacer esas maniobras en la primera sección por varias razones. La primera sección no es la más fácil, hay que leerla bien, pero si primeramente los jueces siempre van a valorar mejor las maniobras en la primera sección, y segundo, es más seguro. Vamos al replay de la ola de Felipe.
Let's wait for Felipe passing by that first section and hitting that closeout section with an invert. Felipe didn't complete that maneuver, guys. He
actually hold to his board. He
ended up losing it. So the last one for Cristóbal, closeout section, hitting the roll anyway. Cristóbal also didn't complete the maneuver. It is pretty shallow, guys, so you can't just go forward for too long, otherwise you're gonna stay in dry land there. And this is the last one for Javier.
Sí, esta ola de Javier, él cayó ese rolo y ya están entrando los scores. Ustedes lo pueden ver en la página web oficial de la IBC World Tour, ibcworldtour.com. Van a la sección en vivo y ahí van a tener los scores. Estamos ajustando las últimas cositas y ya vamos a tener la cajita clásica con todos los scores aquí para ustedes, pero están disponibles en la página web y ahí pueden acompañar también la transmisión, lo tienen todo junto, es bastante útil. Ya tenemos notas, la primera de Esteban Godoy es 4 puntos, él está primero. Javier Ross tiene un 3.25 blanco, que fue la última ola que vimos. Y tenemos en tercer lugar a Felipe en azul, que tiene un 1.50. Y a Cristóbal en cuarto lugar con un 1.15. Estas son las notas hasta ahora. Y bueno, este es el primer día de competencia en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2024. Y ahí tenemos una situación de cacho compartido. La izquierda es mejor en este tipo de mareas, ahora mismo que tenemos la marea seca. Javier rapidito logró un rolo y vamos a ver qué fue lo que hizo Esteban, pero eso, se surfea más la izquierda cuando está la marea baja, y además lo bueno de la izquierda es que como es más corta, te permite regresar más rápido al sitio de toma de olas, al line-up, y puedes tratar de siempre tomar la prioridad y buscar las mejores notas. Pero sí es verdad que como la derecha es más larga y tiene más secciones, los jueces van a considerar con un buen puntaje también las olas surfeadas a la derecha.
So as Bego was saying right now, guys, we can see many left-handers being served right now, especially with the low tide, because the left-hander is a shorter wave, and it's, I would say, a little bit deeper, maybe. More water, we have more water in the left-hander, but the right-hander itself, it's longer and it offers more sections, so the judges will prioritize or maybe evaluate better the right-handers, just because the wave just provides more, guys. And the situation right now, we have Javier Ross granting a 3.40 with that left-hander, the first one off the contest. So he's in first, followed by Esteban with a total score of 5.75, and we have Felipe in third now, needing 4.25 to advance, as well as Cristóbal that needs a 4.60 to get back in the game. We have 25-minute heats, 12 waves limit, and a lot of action to go, guys. Make sure to share this live stream.
Eso es, como decía mi compañero, compartan esta transmisión, déjenle saber al mundo entero que ya volvimos a Chile, que ya volvimos a Iquique. Este es la tercera vez que se hace este evento acá, un evento que siempre es muy, muy querido, muy, digamos, asistido, ¿no? Muy apoyado. Tenemos más de 160 competidores de 16 diferentes países. Y tenemos, bueno, gente de Australia, de Perú, de Latinoamérica prácticamente toda. Tenemos argentinos, uruguayos, peruanos, brasileros, venezolanos, casi todos los países de América Latina. Y tenemos también hawaianos, tenemos australianos, tenemos gente de Sudáfrica, o sea, de África del Sur, perdón. Tenemos, bueno, una variedad de nacionalidades, por supuesto japonesas, una variedad de nacionalidades espectacular, canarios, por supuesto, y canarias. Así que se va a ver un espectáculo, está garantizado. Es un evento que está pensado entre los días 1 y 10 de mayo, tratando de hacer, digamos, yo creo que vamos a competir mínimo 7 días, vamos a tener evento, yo creo, dependiendo un poco de lo que es las mareas, las condiciones, recordando que aquí en Iquique también un swell muy grande no es lo ideal. Esta ola funciona muy bien con condiciones de swell medianas o de marejadas medianas, así que vamos a ver lo que nos va esperando a través de la semana. Pero lo bueno de aquí es que siempre se puede surfear, siempre hay olas, siempre está bueno en realidad.
Si no hay aquí, hay allí.
Claro, aquí siempre hay ola. Bueno, la situación en el agua es Javier Ross ahora primero, que tomó esa izquierda y logró un 3.40. La ola de Esteban Godoy fue de 1.75 y vamos a ver otra vez el líder de la serie, Javier Ross, que no consiguió mucho ahí, y Esteban, me parece que iba amarillo para la derecha, ya vamos a ver. Ok, me dice el director que fue solamente bajar y salirse, no hizo ninguna maniobra.
Guys, the Iquique Bodyboard Pro is going to take place between 1 and 10th and the 10th of May. As Bagel said, we will probably have at least 7 days of competition running here. This wave usually doesn't break too well when it is too big. Usually breaks better with medium-sized conditions, and we have a good forecast also for the window of this event. Only on the from Friday on and the weekend, it's going to drop a little bit. The period is going to drop a little bit, and right after that, on Monday, we will see the period starting to pick up again and much probably offering aligned sections. Blue water, Felipe Laja, just in and out, not a good wave. For blue, 0.65, he's still in third, needs a 4.25. So the situation is still pretty much the same, and we have 15 minutes remaining in this heat here in the beautiful and sunny Playa Bella Vista.
Eso es un día muy bonito y hay algo que ustedes tienen que saber también, esta playa es tipo un poquito como lo que pasa, el fenómeno que pasa en Chopu, en Tejopu. No se distingue muy bien desde afuera o en filmaciones o todo eso, pero cuando tú estás adentro, esto es una ola súper hueca y súper poderosa. Realmente adentro esta ola sí que se ve diferente, de verdad. O sea, incluso nuestros camarógrafos están acá en la torre, en el segundo piso, para tratar de mostrarles a ustedes un poco más de lo que es la realidad, pero recordando que lo que nosotros vemos es una realidad amplificada, ¿vale? Porque es lo que nos muestran las cámaras. Pero allá adentro de esa ola, aunque ustedes la ven chiquitita, tiene mucho más tamaño y mucho más potencial. Let's see this one. Un buen rolo bonito de Esteban Godoy, que está solamente buscando un 2.65 para tomar la primera posición. Yo creo que eso va a ser la nota de seguro.
Good job for Esteban. Needed 2.65, managed to find a roll in that first section that will much probably grant him that score that he needs. We'll see that pretty closely. But as Bagel said, guys, this is not a wave for a beginner. This wave here requires a lot from you. I didn't get the chance to go in the water so far to check it myself, but you can see it. You can see it's a pretty shallow wave. We have many rocks there in front of it, and just landing a maneuver, or getting out of the wave in a bad place could be very bad. Let's see blue, Felipe Laja, on a good-sized wave there, almost getting a barrel time in the first section, and a good roll.
Good roll.
Good job for him, just getting spit out of that reef, as you guys can see.
Y una ola más para Javier Ross. Vamos a ver si Javier, que perdía la primera posición, si le dieron la nota a Esteban. Esteban recibió un 5, pero esta última ola de Felipe en azul puede cambiar un poco las cosas. Vamos a ver cuánto le dan. La verdad, nosotros no somos jueces. I just wanted to say the point that I was meaning. Guys, you have really no idea how this wave looks inside. Remember, we have an amplified version of reality here. Wait a minute, we're going to get back to that idea. Esteban Godoy in this one, we'll see nothing. It's in here we have kind of like the same situation that happened in Chopo, that you can't really, like the wave breaks underneath the reef. So what you see in your screen, wait a minute, we're going to get back to that.
That was the last one for Felipe, just trying to scoop into that barrel pretty quickly, and a good projected roll. A little tough of a landing there, but thankfully he managed to get out of that reef section. Guys, you can see it's super shallow there. You might get your board stuck and you just go over the reef. So you got to watch out pretty much. This is not the place you can just attempt, endless waves. You got to be more accurate here.
Super
Otherwise,
selective.
you can end up very bad.
Yeah, that's right. You got a good point there. You have to be selective here. And I was just saying that the wave out there, guys, looks super shallow, and it's a bodyboarding wave, 100%. If you doubt that, check out all the there is about this wave, the pictures, and the videos. And the only type of footage that gives justice is when it's filmed from the water. So when you are in the water, and we might have, for sure, we're going to have some photographers and filmmakers in the water for the highlights. You'll see how this wave actually looks inside. It's a super good wave, and you guys might think it's not so good what you see right now, but it's really good. All right, so what do we have in there? Cristobal dropping in, it was Felipe?
I believe it was Javier Ross. Let's see. Wow.
Oh, it was, okay, we'll see how that goes because I'm not sure about the priority. You know what? Cristobal is actually from Peru. I was checking here and he's raising his hand. We'll see. So, yes, we'll see how this one goes. But yeah, let's see. That was Javier. We'll see who had the priority. I was not looking at priorities at the moment they took off. So we'll see what the judges think. If Cristobal had the priority, I think Javier didn't actually interfere him, so he might not, had a call of interference. We'll see. Yeah, we're gonna get back to that. Vamos a ver qué fue lo que pasó en esa situación. No estábamos viendo las prioridades en ese preciso momento. Ustedes también las pueden ver en su casa, en la página web de la IBC World Tour. Pero si Cristóbal tenía la prioridad, no sé si Javier lo interfirió o no, lo vamos a ver ahora.
And now it's Esteban going on a smaller wave to the right, trying to get something more than a 4-point ride. But this wave is not going to make a difference for Esteban. You know, he has a total score of 9 points now, changing a 4-point ride, so he's got to look for a better wave. And guys, we are just getting out of the low tide. It was at 7:30, 7:40, and we will see this tide increasing throughout the day. So this last section is going to be much better with some more water. So we can see Esteban try to scoop into the little barrel on that first section, but he didn't find anything else after that. So he's in a good position. There's 9 minutes remaining. It's just a matter of trying to get further away from his opponents, maybe one big maneuver. Let's see, he's changing a 4-point ride.
All right, so this is only starting. This is the very first day for the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro for its third edition here in Punta Dos. If you don't know this wave, go and check out what this wave is capable of. It's a very good wave for bodyboarding. It's very hollow and it's very shallow as well, and it offers a lot of sections, good sections for maneuvers. Sometimes too much maybe. And we'll see this one for red. Goes for an IRS. That's a non-complete maneuver. Good effort. Para Esteban, que estaba tratando una maniobra diferente. No habíamos visto ninguna RS o ninguna otra maniobra. Pero sabes, aquí en Chile el nivel junior es muy alto. Por eso puedes ver que tenemos esta ronda que son 8 hits. Y de los 8 hits, casi todos son chilenos. Solamente tenemos un hawaiano y un brasilero y un peruano, ¿no? Así que va a ser realmente muy interesante verlos a ellos surfear acá porque son también muchos chicos de acá, de Iquique, que tal vez no tienen la posibilidad de viajar, y hay muchos chicos de otras partes de Chile, y este viene el peruano de vuelta.
There comes Cristóbal on a smaller wave. It closed out. Let's see if he'll finish that roll. Didn't have enough projection or speed to hit that relief, guys. Wow, we can see the two guys getting caught on the spot out there. And as Bagel said, this first round is basically composed by Chileans, guys. This event here brings a lot of opportunity for the Chileans, for the guys here that live closer to this region in Iquique, to compete on a stop of the World Tour. And as you guys are expecting, we will see many talents here, new names. Let's see the leader.
Vamos a ver esta. Bueno, como pueden ver, esa sección es difícil. As you can see, people, that section right there is actually dangerous, and because usually you surf the ride with more water. And let's see this one for Felipe. Goes for a reverse spin. And he might find a section there. He does. That's a nice one for him. He's looking
Good
for
job.
a 2. Yeah, actually, he's looking for a 2.05 to get the second position and a 4.41 to be first. Take us through the replay.
Yeah, so he's just bottom turning outside of that section, going to the upper side of the wave and just throwing that reverse, carving with a lot of water. And in that last white section of the wave, Felipe managed to find a good ramp and hit that roll. He needs only 2.05, guys, so I'm pretty sure that's going to be enough for him to advance. So far, he's in the third position. The scores are starting to come out. And for now, Esteban is the one just taking the advantage. And you guys can see the crew from Peru there, marking their presence here in Iquique this year. So good to have this South American leg coming from the Wahini, and now we are here closer to Peru to see some more Peruvian talent as well.
We have a huge a group of Peruvians here. It's very nice to see. We have, Hannah in the ladies. She is a junior competitor, junior woman, but she will compete in the women division here. We don't have women pro junior woman division here. We only have women, men, and junior men in this event. And this is the second event of the South American leg. We're going to be showing you the calendar of this year for the IBC World Tour. Check that out. This place is full of waves, and the best thing is that you can paddle out with your dry hair and you can barrel with the dry hair. All right, so what you see on your screen is our calendar for this year. We have done already 2 events, and we are going to be jumping to Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival for this 13th edition. And then we're going to go to Itaquachara Pro, only for men. And in Antofagasta, we're going to see all the divisions. And Itaquachara, only men. And that will be it for the South American leg. And then we have a to-be-confirmed event, which is Maldives Throw. Crossing fingers to have that event. And also, we have confirmation of Cintra Pro for men and women. And also to be confirmed is the Wave IBC Pro, and we're going to be closing things in Gran Canaria Fronton King, which are going to be, it's going to be where we're going to be crowning the men and the junior men champions of this year.
In the classic slabs of El Fronton. But now we are just choosing other slabs for now, guys. Here in Iquique, there's so many of them. We saw Cristobal attempting one left-hander, and now blue, Felipe. Felipe is in second, guys. That last wave was enough for him to go to classification zone, and now he's just throwing one more of those reverses, trying to exchange a 3.45. This is the first heat of the day, guys. We have so much to go on still, and as usual, we are seeing the guys getting used with the conditions, getting used with the wave itself. The tide also is super, super low, so it's a most dangerous moment of the day, the moment where the athletes have to be more cautious, more conservative on the waves, and we are seeing the guys slowly, letting it out in good maneuvers.
Yeah, that's right, but it's super surfable, and they will have to, I will say, like, if they want a piece of advice, they should be surfing a little bit more lefts, because it's less dangerous at this point, but this is bodyboarding, and these are the waves that everyone wants to surf in our sport. We have a little bit of a texture in the water right now, but it's going to go for sure. This is another of the beauties in Iquique, and unstoppable Cristobal right there from Peru, going for a roll in the first section. Let's see if he can find something else, and a second one. This might be his best wave so far, actually. We'll see how much he gets.
He liked it, and there comes Red, giving the answer. The leader of this heat, staying very active with a good roll in the first section. Let's see what Esteban is going to find in that last one. But that first roll was enough for him. Let's see if he changes that 4, and there comes blue.
Vamos a ver una máscara azul. Bueno, me gustó. Un RS también. Este sí es el primero completado. Levanta la mano para que los jueces no les quede duda de que lo cayó. Recordando que nosotros tenemos una versión amplificada de la realidad, de los jueces no. Vamos a ver una más para Javier Ross. Está una buena batalla este hit, la verdad. Los chicos respondiéndose unos a otros. Nos gusta ver eso. Y un rolo acá en la segunda sección. No sé si esto va a estar completado. Vamos a ver qué piensan los jueces. Últimos 3 minutos de este hit. Y tenemos olas y tenemos puntajes llegando para todos los competidores. Y esta fue... actually, that was very good for Cristobal. We'll see how much he gets. Estamos esperando los puntajes ahí. Los jueces están trabajando fuerte para traerles eso. Recuerden compartir esta transmisión. Los puntajes todavía no han llegado porque están terminando de ajustar las últimas cositas, pero sí están disponibles para ustedes en la página web de la IBC World Tour.
Last one for the leader, Esteban. Just bottom turning inside the barrel to hit it through the lip roll. and just keeps going, but didn't find anything else. These scores still coming out, and that was the last one for Felipe. Throwing that backflip on the first section, completing the maneuver. He liked it, and we are also waiting for these scores. But Esteban's wave came out. That was a 6-point rider, 6-point ride for the leader, now staying in the first position basically since the beginning of the heat. And in the meantime, the other guys are battling hard between themselves. But so far, it's Felipe Laja who's coming out on top, as we are seeing good attempts here in La Punta Dos.
Vamos a ver, esta ola viene rapidísimo. Miren, esa ola, en verdad, usted... ¡Uy! ¡Wow! Tiene que tener cuidadito ahí. En esa sección se quedó, se atascó, se quedó clavado con su tabla. Yeah, that section right there, you know, it's a bit shallow. The riders were briefed before going to the water. Let's see this one for the Peruvian. Dogs out. All right, so the heat is the heat is officially over, and we'll see. We're waiting for scores from the riders. We're still waiting for scores. Estamos esperando. La última de rojo fue 6 puntos de Esteban Godoy y ahora está primero, pero todavía estamos esperando scores de azul y estamos esperando scores de blanco, que ya nos vienen cayendo, y de amarillo también. Y ahí vamos a tener la situación final. Ya vienen saliendo los scores. Vamos a ir a unos pequeños cortes comerciales. Vamos a ver este replay de estas olas que estamos esperando. Esta ola que está acá la estamos esperando ahora. Fue una bonita ola en realidad para Felipe. Y ahí vamos a ver si logra posicionarse en alguno de las posiciones, valga la redundancia, para poder clasificar. Recordando que solamente primero y segundo pasan, ¿ok? Hasta ahora está Esteban en la primera posición. Vamos a ir a unos cortes comerciales muy rápidos y volvemos con los resultados de este hit. Recuerden que ustedes pueden seguir las puntajes en la página web de la IBC World Tour y ya pronto van a estar acá en la pantalla. No se muevan.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just saw the first heat of the first day here in the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We saw Felipe, after all, just updating the last heat, Felipe taking the second place and advancing in the spot of Cristoban. So we'll jump now for the second heat of the day, and I have Joey here. Welcome back, Joey.
Thank you. Great to be back. Great to be back in the commentary booth with you, Lucas, and really, really happy to be back here in Iquique for the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro.
Good to have you back too. Let's jump in the water right now because the second heat of the day is starting. And who will see Joey?
We will see a few riders here. We have in red Dario Becerra from Chile. In yellow, Pablo Godoy, also from Chile. Omar Espinosa in blue from Chile as well. And a fourth Chileno, Luan Barcelos. And here we have up and riding right on the buzzer, Luan, straight away, not wasting any time, and gets a nice set. Oh, roll, caught up in that lip there, and that section is just so dry at the moment. It doesn't look like he's ridden out of that one. Far out, straight into the action.
It's super hard to get out of that last section right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Super dry, not much water. You know, the current's just dragging you. Let's see, getting a lot of speed there. Omar hitting a roll on a very, very shallow section. No water at all, but he just sent it. But couldn't complete, guys, so small score coming out for Omar.
Up and riding right behind him in yellow, Pablo. Taking off on a bit of a smaller one, and that one was just closing down on him there. Yeah, you can see it's really shallow on the inside of those rights. You just see the seaweed writhing around on top of the rocks there. And on low tide, especially here at Punta Dos, it's just so shallow on low with those right-handers. And I wouldn't be surprised if a few of these boys have hit the rocks, as we saw a few pretty bad wipeouts last heat, and just then it's getting quite shallow in there.
That's true, Joey. It's I mean, you're very close to the rocks there, you know, just attempting to do those good maneuvers to get a scores, but it's not hard, I would say, right now to hit the rocks. Yesterday when I got here, I met Carlos Bastos from Rio, and the tide was kind of like this in the afternoon, but he said that you know, in many of his last waves he hit the rocks, not badly, but he did touch the rocks. So guys, there's got to be a lot of cautiousness there to hit that last section. But you know, we have the safety team also watching for our athletes, so hopefully nothing is going to happen and we will see good maneuvers here. But if something happens, they are well attended there with our emergency team.
Yeah, that's it. They've got the first aid crew just right there on the beach, but up and riding here in red, Dario looking for a wave and manages to get a roll into the second section and combos that one out with a second roll, but unable to push through, unfortunately. But that'll be the first scoring wave of the heap there from Dario, chileno.
Una otra manga chilena. Tenemos muchos chilenos, prácticamente una ronda entera de chilenos, ya que este evento aquí trae la oportunidad para muchos. Oh, parece que Dario perdió su aleta. Y ahí viene amarillo, Pablo. Hace un rolo en la primera sección, pero después el labio de la ola acaba atingiendo la espalda de Pablo ahí, que no consegue segurar.
Taking off there behind the peg, Omar, but just a bit too deep and not able to push through that whitewash. Yeah, it seems pretty hard to get through that first section. A lot of guys aren't making it either out of their rolls or out of that first section. The foam ball's really pushing through quite hard, Lucas.
Yeah, you just have to find that very, you just got to find the right spot to hit the maneuvers. But sometimes after you hit it, you don't know how you're going to land, or, you know, if you're hitting a shallower part of the reef. So you got to count out also on a little bit of lucky, I would say. You know, of course, the local guys that know these waves, you know, it accounts for a big advantage. But being cautious there. So let's see. That's Blue Omar coming out, getting a lot of speed, hits a big roll. Good maneuver for Blue. Best maneuver of the heat. Easily said, easily done. Good job, Omar.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see a replay in a second of that, but that was a nice projected roll. And yeah, you're right. I've heard that this wave, especially on the low tide, the lefts offer a lot more potential than they do on the high. But here we have that replay, and you see he takes off not too deep, but still manages to get a real nice bottom turn into that section. And yeah, he's happy with that roll with a little claim there. That will add to his score. That is his third wave, but will be his first scoring wave here.
We were talking about finding that very right point to hit the wave, and that's basically what Omar did there, you know, in a very tough condition right now, you know, to find those ramps. He found a smooth roll in there, landing in the rocks, but could complete that maneuver. And this wave is definitely going to take Omar far in this heat. It's definitely going to help him a lot as we are getting closer to that 5-minute mark right now.
Yeah, we'll just give you guys a quick score update. So Omar has just dropped a 6.5 on that last projected roll. He has his two other scores, just a 1.15 and a 0.5. So that he's got one nice scoring wave there. Dario, with the other scoring wave, just has a 3.75, and Pablo will be sitting in third. He's just got two low scoring waves, a 1.6 and a 5, and Luan is in fourth place with a 1.25. Luan holding priority though, so he's waiting for that next set. Yeah, here's a replay of a left that he got, just waiting for that section and doing a little forward out of the bowl there.
Y ahí está la última ola de Omar, con un gran rolo, la mejor ola de esta manga, la mejor ola de la competencia, un 6.5 fue lo que logró Omar con esta ola y ahora sigue en la primera posición, seguido por Dario Becerra, y ahí viene Omar en una tentativa más. Vamos a ver un replay ya.
Yeah, he's got a lot of energy, Omar, going for a high wave count. That seems to be his strategy, working for him so far as he managed to find that ramp before. Yeah, Luan still just sitting there holding that priority. It's a little replay of that last one where he just looked at the section and then just kicked out to get back out there. Yeah, it's so much about wave selection here, especially on the low tide. It's really hard to tell if a wave is going to push through the whole way through all the sections or if it's going to shut down after that first section. The ones that do shut down, though, can still offer the scoring potential, as we just saw on Omar's last one. He got that one big boost out of the first section, and the judges rewarded him nicely. So, yeah, that's what the judges seem to be looking for those big boosts off the critical sections, regardless if it's the first section, second section.
Yeah, I would say also that maybe hitting that first section could give some more points. I don't know, maybe the first section, I think it has some more size, it has some difficulty as well, but it's pretty different, right? On the other one, the wave just surrounds some more. It gets a little bit smaller, but it is much shallower. So yeah, each part of the wave has its own particularities here, but this is a perfect wave for bodyboarding, guys. So great to have a contest here in La Punta Dos. There are so many good waves nearby as well, but this one is definitely a special one. So Luan Barcelos going on a good barrel. Good shade was what Luan achieved on that one. Just going for another roll, landing on a very critical section of the wave, kind of landing with the lip.
Yeah, following him behind, we have yellow Pablo going for a roll, but hits it a bit early and ends up getting sucked over. Gee, that was a crazy exchange, and you could see on that first one by Luan just how much it doubled up.
Let's see this one from Dario. Good wave for him, a good barrel. Is he going to come out of this? Wow, he got lost in that bowl, in that white water. Couldn't make it out. That would be definitely a good wave.
Yeah.
First big barrel of the competition.
Yeah, you could see how much they're tubing through. Wow.
Check this
Just
out.
dry docked there on the inside. That is how shallow it is. We've got high tide at 3 p.m. this afternoon, and that'll be completely underwater. You'll even be able to be hitting airs on that section there that he's standing on right now. But yeah, his leash came off and he had to swim in. That's Pablo there standing on the rocks. But yeah,
he's chilling.
It's just all those barrels on that set were just
wow.
That last section was just doubling up, and here's some replays of it. Luan waited for this one. He will get scored for this barrel, and you see him get spat out there and lines up this second section, but just unable to ride out of it. As you see, he hits that roll and then just doubles up there on that dry reef, and he isn't able to make it. But we have, after this replay, we'll have the interview. Dario.
That was the last one for Dario. Big barrel that he was scooping in, but couldn't get out. That first wave for Luan was a 6.5, guys, and just closing this wave off, we have that interview there with Bagel and Esteban. So take it away, Bagel.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, first winner of the event, first winner of the day, Esteban Godoy, coming from Los Vilos. Esteban, cuéntanos un poco cómo están las condiciones. People wants to know how the conditions are. You're the first winner.
Están difíciles, está la ola bonita, sale un huequito igual, está en baja, pero está bueno y feliz de haber pasado, po.
So, what does the event means for you? You're coming from Los Vilos, your wave theirs are very different. And what does it mean to have this event right here in Chile, in such a place like Iquique? ¿Qué significa para ti tener este evento viniendo de un lugar donde las olas son tan diferentes como Los Vilos y aquí en un lugar en donde es realmente una ciudad para el bodyboard?
Diferente, allá la ola no es tan como aquí, acá es mucho más chupada, es de roca, no, pues para allá donde vivo yo es de pura arena nomás.
Oh, he says the waves are very different from where he comes from. It's only bridge bergs, and in here it's all reef bottoms, and it's very, very different. Do you want to say something? ¿Quieres mandar algún saludo para alguien?
Sí, un saludo a Mar Deportes Sanación, a mi familia, a mi mamá, a mi papá, a mi abuela y a mi tata.
Felicitaciones y mucha suerte para el resto de competencia. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Bago. Good job by the young Esteban there, granting her spot on the next round. Guys, just remembering, you guys will start with we are starting with the Pro Junior Division. After this one, we'll start round number 1 for the women, and then we will end this day with the men division, and we will start with round number 1 and try to go as long as the conditions allow us here. Hopefully, we will have a full afternoon and many heats. So stay with us because all the divisions are going in the water, and we will definitely see some good punts in there.
Here is a replay of Omar just racing through that first section barrel there and sneaking out the front, looking for the second section, but unable to produce anything else out of that. Another little replay of him here. Gets a nice little line through there and just races it through to that shallow section. The water is clear, so these guys can see exactly what rocks are below them, and managed to get up for a little free surf yesterday afternoon. And as you're going up to hit a section, you just see these white flat rocks in your peripheral just covered with like little barnacles and seaweed and
just waiting for you.
Yeah, it's not hidden. Sometimes on conditions like this, you even prefer the water to be a little bit murky so you don't know how shallow it is. But yeah, it's pretty nice visibility at the moment, so these riders can see exactly what rocks are lying below them when they're launching these rolls and flips and inverts.
And being used to this counts a lot, right, Joey? Because sometimes people are used to beach breaks and don't usually surf too much in reefs. And you know, guys, even when the wave is very perfect, it shocks you. You know, just seeing the rocks very close, noticing the power of the wave, and imagining that it can throw you straight on the rocks. You know, so it gets some time and some practice, I would say, surfing reef breaks to get used with this. And to being able to surfing more naturally, you know, in over the rocks. So we are seeing the Chilean guys here very, very familiarized. I mean, if you're from Iquique, there's nothing else that could, no other scenario that could be. So yeah, definitely surfing reef breaks will help you a lot in feeling okay, you know, when surfing in a heat here in Iquique.
Sí, y un pequeño update de los scores. Ahora tenemos azul Omar Espinosa en primer lugar con un 6.5 y un 4. Y en segundo, en blanco, Luan Barcelos, un 6.5 y un 1.25. En tercera, Darío con un 3.75 y un 1.9. Y en cuarto lugar, Pablo Godoy con dos oles de un bajo score, 1.65 y 1.25. That's a little score update. We'll just do it in English too. We have Omar in first. He's got a pretty commanding lead with a 6.5 and a 4. And then in second place, Luan with a 6.5 and a 1.25. Looking to back up that 6.5 as he's sitting with first priority. In third place, Dario in red with a 3.75 and a 1.9, and in fourth, Pablo Godoy with a 1.6 and a 1.2.
Esto, chicos, por ahora no tenemos los scores en la pantalla, pero ya estamos finalizando y arreglando esto para traer los scores actualizados para ustedes. Pero los pueden ver en el website de IBC, ibcworldtour.com. Allá, clicando en Live, Es una barra verde que la pueden ver. Y clicando en live, ustedes tienen acceso a todos los scores actualizados y todos los atletas aquí en la manga. So you guys can also access ibcworldtour.com, click on live, and you will see the scores updated there. Since we don't have the leaderboard so far ready for you guys, we're still working on that, and we'll bring that pretty soon. But check the website, and you guys will be able to see the same scores we see here inside the booth with the total scores, with the scores for each judge, so you can check everything in detail here.
Yeah, that's it. Day one here in Iquique, so we're just ironing out all the crinkles in the processes that we got going. But yeah, we'll have those scores up for you soon. And yeah, everything's going really well. The setup went super well over the last few days, and I'm excited for the next week or so of action we have here at Punta Dos in Iquique. It looks like there's a bit of swell coming as well, building a bit tomorrow, so we could be seeing some action go down for sure over these Iquiqueño reefs.
Yeah, it's looking promising. You guys can check that QR code there to stay updated with everything that is happening in the World Tour. For this event, we will have at least, I would say, 7 days of competition. We have 10 days on the window, but probably 7 days total or something like that. It might change depending on the conditions, depending on the on other factors. But stay with us, guys. We're always throwing some new info on our social media. We throw we throw information with the competitors here in the athletes area throughout the day. We throw those highlights for you every day after the competition is over. So a lot of good content there for you to see. And if you love bodyboarding and reef breaks and big maneuvers and barrels, this is the perfect one for you. Let's see the leader, Omar Espinosa. He's changing a 4-point ride, starting with the roll. We can see the wave not allowing anything else for Omar. Let's see if he'll be able to change that 4-point ride.
Yeah, you can see they're all really looking for that second section to make their wave into a combination or up and riding in white. Luan using that priority. He's looking to back up a low score because he's got that 6.5 but unable to do so there. But yeah, you see them all really trying to get through that first section either in the barrel or a roll or up and riding again. Dario with a roll out, the close out there, and he's fighting that one through right into the dry rocks.
7 minutos restantes, tenemos los dos que se clasifican por ahora, Omar Espinosa de Chile y Luan Barcelos también, mientras Dario Becerra se encuentra en tercero, necesita 4.01 para avanzar, y también Pablo Godoy, que necesita 6.5 para volver a segunda posición, mientras está en cuarto ahora, y solo se clasifican el primero y el segundo, o sea, el tercero y cuarto está eliminado de la competencia. 25 minutos cada manga, 12 horas de límite, y apenas, como saben, las dos mejores son contabilizadas.
Yeah, that's it. We're running 25-minute heats, 12 wave maximums. That's how we're doing it for this round one juniors at the moment. And here is a replay of Omar. Gets up to that lip early, but manages to get a nice roll out and tries to push through to the second section, and he's been awarded a 4.6, so that is bettering his score, pushing him further into the lead with a 4.6 and a 6.5. Omar sitting there with an 11.1.
Última ola de Omar, como vieron ahora en el replay, fue un 4.6, que mejoró un poco su score total, ya que cambia ese 4 por un 4.60. Omar, que viene liderando a la manga desde que encontró un tubazo, una buena ola de 6.5.
Dario in third place now needs a 4.41 to advance, and Pablo needs a 6.5 to advance. So that is what the boys in red and yellow respectively are looking for. But Pablo, I think, isn't even out the back at the moment. He's paddling out, and Dario is sitting there in second priority. So let's see if these two guys can change the situation around as we have 5 minutes remaining in this heat.
That's it, Joey. And you know what? Let's watch out for Luan, because Luan has a very good score of 6.5, and his backup score is very low, only 1.65. So he needs 4.61 to go to first. But it's actually Omar who is attempting another big roll there, landing in a very tough way, but he managed to complete this one. He wants to change that 4.60 and get even further from Luan. That needs 4.61 to go to the lead, but I would say that after this wave for Omar, Luan is definitely going to need a bit more if Omar actually changes that score, which I believe will.
Yeah, that was a really nice roll, maybe one of the bigger ones we've seen of the day, and look at that, just times it really well. See his face as he's falling down there, just holding onto his board, and he pushes through that really well. See, he throws in a little claim here. He must be stoked. I'm sure there's so many nerves running through these boys out there right now. It's always exciting competing, let alone when it's a world tour event at your hometown. But here we have the rider in red, Dario, looking for that 4.41 and unable to get through that roll there.
Wow, we didn't see the first moments of that wave. Let's see if maybe Dario found a barrel or something else there. But yeah, he needs 4.41, guys. It's not a big score to knock out Luan Barcelos, which is now in the second position. So let's check this one again. Doing that, just stalling a little bit. Almost gets into that barrel, but it just ran too much. And then he closed with the roll. So let's see if it'll be enough for Dario, but I don't think so, guys, because he couldn't complete this wave. It was only a 1.45, so it didn't make a difference. And Luan still in second, so just updating. Omar Espinosa in first, Luan Barcelos in second, Dario Becerra in third, needing 4.41, and Pablo Godoy in last position, needing 6.5. And we can see a beautiful wave breaking here.
Omar taking off on the shoulder, so we'll be looking for this second section. No, man,
my God,
that just doubled up and caught him there. That looked really, really shallow.
I don't think it was a good decision, to turn and just go for that wave, because it was already he was in the middle of those two main sections, right? So he probably saw something there, but I don't think it was what actually happened. So just dropping from that middle section, and you guys can see how shallow that is, guys. Wow.
It looked like he just managed to sneak out there, so he might have avoided being slammed onto those rocks. But yeah, it's pretty low tide, man. I think its dead low was 7:40 a.m. We started running at 8, so it'll be rising all day, but we're still on the lower end of things here.
Yeah, and you were saying, Joey, about Omar in that last wave, just trying to sneak, and exiting that wave. One very important thing is knowing how to wipe out in these conditions. Could you talk a little bit about that for us? This is playing a very important role right now, I would say.
Yeah, especially when it's this shallow. Basically, you don't want to hit the rocks, and you don't want to be out of control of where the wave's going to put you. So if you're being sucked over in the lip, the wave's in complete control. So you saw him there. He fell off his board, like he kind of got a nose caught, but straight away he was trying to dig his arm and shoulder in to allow him to penetrate under and get back out. So he still managed to maintain control of that wipeout. Whereas if he didn't manage to penetrate there, maybe that wave could have easily picked him up and thrown him straight down on those dry rocks.
And then dragged him, right?
Yeah, and that's what you want to avoid.
Good job. Good point, Joey. I would say also, when that part that you said he was sneaking, I would say, just leaving the wave, getting out of the momentum of the wave, so it just can't drag you anymore. Or if you're not able to do that and you get dragged, just trying to get in the best position and protect yourself. So let's see. He's coming on that wave, loses the board, loses all the control, but he tries to sneak and just cut the wave to exit out the back, to not being dragged on that very shallow section of the heat. So it might not look like, but there's a lot of technique also in that wipeout moment. And definitely practicing and surfing in reef breaks will definitely teach you that.
Yeah. Bueno, gente, tenemos 20 segundos. Tenemos Omar en primer lugar y Luan en segundo. Y Dario necesita un 4.41 si quiere avanzar, pero 7 segundos más creo que no va a pasar. We have Omar and Luan passing through this round, and there is the buzzer for the end of this heat. That was a good heat there, Lucas.
Good heat. Yeah, very good performance for Omar and also the other guys. I'll get in touch with him right away as we get to see a good commercial break, and we'll come back right after this.
Hey guys, welcome back to day one of the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We are just about to jump into the water for round one, heat 3 of the junior men, and I'm here in the booth with Begonia.
That's right. Thank you, Joey. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Right there, as you can see, that's a wide shot for the Punta Dos wave. And what's breaking all the way there to the left is Intendencia, another slab from here from Iquique. So this place is shaped for bodyboarding. If you haven't checked it, it's worth coming to Iquique. Bueno, bienvenidos a todos. Este es el primer día de competencia del Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2024. Por la tercera vez volvemos a esta costa, esta ciudad bendita para el bodyboard. Una ciudad que realmente se respira el bodyboard, como lo dijo el alcalde en la apertura ayer. Uno de los deportes más practicados en la ciudad. Y ya tenemos la primera ola, es de Analu Jogman. Vamos a ver, él va por un rolo y otro más.
Yeah, there we had Anolu Yokman, Chileno, in blue there. Also in this heat we have, it looks like another, oh no, not an all Chileno heat. We have Misael Cesario from Brazil in red, Claudio Malta from yellow in Chile, and in white Maximo Palacio also from Chile. So this is heat 3, junior man. And yes, you're completely right. A city blessed for bodyboarding, just littered with reefs all up the coast. Well, I think I heard you and Lucas talking before that there were 24 different reefs or different waves. Also a few beachy waves here in Iquique, but you can't even look out your window without seeing multiple reef breaks just firing, just spitting and ramping and all different setups and shapes. And up and riding here in red, looking at a really nice barrel, Misael from Brazil. That was a really nice start, and he gets a roll projected out there just over that shallow rock, and another projected roll. Wow, Bego, that is probably one of the best combinations we've seen of the day.
Now, Misael Cesario, he surfs really good. I've seen him surfing in different conditions, and he is definitely a great bodyboarder. I believe he also came last year for Antofagasta. Vamos a ver esta de Claudio Malta, que está con la licra amarilla, hace un giro, un 360 y va por un rolo. Una combinación también buena, pero me parece que se quedó atascado. Lástima, ahí no pudo completar esa ola. Están cayendo los scores, pero la primera de rojo realmente estuvo muy bien surfeada, para que ustedes vean un poco lo que es esta calidad de ola, que tal vez ustedes en casa, como tienen la versión amplificada igual que nosotros, no pueden distinguir un poco lo que hace esta ola, pero esta ola es buenísima para bodyboard. Tiene una forma especial, te ofrece tubos, ofrece rampas, ofrece varias secciones, ofrece derechas e izquierdas la repetición de la primera de Misael Cesario, como ven, entra en un poco de tubo y logra igual conectar una maniobra en esta última sección que la llamamos la tercera de la 2 y como es una ola bien completa la verdad para Misael Cesario, que viene desde Brasil, y otro rolo más, viene desde Bahía, el atleta de Bahía. Y esta es la repetición de Máximo Palacios, que entró en ese tubo y no pudo salir. So as you can see, people, there's barrels, there's sections for maneuvers, so this wave is very complete. And the replay for yellow.
Here we have that replay of Claudio with the 360 going through a real foamy section here and looking for a roll, but he was unable to push through this one. But yeah, you can just see these sections starting to link up more and more, and we'll be seeing that as the tide fills in today and the right becomes a lot safer. We haven't been seeing too many lefts. There are a few, like you see that one just there on the camera, it barrels through, and the lefts offer a ramp. Sometimes I've seen lefts even offer 2 sections. Up and riding in blue right now, though, trying to push through a foamy section, Analu, but not able to get through that one. But yeah, the lefts, I've heard on the low tide, the lefts are a bit better. And as the tide fills in, the rights become more the show. At the moment, we're probably seeing more rights as it is. But what do you think about that, Bego? Is that true?
It's totally true. I mean, you can definitely serve both sides, but you have to be very careful because the right, it's a little bit more shallow and it got less water. So take that out. That's a left. Una izquierda para el rider Máximo Palacios, que logra completar ese rolo. Y vamos a ver, esa va a ser su mejor ola porque la primera fue de 1.25 y las situaciones en el agua. Está primero Misael Cesario con 5.75, segundo está Azul, Analu Jokman con una sumatoria de 4, tiene una ola de 3 y una de 1. Y en tercera posición ahora Máximo Palacios de Blanco, la segunda posición, que recibe un 3.25 por ese rolo. Y eso, viene Misael una vez más.
Powerful roll there out of the first section. He comes into this second one with a lot of speed. Let's see what it can offer him there. It gets real shallow. He gets another roll out of that kind of double lipping section and kicks out there. So that's a solid second wave for the Brazilian. Straight after him in blue, Analu looking for a nice section. He gets a lofty roll there into that closeout and just engulfed by the wave there. Unable to push through. These boys are giving it their all, following him up straight away. Maximo Palacio with a 360 there, coming down into the next section, which doesn't seem to open up for him. But I believe we have an interview ready down on the beach, so we'll jump over to Lucas there.
I'm here with Omar Espinosa. Omar, actually from Peru, not from Chile. Sorry, guys, as I mentioned during the heat. Omar, very dry reef right now. We saw many attempts from you in this heat, a tough heat. How was it?
Bueno, el hit de ahora está un poco difícil, un poco reñido, ¿no? Por las condiciones, la marea que está un poco seca y complicada, pero nada, lo con todo, muy feliz por haber pasado primer puesto y nada, contento a seguir con todos los demás hits.
Yeah, so I said it was very tough, very dry, but he just wanted to go through this heat, and so he was able to do that. Omar, is your second time competing in the World Tour? The first one was in Peru. Now it's your second time. How is it feeling for you?
Sí, muy emocionado de estar acá en la competencia, en el segunda competencia mundial que compito. Y nada, muy alegre, ¿no? De haber pasado primer hit, primer lugar, ¿no? Mi hit. Y la ola increíble. Esperemos que mejoren las condiciones y nada, darlo con todo ahí.
Super happy with that. He loves this wave, and he just expects the conditions to improve so he can show his surfing. Una mensaje para todo el Perú.
Un mensaje para toda la gente, para Chacute, para la gente de Ancón, para mi familia, ¿no? Y nada, voy a darlo todo en el agua.
Felicidades, Omar. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Lucas. Nice interview there from Dario. No, was it Omar? Omar Espinosa, the winner of the last heat. Up and riding straight away. Claudio lose a bit of focus there, but as we jump to the second camera, you can see him looking for that section. Gets a nice roll out there and kicks out That is his second wave. Still not too many waves caught by the boys in this heat. He's only looking for a 2.76 to jump into second place. And it's looking like he'll get that. But Maximo Palacio now, who's moved down to third, is only looking for a 3.26 to advance. And in fourth place, Analu Jochman, looking for a 3.5 to advance. Misael, the Brasileño, is sitting in first place with a 9.5 total. That's made up of a 5.75 and a 3.75.
Bueno, y queremos agradecer a la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique por llevar a cabo este evento a través de la Corporación de Deportes de Iquique, que son quienes han organizado, y nuestros auspiciadores también, Sofri, el Hotel Ibis, la Universidad Santo Tomás, Aguascielo, y la marca chilena, local, Erizo Surf Brand, una marca de bodyboard, también está auspiciando este evento. Una situación de cacho compartido, como se dice aquí en Chile, un bonito rolo para el rider en azul que está buscando un 3.51 para tomar la posibilidad de clasificar, recordando que aquí solamente avanza primero y segundo, y tercero y cuarto se despiden de competencia. Esta es una ronda de eliminación. Miren qué poquita agua hay en la derecha. So this is what we were talking about. You have to surf. You have to be very careful with the rights because the tide is low. The lowest tide, the low tide was at 7:45, I believe. And right now it's 9:50 in local time. So, but check this out. This guy's been picking the best wave so far. Not able to get out of that barrel. That would have been a good score for Misael, but good effort and good attempt to try to bring different maneuvers. I tell you guys, we'll see all the maneuvers that there are in bodyboard. And one more wave here for white.
We have a roll there for Maximo out of the first section, and he manages to get a second one in there and a third. Triple roll combo there on a smaller wave and ducks out there as it's just getting dry on the inside. But that'll be a nice score for him. He's only looking for a 3.26 to advance. Not the biggest wave, but a nice 3-roll combo. I'm sure he's happy with that as he's kicking back out there.
All right, so situation in the water right now in first, of course, is Misael Misario in red with a 5.75 and a 3.75. And there you have it, the scores. Sorry, people, we were waiting for this. It's, live action. It happens. Every event has its little, issues. It's normal. Thank you for your patience and your love and your understanding. This can happen in all events, even the most big ones. But right now we have our scores, and it's Mr. Cesario right there, heat leader, taking this wave. We'll see how much he gets. Is he gonna better his own scores? I think he's looking to get a higher score, but yeah, that one is not offering. You have to be super careful with those rights. Y ahí scores in Portuguese. Precisa means necesita, need. We're gonna fix that for you guys.
Yeah, but there you have the whole situation. You can see that now in the tops of your screen. And yeah, pretty close heat. Anyone can take this. Any one of these fellas can get a 3.3 or a 2.9 easily. Here we have up and riding Analu looking for that 3.31. Coming up to a section here, and wow, that thing just got so shallow, and he tried to get a invert out. It looked like the lip kind of came out quicker than he expected, but he still managed to land that invert. Claudio following him up, but the smaller wave not providing, getting a little bit foamy there. But gee, these guys aren't holding back. It is just so shallow in there, and they want to get these scores. So we'll see how the judges reward that invert. He wasn't able to get much out of the lip, but yeah, having a go nonetheless. And serving this wave and surfing it well, you've just got to have full confidence in your abilities, because straight from the first section, it's just going so dry, especially on this tide. And so you really, if you want to be getting in that first section barrel, these guys are just having to fully rely on their bottom turn, fully rely on their fins, just staying on their feet and, allowing them to get through, because it's very easy to shoulder hop and very easy to not sit on that more critical section. But yeah, if these guys want to get those scores, they just got to be taken off behind that peak and getting straight in that barrel or going straight for that first section.
How would you like to be surfing out there?
Yeah, I'd like to be out there. I always want to be out there, but would prefer to be out there a bit later in the day, I reckon.
Depends on what you want to surf. I love the low tide, and because I love lefts. So low tide here is super good for left. Bueno, para quienes recién están llegando, este es el primer día de competencia y miren esa imagen de la punta 2, nuestra bendita, que algunas personas le llaman la punta Dios, porque es una ola realmente hecha para el bodyboard. Parece que Dios se sentó y dijo, esta ciudad la vamos a diseñar para el bodyboard. Vamos a hacer 24 spots, el mejor reef urbano, así ha sido definido, del mundo, porque no se tiene un lugar en el mundo con esta constancia de olas, con esta constancia de swell y con esta cantidad de olas de piedra, de arena, de todo. Hay olas todo el año, gente. Viví 12 años aquí en Iquique y les digo, a veces hasta te cansas de surfear, quieres hacer otra cosa, porque es que hay olas todos los días. Todo el día puedes surfear y realmente es una bendición de sitio. Muy felices de parte de la IBS World Tour de estar de regreso en este evento. Muchísimas gracias a la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique y a la Corporación de Deportes por haberlo hecho posible junto a la IBS World Tour. Es realmente un placer estar de vuelta y ahí pueden ver un poquito de una imagen de lo que es ahí justamente en esa área de ahí. Eso es la península. Ahí rompe una ola un poquito más hacia afuera que cuando está gigante es una ola espectacular que se llama el bajo.
I've been riding Analu, looking for this second section, picking up some speed there, and doesn't manage to get that roll around. As he just did that off the back there. 9 minutes, 43 seconds remaining in this heat, and there you can see what everybody needs up in the scores at the top there. Yeah, this city is incredible. Definitely a mecca for bodyboarding. Any bodyboarders out there that haven't been to Iquique yet, it's definitely worth the trip. Just littered with waves all along the coast, all amazing reef breaks, beach breaks, wedges, lefts, rights. Crazy. It's insane. God, yeah, definitely had a bodyboarding in mind when he created Iquique, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was saying that we call there Punta Dios, which means Punta God, like God Point, because it's definitely shaped for bodyboarding. And so yeah, I was saying that in Spanish. I was saying that God sat here and said, "I'm going to create this city just for bodyboarding because it's 24 spots and it's been called the best urban reef of the world."
Urban reef, I like that.
Urban, right? Sorry about that pronunciation. Can happen sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, 8 minutes and 30 seconds, and situation is as you see in your screen. We have Misael Cesario showing off right now with a 5.75 and a 3.75. Analu Jogman following him and needing a 4.76. Máximo Palacio doesn't need too much. It's a 4.71. It's a doable score, as well as Claudio Mata. We're going to fix that. His name is Claudio Mata. Claudio Mata viene de El Tabo, el Club Chepica. One more wave for Misael.
Misael drawing a really nice line and gets a nice roll off that section there. Coming in again with a backflip out of that section, and he lands that one. And he'll be stoked with that. He's been drawing real nice, mature and fast lines, Misael, and I've been enjoying watching him look for the section down the line. But yeah, that will probably better his 3.75 up and riding. Behind him, Maximo Palacio getting a smaller wave here and deciding to kick out there. Not going to provide him with the 4.71 that he's looking for. There's the scores. There's what they need. Very close heat. Anyone can get those 4.7, 4.36 that they're looking for. You can see the numbers in their colors next to their name. That is the priority, not the scores. So the scores are in order, as you can see, with Misael leading the heat. And there you have Claudio in first priority, Analu in second, Maximo in third, and Misael doesn't have it yet because he's still paddling out. But the way that works, for those who don't know, is that whoever has first priority means that they have been waiting a longer amount of time than the riders who have lower priority than them, and that they get first choice of whatever wave comes in. So if you have first and the wave's coming, even if someone's on your inside, you have right to that wave over them because you've been waiting longer. But as soon as you catch a wave or even show interest in a wave by paddling aggressively for it, you will lose that priority, and the person beneath you, whoever had the priority below you, will then move up in the priority ranks. So that's a little explanation on how it works. And there we have the next heat coming up. You can see in the bottom corner, Martin Fisher, Walter Barley, Lucas Herrera, and Rodrigo Ruiz.
Good pronunciation, Joey. You're killing it.
Gracias.
De nada, amigo. All right, so nice invert there for rider in white, Máximo Palacio. Máximo Palacios is looking for a 4.71. Let's see if that's enough. Let's see what the judges tell us, but it might be that.
Yeah, we have an updated score there for that roll to flip combo by Misael, the Brazilian. He got a 4.9, so furthering his lead there. And you can see just what the other guys need. But up and riding, Analu Jochman with a really nice line, nice style on his board there, going for an ARS right on top of the rock. Not able to turn that around, but yeah, that was a real shallow section to go head first toward the rocks at.
Yeah, that's right. I agree with you. Bueno, y aquí viene una ola más. Este es el chico desde el Tabo. Tabo es una máquina de producción de buenos competidores. Un lindo rolo para él. Hemos tenido grandes nombres que han salido de allá. Claudio Mata. Ahí sale Malta, pero ya lo vamos a corregir. Gracias a Alex Castillo que está sintonizando, que nos mandó esa corrección. Siempre es bueno tener algunos detalles. And guys, there's a bit of a mistake. Analu, it's actually, Analu is from Hawaii. We're going to get that fixed for you. It all depends also, you know, sometimes the riders, when they register, they don't fill properly the forms. We'll see that. Nice looking areas there for Misael Cesario. Let's see, is he going to get a better score? He's holding a 5.75 and a 4.90. We'll see, and a wave more for Máximo Palacios. Máximo got a 4.75, and now he is second. So we had a change of situation, and we'll see if Misael gets a better score.
Up and riding, Analu, the Hawaiian, that's been corrected now with a nice roll out of that first section, and unfortunately the wave just closing down for him there. Probably ducked out of that one. There he is there, popping up in the whitewash. But yeah, change of situation with that invert. That was a really nice projected invert for Maximo, that 4.75. So yeah, the judges really like that. Something different. We haven't seen many inverts this competition yet, and a nice projected one with his legs nice and stretched for the young gun Maximo Palacio. 3 minutes 23 seconds remaining. Misael has held the lead for this heat basically since the first few minutes, and hasn't let anyone else take that away from him. And we see a score update there for that flip he did on the first section, or the ARS he did on that first section, with the 5.4 being awarded to him, furthering his lead, now holding with an 11.15. So Maximo needing a 6.4 to lead, but those looking to advance. Oh, another change in situation there. Analu back into second place with a 5.9 for that last wave. So Maximo Palacio is looking for a 5.9 to advance, and Claudio Mata looking for a 6.65 to advance. So there's some pretty decent scores that those two guys in third and fourth are needing to see if they can change this heat around in the last 2.5 minutes. Maximo holding first priority though, so we'll see if a set comes, he can do it the way he's been surfing these last few days.
Bueno, y si están recién llegando, solo quedan 2 minutos y hasta ahora es el brasilero Misael Cesario en primera posición y el hawaiano, vamos a solucionar ese nombre, el hawaiano Analu Jochman en segundo, y en tercera posición está Máximo Palacios, que tiene la prioridad, y Claudio Mata está cuarto. Si ustedes ven esos numeritos que están al lado de los nombres de cada competidor, esa es la prioridad. y ahí ustedes pueden ir viendo quién la tiene. Eso va cambiando según ellos vayan remando, tomando olas. Y al costado donde dice precisa es lo que necesita cada competidor. Y viene una ola aquí para Máximo Palacios, que está buscando un 5.90 para poder avanzar. Vamos a ver qué piensan los jueces ahí. Un rolo cayendo casi dentro del tubo, ¿no? Pero sí, no fue un tubo como tal. Esto es lo que hace esta ola. Esta ola es súper hueca. Tiene unas secciones súper buenas y realmente ofrece grandes posibilidades para hacer todas las maniobras del bodyboard. Yo creo y que en este evento vamos a ver todo lo que existe en el bodyboard. Vamos a ver seguro todas las maniobras y vamos a ver tubos para los dos lados. ¡Wow! ¿Y ahí qué pasó? ¡Wow! Misael tenía la prioridad y hizo lo que tenía que hacer. Blocking Analu because he did have the priority at that moment.
Yeah, that was some smart serving there from Misael, using that priority. Nice invert as well. Analu looking for something else. He's still in second position, so not as much stress for him as Maximo or Claudio. But yeah, that other wave that he just went there, not providing him anything. But yeah, some real smart surfing there. Misael using his priority just in case. He wants to advance through with first position, and so he made sure that he got that wave. Little roll there for Maximo on a small one, not able to push through. 15 seconds remaining. It's looking like this is who we're going to see advancing through. The Brazilian Misael Cesario and the Hawaiian Analu Yockman as we count down to the end of this heat. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to jump into a commercial break and then we'll be back with some more action of the Pro Juniors.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Today is the very first day of the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We're more than excited to be back in Iquique. Bienvenidos a todos. Primer día de competencia en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Vamos al agua, que tenemos muchísima acción con la categoría junior masculina, que está dando muchísimo de qué hablar acá en la punta 2. Let's check the water, please. Welcome back, Lucas.
Thanks, Bago. And we will have Martin Fisher facing Walter Bali, Lucas Herrera, and Rodrigo Ruiz. Good job for the guys in the previous heat. We saw Misael advancing together with Analu, and we are finally seeing those performances starting to come out. You know, good maneuvers. The tide is increasing. It's filling up. So good forecast for the first day of competition here, guys. We have so many heats to go, starting with the juniors here, the women after them, and then closing the day with the men. Let's see Rodrigo on the first wave of the heat, just running to hit that closeout section with a roll, but he couldn't complete the maneuver. He lost the grip off the board there in the landing.
Ok, so la primera ola, ya tenemos varias olitas corridas mientras estábamos en los cortes comerciales. Tenemos a Walter con una 3.50, tenemos a Lucas en azul con un 2.25, en tercero está Martín Fischer con un 1.50 y Rodrigo Ruiz en blanco con un 1.15. Esto está solo comenzando. La punta 2 cada vez se está poniendo mejor. La verdad que esta ola, a veces en la mañana, como lo vieron tempranito, empieza con un poquito de lo que llaman morning sickness, ¿no? Como un poquito de textura en el agua, una pequeña brisa, no siempre, ¿ah? Pero sí es bastante común. Empieza en la mañana un poquito así movidita y en lo que ya empieza a salir el sol se pone buenísimo. Ahora está realmente muy bueno. Este es un día que si estuvieras acá en Iquique verías por lo menos 25 personas en el agua y estarían todo el día surfeando así. Realmente puedes surfear todas las mareas acá. Sí es verdad que con la marea baja hay que tener un poco más de cuidado con el tema de la derecha, que es un poco más difícil, ¿no?
Yeah, so as Bag was saying, guys, with the low tide, the right-hander is a little bit tougher, but this wave here works with any condition, basically. You know, the waves here in Iquique are super good for conditions. I mean, the condition here, the regular condition here is pretty good. You know, there's a good consistency of swell, and there comes Lucas trying to squeeze a roll in there, but he ended up hitting the white water, so ended up not doing the maneuver. And that last wave for Rodrigo was just the first wave we saw in this heat, 1.15, but actually there were more waves surfed before we started showing the heat. So Walter Bali is in the first position right now with 3.5. Hold on, let's see Martin Fischer. Oh, too late on that left-hander, but good looking wave, but he was not in position.
Martín Fischer arriesgando ahí, intentando un tubo. Vamos a ver tubos, Lucas, lo prometo, vamos a ver un montón de tubos, vamos a ver
Seguro.
un montón de maniobras. Va a estar muy bueno y si ustedes recién están llegando, este es un evento que nos trae la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique a través de la Corporación de Deportes de Iquique. Agradecemos muchísimo haber vuelto al Tour Mundial, haber traído este evento que todos amamos, que todos les gusta muchísimo, porque la verdad que Chile es un país muy amado por el bodyboard. Y también muy lindo tener la oportunidad de irnos a Antofagasta después de este evento, para 2 eventos en este país. Y bueno, queremos agradecer a la SOFRI, que es la Zona Franca de Iquique, que está muy comprometida con el deporte también, está apoyando como uno de los principales auspiciadores, también el Hotel Ibis en la sucursal de Iquique. Queremos agradecer a la Universidad Santo Tomás. Va a haber un área de recuperación. Hay un área de recuperación cortesía de la carrera de kinesiología de la Universidad Santo Tomás. Muchísimas gracias. Agua Cielo también, que nos mantiene hidratados durante todo el evento. Y tenemos también el apoyo de la marca de bodyboard local Erizos Surf Brand, que tienen una tienda aquí también. Si ustedes no la conocen, Erizos Store, pueden revisar las redes sociales. Y también tenemos un grupo de empresas tradicionales de Iquique que no podemos dejar de mencionar. Muchísimas gracias por su aporte, que ha sido realmente indispensable. Bulldog, que es donde cenamos todos los días. Silvestre Coffee, el Jardín del Holgorio, Transdiaram, Reg Metal, Aurora, Biogastronomía, Red Salud, Alicar Modular. Y tenemos a Vigo Sports, a Safari Sport, a Inge Nortec y Erizos Store. Muchísimas gracias a todos, realmente cada grano que ustedes aportan para nosotros es una montaña y es muy bueno poder contar con ustedes apoyando este gran deporte.
Huge thanks to our sponsors. And we have that interview. Meanwhile, there's no action in the water. Misael and Joey down there, so take it away, Joey. So it looks like Joey was still working the interview out. We'll still showing the maneuvers, showing the heat here as he gets ready. We have the 4 athletes in the water there. Walter is holding the priority number 1 with yellow jersey, and after him, red jersey, Martin Fischer. So as you guys can see, for now, Walter is coming out on top. We still have very low scores in this heat. We're seeing the guys being more cautious, being more selective with the wave. Looks like water is coming on this one. Late drop for him, just falling from the roof, but he maintains the line and hits a roll there. Wow, good performance for yellow jersey. He couldn't hold that roll, couldn't hold that landing, but that was a late, beautiful drop by Walter Bali. And now we do have that interview ready, so take it away, Joey.
Hey guys, here I am with the winner of the last heat, Misael Cesario. Misael, tell us about the heat.
Primeiramente eu quero agradecer a Deus por estar proporcionando tudo isso aqui para mim. E quero agradecer aos meus pais, à minha família que está me assistindo, aos meus apoiadores, sempre juntamente com a Prefeitura de Salvador, a Sudesp, juntamente com o governo do estado, e a todos que me ajudaram a chegar aqui, a UCLA Brentes. E a bateria estava bem difícil, atletas de alto nível aqui nessa bateria, e o mar estava muito raso, estava com pouca água na bancada, tive bastante cuidado, e Deus também proporcionou boas ondas para eu poder fazer as manobras que eu treinei em casa, né, para fazer aqui nessa bateria, e só tenho que agradecer a Deus e é isso, vamos que vamos para o próximo round.
Great, man. And any more words you want to say to people in Brazil?
Sim. Também quero agradecer a minha família, a meus pais, como eu falei, né? A família Cesário, a família de Jesus. E também quero mandar um beijo para minha namorada, que hoje estamos fazendo um ano de namoro. E só tenho que agradecer, é isso. Quero agradecer a toda a galera do Brasil, da Bahia, de Salvador. E vamos que vamos.
Muito obrigado, boa sorte.
Os parabéns para o Misael Cesário, primeiro atleta brasileiro ali, mandando um agradecimento para o pessoal que está assistindo no Brasil e se classificou nessa primeira bateria dele. So, we have 16 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, guys. The situation for Walter is still the same. He's still on the lead right now. A small score of 3.5, and we are actually, hold on, we're still waiting for that last wave for Walter. He came out 1.75. Now he has a total score of 3. Hold on, that's the red Martin Fisher, guys. Good drive there for Martin, looking for that last section. The wave became a little smaller on the end, but he hit that roll, couldn't complete. We're seeing many attempts right now on that third section of La Punta Dos, which can get so shallow, guys, so shallow, dry rock. But the tide is filling up. We are seeing it get more contestable, and also the left-hander. So let's see Lucas on this one, just losing the section there, losing the timing, and getting a bit frustrated when he was trying to change that 0.75. 15 minutes remaining.
15 minutos en el reloj es lo que nos quedan, y aquí viene una ola más para Walter Bali. Un buen rolo, importantísimo esas maniobras en la primera sección de la punta 2. Es una sección que te ofrece más puntaje. A los jueces les gusta mucho ver que se ejecuten esas maniobras en esa área específica de la derecha de la punta 2. Así que no fue la ola más grande, pero está buscando él tratar de conseguir un mejor score. Él tiene un 3,5 y un 1,75. Tiene que tratar de cambiar ese 1,75 para estar un poco más cómodo en la primera posición. Y está seguido de Lucas Herrera con Martí Fischer en tercero y Rodrigo Ruiz en cuarto. Estos juniors que van a dar muchísimo de qué hablar. Ustedes en casa van a ver, pueden anotar los nombres de los riders que vayan viendo cómo corren, porque van a ser grandes competidores seguro en la categoría profesional. Y una ola para Rodrigo Ruiz, que no le ofreció mucho.
Y Walter Bali cambió su último score, Bego, 1.75. Cambió por 4 puntos. So Walter Bali changed his score. He exchanged that 1.75 for a 4-point ride in his last wave, just consolidating that leadership in this heat. You know, these are the first heats of the day, guys, of the first day actually of competition here. We have so much to go. We have such great performances, names, waves to see here in this beautiful event that was not part of the World Tour last year, but thankfully is back in the calendar, in the IBC calendar this year. And we can see that the athletes love this event. This is all about bodyboarding, you know. Iquique just breathes bodyboarding so much. There's always people in the water surfing. There's so many good waves here, guys. It's unbelievable. And thankfully, IBC World Tour is landing here in the cold waters of Chile once more for these amazing performances from athletes all over the world. So there's Lucas trying once more to go to the left, maybe hitting that section right now. Let's see. Lucas is struggling a little bit to find the right moment to hit the maneuver. Last wave for him was a 0.9, but he's finding some difficulty to increase that. And we are seeing very low scores so far in this heat for the guys, except for Walter, who's just, getting further away in the lead as the time goes by. And we have 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this heat. Remember, guys, stay with us because later we're going to see the women division going in the water, and we will see the pro division, also the men division in the water, if the schedule is still the same.
Yeah, no, actually, I just got the word right now that we might not see the women, so we're waiting for confirmation. Remember, we have still 4 more hits in this round, and we're gonna get you who's coming up. In here, the schedule might change a lot. It happens every year because this place it's very sensitive, and you have to be super careful in choosing the right moments for each division. So we'll see, and also remember the decisions on what division is going to be surfing, and all that is being taken by it's a joint effort. It's taken by the judges, the technical team representant, the event representant, and the athletes representant. So we'll see. I mean, that's probably the decision that they took and they agreed. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah. Para quienes están recién llegando, estamos en la categoría junior masculina. Había planificado que la categoría mujer viniera después, pero al parecer vamos a ir con hombres. Ya volveremos a más información después de esta ola de Rodrigo Ruiz. Trata de hacer un rolo, no lo logra completar. Pero sí, aquí es muy común que la planificación del día cambie, y bastante durante el día, porque esta ola realmente es muy sensible y es una ola que va ofreciendo diferentes escenarios, y la comisión técnica se reúne recordando que esas decisiones las toma la comisión técnica de la IBC World Tour, la representación local y del evento, con el representante de las categorías masculinas y la representante de las categorías femeninas. Entonces realmente es una decisión que se toma en conjunto y se llega a este acuerdo. Ahí se ve qué es lo que conviene llevar a cabo y qué es lo que conviene dejar para otro momento. Nosotros aquí solamente le ponemos un poquito de flores a la situación, unos comentarios, un colorcito, un saborcito, como quien dice, y bueno, y hacemos lo que nos van informando.
That's it, guys. As Bego said, the technical staff, the technical commission of this event just changes sometimes the schedule of the event, and this is completely normal due to the constant change of conditions here in La Punta Dos. The wave is very sensitive, as Bego said, and this is all for the good of the competition. All of these decisions and this council, gets together to find the best moments for each division to go in the water. So we just crossed that 10-minute mark. We are seeing, despite Walter, the guys not finding good waves in this heat. It is normal, we are just having one heat after the other, and it's normal to have sometimes 30 minutes, 1 hour, when the ocean doesn't provide too much. A bit unlucky to go in the water in this heat, but we are seeing the guys finding some relatively good waves there, as Lucas is needing 5.25 to go to the lead. Martin in third position right now needs only 1.76, guys, as you guys can see on the leaderboard. And in last, Rodrigo needs 2.11, so he's in last, but he's still needing a very low score, and there's still time for many changes of situation here. So situation is not settled. It can change very possibly.
Yeah, I agree with you. Estoy de acuerdo contigo. Vamos a ver la repetición de esta ola que es la mejor que tenemos hasta ahora. Son 4 puntos que recibe Walter Bali por esa. Como estábamos comentando, no solamente recibe, o sea, mejora su nota, sino que es su mejor ola hasta ahora. Así que buen trabajo del chico chileno en amarillo, Walter Bali, en la primera posición con 7.50, pero también tiene que buscar tal vez algo un poquito más alto para lograr marcar una diferencia con los otros competidores, ya que 5.25 tampoco es tan difícil para Lucas Herrera, y Lucas Herrera es el que más se tiene que cuidar porque Martín Fischer solo necesita un 1.76 y Rodrigo Ruiz un 2.11. Y para quienes no lo conocen, Martín Fischer es el hijo de Juan Fischer, que es un competidor que está haciendo el Tour Mundial este año, que lo vimos en Marruecos, y por supuesto va a competir acá. Yo creo que va a tratar de seguir el Tour, y además un competidor que ya tiene alrededor de 43 años y él ya tuvo una época increíble de competencia con excelentes resultados. Ya en una época fue el mejor bodyboarder de Iquique en su tiempo que competía más. Así que Martín también es parte del Club Océano, que es un club que ha formado muchos niños y viene muy fuerte, así que muy bueno también tener aquí en el mismo evento padre e hijo, ¿no?
Sí, interesantísimo, no lo sabía que era hijo de Juan, está muy bien. Y ahí viene él pasando por fuera, acabó perdiendo el control. Martín no logró nada en esta ola, pero vuelve para otra tentativa con menos de 7 minutos. So, blue coming on the wave right now, guys. These guys are looking more to the left in this heat. We are seeing Lucas throwing a roll in that section, but they are finding it pretty hard to land the maneuvers. Lucas is only needing 5.20. Actually, Lucas is classifying, but he needs 5.25 to take the lead from Walter. That's the highest score he needs. And on the other side, Martin needs only 1.96, Bego. Very low score for him, and the clock is ticking away.
Así es, se está yendo un poco el hit, ya estamos 6 minutos, vamos a ver Walter, que se ha de verdad demostrado muy bien conectado con esta ola, va por una RS, a ver si lo logra completar, no fue posible, pero sí, realmente se ha demostrado, se ha visto que está bien conectado con la punta 2, que es una ola de consecuencias, es una ola que es peligrosa porque tiene poca agua, pero al mismo tiempo es lo que queremos en el bodyboard, ¿no? Y nos ofrece esas olas, esas secciones.
Let's see this last one for the leader. Just quick turn to stay on the line. And he attempts an ARS, but, Walter didn't have enough speed on that maneuver to project himself and land in front of the wave. So, didn't make a change for yellow, and he's still in first position with a lot of advantage right now, as we are seeing the 5-minute mark staying behind. And, Lucas, Martin, and Rodrigo will definitely need to start moving themselves a little bit more. We saw some attempts, but I would say just waiting too long in the heat. Imagine being eliminated in a heat, guys, needing 1.96. That's when the pressure starts to kick in, and you have to move yourself to attempt anything to get the score you need. Because at this point in competition, the first rounds, it's all about advancing to the next round. So we all want to see the show. The athletes want to see the athletes want to put on a show as well. But now it's time to move, and that's what Martin is doing right now. Going for a smaller right-hander, throws a roll. Good job for Red, needing 1.96, and much probably he will get that and change the situation.
Sí, estoy completamente de acuerdo contigo. En cualquier momento Martín o Rodrigo pueden cambiar la situación porque necesitan scores súper bajos, así que tienen que cuidarse muchísimo Lucas Herrera, sobre todo Lucas, porque Walter está bastante sólido en la primera posición, y de todas formas no los hemos visto tal vez a los niños mostrando tal vez tanta conexión con este lugar o encontrando las secciones. Está bien igual, van poco a poco, ¿sabes? Esta bola es complicada y hay que ir poco a poco. Vamos a ver Rodrigo Ruiz. Rodrigo, 2.15 es todo lo que necesita para tomar la posibilidad de seguir avanzando. Hace ese rolo en una sección que realmente es ya la última y no parece que no lo completa. Otra más aquí para el líder del hit, es Walter Bali. Y ese rolo sí fue completado. No sé si pueda lograr tener algo más que el 350, tal vez no.
Bego, y la última ola de Martin fue suficiente para cambiar la situación. Cambió un 1.45 por un 3 y fue suficiente para ir a segundo y dejar ahora a Lucas Herrera en tercero, precisando también, necesitando 2.26. Entonces, un buen trabajo por ahora para garantir asegurar la clasificación.
Sí, muy buen trabajo Martín Fischer, poco a poco construyendo sus scores, ahora 4.50 realmente, que es bastante posible. También los otros chicos están con una necesidad súper baja, 2.26 en el caso de Lucas y 3.25 en el caso de Rodrigo. Si están llegando recién, ya saben lo que tienen que hacer para ayudar a impulsar este deporte, solamente tienen que conectarse con nosotros. Tenemos un Linktree que es muy bueno, es un código QR en donde se pueden conectar, un código QR para conectarse y que solo lo escanean y los lleva a nuestra página web, los lleva a todas nuestras redes sociales, a todo. Y la verdad, gente, estamos tratando de hacer un trabajo lo más profesional y lo mejor posible. Claro que siempre hay espacio para mejorar, claro que siempre podemos seguir creciendo y eso nunca va a parar, pero yo creo que es importante contar con el apoyo de la comunidad bodyboarder, de ustedes que están en casa. No cuesta nada, mandar un buen mensaje, seguir, apoyar. Saben, estamos en esto juntos, este es nuestro deporte que lo amamos y todos realmente estamos dando lo mejor y por supuesto siempre con miras de altura, siempre tratando de hacer lo mejor posible para el deporte, considerando también que es un deporte bastante pequeño. Pero, por ejemplo, acá en Iquique, bien apoyado por la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique y la Corporación Municipal de Deportes. Ahí está el código QR del que le hablaba.
That's it, guys. Get your phones right now and scan that QR code so you guys can stay in touch with everything that's happening in the World Tour in 2024. And, of course, all of the footage of the last years as well, the calendars, we have the rankings there, we have posts about each event, about the athletes, so much great information you guys can get access to just by scanning that QR code. And we crossed the 1 minute mark right now, and guys, check how good of a work Martin Fischer just did with that last 3-point ride. He started moving himself, found a 3-point ride, he needed only 1.90, and that was enough for him to get in second. And check this out, he's now holding the priority in the outside. He went to second and he's holding the priority, so he can have a chance to block the third position right now, but he doesn't. He goes to the left. I didn't see if he blocked anyone on that wave, but I believe he was trying to increase her score, which is 1.5, his backup score, so trying to consolidate that second position.
Así es, bueno, últimos 17 segundos y todo parece indicar que vamos a quedarnos como lo estamos viendo, a menos que Walter, que bueno, tiene la primera prioridad, o Lucas tome alguna ola y consiga ese 4.35. La verdad, el trabajo de Martín muy bien porque logró conseguir un score mayor y quedarse con la segunda posición. Esa ola podría haber contado si la hubiese podido bajar. Los resultados oficiales con lo que ven en pantalla, Walter Valle avanzando junto con Martín Fischer. Felicitaciones a los otros competidores. Vamos a un corte comercial, regresaremos muy rápido, no se muevan.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just finished the fourth heat of this first day of the Iquique Bodyboard Pro in the great wave of La Punta Dos, and I have Joey here back with me for round number 4, heat number 5. Welcome back, Joey.
Thank you. Good to be back. Let's get into it and see who we have in the water. In red, we have Jorge Huerta from Chile, Patricio Lopez in yellow from Chile, Mateo Trancoso in blue from Chile, and from Peru, Jesus Mendoza. Let's get in there and see what's going on. It looks like a few waves have already been caught.
That's it. Full South American heat. 3 Chileans and 1 Peruvian. The Peruvian crew is just super strong here in Chile this year, guys. Remember, we have a Peruvian Pro Junior world champion last year. It was Michael Gianci. We will see also Pirpo surfing later in the competition, but let's check this replays. That was Jorge Huerta just in and out. Patricio Lopez on the left-hander. He has a 0.75 and a 2-point ride, and it was just it. And actually, Jesus has the best wave of the heat so far, a 4.5.
Yeah, 4.5 there for the Peruvian, and we've been seeing a lot of strong surfing from the Peruvians today with a few heat winners from the nation of Peru, just north of here, not too far, probably maybe a 4.5 hour drive until the Peruvian border. But I know a lot of these guys come from around Lima, which is, I believe, maybe another 12-hour drive north of the border there. So
yeah, even to the border here, I think north, if you go north of Chile to the border, it's maybe more hours than that. I think it's quite far. I mean, from here to Arica, something like that, I think it would be more than 6 hours.
Oh, really?
So,
yeah, okay.
Chile is super stretched up, right?
It's a long country.
Yeah.
I think it's like 4,500 kilometers, más o menos,
wow,
in length, which is
huge.
Pretty long. Like
yeah. But anyway, we're very close to each other here in South America, guys. In South America, I would say maybe Brazil is a little bit more isolated due to the language barrier, you know. We are the only ones that speak Portuguese and not Spanish here in South America. But, you know, we look very alike. We have very similar manners and stuff. And we love each other so much. Great to be here in Chile once more. I would say Chile is the backyard for the Brazilian bodyboarders, you know, when you're traveling abroad. Chile is definitely the backyard, and you know the first one you see and want to go when traveling aboard.
Oh, it's such a cool thought. Hold the phone for a second. Jesus Mendoza backing up his 4.5 with a powerful roll there on the second section. That was nice. Good surfing from the young Peruvian in the first 4 minutes. That'll be 2 scoring waves, and we'll see these scores come through in a second. But yeah, I love that idea of it, of like, in Brazil, you probably grow up surfing warm water, nice beaches, wedges, and then just on the other side of your continent, not too far, relatively speaking, you've got these cold water slabs. And yeah, it's a really cool idea of growing up with that thought, being able to travel there. There we have Jorge Huerta with not much happening on that wave.
Yeah, sure, Joey. You know what? One thing that I would say that brings most of the Brazilians, and also for sure people from other countries as well here to surf, the constancy. You know, the waves are super constant here. If you go, for example, Arica is a place that is known for having waves every day. Like if you go to Arica and spend a month, you may be not surfing 2 days or something, but you're surfing every day basically. You know, super constant.
Yeah. And those 2 days you're not surfing might not even be because there's still waves. You're probably just having a sleep in or just relaxing.
That's true.
Yeah, it's crazy. I love in Chile, a lot of the cities have their own catchphrase. So here in Iquique, it's Iquique Glorioso. And in Arica, it's Arica Siempre Arica. And it's so true because there's just always waves. Arica Siempre. But Iquique Glorioso is a pretty epic place. And here we have a replay from our rider in white. Oh, that was the first wave, I think, of Jesus. And then this is the second, I think, of a kind of different section, but both still pretty powerful waves, powerful rolls, 4.5 and a 4.85.
Indeed, Joey, the 2 best waves of this heat. And if you guys were watching the previous heat here with me, you could see that it was pretty slow, you know. And in this heat, we are seeing a different context. We are seeing Jesus just dominating with 2 good average scores to begin with. And guys, we have that interview ready with Walter down there. So take it away, Bagel.
Thank you so much, guys. Walter, you just won your heat. The scores were a bit low. It looks like you guys were struggling to find waves. So how was it out there?
Bueno, las condiciones estuvieron muy difíciles, pero se pudo concretar buenas maniobras y pudo sacar adelante.
Well, he says he feels the conditions are a bit difficult right now, but he was lucky enough to find the waves and advance. What does this event looks for you, or what does it mean? Because you're coming from a place very different. You're coming from Concón. Este evento, ¿qué significa para ti estar acá en Iquique, una ciudad de bodyboard? Vienes de una ola completamente diferente, Concón es súper diferente. ¿Cómo te sientes aquí?
Bueno, se siente muy distinto igual, porque igual donde yo corro es Reñaca y son condiciones igual distintas porque es un beach break. Entonces me siento muy cómodo porque la ola igual es como más pareja y más no es tan imperfecta como allá. Entonces igual es mucho más cómodo para mí.
Well, that's actually a pretty cool comment. He's coming from Reñaca, which is in the central coast of Chile, and it's a beach break where he surfs. And he says the conditions are super different, but he feels very comfortable here because the waves are more perfect. Like, as you know, beach breaks are kind of shifty, so for him to surf here is way better. Say something to someone. ¿Quieres mandar algún mensaje, algún saludo para alguien?
Sí, quiero dar gracias partiendo a los organizadores del evento. Agradecer a Seba Siede, a Constanza Vergara que vienen apoyando desde el principio, a mis compañeros de la universidad y a toda la gente que me ayudó para estar acá.
Felicidades y mucha suerte para el resto de competencia. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Bagel. Great interview there with Walter, just taking the first heat for him. Actually the 4th heat of the day. And, these are perfect waves, definitely, that we see here in Iquique, but that doesn't mean, guys, that they are easy, because to begin with, you have 3 more riders in the water, which are maybe some of the best in the world, just trying to give their best on those waves. So it's perfect sometimes, but it's not easy at all. It's very shallow. It might be dangerous. It is cold indeed for people that are not used to cold water. It gets pretty cold here in Iquique, but I've heard that these last few days are not too bad, so that's not a problem for them, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Compared to other experiences I've had in Chile, it's pretty nice at the moment. I got away yesterday with a 3-2, but most of the guys out there, I think, were in 4-3s. Either way, definitely a lot colder than probably what we're both used to at our homes.
I think the 4-3 are the more usual,
Yeah, definitely. And even further down south, I know there's a bunch of bodyboarders that have come up from the Quinta region and maybe even further south. And I think in the winter, they definitely start maybe even getting the hoods out.
Wow.
Because it gets pretty cold down there.
Last year I got a 5mm here, so I know that's too much, guys, but, I'm coming from Brazil, skinny guy, so first wind that hits, it's cold. So Jesus, guys, is just taking the advantage in this heat. Let's see the second. Patricio choosing a left-hander, goes for a quick roll. He is exchanging 1.20, so, a good job just to get to move some more and staying active in the heat. So Patricio is in second. He just changed that score for a 3-point ride in the last wave. Jorge in third, needing 3.75 to get back to classification. And Mateo didn't surf any wave. I'm not sure if Mateo's in the water.
Jorge up and riding here, the Chilean in red, just deciding to kick out of that one. We saw a little wave in the corner of our screen, which we might get a replay for in a second from Jesus Mendoza. And it looked like a pretty kind of hollow wave. I'm not sure it was in the barrel or not. I'm sure we'll see in a second. But there's definitely a few on the inside that are just spitting out and pretty powerful, heavy sections.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much water so far in the reef, but every now and then one wave hits the reef properly and just breaks perfectly, and wave selection will play a big role in finding this jam, because now it's just every now and then that we are seeing the waves breaking in a very, very good shape. But I believe that with the tide filling up, we'll see more perfect waves, more not so shallow, those waves with too much white water. But let's see, guys. We have a good forecast for today and for the next days of competition. Yesterday, the wind just actually started affecting the wave pretty late in the afternoon.
2, 3 o'clock, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, we had some wind after lunchtime, but it was pretty light. And then I would say around 2, 3, something like that, it increased a little bit, and then it got a little bit bad, no?
Yeah, probably not until the end of the day.
Yeah.
From maybe 3 till sunset, then it started to get a bit more chopped up. But yeah, it was nice, like for a long part of the day, which I didn't expect. I thought it would go onshore, considering how hot it got. I thought it would go onshore a lot earlier in the day.
Yes, guys. So each place here has its own, identity, and usually in Arica, for example, which I know more than here, the wind comes in at lunchtime, around lunchtime. But here, doesn't look like that. Let's see. That's the leader of this heat, Jesus Mendoza, now getting some speed, and he didn't think that was a good section to hit a maneuver. So Jesus still trying to change a 4.5 for a better score, but he's in a very good position with a great advantage from second place that needs 6.35 to reach him.
Yeah, he's staying busy. All these riders are staying busy, actually. I don't think, is Blue in the water?
I don't think so, Joey. I didn't see him yet, and we have no wave surfed by Mateo Trancoso, so we'll check up on that, but I don't believe that Mateo's even got into the water.
Yeah. So just a 3-man heat here, so only one of these boys will be getting eliminated, and at the moment it is going to be Jorge Huerta, but 12 minutes remaining, halfway through this heat, and he only needs a 3.75, so getting a score to take Patricio out of second place is not out of the question at all for Jorge, the other Chileno in the heat. Only looking for a small score. But yeah, all the boys staying busy with 4 waves caught each.
Yeah, Joey, just a matter of one good wave for Jorge to get that classification from Patricio, because guys, at this point it's just a matter of advancing your heat, to getting to the next round, and staying in the competition, because there are so many rounds. We have the seeded athletes that are the athletes that were between the top 16 last year on the World Tour. We have the seeded athletes going in the water later in the competition. So many rounds to go, so many days. We will have at least, I would say, 7 days of competition here in the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. So we still have so much more to go, and I'm looking very forward to it.
Yeah, about 160 to 170 competitors have signed up, so definitely
16 nationalities.
Yeah, very international, so very necessary to just start day one and start getting through the heats. And thankfully it looks like there's going to be waves the whole way through. Building tomorrow as well. I'm excited to see what it looks like tomorrow. People are even saying that Intendencia could be pretty sick.
Wow.
Which will be nice to watch from our vantage point just here, because we've got a pretty good view of a number of different waves just from this Punta Dos vantage point that we're sitting on at the moment. And you can even see the backs of waves looking all the way down kilometers into town. There's just so many waves all along the coast here. Really nice rock outcrops. Really good rock base. That's probably why they chose to build a city here.
Yeah, this is a golden city for sure, guys, for bodyboarding. If you want to spend some time, go for a surf trip, I would say that's definitely a good place to go. Super constant waves. There's waves every day here. Many different spots, many different waves here in Iquique. And you will be like a 6-hour drive to many other known spots, such as Antofagasta, where we'll be going next for the next stop of the World Tour. Also Arica, which is one of the most known places for bodyboarding here in this country. I mean, Chile is full of treasuries, and this one, La Punta Dos, is definitely one of these. And we will have the swell period actually increasing quite a lot throughout the day from midday, and that means a good thing, I would say. A lot of energy increasing in these waves, maybe the waves hitting the reef in a better shape, with more energy but more aligned, not just messing up, but more aligned waves. That's what's going to provide a good stage for the show, I would say.
100%, man, for sure. It's going to be exciting to see what happens even later today. With this building tide as well, usually tends to bring in a bit more swell. But yeah, before you could just see, we've got a few physio stations set up in the athletes area, the Whitman athlete zone, and yeah, they've got some exercise bikes as well for people to just start warming up their leg muscles on before a heat. Up and riding in red, the Chilean Jorge Huerta, unable to complete that roll.
Wow, Jorge needs only 3.75, guys. And yeah, third and fourth will be eliminated off this heat. As we said, we don't believe that Mateo Trancoso made it to the water. I don't think he's here at all. Yeah, he's not in the water. We just got the confirmation from our director. And yeah, so it's just a matter of not staying in third, guys. Jorge Huerta definitely needs to get those 8 minutes he has and try to go for that 3.70. You know, doesn't need to go huge or doing something very, very special. Just maybe going for the basics, I would say, would be a good job for Jorge in these slower moments of the heat. Entonces, una actualización para todos que están asistiendo desde casa en español. Tenemos 7 minutos y 40 segundos ahora restantes en esta manga. Jesús Mendoza prácticamente domina toda la manga. Ahí viene Patricio, que está ahora en segunda posición. Estamos vendo scores muy bajos, excepto por Jesús, que encontró un 4.5 y un 4.85, pero Mateo Trancoso no está en el agua. Mateo Trancoso no llegó para esta manga. Y ahora Jorge Huerta de Chile busca cambiar este 1.3 y necesita apenas de 3.7. Entonces, 7 minutos para vermos quién va a se quedar en esta tercera posición, si va a seguir siendo Jorge o entonces si va a tomar la segunda posición de Patricio López, también chileno.
Yeah, not looking for much. Up and riding, the current heat leader and the only Peruvian, trying to get a flip out of that little section and manages to land on top of the wave and get back into it. He is looking to improve on a 4.5. So we'll see what the judges give that flip. He's looking back. Wasn't a set wave, but nice to see some of the boys trying different things out there.
Yeah, so maybe changing that score, but I don't think so that it will be a big difference if he changes, because he kind of landed on the back of the wave, right, and lost a lot of speed and everything, and did some pedaling there to get back on the wave. As we can see, this beautiful small right-hander breaking there. We can see the right-hander just shaping better and better each minute that goes by. So let's see. Goes for the backflip, but he didn't have any projection, guys. You can see how he landed on the lip there and ended up falling in front of the wave. Could complete the maneuver, but that was only at 3.40 for Jesus. That stays in the same situation. And now you guys can take a look at our beautiful athletes area. Let's see, Patricio went on one wave in the meantime.
Yeah, that was a cool athletes area. They got all the board racks. They've got a bunch of wetsuit drying areas. And yeah, it's a nice athlete zone. Looks real comfortable and a lot of shade and places for them to just chill out and wait for their heats and enjoy the show, really. A great view from the area as well.
Yeah, it's not much that an athlete needs, right, when he's in the competition mode. I would say it's more of resting, you know, maybe having a chiropractor or something, or a masseuse in there, you know, to help with the relaxation, you know, having a segregated space for the athlete to concentrate also for his eats, you know, with shade, with water, with fruits. And that's exactly what the organization tried to provide here. Good looking wave for White. Kind of lost that first section for one maneuver, I would say. It could be a good decision, but he just kicked out of that one.
Yeah, taken off in a good spot though, just behind the peak. Can allow you to get straight into the barrel or like race around and get an air out of that first section. Ideally with enough projection to keep on going down the line to the second and third sections of the right-hander here at Punta Dos. But yeah, he's sitting in a pretty comfortable position with the second place needing a 6.3 to take him out of the lead. And still Jorge is looking for that 3.7, as you can see on your screen there. So very doable for for the young Chileno. 4 minutes remaining here as we get further into the Pro Juniors round. This is Heat 5. Still in
Brazilian
round one.
crew. That's the Brazilian crew. Pessoal que está assistindo do Brasil aí, mandem um alô pra gente. O que vocês estão achando desse evento? A gente viu ali o Gui, o Sócrates também, para as próximas baterias. And following, guys, we will have Shaden N from USA facing Luis Esteban Brabo and Matias Moreno, both guys from Chile, on heat number 6 of a total of 8 heat in this round.
Nice roll there from Patricio. Has a little look for a second section there on the left. Didn't provide for him. We'll see if he can better that 2.0 that he's been sitting on and make it even more difficult for Jorge to advance from this heat. Jorge sitting there with first priority though. He knows he needs a set. He needs something good that'll give him that score. Look what he needs now, 5.6.
Yeah, now the situation is another one, right, Joey? Because the score he needs just increased quite significantly, and the time has reduced as well in the same manner. So 2 minutes and 50 seconds, guys, and now Jorge is in a more complicated situation. Needing an average score, still not an excellent or a very high score, but he needs 5.60, and that's the American, I would say the only American we have in the competition, Shaden An.
Up and riding Jorge, looking for that 5.6, and he just has to kick off from that section there, not quite providing him with what he needs. The Peruvian backing it up straight away with a nice roll out of that first section and sets a line up to have a look down, but decides to kick out there. 2 minutes, 12 seconds on the clock. Jorge, that's not going to be enough for him. He's got another chance. He'll be back out the back, but it's just going to depend on the ocean now to see if it provides him with a wave, a scoring opportunity.
Entonces, ahora cruzamos la marca de 2 minutos restantes y la situación para Jorge Huerta, que está en tercera posición, se queda aún más difícil. Ahora Jorge necesita de 5.6, ya que Patricio López encontró una otra ola de 3.9 y aumentó su score total. Entonces, menos tiempo y más score es lo que Jorge Huerta tiene hasta el fin de esta manga.
1 minute 26 on the clock. Yeah, it's pretty. It's somewhat consistent with the sets. Sets are coming in all day, but there is a bit of a lull between the sets. We've been seeing these guys have to be patient, and even when the sets come, you really got to pick those ones with the right angles, the ones that aren't just going to hit that end bowling and close down before you get there. And so, yeah, I feel like this wave selection is so important. Here we have Patricio on a left, just looking for the section, which the lefts, they haven't been providing nearly as much as what we've been seeing the last few days today.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, you know, in the first moments of the day, we saw the right-hander just closing out sometimes. And we could see the left just providing a few sections, you know, 1 and 2 sections there. But right now, I think that with the tide already filling up a little bit more, the left-hander is starting to disappear a little bit more and become a little shorter as well. So let's see for how long the guys will insist on going on that left-hander as the right will get better and better with more water on the reef.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see less of them shutting down. Even we were already starting to see that. Like, remember a few heats ago just how triple lippy it was getting and
Yeah.
pretty scary looking, to be honest. And now it's starting to hold up a bit. But yeah, there we have the Peruvian Jesus Mendoza winning that heat and Patricio Lopez also passing through. Don't go anywhere, guys. Still more action for the Pro Junior men as we jump into a commercial.
All right.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Here I am back with Bagel in the booth. We are going into Heat 6, Round 1 of the Pro Junior Men. How's it going, Bagel?
It's going great out there. The vibes are super cool. Everyone, it's extremely happy to be here. And we have Shadingham from Hawaii, right there in red, and Lucas Esteban Bravo from Chile, Matias Moreno also from Chile in white. It's going to be another great hit for the Junior Men division right here in the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. So you can see we are in El Morro, Playa Bella Vista. And the wave name is Punta Dos. It's a wave that it's very good for bodyboarding. It offers lefts and rights. They're both equally as good. Rights are a bit longer, offered more than three sections. I'm sorry, we're gonna get back to that idea. This is the first blood of this hit. Lucas Esteban Bravo goes for a spin and connects with the roll. Luis. I'm pretty sure Luis is Peruvian, actually. I'm gonna get that information right, but it looks like he is Peruvian.
Following him up there, Matias Moreno. Looks like he comes out of a little barrel and decides to kick out before that last section. Bit of an exchange in the first few minutes here. We have Shaden Arn sitting with first priority. Come down from USA, from California, I believe. So, yeah, the boys up there will be stoked to see a Californian representing down here. Little shampooey barrel and looking for some speed here. Gets a roll through that lip and onto that shallow section. This wave won't provide him with any more, but he landed that roll. There's the first exchange we have from the three riders in the water at the moment.
That's right. I love that comment. Un poquito de en América, o sea, iba a decir en americano, en inglés se dice como que un poquito de champú ahí cuando se ponen un tuito que nosotros le decimos un techito.
Un techito.
Un techito, pero a ustedes me gusta que le dicen como champú porque es así como que recibes un poquito de espumita,
Sí,
así
sí,
como
sí.
un poquito adentro.
En tus ojos como...
Sí. Pero super cool comment. All right, so if you're just getting here, this is the very first day for the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro and replay here for this first wave for the Peruvian.
Yeah, nice forward spin there from Luis. Comes out with a roll and gets back into the whitewash section. But the end section just didn't provide a ramp for him. And then there's that little barrel we see for Shaden coming through and manages to get a roll through here. Then rides along in the foam ball for a little bit. You can still see kind of a little rapid on the inside there as it gets shallow and the water runs over those rocks. But definitely a lot less so than we were seeing earlier this morning. Low tide was at 7:45 and we are now sitting at around 11:30 today. And so getting closer to mid-tide. There's a little wave again for Luis Esteban Bravo from Peru. Looking to back up his 3.5 there.
Bueno, 20 minutos con 23 y sí tenemos confirmación que Luis Esteban es peruano. Ya se cambió de Matías también. Muchas gracias ahí, rapidito, están bien atentos. Dos peruanos entonces contra un hawaiano en este hit que está solo comenzando esto. Y recuerden, vamos a tener, son 10 días de periodo de espera y probablemente tengamos 7 días completos de competencia. Días largos, días de 7 horas, 8 horas puede ser, dependiendo de las condiciones. Así que ustedes se pueden quedar conectados con nosotros. Síganos en las redes sociales oficiales del evento. Iquique Bodyboard Pro tiene su propio Instagram. Y nosotros, por supuesto, la US World Tour. Y suscríbanse en este canal de YouTube, que es súper importante también por dos razones. Ustedes reciben las notificaciones y activan la pequeña campanita que sale ahí. Y van a saber todas las actividades que podamos ir haciendo. A veces ponemos highlights, a veces subimos otro tipo de contenido y siempre van a estar como conectados con nosotros. Y si no, también pueden seguirnos en las redes sociales. Entonces, link with us, connect with us. Conéctense con nosotros. Tenemos un Linktree que es un código QR que los vamos a mostrar ahora. Solo toman su celular y escanean de ahí mismo de la pantalla. Ese código QR los va a llevar a todas nuestras redes, a nuestra página web, en donde pueden seguir los puntajes también. Los puntajes los tienen acá, pero pueden seguir link with us.
Yep, scan that QR code that you see there on the screen. It will take you to all the information you need, social media, YouTube, IBC website, which also has live scores or a way to access the live stream, and it has all the other information about the IBC Bodyboarding World Tour, other events and news and updates, and yeah, so you can scan that with your phone and yeah, give you everything you need.
That's right. Thank you, Joey. Well, first day in this amazing event, and we would like to thank everyone that make this event possible. This event is brought to you by la Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique. Es un evento organizado por la Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique a través de su Corporación de Deportes de Iquique. Queremos agradecer a nuestros auspiciadores que han sido un apoyo inmenso y que ha sido de verdad muy bonito ver la gran cantidad de empresas privadas que han apoyado este evento. Tenemos a Sofria, la zona franca de Iquique, apoyando como uno de los principales auspiciadores. Tenemos a Hotel Ibis de Iquique, a la Universidad Santo Tomás, a Agua Cielo y a la marca local Erizos Sur Brand, una marca de bodyboard. It's super cool to have a bodyboard brand supporting an event. Erizos Sur Brand,
Yeah.
and its shop as well, Erizos store, if you haven't checked it.
Yeah, it's super cool shop. I haven't been in there for a few years, but some of the other guys went in and were showing me all these photos of it, and so yeah.
You guys are welcome anytime you want to go. It's at your place. It's a place for bodyboarders. If you don't want to buy it, it's all right. You can just go and chill out there for a while. There's videos all day long, bodyboard movies, and that's Erizos, the Erizos store. Okay, we have the interview ready with the winner of the last heat, and Lucas. Vamos, Lucas.
I'm here with Jesus Mendoza. Jesus, you're coming from Peru, used to beach breaks. How was the heat, and what does Punta Dos looks like for you?
Me pareció muy increíble este hit porque son de diferentes países, ¿no? Y me pareció así un poco de nervios, pero ahí.
Yeah, so he said it was a very good heat for him. He was super happy because it was very diverse, the guys from other countries, and he's happy that he passed by. So, Jesus, your second time competing in the World Tour, how does that feel for you at only 14 years?
Sí, la primera vez no me fue tan bien, pero esta vez creo que me vi muy bien y vamos con todo.
He's feeling good. He said the first time, which was in Antofagasta last year, was not that good, but he's feeling confident for this one. Entonces, unos saludos para quien te asiste desde Perú.
Quiero saludar a mi papá, a mi mamá, que siempre me apoyan, y a mis sponsores, ¿no? Independent, Escuama y la Municipalidad de Lurín. Y agradecer a mi profesor y que siempre me apoya. Muchas gracias.
Felicidades, Jesus. Back to you guys.
All right, super cool. Buena entrevista para el peruano que está viendo a sus compañeros también surfeando ahí. Qué buena ola de Luis Esteban Bravo. Ahí también buscando ponerse más fuerte en la primera posición. Y Luis Esteban Bravo de Perú. 2 peruanos contra un hawaiano aquí en este hit. Y esta es la repetición de la última last wave of the Peruvian. Luis Esteban Bravo. It's a 4.75, and now he is looking more comfortable in the first position. We're still waiting for Shaden to get the second wave. He's only holding a 3.25 so far, but yeah, definitely he will be getting something else for just to put some score on his board.
Yeah, that's it. 15 minutes remaining, so anything can happen with this building swell. Looks like a few fun-looking waves out there. You get this wide-angle view, and you can just see the left and the right rifling off, spitting out both sides. Just when I went out before to do that last interview, I was watching from the beach, and I saw one of the lefts with a massive spit. So there's definitely some potential on them as well, even though we haven't been seeing that as much. But the right's always providing here at Punta Dos. 14 minutes, 20 on the clock. You can see some of the athletes waiting around, enjoying the beautiful day we have here in Iquique. Just so sunny and warm, and a lovely autumn temperature. There's all the crew. Are they the Chileno crew, I think?
Yeah, there's a lot of people in there, but yeah, those Those guys are from here. And we had Alexandra Rinder in what's gonna be her first appearance in tour this year. She didn't go to Morocco. She didn't go to Morocco. We didn't see her.
No, I
Did oh no, she
think
did.
she was there.
You're right.
'Cause
Yeah,
I met her there, I think.
she did go to Morocco. Sorry, yeah, and but yeah, she didn't go to Wahine. That's what it is.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see her. She loves this wave because
Yeah.
it looks like La Caleta where she comes from.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be pretty cool. We're not gonna see the women today, people. We had the official word that after this, we still have 2 more heats in this round, and a wave there for Shadenham. Let's see, this one is shaping for something. Goes for a round roll, very well projected, and 1 more. So definitely Shaden been waiting for that wave that it's gonna pay it off for him. Una más para Matías, pero no. I think Shaden is gonna get a nice score. We'll see this one for the Peruvian heat leader.
He manages to stretch his arms around to get that roll in, but that wave wasn't very powerful and probably won't give him the score that he needs to better his score, but he's still sitting in first. We'll see how the judges award this last wave for Shaden and the American, because he got 2 pretty nice waves off that second section there. I mean rolls, 2 pretty nice rolls. You can see them paddling back out to see who will get second priority there. Just a 3-man heat. It looks like the next heat coming up is going to be a 3-man heat as well. Here in the last few heats of round 1 of the Pro Juniors. Here's that replay. Really nice line here. Look, no water off that inside and a good projected arms extended roll. And again, very powerful and clean surfing there from Shaden. The only North American we have in this division here.
I think he's actually from Hawaii, and
Oh, okay, cool.
yeah, no, because he has been surfing already for a number of times. I met him, I believe, back in 2022 in Sintra, and I think I'm pretty sure he's Hawaiian.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And there was another Hawaiian in a heat earlier. So looks like 2 of the boys have come over from Hawaii.
Yeah, that's super cool, right? Because we don't really have too many juniors. I mean, just in Sintra, we had a few juniors from Hawaii. But yeah, in tour we don't have them. But I'm pretty sure there have to be a lot that are surfing super good. And here comes again Shading. He got a 5.5 for his last wave, and of course he got the first position. He's gonna try to find something better than the 25 that he has, but yeah, that's gonna be it.
Little reverse spin for him there. But yeah, it is cool to see guys coming over from Hawaii, the home of surfing, the home of bodyboarding, where it was all invented, and they're still just producing so many riders. However long surfing and bodyboarding has existed for, 50 years, even longer, they're still just producing riders, current world champions from Hawaii, and so many good riders coming out of there. There is a nice roll out of the bowl there for Luis Esteban. Combos it up with a second one, and that'll be a good wave for him. He's only looking to better a 3.5, so it could be another change in situation here.
Interesante la comparación de los 2 rolos que hizo. El primero fue un poquito forzado y ahí consigue, sí, es una maniobra completada, pero si lo ven como que aterrizó en la mitad de la ola. Y este fue el que a mí personalmente más me gustó, lo vi más fluido y como más proyectado. Así que vamos a ver si vuelve a tomar la primera posición. Es un 5.15, es la mejor ola hasta ahora de Luis Esteban. Y es ahora Shaden necesita un 4.40. It's a super possible task for Shaden.
Yeah, very tight heat, and the way he's been surfing is definitely possible. Matias Moreno has not any scoring waves yet. He'll need to go and better both of those waves if he wants to make it through this heat. So he'll be sitting there. He's got first priority. He'll be looking for something good, something powerful, and hopefully something that connects the whole way through every section of this wave. being patient there. Still 9 minutes on the clock though, so definitely a possibility for him. But at the moment, it looks like it's just more the Lewis and Shaden show here in Heat 6 of the Pro Juniors.
You know what? It's just so good to have so many, Peruvians. We have a huge group of Peruvians. We have a huge group of also like Hawaiians. I was talking to Kavika, Shaden was there, and a few other guys that are present in this event, and they're actually drop knee riders, but they came here to compete in the men division because they serve super good also in prawn. And check that out, they even came with matching sweaters, all of them with the uniform, Peru Bodyboard. I'm loving it. I have a thing for when I see people in groups like wearing the same thing. I like it. I don't know why. People hate it, some people, but I like it.
Got a thing for uniforms.
Yeah. I got a thing for uniforms. It's just that we looked, so, it's you can tell the passion in the case of this group. They are very proud about the nationality and very proud about the growth of the sport in their country. So, all right, so that was a good attempt there for Matias, but not able to actually take that wave. But yeah, it just shows how, proud and how motivated you are. So it's super cool to see them with the uniform.
Yeah, I love it. And the Peruvians are so good at it. Every single event that I've been to, the Peruvians always are standing there, always close to the rocks with their jumpers on and their flags waving and really supportive. You can see there in the bottom left of the screen, that is the next heat coming up. Matias, Jai, Lionel and Owen, but unfortunately Jai wasn't able to make it, so we won't be having any Australian representation in the Pro Junior as Jai decided to stay in Australia. Just couldn't get the funds to get the flight over in time, but he said if Maldives goes ahead that he's going to go there instead and hopefully to front on as well.
No, and I wanted to ask you about that because we had three men competing in the men division from Australia. They're fairly new names. Actually, the second twins that we have in tour now, there have never been in an IBC World Tour contest. And we have Tom Morris. He has been in Maldives, and I'm not sure if he went to Sintra once. I believe only Maldives last year.
Yeah.
And we used to have Ryan Hill-Smith that I'm pretty sure he was going to be showing in Maldives as well. But yeah, and we have Ebony as well.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about this group of new riders that we're having from Australia.
Yeah, it's sick. So I definitely think. Oh, hold the phone here. I'll commentate us through this one with a really nice bottom turn from Lewis and a powerful invert, and he lands that one clean. That was a just really nice put together wave. But yeah. There's good amount of Australian crew. This is probably the first international event that I've personally been on where there's a little Australian team, more than just like one or two riders. So it's really cool to see, and I think Ebony has motivated the boys to come over because she was there in Morocco and she's really keen on doing the women's division, and she is dating Josh DeLee, and then Josh and Kai. Oh, hold up. There we have Matias looking for a wave, but not much there for him. But yeah, Josh and Kai, the twins, they've come over as well.
Ok, una repetición de la última del peruano que está surfeando súper bien aquí en la punta 2. Yo creo que estos chicos están súper motivados del trabajo que hizo Pirpo. Recuerden que nuestro campeón mundial en esta división es peruano, es el gran Pirpo Michael Yance. Nuestro campeón, un defending champion como se dice en inglés, el que va a defender su título este año. Así que vamos a ver qué pasa con él aquí en la punta 2. Una ola para Shaden Han. See, that was a pretty cool ARS combined with a roll.
Yeah, he got an ARS out the first section there, got around quickly with his leg, comboed it up with a roll. A little invert there for Matias Moreno, was not nearly as projected as his Peruvian competitor Luis Esteban, but it will definitely be an improvement for his scores as it is his first completed wave of this heat. And so 4 minutes remaining. You can see the waiting for scores sign just there, as we'll see those filter through any second now. But yeah, it looks like Luis Esteban with a very commanding lead, an 8.5 for that invert. And that just really goes ahead and shows you what the judges want. That was it was a set wave. He did a perfectly clean bottom turn and a nice projected invert and landed it in the flats. And yeah, that's the highest scoring wave of the day, the 8.5. So putting himself further ahead. Shaden needing an 8.16 to get back into first place, and Matias Moreno needing nearly a 9 point something. Here's a replay of it.
8.5. 8.50 es la nota más alta que hemos visto en esta categoría junior el día de hoy. Este rider increíble desde Punta Negra, desde explosivos, como está surfeando aquí como si estuviera ya sin pensar en la roca, viene todavía incansable. Mucho talento tienen estos riders de la costa de Lima, la costa sur de Lima, me atrevo a decir que es, corríjame si estoy equivocada, pero está dando una cantera impresionante, un semillero impresionante de riders, sobre todo jóvenes juniors. Ya lo vimos en su momento cuando Christopher Bayona todavía era joven, todavía era junior, él es muy joven todavía. También daba mucho de qué hablar. Después Pirpo, que logra coronarse campeón mundial en la categoría Pro Junior por primera vez en la historia, ¿no? Tenemos un peruano campeón mundial junior. Y nada, unos nombres del Bodyboard, el mismo, el hijo de Jorge Saavedra, Fabio Saavedra, y bueno, ahora estamos conociendo a Luis Esteban, a Matías Moreno. Hay muchísimos más también presentes en este evento. Tenemos a Leonés Quispe, a Omar Espinosa, a Jesús Mendoza, a Cristóbal Arriarán. Así que muy buena participación junior en este evento de los peruanos. Me gusta mucho porque nos están garantizando que el futuro del bodyboard está asegurado.
Yeah, they've been super dominant, the Peruvian boys, with Pirpo, the current junior world champion, hailing from Peru himself, and it looks like the generation following up under him are all ripping as well. So super, super cool to see that, because Peru, as far as the popularity of bodyboarding waves go in the world, there's definitely a few popular waves in Peru up in the north, but you don't hear much about it. You don't see many guys traveling to Peru to film sections, but you're starting to see more and more footage coming out from all the Peruvian guys, and the waves do look super fun. I know they've got some really nice long point breaks there, some of the longest waves in the world, and some of those waves get pretty heavy as well. And then Lima, I know you've got a lot of like wedgie beach breaks, and yeah, clearly these guys have just been training in those conditions and getting better and better at this competition style of bodyboarding. Up and riding though, the Hawaiian Shaden Ann, getting a little head dip in there and kicking out. That wave not offering him much more, but it looks like Luis Esteban Bravo and Shaden Ann will be the two progressing through this heat here.
What a good hit there for Luis Esteban. He's just bringing the highest score of the event so far, of this division, of course. And we'll see what the men can do, because the men are coming up after we finish this round. We're going to see the men division for 8 hits at least. Actually, we will try to get as far as possible with the men. Congratulations to Luis Esteban for putting on a show, and of course to Shadenham to advance, and congratulations to Matias as well. Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue with more of the Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2024. Pues Seba, bienvenidos una vez más a el primer día de competencia del el Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Estamos acá en la punta 2 muy felices. Esto solo está comenzando. Welcome everyone, the first day of competition of the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Let's hit the water because we do have 2 more Peruvians against 1 single Chilean. Jay Taylor, it's not present in this event, so we are not going to see the Australians. So right now this heat is only with these 3 riders. We'll see how that unfolds. Who do we have?
So we have one Chilean, Matias Caceres, facing the 2 Peruvians, Lionel Quispe, from the same beach as Pirpo comes Explosivos, and also Owen Cueva.
Ok, la primera, Owen Cueva tomando esa ola, un poco complicada, pero lograba por irse por la puertita de atrás, como a veces decimos, escaparse de esa sección un poco peligrosa, ¿no? Y la primera de Lionel Quispe, que viene del mismo sitio que Luis Esteban y tiene el mismo color de lycra. Vamos a ver si la lycra azul le da la misma fuerza que le dio a Luis Esteban a estos chicos de explosivos de Punta Negra, allá de Perú.
Yeah, so that wave just expulsing Lionel Quispe from the reef there, just connecting 2 rows. So combination of maneuvers for the Peruvian. We are still waiting for these scores to come out. 25-minute heat, 12 wave limits. Let's check that replay. Owen just kicking off of that one, and wow, ended up all messed up in that wave and the blue. Lionel just with 1 roll in the first section, just landing on the line, trying to get some more speed, waiting for a section to pop up, and it does. And he hits that roll, landing in the white water softly. So good job for Lionel. That was worth a 5.25 for him, just jumping in first position.
Yeah, that's right. Good job there for him, Lionel Quispe, con un 5.25 ya empezando fuerte, empezando rápido, con una nota mediana. Pero está bien. Yo siempre he escuchado eso de entrenadores que te dicen, trata de poner una nota mediana, un 5, un 4 y algo, ojalá un 6 obviamente, pero trata de poner 2 de esas al comienzo, en los primeros 5 minutos del hit, y eso te va a dar confianza y te va a dar fuerza para poder afrontar el resto del hit. Es tan importante tratar de tener esos primeros minutos controlados, ¿no? Y ya después de ahí, la competencia, siempre lo decimos, que mucha gente no lo toma en consideración, es un juego más mental y táctico, ¿no? Ahí teníamos una situación de cacho compartido entre Matías y Lionel, pero me parece que ninguno de los dos logró concretar. Vamos a ver qué pasó con Lionel hacia la derecha.
Yeah, so a split wave between Matias and Lionel, red and blue. But as Beko was saying perfectly right, in the meantime, while we wait these scores, I would say that, you know, just trying to move yourself and getting a score in the first minutes of the heat is a very good strategy. And in this case here, is paying out well. We saw Jesus 2 heats ago advancing like this. We also saw Luis Esteban very active in the last heat. And, you know, in the first heat of the day, we are seeing some slow moments. We have good conditions, but some slow moments. And due to this factor, I would say that starting in first would definitely play a good role. That's Owen Cueva.
Owen Cueva, que viene de Cueva de Surco. Estoy recibiendo aquí información. Miguel Solís me está mandando cosas. El Mutan también me está mandando cosas. Esto me encanta, gente. Si ustedes me quieren mandar información de los riders, yo feliz de la vida. Un buen rolo también para Lionel. Si quieren mandar, si conocen algún rider, porque siempre nosotros les preguntamos, pero no siempre recibimos la información. Entonces me dicen lo que quieren y aquí nosotros lo leemos, ¿vale? Pueden mandarme por el Instagram, a cualquiera de nosotros. Nuestros Instagram salen al comienzo en la presentación y nosotros leemos la info, que nos encanta conocer a esta gente, porque claramente no podemos conocer a todos los bodyboarders del mundo, ¿no? Es muy difícil. Cada año llegan nuevos chicos, sobre todo en la categoría junior. Vamos a ver esta para Matías.
Let's see the third wave for Matias. Live action, guys. Going to the left, but didn't find much. He only has 1 and 1.10 so far didn't make a big difference for him.
Sí, no mucho ahí. Y sí, aquí estamos recibiendo información, me dice que es de Chorrillos, Owen, un distrito que es full surfista y también surfea en Pachacútec y le dicen Chinín Owen. Mira qué lindo, el Chinín. Bueno, aquí tenemos ya lista la entrevista con Joey y el ganador con la nota más alta hasta ahora de lo que va a decir Joey. ¡Vámonos!
Hey guys, here I am with the winner of the last heat, Lewis. Lewis, tell us about that highest score of the day, that invert.
Bien, me sentí muy bien por haber metido ese inver y gracias a eso pude pasar.
And how is it being here down in Chile from Peru?
Sí, es muy chévere aquí la ola y la recomiendo correr porque es muy buena, sales del tubo y puedes volar, normal.
Cool, yeah, he says he's real happy to be down here and surfing these waves. And is there anything you want to say to people at home, a la gente en casa?
Mando saludos a mi mamá porque gracias a ella estoy acá y nos mostraron un nivel de Perú. Gracias.
Cool. Little shout out to his family and friends at home. Muchas gracias y mucha suerte.
All right. Thank you, Joey. Congratulations to Luis Esteban. Luis Esteban con la nota más alta hasta ahora de lo que va de campeonato, un 8.50 en una ola y la sumatoria también más alta porque consiguió un 13.65. Así que realmente los chicos peruanos dando mucho de qué hablar, pero también tenemos un chileno haciéndolo muy bien, Matías Cáceres en esta última ola y bien bueno ese rolo, redondito. Y con esta última ola se pone segundos, eso fue un 3.75 del chileno, que se enfrenta contra dos peruanos. Así que bien ahí Matías dándolo todo también para representar a este país que está recibiéndonos en la primera fecha que tenemos en Chile este año y es la tercera del Tour Mundial de la IBC World Tour. Vamos a ver ahora el calendario si es que nos permite este set que viene ahí, pero tenemos un bonito calendario este año con una pierna sudamericana que tiene 4 eventos, perdón. Venimos de Brasil, de un evento solo femenino, el Guajine, del ArcelorMittal Guajine Bodyboard Pro. Y ahora estamos en Iquique, el Bodyboard Pro.
Y después vamos para el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, que está en su 13ª edición, ¿no, Bego?
Eso mismo, muy bien.
Perfecto, y ahí cerramos la perna sudamericana con el Itacoatiara Pro, con sus grandes olas, como suele ser todos los años. Tenemos un evento más en Maldivas que está para ser confirmado todavía, de Maldives Bodyboard Pro. El Sintra Pro, que fue confirmado a unos días atrás. Después tenemos tal vez lo que puede ser la primera competencia en el Tour Mundial de Bodyboard en una piscina de ola de The Wave IBC Pro y el Gran Fronton King. Pero vamos a ver Lionel Quispe en esta ola. El peruano logra un buen rolo, seguramente va a cambiar ese 2.5, Bego.
Sí, yo también lo creo y es importante que trate de construir lo más fuerte su score porque los otros riders necesitan poco y es muy probable que se cambien las situaciones en cualquier momento. Aquí, como hay tanta constancia de olas, básicamente el que seleccione bien, consiga una ola con potencial y haga un par de maniobras puede conseguir esos puntajes. Imagínate, 4.01 es lo que Matías necesita para tomar la primera posición. Ya no. Ahora Lionel recibió un 4.75 y esta ola de Matías, que tenía proyección, que se veía buena, solo le dieron un punto porque no ejecutó ninguna maniobra. Y esta última de Owen Cueva, me parece que tampoco es nada porque estoy viendo el score de un punto. Wow. La punta 2 tiene eso en el cambio de marea, se pone un poquito saltona. Y esta ola aquí fue con la que Lionel Quispe logró subir su puntuación, recibió un 4.75 y ahora sí que le puso mucho más difícil el camino al resto de los competidores y él se logra poner más sólido en la primera posición, el chileno.
That's the last wave now, guys, for Matías. We'll check that replay to see if Matías found any good moments. So let's see it. Just passing through that first white water, and the wave didn't provide anything for him as the tide is filling up and the left-hander is becoming shorter and shorter. And you know, I'm loving this heat because the guys are spending their time very well. They're being very busy, especially when it comes to Lionel and Matías. They are attempting many waves, you know, trying to increase their scores one after the other. And we have Lionel Quispe in the first position with those two good waves he found, a 5.25 and a 4.75. Right after him, Matias with six waves already in 6 attempts. He is in second, needing 6.25. And Owen, for now, is in the last position as Jay Taylor is not in the water. So Owen needs a 4.70 to classify. Remember, guys, only first and second will keep going on the competition, will advance to round number 2. And third and fourth will be eliminated. This is the second last heat of this round number 1. We will have one more, and it's going to be between Vicente Chipoco from Chile, Sebastian Aranguiz from Chile, Santiago Roa, and Edson Castro, también de Chile. Full Chilean heat.
Sí, en esta ronda de Junior, mira, está Clara Pontes, está Tom Morris, el australiano Tom Morris acá, que yo digo que se parece un poquito a Jake Stone cuando era joven, Jake. Y están Brahimi Dush también, que se están atendiendo. Esa área de ahí está Clarita Pontes, la brasilera. Esa área de ahí es cortesía de la Universidad Santo Tomás, que es uno de nuestros patrocinadores, nuestros grandes auspiciadores de este evento. Y la verdad que es muy importante tener un área de recuperación. Yo creo que ya hoy en día no debería haber ningún evento, sobre todo de talla mundial, que no tenga un área de recuperación, porque es demasiado importante. Una ola que tiene buena proyección para Matías Cáceres, vamos a ver, consigue un rolo Matías, vamos a ver, él está buscando un 6.25, no creo que sea esa puntuación, es una nota alta, pero probablemente cambie ese 2.30 y vaya poco a poco construyendo su campaña, ¿no?, para llegar a esa primera posición.
There comes Matías Cáceres, just keeping very active and staying busy in this heat. One roll for him. That was a 3.60, guys. He managed to increase his score. He used to have a 2.3, and now a 3.60, getting further from Owen Cueva. Matías está muy bien, Bego. Está muy activo en la manga, no para de correr olas, siempre intentando, mismo con dificuldade em encontrar buenas sesiones a veces, sigue intentando y poco a poco logra aumentar su somatorio, y para Owen se queda cada vez más difícil, pero ahí viene la respuesta del peruano.
Vamos a ver, Owen, que escoge esta derecha, tiene proyección, creo que va a conseguir algo, y sí, consigue un rolo bonito. Esta va a ser la mejor ola de Owen porque hasta ahora no había tenido mucha suerte, no había conseguido mucho. Este chico desde Chorrillo, a ver si va a tener su mejor score, definitivamente.
So the last wave for the Peruvian, Owen in white, just racing that wave until that last section where he hit the roll and managed to complete 4-point ride for the Peruvian, but that was not enough for him, guys. He still needs a 3.35, so his life became a little easier right now as he got closer to Matias, but still in need of a 3.35 with 10 minutes left.
Y queremos mandar un saludo especial a la escuela de Miguel Rodríguez de Bodyboard. Miguel Rodríguez es un gran bodyboarder peruano, también presente en este evento. Y quienes vienen es Sebastián Aranguis, que está preparándose para el próximo hit. Recuerden que el próximo es el último de la categoría junior masculina y vamos a saltar a la categoría masculina profesional. Y vamos a tratar de llegar lo más lejos posible con ellos. Así que va a venir una fiesta de maniobras de seguro. Vicente Chipoco se viene, el local de acá de Iquique. En rojo está Sebastián Aranguis, en amarillo Santiago Roa, en azul, que también es iquiqueño, y Edson Castro en blanco. Como saben, que siempre les decimos, si quieren mandar alguna cosita, alguna información o algún saludo, nos pueden escribir a nuestras redes sociales sin problema cuando tengamos un momento, porque obviamente estamos bien concentraditos en lo que está pasando en el agua y tratamos de no tampoco leer mucho ni el chat ni nuestras redes, pero podemos saltar de vez en cuando a leerlos. Así que aquí tenemos, vamos a leerlos un poco, ¿no? A ver qué es lo que tenemos en el chat.
Sí, claro.
Tenemos a Giancarlos Chávez desde Ecuador, un saludo gigante a la gente de Ecuador. Faltan ecuatorianos en el Tour Mundial.
Owen Cueva on a smaller wave, but he's trying to get that second position, just an in and out.
Olha esse comentário bom em português.
os peruanos são idênticos aos atletas do Nordeste brasileiro, guerreiros. É isso aí, pessoal. O pessoal do Nordeste lá é conhecido pela garra mesmo, pela vontade. E eu diria que os peruanos, eu concordo 100%, são 100% isso aí. E aí tá a equipe das Canárias. Los chiquillos.
Los chiquillos, los chayos.
Chayo.
Los chayos. Un saludo para Noemí por si anda por ahí. Esa es la zona de atletas, cortesía de Erizo Surbrand. Y atrás tienen todo lo que son los hits. Ahí está Janita Saavedra. Ahí está Martín Fischer, ahí está Rulo Whitman, ahí está Emiliana González, que es iquiqueña, que viene de tener un resultado espectacular, quedando tercera en el Guajine. Están todos los riders ahí, estaba los canarios, como dijiste tú. Y viene una ola más para Matías Cáceres.
Matías Cáceres no logró completar este backflip, no hace la diferencia para ello. That's it, guys. 8 minutes remaining in this heat. That's the second last heat of the junior man division. We'll have one more, and after that we will finally start with the men division. As we said, let's check this replay only for Owen. Just one roll there for white jersey, and this score is still coming out, but he's going to change that 1.35 bag. It's going to make a difference for him.
Sí, este chico prendió los motores, como decimos algunas veces, y en estos últimos, bueno, mitad en realidad, vamos en la mitad del hit, logra conseguir los scores. Por eso es que en realidad nunca se puede contar fuera a ningún competidor, porque en realidad cualquier competidor puede lograr cambiar la situación. Y esta última fue muy buena de Lionel Quispe, perdón, el peruano. Un rolo proyectadísimo conectado con otro más, así que se viene un notón y ahí cayó. Esa ola es un 6.25 para el peruano que está liderando este hit. Y hubo cambio de situación. Owen Cueva recibió 3.90 por su última ola y ahora está segundo, dejando al único chileno en este hit sin posibilidad de seguir avanzando. Pero Lucas, 6 minutos y medio, y el chileno necesita un 4.15, es bastante posible que lo pueda lograr.
Surely, Bagel. Guys, I've been saying that Matias was very active in the heat. You know, he started very strong, just as Lionel did. But, you know, Owen is just stepping in the throttle right now and getting back in the second position. He found a 4-point ride a few minutes ago, and in this last wave, he found a 3.90. It was more than he needed to go to the second position, and now it's Matias that is in third position, the only Chilean in this heat. Now he needs a bigger score, a 4.15, to stay in the competition, and the clock is ticking away, guys. Less than 6 minutes remaining in this heat, and these guys are putting on a show, just changing situation wave after wave, you know, just attempting and, you know, improving at every minute that goes by.
Así es, y me gustaría mandar un gran saludo a todos nuestros patrocinadores. Este evento organizado por la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique a través de su Corporación Municipal de Deportes, y también agradecer a Sofri, que es la zona franca de Iquique, apoyando fuerte este evento. También el Hotel Ibis Iquique, la Universidad Santo Tomás, Agua Cielo, que nos tiene aquí consentidísimos con toda la hidratación. También Erizo Surf Brand y Erizos Store. Aquí la marca local que tiene presencia a nivel mundial de bodyboard, y una situación de cacho compartido. Me gusta mucho, esto es una de las cosas que te da la punta 2. Buen intento de Lionel Quispe, de tratar un tubo para la derecha, pero no lograba salir. Y ahora vamos a ver qué fue lo que hizo Matías hacia la izquierda en esta repetición.
So Matias just airdropping and getting exploded on that wave. Wow. Oof. Wow, that was a tough wipeout for him. Just lost the timing for dropping. Guys, this is a very shallow wave, and as soon as it hits the reef, it just bends so quickly. If you guys are used to reef breaks, it works like that. It just bends faster than a usual beach break. And if you're not in the right position, if you don't have the timing for that, you might airdrop, and that can be very dangerous, actually. I think that nothing happened to Matias in there. We'll check that real soon. But that's a tough mistake that you don't wanna commit. You know.
Salvavidas, algo pasó con Lionel. Bueno, es lo que está diciendo Lucas. Aquí hay que tener cuidado. Yo creo los riders, la verdad, tienen que venir instruidos. la punta 2 es muy famosa, no es una ola nueva. Aquí se sabe muy bien que es un fondo de piedra, tienen que venir con cuidado. La derecha hay que tomar mucho cuidado con ella. Ahí está el equipo de salvavidas de Iquique, que de verdad siempre haciendo un trabajo espectacular. Muchísimas gracias a todo el equipo de salvavidas por siempre estar ahí presentes. Vamos a saber un poquito más de Lionel Quispe. Espero que esté bien, ahí lo están revisando, a ver si es que le pasó algo. Vamos a saber un poquito más de él. Yo creo que tal vez cuando ya sí vaya a salir del agua. Hasta ahora él continúa primero. 3,12, vamos a ver esta ola para Matías Cáceres. Si es que logra conseguir el puntaje que necesita para seguir en competencia. Va por un giro contrario. Va a conectar, a ver si consigue algo más. No más.
Yes, guys, and just as we crossed that 3-minute mark, we saw that last wave for Matthias just came out 2.15. Didn't make a difference for him, and it looks like the jet ski is just getting Lionel out of the water. By what we are seeing, he might have hit the rock. It looks like he hit the rock there. Hopefully nothing really bad, and we can see our rescue team just getting him out of the water for that first aid, for that first treatment. And he's still in the first position, so let's see. Maybe, hopefully, he'll get recover and treat it right to get back to the to his second heat, because he's advancing actually, Bago.
Sí, él está avanzando. Esto le pasó en esa ola que trató de meterse en este tubo aquí. Miren, lo que pasa es que la segunda sección de la punta 2, que es esa ahí, es bastante peligrosa. De hecho, aquí cuando nosotros corremos diariamente, no hacemos mucho en esa segunda sección. Puede que consigas un tubo, sí, o sea, él tuvo una buena intención, pero los días glass y bien así formadito, vamos a ver, por lo menos está caminando bien. Probablemente se golpeó un poquito, ya lo van a atender, tenemos full atendencia. Además tenemos el patrocinio de Red Salud, así que yo creo que tenemos apoyo también clínico. No se preocupen, vamos a ver qué le pasa. Y acá está el iquiqueño, el chileno, sí, si no me equivoco, Matías es iquiqueño. Buen rolo, bien bueno en realidad ese. Vamos a ver, bueno, Lionel, que está primero, está ganando por 3.85. Parece que se golpeó un poquito en la cabeza, probablemente. Y Matías está buscando un 4,15 para tomar esa primera posición. Probablemente esta ola de aquí sea ese 4,15 o hasta puede que sea alguito más. Y puede que Lionel le quiten esa segunda, o sea, esa primera posición. Pero hasta ahora seguiría avanzando. Ojalá que pueda avanzar, ¿no? Porque la verdad hizo un buen performance, pero todo va a depender de qué pase con los competidores.
Sí, Bego, esta última ola de Matías fue muy buena. So very good last wave for Matías on that left, a 5.65 that sent him to the second position right after Lionel. You guys can see Lionel being attended there, guys. We believe nothing worse was happened to him, as he's just staying in the beach here. And our professional,
even laughing.
Our professionals are there. You know what? He's passing the heat.
Yeah.
10 seconds and he's there being attended. So I'm pretty sure he's going to use that time to get ready for his next heat in round number 2. Thankfully, he is okay in there. It's a very, it's a serious mistake going forward and leaving that wave. So that's it, guys. Lionel Quispe in first and Matías in second. Owen Cueva, unfortunately, leaving the competition. And we're going to call a quick commercial break to come with the last heat of Junior Man Division. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first day of competition here in the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. And now we are getting to that last heat of round number 1, junior men. After this one, we're gonna be seeing the men division. Welcome back, Joey.
Good to be back, Lucas, and excited to see this last heat of the juniors. Who have we got in the water? An all Chileno affair. It looks like it's going to be Vicente Chipoco in red, Sebastian Aranguez in yellow, Santiago Roa in blue, and Edson Castro in white. Let's get into the water and see what these boys have to show us today for the last heat of the Pro Junior Round 1.
That's it, guys. Last heat of the day for the juniors. And if you guys are just tuning in, earlier we said that we were going to be having the juniors, the women, and then the men division, but the women are not going in the water. Let's see Santiago Roa going on the left. He finds a section actually, but not with enough speed to find projection and land that roll in front of the white water. So just the first blood for Santiago Roa, and it looks like yellow also scored a better wave, I would say, but let's see, the scores are still coming out for this one.
Here's a replay of that wave from yellow. Coming up, get into a nice section with a roll out the end there, back under the face, and let's see if he combos it up, not just kicks it out there. 4.5 in total, and this wave you see here from Santiago Roa dropped as a 1.35 because he didn't land that roll.
Yeah, so Sebastian, sorry guys, Sebastian roll was quite clean, I would say, hitting the good spot, a good spot there. And last heat was Matias Caceres, the guy in red. You guys can see that advanced together with Lionel Quispe. Lionel unfortunately hit the rock there in his last wave, but he's being attended. He is okay right now, guys, and getting ready for his second heat, which is going to be only in round number 2, probably not today. And we had Jay Taylor from Australia that didn't show up for this heat, and Owen Cueva, the Peruvian, that also didn't make it to the next round.
Yeah, so I didn't quite see what happened before, but he hit his head, did he, on the rock?
Yeah, so he went to the left,
yeah.
But he was too late, so he ended up going straight and got hit by the lip on his back. So unfortunately, hitting the rocks there. Let's see Vicente not finding anything on this one. Yeah, so he actually wiped out in a very bad place.
Yeah, okay.
But thankfully nothing bad, nothing worse for the young Lionel.
Yeah, and luckily, hold up, Santiago Roa looking for a section, gets another roll, kind of lands it, but in the barrel, so doesn't ride out super cleanly. Yeah, luckily, yeah, he had those scores, and he managed to win the heat still, even though he had to come in early from the injury. True. Well done from him. Yeah, so that was counted as non-complete, that last roll from Santiago Roa. 1.3. 2 low-scoring waves for him there, and a scoring wave for Sebastian. No waves ridden yet from the man in white. Do we have the man in white, Edson Castro, in the water? Because I can't see him, and he should be in first priority.
There comes yellow, the leader of this heat, Sebastian Aranguez, just hitting a roll. Keeps going, but not much else for Sebastian now, with only a 4.5. And in this wave, he's finally getting that backup score. So the current situation, Sebastian in first, leading the heat, followed by Santiago Roa with 2 small scores, 1.35 and 1.30. And also Vicente Chipoco in third with only a 0.5. And he needs 2.15 to get back in second with 20 minutes remaining. Just a slower start for this heat, I would say, except for Sebastian. The other guys are still working it out.
Yeah, that's it. Up and riding on a smaller looking wave. Vicente, little roll out there. That'll be a scoring wave for him, but a small one. Not that critical of a section. Yeah, there's looks like there's a little bit more texture in the water at the moment, but the wind overall is still pretty light. Yesterday was probably a bit cleaner for longer, because what's the time? What time do we have now? 11:22 a.m. Local time. And yeah, yesterday we probably saw pretty clean conditions all the way until about 3 in the arvo. So as we are jumping into round 1 of the open men's
in 19 minutes. It'll be really good to see these clean conditions hang around for a bit longer, as I'm sure everyone is excited to see the open men's round get underway as well, and see what kind of maneuvers and what kind of combinations those guys will be putting together. But up and riding now, again, Santiago, real hungry for a lot of waves. Having a look for a section there, and the wave just not providing him the ramp he wanted. You can see him kind of exclaim in frustration as he kicked out of the wave just then.
Yeah, Joey, sure. It's not easy to find good waves here in every heat, guys. It just changes so much. I mean, if you go in a heat in the early morning and then you have to go in the water again in the late afternoon, you can be sure that you're going to be facing very different contexts. You know, you're going to be facing very different shapes and waves. So you got to be ready for everything. You know, there's some moments where the tide makes it much more dangerous, I would say. So you have to be more conservative. But, you know, trying to stay in balance between being conservative and also pushing the limit, because the other guys will just going to be trying to get the first position and second, because at this point in competition, it's all about advancing, guys.
Yeah, and I'm sure the further into the competition we get, the more crazy all the guys are going to go, and they're just going to start throwing down.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. Some of the stuff we see through this event, some of the sections, people will be flipping and doing airs over.
Also the ladies.
Yeah.
Excited to see the ladies in these waves.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool. In a reef break, we haven't seen that yet from the ladies. They had a ladies division ran in Morocco. As we all saw, it was like a sand bottom point break at Anchor Point, and then the Wahini. What's the name of the beach at Wahini?
It's called Solemar, Praia do Solemar. Very different condition than this one. And Sari that won there, it's unfortunately not here, but many of the other girls are. And let's see Santiago on the left. He tries to go for a roll, but there was no section in there. The wave had just lost a lot of energy, and he didn't find anything. Santiago that looks for 2.31 only, guys, to take the second place from Vicente Chipoco.
Yeah, okay, so while there's a little bit of a lull, we're going to jump over to the interview now.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, Lionel Quispe, you are a hero. You're doing great. I saw you. You were there on the lifeguards. You're feeling good. ¿Cómo te sientes? Cuéntanos un poquito de lo que te pasó en el hit y después hablamos cómo fue la manga.
Yo agarré una ola, intenté salir del tubo y no pude, y me chupó. Y abajo me dejé llevar y primero me golpeó la cadera y después la espalda. Y salí un poco mareado y por eso los llamé a los salvavidas. Menos mal que estaban ahí para que me pudieran ayudar a salir. Y gracias. ¿Sí?
Well, he says he tried to barrel in that one, and the thing that happened is that he left the wave, you know, he let his body gone, so he got a little drag on the rock, so he hurt his hips and his back, and a little bit on the back of his head. Because he didn't really struggle or battle, he should have, you know, tried to get out of that explosive area. But yeah, lifeguards were there, and he got attention, and he's doing good. And it's only a few scratches, and I think you have one single stitch. Tienes un puntito nada más atrás, ¿cierto?
Sí. Ahora, acabando la entrevista, tengo que ir a revisarme la espalda, y por eso. Y ya.
Ok, pero ¿qué te ha parecido la ola como tal? Porque te ganaste, o sea, ganaste, surfeaste súper bien. Cuéntanos un poco acerca de la ola.
En Free Surfer tenía miedo con las rocas que me pase lo de ahora. Pero como ahora tenía nervios porque Owen corre muy bien y al otro no lo conozco cómo corre, y todo mío. Y los consejos de Pirpo también me ayudaron bastante. Y también, y quiero agradecer a mi hermana Abigail por darme la oportunidad de venir acá. Y ya.
Oh, he said he's been having advices from Pirpo. He was he was actually, you know, feeling scared in the free surf, but he gave it all in the surfing right there for the heat. He knew Owen is a good competitor, and he didn't know too much about Matias, but he just, you know, leaves everything on the field, and that's paying off. So congratulations, felicitaciones, mucha suerte. Han de revisarte, pero te veo bien. De regreso a ustedes, chicos. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Bago. Great interview there. Thankfully, everything's fine with the young Lionel. Not a major injury for him, as he will get ready and get some rest also for his next heat. We have been talking about that, Joey, right? About being familiarized with the reef, seeing the rocks very close, and there it is, all patched up.
That's the back of his head there. Gee, poor bloke. Hopefully there are no cuts that are too deep, and hopefully no stitches or glue is needed. But pretty dominant performance for the Peruvian boys in the first round.
Yeah.
I think that could be the third out of 8 heats, the third that has been won by one of the Peruvian guys.
Yeah, I believe that.
It was cool to hear as well, as he was saying, how he's been getting advice from Pirpo. So the junior world champion also helping out all the other guys, all the younger guys, which is really good to see in the bodyboard community, just helping, giving tips, telling them how to compete or how to land their moves, or et cetera, and clearly, yeah, it's working. Good.
For sure, and this is an individual sport, but when you're in the heat, because when you are out of the heat, you need some direction, you need someone out there in the beach trying to give you some tips, where to position yourself, the situation of the heat. Sometimes, depending on wind and conditions, you can't hear the microphone. So let's see. Cebita coming on a good left-hander, and wow, just closing out on him. And he couldn't exit that barrel, but just a beautiful wave for Sebastian.
Up and riding right behind him, we have Santiago looking for another one, but not able to get through to that nice round-looking section there. And we're starting to see a few more lefts being taken advantage of by the riders in the water, especially this heat. Could be just because they prefer lefts than rights, or maybe the lefts are starting to become a bit friendlier to the riders as well.
Yeah, so let's check that second last for Yellow. That was a 4.10. Good roll for him. Landed there, but I don't think there was anything else, or it was one more roll for him. Good wave. His last wave didn't make it into his final score. This one was a 2.5, guys. Good barrel there to begin with, but right when he was exiting the barrel, another section came up and closed out on him. No exit for Sebastian.
So 11 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and there you have this situation. Santiago Roa has been keeping quite busy. He's caught 5 waves now, and he only needs a 2.31 to advance his position. Vicente Chipoco has a 0.5 as his backup wave, so he will be able to replace that very easily as he sits there in first priority, the man in the red rash vest. So 11 minutes, he should be able to improve his position. So really Santiago is looking for something better than a 2.3 for sure, because he want to get a scoring wave. But here he goes using that priority, setting up a nice line on the right, gets a roll through, smaller wave, but he lands that, and that will definitely improve his 0.5.
Yeah, a smooth roll for Vicente. Entonces, una actualización en español para nuestro público de Chile, de Perú, que nos asiste. Tenemos 10 minutos y 30 segundos en esta manga. Sebastián Aranguiz está dominando toda la manga, como acabo de ver aquí en los comentarios. Los llaman Cebita. Sebastián Aranguiz, muy bien en esta manga, seguido por Vicente Chipoco, de rojo, que tiene un 3.15 y un 3. Y Santiago Roa, de azul. Vamos ver esta última ola de Vicente. Fue una ola más pequeña, pero un buen rolo. Completó más tranquilo y fue solo eso. Esta ola le dio un 3 puntos que entró para su somatorio y lo envió ahora para segunda posición con un 3 y un 3.15. Y quien está en la última posición es Santiago Roa con 1.35 y 1.30 y necesita una ola de 4.8 para clasificarse para la ronda número 2. Y mientras Edson Castro no apareció para esta manga, Edson no está en el agua hasta ahora.
Sí, seguro que hay muchos chilenos y latinos apoyando sus amigos y sus riders favoritos aquí, entonces debemos hacer un poco más updates en español. Y muchas gracias a todos para ver el live stream y sí, apoyar estas atletas increíbles. Es muy bueno verlos surfear aquí en Iquique.
That's it, guys, and we are crossing that 9-minute mark in this heat. A lot of action from these young guys. This is the last heat of the junior division. After this one, we'll begin with a full, sorry, it was not a full Brazilian heat, I thought it was. We'll have Eduardo Barros from Brazil, Bruno Ross from Brazil, and the Peruvian Yoni Aguirre also facing Thiago Barraza from Chile. We're going to start the men division right away, guys, after this heat, so stick with us. It's going to be an amazing day, and we will roll with the men division as far as we can, as far as the conditions allow this contest to run today.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. Really keen to see the tide rise and see how the waves change. And you can see kind of like on those rocks there, the darker parts of the rocks versus the lighter part of the rocks. So up near the Bodyboard shrine up there, the rocks look a lot more white, meaning that the tide basically never gets up to that point, but a lot of the darker rocks all around it get covered, especially in a big swell. So yeah, there's still a bit of tidal movement to go. You can see the shell lines as well on the beach, showing us how high this tide is going to get later today. So it'll be cool to see. They'll be sitting a bit closer in on the reef, and there we'll see some barrels, some ramps.
For sure, and the high tide is around 3 today, guys, 3:30. So let's see how Pular Punta Dos behaves in with much more water in that reef. By what I've heard and by what I've been hearing here, the wave is just so versatile. You know, it just works with every tide, basically. You know, it just changes, but it works with every tide. And let's see, with the high tide, maybe more attempts on that last section, you know, that we are seeing closing sometimes. And, you know, we have also a good forecast from basically now, from the midday on. We have the period increasing significantly. You know, it is 8-9 seconds right now, and from midday on, it's going to become like 16,
wow,
15, something like that.
Gee.
Which we're not certain if it's going to hit at midday, exactly,
yeah.
Right? But one thing is certain: if it hits, it's going to make a difference. You know, it's going to become more aligned, more energy in the swell, and more solid waves. That I bet it's going to happen.
Yeah, for sure. That's a big jump. That's like a whole new swell.
Yeah.
Just gracing the Chilean coast here. And it's going to be cool to see that come in, especially over the next days. Tomorrow's meant to be definitely a bit bigger. And I know a few of the boys in the athletes area are talking about surfing a few of the other reefs, which hopefully will turn on. A reef that I really want to see, even surf if I get the chance, is La Cosa.
Oh, yeah. And it's just right in front of us, right? So here in Iquique, guys, if you're watching one spot, if it's like you guys can see perfectly right now, thanks, director. That wave on the very right side of your screen, that's La Cosa, guys. It's a gnarly left-hander that is just absurd. There's also another one, La Intendencia, on the left side of your screen. So many good waves here, and you just be watching it.
Basically, the top of that umbrella,
oh yeah,
or whatever it was, shade thing, was pointing right at it. Here we have yellow, setting a nice line. Nothing happening on that one. Sebastian Aranguiz,
I think. Let us know, guys, in the comment section. I mean, we don't know all of these young athletes. Many of them we are just meeting here for the first time. So if we are pronouncing it not correctly, we apologize for that, and we count on your help as well. If you know them, you know, try to leave a comment here in the comment section to illuminate us on how to speak their names.
We're definitely doing better. It was pretty difficult over in Morocco because none of us have any experience with Arabic, and for us the pronunciation of those names is very difficult. And so I much prefer the Spanish and Portuguese names to pronounce, but I still struggle.
Yeah, that was another level, but yeah, it's pretty different when we don't know the riders, and I mean it's their names, so might be spoken differently than we can read. Pessoal, só uma atualização em português. Essa é a última bateria da categoria Júnior. Depois daqui a gente vai começar com a categoria profissional masculino e já vamos ter alguns brasileiros aí na primeira bateria. Vai ser o Eduardo Barros e o Bruno Ross também, lá do Brasil. Vão enfrentar o Yoni Aguirre, peruano, e Thiago Barraza, chileno. Então, pessoal do Brasil aí, compartilhem essa live, já vem se sintonizando aí, se você está no trabalho, se você está fazendo alguma coisa, coloca a gente ao vivo ali de cantinho e vai escutando para poder ficar sabendo o que vai acontecer com esses guerreiros aí do Brasil agora estreando na competição, nesse primeiro dia de Iquique Bodyboard Pro.
Yeah, that is just a little Portuguese update of what's going on and what's coming up as we get closer and closer, only 3.5 minutes away from the start of the men's round 1 and the end of this junior round 1. Yeah, will be good to see what happens throughout the day and really good to get these 2 rounds out of the way and further into the competition. No women's will be running today, am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, that's the confirmation we just got. We're going to keep going with the men division.
Okay, so potentially we'll even dip into round 2 of the men's today, depending on the conditions. Depends.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
I mean, the schedule is always subject to change, right? The main focus is offer good conditions for that division, you know, the best division in the best condition possible. Of course, guys, we have a limited time here. We have 10 days, and this competition is planned to run for around 7 days. So we can't, you know, just select the perfect time, but definitely we can use that you know, that leftover time to find and choose the good times. And due to that, the women are not going in the water today.
Yeah, for sure. Here we have a few sets rolling in. The boys look like they're a bit out of position, getting comfortable there. And look where someone could have been in that left. And I don't know how good that end section of the ramp was, but nah, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing for sure. But yeah, you had to see them all kind of dart paddle out to the side.
You know what, Joey? These guys on the right side of the screens, I think, are the guys for the next heat for the men. That's
Okay.
why they
Not
were
part of the current heat.
Yeah, because we can see another yellow there on the left side. So yeah, that's it. They're just waiting for their heat to begin, so they can get mixed up there in the lineup.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe the cameraman needs to maybe he thinks they're the guys in the current heat. Here we have yellow having a look at the foaming one just there, but kicking out. Still holding the lead, young Sebastian Aranguiz with an 8.6. Pretty low scoring heat. What do we need here? Vicente Chipoco with 1 minute and 20 seconds left needs 5.45 to take the lead. And Santiago Roa needs a 4.8 to advance. Still doesn't have a scoring wave. Just a lot of non-completions for Santiago Roa. But 1 minute left with first priority. Let's see if the ocean can deliver to him.
1 minuto restante en esta manga, que fue un poco más despacia que la pasada. Y quien está en la última posición, ya que Edson Castro no apareció para esta manga, es Santiago Roa, el chileno, que tiene 2 scores muy pequeños, 1.35 y 1.30, y necesita ahora 4 puntos, .8 para avanzar a segundo, 30 segundos restantes. Él tiene la prioridad y a él que viene ahora Santiago en esta izquierda, que es su última chance, y no logra encontrar nada. Él que necesita un score medio de 4 puntos, pero no logró, y parece que la situación se confirma, Joey.
Yeah, and it looks like he will be getting eliminated. Santiago Roa, 10 seconds left on the clock for this whole round of the Pro Juniors. And yeah, it looks like Sebastian Aranguiz and Vicente Chipoco will be moving through to the next round. But don't go anywhere, guys. We have the Pro Men division coming up just after this commercial break. Hey guys, welcome back to the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Here I am back with Bego in the booth, and we are jumping into round 1 of the men's division. Let's get in the water and see what is going on.
That's right. Thank you so much. We have the first heat of the men division. It's going to be amazing. We have Thiago Barraza from Chile. In red, we have Bruno Ross from Brazil. In yellow, we have Johnny Aguirre from Peru. In blue, and Eduardo Bajos from Brazil. So 2 Brazilians, 1 Peruvian, 1 Chilean. South America super present in this event.
That is right. 1 local man. Thiago is from Iquique. Cool.
He's not from here. He's from the Central Coast.
Okay,
he
cool.
lives here, but he's not from here.
Yeah. Central Coast, yeah. There's a few. I've met a bunch of Chileans from further south. They've all come up here to surf the reef breaks of Iquique. And looks like everyone is scrambling straight away. Everyone out of position on that set. And look at that right-hander just barrel all the way through. I think that could have been a bit of a bigger set than they were all expecting, because not one of the riders was in position. It looks like everyone's had a bit of a wave at the start of this heat as we got through the commercial. There we have a real clean roll from Thiago Barraza to start off his campaign, and he got a 4.0 for that. Replay of blue hitting that closeout section on the right with a nice roll, extended arms. Yellow with another roll. It's an all-roll show here today. It doesn't look like Bruno Ross got out of that one. And white scooping into a nice-looking wave and gets a big roll there, but unable to complete this one. So, Johnny Aguirre, correct my pronunciation, please.
No, that's good. You said it perfectly. Johnny Aguirre.
Amazing. He got the best wave of that exchange with a 5.0.
Una ola más para Thiago Barraza con un rolo redondo. De hecho, le costó un poco aterrizar ese rolo, pero eso es una maniobra completa. Vamos a ver cuánto le dan los jueces en este momento. Es Johnny Aguirre de Perú, que está en la primera posición. Johnny, que es un competidor con mucha experiencia. Take us through this replay.
Here is a nice looking left, one of the bigger ones we've seen. So this swell is filling in, and he gets a projected roll out there. Kind of the lip catches him, but manages to push through. Thiago Barraza just there, so that'll be nice. Bigger roll than his first, and it's come through at a 6.25. So in the first 3.5 minutes of this heat, Thiago has put himself in a really nice position with a 6.25 and a 4. That is a good start for the local man, the Chileno.
Yeah, Thiago lives actually in the building that is right in front of this wave. And yeah, he's a super enthusiast, bodyboarding enthusiast. So yes, it's showing there. He has been training, getting better every year actually. So it's showing 6.25 and a 4, holding the first position, and with the 4th priority. First priority is for Johnny Aguirre, who needs a 5.26 to get that first position, and a busy heat. That's what we'd like to see, right? Busy heats. We'd like to see exchanges and people changing situation every time they take a wave. We'll see how that goes for Eduardo Bajos and Bruno Ross. The Brazilians are not they still haven't shown what they are capable of. But if you're just getting here, first day of competition, we are in the men division, and that guy right there, Johnny, he used to be a World Tour competitor. I remember, I believe before the pandemic, he still competed, and it's been a while since we don't see him in competition, so it's always good to have these people back, and a wave for Bruno Ross. It was interesting to know, to hear from Lionel Quispe, the Peruvian that got injured in the previous heat, about what happened. You know, he tried to barrel, and he didn't fight. You need to try to fight to avoid getting dragged over the rocks. He said he let his body just go, and then he got dragged and got injured. So always remember, we call it the crab technique. What I do is like I just put my body towards, you know, facing towards the sky, and then with my hands and my feet, I do like that, like a crab. I kind of like paddle up.
Yeah.
And we call it crab technique, and that's prevents you from, touching the reef.
Okay,
You
cool.
can't let your body go. You have
Yeah.
to fight a little bit in here.
Because it's going to drag you to the reef otherwise. Oh, up and riding again, Yoni Aguirre, picking up a wave that looks like its second section was really nice, and he gets a powerful roll through there, but comes down a bit top heavy and doesn't manage to ride out. Straight after him, a small ARS for Eduardo Barros from Brazil, Bajos, but not able to come out of that. A lot of action this heat. Again, Thiago Barraza, a little forward in the pocket there, and not looking like this wave is lining up. Oh, a little section at the end, but decides to duck out there. Still holding the lead. That was the third wave caught there from Thiago Barraza. Is this the Thiago that does the Thiago Bodyboard YouTube vlogs?
Yeah, the same.
Cool. I've seen, he walked past me before and I was like, gee, that guy looks so familiar. I don't know if I've ever met him before. And but it must have been, he's the guy who does all the bodyboard vlogging.
Yeah, that's right. That's the one. All right, so 18 minutes to go in this heat, and it's Thiago Barraza in the first position, followed by Johnny Aguirre, who's only looking for 5.26. And if you're just getting here, this is only starting, people. We are looking to at least 7 days of competition in a 10-day window. We'll see how that goes and what the judges and the technical team decides. But definitely, we are more than happy to be back for the third time in this best urban reef of the world. That's how it's been called. The place that has more than 24 breaks in less than 4 kilometers, and all of them are super good for bodyboarding. So if you haven't come here, you must give it a try. This is seriously a bodyboarding city. And when you're walking around the area, you see everyone with a bodyboard, right? Bodyboarding fins all over the place.
Yeah, it's crazy. It definitely is one of the most popular sports in this city, and everyone does it. Everyone knows what it is. And we were actually with the Australians yesterday talking about that, and it's just so crazy because I feel like most of the time around home, for us at least, and home for a lot of bodyboarders around the world, no one knows what bodyboarding is. Everyone thinks it's just a kid's sport. And
oh, really?
Yeah.
In Australia?
Yeah. No one even, you tell someone you bodyboard and they look at you and they think, you're a bit skinny. And you're like, no, bodyboard, not bodybuild. Happens to me all the time. No one knows what it is.
I get the volleyball thing.
Or volleyball.
Yeah, say bodyboard and they like, oh, volleyball, I love it. I used to play. And I'm like, no, bodyboard. I get that all the time,
That's classic. It's pretty funny. But yeah, in Chile, especially in northern Chile, like Antofagasta, Iquique, Arica, like it's very popular and most people know what it is. Even like in Iquique, it seems like a lot of people do it. They've got bodyboarding schools, like multiple schools, and from a young age, it's pretty easy to be introduced into our wonderful sport of bodyboarding, which I think is great. And I just love the amount of support that they've got for it, as shown by all the great sponsors that have jumped on board. Everyone in this city definitely gets behind it.
Yeah, this event is actually organized by just some events are private and most of the money is coming from the private sector. But this event, the whole event is being paid the chunk, the big chunk, it's been paid by the government, by the city hall.
Cool.
Right? And it's been developed by the sports corporation here in Iquique. It's called Corporación Municipal de Deporte. And that's a huge thing. We have the major yesterday. We're going to get back to that idea after this wave for Bruno Ross. Bruno tried to get some shade there. Let's see if he's going to find a section in the third section of the Punta Dos. That was very wise of him. And got something else. And something else. So 3 rolls there for Bruno will be definitely his best wave because he's only holding a 1.5 and a 0.90. We'll see if he can get that 5. He's looking forward to take the second position.
Yeah, he was happy with that, claiming it on his way out. Maybe he was just stretching his leash out, but yeah, here's that replay. Little barrel, little cover up at the start, and then he waits for the section, and nice roll here, projected straight back into the pocket, coming through with speed, and does it again, and then he looks down the line,
sees that it's offering him another section and rolls out of that triple roll combo. Nice wave for Bruno Ross, the Brazilian there. But we are ready for the interview, guys, so we're going to get down there right now.
I'm here with Sebastian Arangues. Sebastian, also from the 5th region here in Chile. That was a slow heat for you. How did it feel in the water?
Tuvo una manga tranquila, no tuvo tanta ola igual, y no fue tan intensa como para arriesgar más, así que elegí mis 2 olas buenas y pasé con mis 2 olas que yo elegí, po. Y eso.
Yeah, so he's saying this heat was more of a slow heat, a relaxed heat. He tried not to risk too much, trying to balance, selecting good waves there. Sebastian, this year you're following the tour for more stops of the tour. You said you are going to Gran Canaria for the Fronton King. What are your plans on this year competing in the World Tour?
Este año voy a intentar ver si me va bien en este campeonato. Voy a ir a Antofagasta y si Dios quiere, lo más posible es que vaya al Frontón a España para representar a Chile lo más que vamos y toda mi gente nomás. Si se puede aprovechar a viajar también por el deporte.
Yeah, so he's saying that his focus is going to Fronton, to try to get some experience. It's one of the most important stops of the tour for the juniors. And he's also depending on the result here to go to Antofagasta, the next stop. Sebastian, un mensaje para quien te ve desde casa.
Una gente, a la verdad, todo lo que me apoya, los de mi club, que son de los Vilos, de la MDS, a mi abuela, a mi hermano, a mi mamá, a mi polola, a todos mis amigos y a todos los que están viendo la transmisión. Que buen día, buen todo.
Felicidades. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Lucas, and thank you. Who did we have there? Was that Sebastian Arrigues? He was, pretty stoked there to make it through, and exciting to hear that he's got his eyes set on potentially getting over to Fronton later in the year, which will be the final deciding event for the juniors. The way juniors works is it's the best of 2 comps, and there are a few junior comps on the tour, but one of them has to be Fronton to be counted. So Fronton comes down to quite a nail-biting decider, and it'll be cool to see people from all over the world getting over there. But yeah, bit of another wave exchange during that interview, as you could see some of the waves in live action, but up and riding, taking off deep. We have the rider in blue, Yoni, not able to come through that one. He was looking at the barrel, and there you see, stuck right at the top, didn't make it through that first section. But yeah, some of these waves are starting to barrel really nicely. Look at that one just run through. It's looking pretty fun out there, Bagel.
Yeah, now Punta dos, even though we have a little bit of wind, that's not really affecting, because look at that gem. It's a beautiful left. I'm sorry, right? I was hypnotized. I was thinking, how nice that looks when you are surfing in there. Because really, guys, it's really different. Thank you for that wide angle. It's really different what we see here, the amplified version of reality, how it looks in there. This is a shadow. Actually, I was having a word with Dave Hubbard outside, and we were talking about that. I said, that's strange, because we're going to get back to that idea. Eduardo Bajos, right here. Let's see Eduardo. Nice round roll there for Eduardo. That's good job, I will say. 5.45 is what he needs in order to keep advancing. This is super important, because people remember only the first and second will be advancing, will be continuing in competition. And here comes one more for Thiago Barraza.
Very much after the lefts today from Thiago Barraza. He is predominantly been getting just left, so clearly that's his strong point, and it's doing well for him. It's working out so far. He's still holding the lead with a 4.35 and a 6.25. That last one came through at a 3.5, so it won't add to his score. But he'll be looking for probably another left that's going to offer him a bigger section for a backflip or a more critical air. 9 minutes and a half remaining in. Here is a replay of Eduardo Barros from Brazil with that big roll on the first section, and that score has just dropped as a 6.5, guys. So he has moved into second place, and that is a situation change, putting Bruno Ross down into third place. He'll be looking for a 4.06 to take back that second place and advance. And Yoni Aguirre is in fourth currently, looking for a 3.21 to advance. So still a very close heat, and there's a lot of potential for Bruno and Yoni to make it through. 8 minutes 50 seconds remaining. Let's see what happens here.
Bueno, y si están recién llegando, si están recién sintonizando, este es el hit número 1 de la ronda número 1 para la categoría masculina profesional, que en la US World Tour se llama Men, no Men Pro ni Pro Men. Es la categoría abierta, ¿no?, de el Tour Mundial de la IBC. Y vamos a ver, por lo menos, bueno, lo que se tiene planificado es tratar de hacer 16 hits, o sea, 2 rondas de esta categoría. Vamos a ver si se puede, si lo logramos. La madre naturaleza es la que manda, pero bueno, la marea está subiendo. La marea baja fue hoy alrededor de las 7:50 por ahí. Teníamos la marea baja, así que esta ola se pone muy buena con la marea llena, que va a ser pronto, en un par de horas. Y ahí vamos a tener otras condiciones para lo que es la derecha. Aquí viene la situación de cacho compartido. Thiago Raza, que va por un backflip completado, buscando ofrecer algo diferente. La técnica que... mira, muy bien, gracias, director. Tener ahí el split screen para ver las dos olas. Un exchange importante aquí.
Aquí tenemos Bruno Ross with a nice ARS, nearly landing it out the end there. Got a bit projected off the lip, but caught up under that. But yeah, that was a cool exchange and some cool directing, swapping the split screens there. And that is exactly what I had said before. Thiago was just waiting for that more critical section and got a real nicely landed flip out of that left-hander. And he's looking to better a 4.35. That will probably happen, and he'll be put even further into the lead. We'll see the scores come through in a second. But yeah, it was another nice right-hander from the rider in blue, who is looking for a 3.21 to advance. And with that ARS, it's looking like it is going to better, well, it will for sure better that 1.5. And so we may be having a situation change here, guys, as these scores are coming through. So keep your eyes up there on the scoreboard to see if what changes. Up and riding again, Thiago keeping busy on a smaller one. Just kicked out there, that section not giving him what he wants. But yeah, that flip, here we have the replay. Look at this. Hits it, gets projected out, and manages to just bring his hips down and land that real flat and nice. And we could see on the same wave, it was actually a split peak. Yoni Aguirre moved into second position with this wave as he waits for this and gets a nice ARS out right into the foam ball. Comes out cleanly with a bit of speed and a nice big smile. So we have Thiago in first, Yoni in second. The replay of Bruno Ross just here, and he didn't manage to land this one. Tries to pop himself off the lip there, but just gets a bit caught up in the barrel.
Well, Bruno Ross, he has a bodyboard school in Recreio, right there in Rio de Janeiro. And yeah, he has a number of titles. You know, when you go to Brazil, they have the regional. They have so many contests that sometimes you get lost. But they have regionals and locals. And here comes actually Eduardo Bajos. We're gonna get some information from him. But yeah, he's actually vice champ of his region, which is São Paulo, Paulista. And for me, it amazed me because, you know, in Brazil you have like state championships, you have like local championships, you got like Brazilian championships, and then it's super strong, you know, the level of competition. That's how we saw it in the ArcelorMittal Wahine Bodyboard Pro. We saw so many competitors, and they so trained in all the tactics, all the techniques, all the strategies of competition. Because they train a lot in competition. They have a lot of events. So a word of advice for you at home, if you want to improve your riders, if you want them to get better as competitors, try to throw as many competitions as possible, because that's the only way for them to practice.
Yeah, Yeah, and it seems so strong over there in Brazil. Such a big country in different zones. It would be really cool seeing the local national scene over there and how like regional comps move into the statewide comps and national comps, and I'm sure it's very competitive. It's another flip. Oh, it's the same one from Thiago. That was his 6.9, his best wave so far, and it was split peak. Another replay from Yoni Aguirre. So they're still holding down first and second position here. 3 minutes 40 seconds to go. You can see what everyone needs up there in the scores right now, guys. Eduardo Bajos doesn't really have a backup score yet. That 1.7 should be able to be easily replaced with the scoring wave, and it's only needing a 4. So Yoni Aguirre is not out of the fire just yet. Eduardo could easily get that score, but Yoni does have that priority over him. So we're going to see how he uses this, and if he uses this to his advantage. Because if I was Yoni right now, I would be sitting no more than a meter away from Eduardo Bajos. And if any wave comes that Eduardo has a look at, Yoni will have to block him. Or go for a better wave and try and improve his 5.0 to get further in the lead. But those will be the tactics that will be running through Yoni's mind right now. And all these competitors are really experienced and know all of this very well. So we'll see what happens in these final few minutes of this round 1, heat in the men's division at Iquique.
Así es, así que 2 minutos y medio para este primer hit en donde Thiago Barraza ha estado dominando en muy buena forma con un 6.90 y un 6.25. Y desde segunda posición está Johnny Aguirre, que no es nadie más que una de las personas que ha entrenado a Pirpo. Ahí conseguí esa información en el chat. Recuerden que no los leemos todo el tiempo, ¿vale? Porque estamos bastante full, pero gracias Jason, que dijo ahí, atentos, que Johnny fue el profesor del campeón mundial Pirpo. Claro, gracias por esa información. Yo conozco bastante a Johnny Aguirre, solamente que no sabía que él era el profesor. Es un bodyboarder súper dedicado y entusiasta del bodyboard, así que buen trabajo viene haciendo. Yo me acuerdo cuando competía el Tour Mundial también daba mucho de qué hablar. Era antes de la época de Miguel Rodríguez. Johnny era uno de los peruanos que estaba compitiendo y hacía muy buen trabajo y siempre con un estilo muy bonito. Me acuerdo que incluso hasta lo comparábamos con Alan Muñoz. Decíamos que se parecía bastante el estilo de él en su época. Era bien estilosito, como bien compuesto, bien fluido. Una ola aquí para Bruno Ross.
He needs a 6.3 here, I believe, and that is not going to do it. And look at him getting pushed further and further in. I think that is the end of the road for Bruno Ross. But we have Yoni using that priority over Eduardo here on a really nice looking wave and gets a powerful invert. Let's see if he comes out. No, you just see his ball getting flicked up there in the whitewash. But at least he was able to block Eduardo from having a crack at that wave. He needs a score here, and no, that's not going to do it for Eduardo either. 40 seconds remaining. It's looking like Thiago has a pretty comfortable lead here with first priority. I think it's safe to say that he's going to take this heat out.
Yeah, no, I definitely think so too. Thiago Barraza entonces parece que se queda con la primera posición, y Johnny, que hubiese sido muy bueno ese invert, me gustó que haya traído una maniobra diferente, y esto se los aseguro, gente, en este evento vamos a ver casi todas las maniobras que existen en el bodyboard. Vamos a ver esta más, puede ser la vuelta de la victoria para Thiago Barraza, porque está primero sólido, nada por ahí para Thiago, ya se va a salir por el canal aprovechando la fuerza de esa última olita, y con eso se lleva la primera posición. Y los resultados oficiales, los que ven en su pantalla: primero Thiago Barraza, segundo Johnny Aguirre, y los dos brasileros fuera de campeonato. Ya volvemos, no se muevan, con mucho más del Iquique Bodyboard Pro.
Hey guys, it's Joey here. Welcome back to the Iquique Bodyboard Pro of 2024. Here I am in the booth with Lucas Rocha. How's it going?
It's going amazing. It's going amazing, Joey. So let's jump in the water right now because we do have some Aussies showing up in the World Tour this year, and we have Roberto Rodrigues, Gustavo Neira, Harold Zapata, and Leo Espinosa, 3 Chileans and 1 Puerto Rican.
Puerto Rico represent Roberto Rodrigues. Is that Puerto Rico PRI?
I'm pretty sure it is. I'll just double check about it.
We'll double check.
But yeah, let's double check.
Even if it isn't, represent anyway. It's a cool place with many, many amazing waves and many, many bodyboarders up there in Puerto Rico. The top of the Caribbean there. It is such a cool place. And so it is great to see some bodyboarders from there on the World Tour. Still double checking that. We're not always over all the code names for every country. But definitely would be really sick to see some riders from Puerto Rico getting down onto the World Tour. I know that they have on their stretch of coast up there that receives all the waves, they've just got an insane variety of waves, like any type you can imagine. Left, right reef, left, right beach, left, right wedge. But up and riding here, the man in white, Leo, the Chileno, with a epic pit on the left there. It's probably one of the best barrels we've seen so far. Cool.
That was a sick barrel. Yeah, it was a good runner, I would say. We're starting finally to see those back. Let's check that out again. Just with a lot of speed, scooping into that section. Another one forming there as he exits the barrel. Good job for white. Leo Espinosa kind of got lost in that second section over there, you know, in between the white water. But I think it's going to be a good score for him, at least for a first score. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a good one. And it was a 5.5, guys, for this first barrel, and I loved it.
Yeah, that's probably one of the best barrels, if not the best barrel we've seen on a left today. And you could see that lip just threw out maybe 3-4 meters in front of him. And it would have been nice because you're just coming through with a lot of speed, knowing that you're going to make it through, but you still get a real nice vision. Up and riding Gustavo Neira from Chile, lining up a second section, coming through with a nice line and a good bit of speed. Clean flip out there, really, really well executed. Little head flick, and he's off, but that is a good first wave for the Chileno Gustavo in yellow, in amarillo. Un buen primero ola para Gustavo, un backflip muy lindo. Pero aquí tenemos un replay del azul, un rolo muy limpio, buscando una segunda sección y nada aquí con ese 360 y un otro replay del tubo por el chico Leo Espinosa, chileno, en blanco. Y un lindo tubo, 5.5 por esa ola.
And the replay for yellow, Gustavo Neira, also from Chile, just passing that first section, getting some speed and drive for the lip, and boom, nice clean backflip for yellow. That was a 4.25 for him. Gustavo is now in the third position. So situation after this beautiful exchange of waves is blue Harold Zapata in first position, followed by Leo Espinosa with only one wave, 5.5. And after him is Gustavo Neira with only a 4.25. There's him in this wave. He was looking for a 1.26 only, guys, in that wave. He didn't find a good section. And in the meantime, Roberto Rodrigues, the guy from Puerto Rico, didn't get any wave. So far, we are basically 4 minutes on this heat. And let's check that replay. That's Harold Zapata, the Chilean, just passing the first section and finding a quick section there to hit an ARS or a backflip. And just over the rocks. And wow, he got sucked, I think. This is a bad place to be.
Yeah, he got that ARS round, nice.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that. I thought he was just going to roll out of that lip, but he managed to twist his body round and dig his legs in to get it around. So landed it. But here we have the Puerto Rican using his priority, waiting for the lip there, getting a little grovel roll in and picking up some speed there. But that left kind of just hits the deep water pretty quick and goes quite fat. and then it just goes into dry rock. So you can't. You
Yeah.
want to get out of there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sometimes it doesn't just just doesn't surround the reef properly, and it messes up the wave. And I was just checking for Roberto Rodriguez here on Instagram to see if that was it, if it was Puerto Rican. And guys, just amazing, beautiful images of some waves there. Wow, definitely worth checking it out. But you know, for now we have the interview with Bago and the winner of last heat. Take it away, Bago.
Thank you very much, guys. Tiago Barraza, winner of the last heat. Tiago, you were dominating the heat from the very beginning. So how was it?
Bueno, Bego, ¿cómo estáis? Sí, está épica la ola, la condición está asombrosa. Hay tubos para los dos lados y desde un principio supe que tenía que agarrar olas porque hayan competidores muy serios en la manga. Por suerte al final logré conectar un backflip y todo salió de acuerdo al plan.
Oh, he said the wave is actually very good. He tried to, secure his spot with two good waves at the beginning, and then he actually landed a good backflip, and then everything went as he planned. What does it mean to have this event here for you? You're a bodyboarder. You've been living here for a number of years already. So what do you feel? What do you think about this event?
Este evento es la bomba, lleva haciéndose ya el tercer año en el que compito. Este evento es lo mejor que existe porque llega aquí los mejores del mundo acá a la ciudad donde uno está todos los días practicando aquí en la puntita 2. Es asombroso todo, toda la organización, todo lo que se hace para que el bodyboard llegue aquí, toda la gente, todos los exponentes mundiales. Estoy muy alegre de competir y voy a seguir compitiendo si es que viene viniendo, así que épico.
All right, he said this event for him, it's one of the best ever because he surfs here every day, and just to have the chance to surf with the best of the world, and it just motivates him a lot. And this is his second time that he competes in this event, and he would like to continue every time that the event comes. Are we going to see you doing the World Tour at some time?
Algún día sí, pero este año no creo que siga el tour. En un futuro próximo probablemente sí. Me estoy preparando para lo mejor.
Well, he said maybe in the future he will be following the World Tour, but not this year. He's trying to get better. So you want to say hi or thanks to anyone back home?
Sí, saludos ahí a toda mi familia que está mirando en casa y muchas gracias a North Point Shop, que es la mejor tienda de bodyboard. Van a encontrar los mejores productos, accesorios y todo lo necesario para practicar bodyboard, el mejor deporte del mundo. Así que vayan ahí a seguirlo en Instagram.
Felicitaciones y mucha suerte para el resto de competencia. Back to you guys.
Buenísimo, el mejor deporte del mundo. Yo estoy 100% de acuerdo. And Harold Zapata right now, guys, is still in the first position, followed by Leo Espinosa and Gustavo Neira also in third right now, needing only 1.26. Pretty sure Gustavo is going to go for this one. And also Roberto Rodriguez, 2.86 is what he needs. So still waiting for changes of situation in this heat, still waiting for the athletes to mature those scores, to improve those scores. So we can get to a point where we can have an idea of who's coming out on top. There's still pretty much 16 minutes and 40 seconds to go. There comes the Puerto Rican Roberto. Didn't find much on that left-hander. He's favoring the lefts, right?
Yeah, Leo's still sitting just on that left barrel, the highest score of this heat so far, and probably the only real scoring left barrel we've seen. And you can see him sitting way over there, the cameraman deciding to go with him on this split peak as he gets a little section there, but just does a little pop roll off the face and has this split screen.
Ooh.
Nice little innie out the bowl there for yellow. Let's see if we can get a replay of the rest of his wave, but I was loving that split screen there.
Yeah, that's the last one that's live action for Harold Zapata. Just one quick roll to the left. Harold has a 3 and a 3.5, and we are still waiting for some scores to change this situation.
Yeah, so that Harold Zapata, that was he was the man that did that ARS through the lip, if I'm not wrong. So that would probably have been his 3.5, and yeah. Look at the beautiful day we have here. A few clouds starting to form from a bit of evaporation on that hill over there. And, oh, look at that barrel for the man in yellow. And he follows it through with this. You see the little invert out of the bowl. Hits it like not much of a section, but manages to use his speed to get the air up there. And that'll be a nice little score for him.
Yeah, so that was a 4.75. Took Gustavo to the first position. He actually hit that last invert kind of late. I thought he was going to land out the back, but he managed somehow to land on the pocket, and that was a 4.75 for the Chilean. Entonces, Gustavo Neira con su última ola logró un 4.75 con un buen tubo y un invert. En la última sesión de la ola fue un invert que pensábamos que iba a aterrar más por detrás de la ola, pero de alguna manera logró aterrar en la fase de la ola y sacó un 4.75 que junto con su 4.25 le pone en la primera posición ahora. En segundo tenemos Leo Espinosa con un 5,5 y un 3. Y en tercero ahora está el ex líder de esta manga, Harold Zapata, que ahora necesita 5.01, y también el puertorriqueño Roberto, que necesita 5.85. Ahora sí vemos los scores aumentando un poco y la necesidad de scores por parte de Harold y Roberto. Ahora sí, scores más grandes que necesitan para cambiar la situación.
That's it. And up and riding, we have our man in red, Roberto Rodriguez from Puerto Rico. Nice roll there. Probably his best wave of the heat so far, but he's looking for a 5.85 to advance or a 6.35 to take the lead. Gustavo Neira up and riding now, drawing another really nice line, having to stall up here, seeing what this last section offers him as it links into the third, but yeah, just runs off on him down the reef there. Little exchange, but yeah, Roberto Rodriguez, that's going to improve his score, and has dropped through as a 5.4. So now he's only looking for a 3.11 to advance, that being his highest score for sure this heat.
Yeah, so Roberto getting closer right now to classification. Let's see, that one for Gustavo was only a 1-point ride. He didn't really find anything there. Just stalling, waiting for the wave to shape up again, but he was just way behind and the wave just closed out. So Roberto right now closer to the classification zone. He needs only 3.11 after that good roll that he found out of that left. And now putting Harold was actually leading the heat for quite some time, and now he went back to 4th position. So definitely needing to move some more and look for that score. He needs a 5.01 to get back in the game with only 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so as we've been seeing, like the last few heats, it's all pretty close and everyone's getting around the same scores. And so, yeah, anything can happen. Anyone can get these scores with the waves that are being coming in, especially as this rising tide is starting to bring in more and more swell. We're going to start seeing some more crazy waves, and the ones that do hit right are going to offer some really cool barrels. Up and riding in white, stalling for that section there. Roll and a spin uncompleted for Leo Espinosa. But the roll, nonetheless, he's looking to better his 3.00. We'll see what the judges give that. It'll probably be pretty similar.
Yeah, a few waves surfed by Leo so far, but that last one was only a 3.10, guys. So only 0.10 to add to Leo's total score, as he is in the 2nd position right now. If he gets only a 3.5, he would go to the lead and take Gustavo's place, but he's still there. We can see very close scores between the 3 first ones in this heat. Let's see if Harold is going to come on that left. He's trying to move some more, I think.
Yeah, he showed a bit of intent there, paddled and kicked toward that wave, and bit of an error for him. He's in 4th place, and he's now just gone and lost that first priority, which is a bit of a critical mistake. 10 minutes remaining. He really was relying on that priority and just wasted it. And so now he's sitting under priority, looking for what's he looking for here? A 5.11.
That's true, Joey. A good point. As we saw Roberto, for example, that stood in 4th, also mostly off the heat, and with that 5.40 that he found, he could get back in the game. As we can see right now, he needs 3.21, guys. So one roll on a quick wave for him. Let's see if that's going to be enough. I believe he might get very close to that, or maybe get that 3.21. But let's see Harold finally going on a left-hander, scooping into that barrel. It became very, very shallow in there, and I think he got hit by the shockwave there and couldn't keep going.
Yeah, not quite. It looked like a nice throaty barrel, though, running through there. If he had just managed to get off the bottom a little bit quicker, I reckon he had that, but even the right on that looked pretty cool. And here we have, look, Leo looking for a right. Won't affect his priority as the other guys are still paddling back out. But yeah, the guys are hungry. They're looking at these waves because sometimes the takeoff doesn't look as good, but then down the line it provides really good sections. So even those smaller ones, you see those guys paddling because they can get a really good second or third section as they draw a line down the wave.
And there's more than a space for you to get speed right and hit that section. So La Punta 2, súper buena ola que provee buenísimas sesiones, tanto de tubos cuanto de maniobras también. Y como Joey bien dijo ahora, muchas veces cuando el atleta hace el take-off en la ola, cuando entra en la ola, muchas veces parece una ola pequeña, una ola que no tiene mucho futuro, pero que sí, en la segunda o en la tercera sesión se monta bien y promueve buenas sesiones. Ahí está Harold Zapata, que entró bien en este tubo, pero acabó se perdiendo allí en la parte blanca de la ola, en la espuma, y no logró salir en un tubo que sería seguramente una ola muy buena para volver a zona de clasificación. Él que necesita ahora 5.11.
Sí, un pequeño shout out a todos los puertorriqueños que están apoyando su rider Roberto Rodríguez, que estén bien ahí, que estén teniendo buenas olas y disfrutando el lindo sol que siempre está ahí en Puerto Rico.
Y yo estaba mirando ahora aquí el Instagram de Roberto. Increíble ola, increíble imagen. Y ahí viene Harold.
Harold Zapata buscando una buena ola, una sección ahí pesado, un rolo, pero no logró el Harold. Y Gustavo Neira buscando la primera sección que nada pasó en esta ola para él, para Gustavo. The two waves there, nothing really coming of it for Harold or Gustavo. Look, he's looking for a 5.11 Harold, and if he got up to that lip a bit earlier and punched a big roll out of that, I reckon he could have been close because that left was pretty powerful.
Yeah, it was a tough section there to go through, but you know, he actually got some projection. He did that, but I think he missed a bit of speed, I would say, to go through that lip and land the maneuver, because that would have been very good for him. It would definitely change his situation. We saw Roberto, for example, on the 4th position throughout most of the heat, you know, finding one good wave and getting back there. So let's see now, Leo Espinosa, kind of late on that roll, but he managed to land it softly. The wave just closed out. Leo is needing a 3.50, guys, to go to the lead. And, you know, I think that's possible. Let's see the answer now for the Chilean, Gustavo Neira, doing that bottom turn from outside the section, stalling a little bit and finally getting the speed enough to hit the end section with the roll. Wow, how much it stretched, right?
Yeah, you can
it's tough to read.
See how frustrated he was just punching the water because he has all the opportunities along that whole wave, just section, but you keep thinking, no, I'm going to get to a better one, And, yeah, it didn't really provide what he wanted, but there is a nice replay for Leo Espinosa. He hit a pretty solid section, maybe a bit late, but managed to land that roll. Yeah, and here's that replay of what I was talking about. Look, see, he could be a bit lower and go up to that section there, or this section here, or this one here, and then just getting the small one at the end there. He's just frustrated here. Just
It is so tough, right? Sometimes, guys, this is just, I think that last wave was, you know, the last section where he was looking for a lip, maybe less than 2 seconds, you know, and it was like 4 sections offered to him. Sometimes you just want to hit the perfect one, but you end up passing it, and that's so frustrating, you know, for an athlete, because surely if he hit that first section, if he managed to hit it right, he would have found a very good move. I would say he would have found some good projection. You know, the face of the wave was bigger, but he ended up passing it and hitting the last section, which was way smaller, and that was 6.25 for Leo's last roll on the left-hander, and that made Leo jump to the first position, guys. That was actually the highest score of this heat, so good call for the Chilean there in making it to the first position right now, leaving Gustavo in need of 7 points.
Yeah, it was a powerful section. And again, just showing us what the judges are looking for those critical moves on those big and powerful sections. And often those big and powerful sections are going to be the first section. And they really like to see a big air out of those sections. And here we have the physio team. Look at that bit of neck work. As we all know as bodyboarders, how sore your neck can get. And I don't know this guy's name, but I'm sure he's loving a bit of neck stretches here. And you can see people lying down on the physio beds just behind them. And it's cool to have, like, they've got the safety team guarding people in the water and the physios here working on the athletes' muscles.
Yeah, for sure. Just providing some relaxation for our athletes, guys. It is not easy to put these performances in the water. You know, sometimes these athletes go in 2-3 heats in a day or even more, you know. And even though it's just 25 minutes, it's a lot of stress, you know. It's just so much behind the scenes for those 25 minutes. And yeah, you can get very stressed out, you know, you can get sore. And yeah, that would be less worse, of course, if you're not hitting the rocks. But yeah, 3 minutes 30 seconds, guys. Leo is still in first, Leo Espinosa. Gustavo in the second position. Roberto, the Puerto Rican, is needing only 3.60, guys, to classify to the second position. He's been in fourth for most of the heat and now in third, needing 3.60. So I would say very possible for the Puerto Rican to change the situation in these 3 minute lefts. And in fourth, we have Blue Harold needing 5.5 to get back in the game.
Yeah, so that's our situation at hand, guys. Round 1, Heat 2 of the men here at the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. There you have just a nice wide view of the ocean, showing a little bit of texture on the surface there, but not too much. No wide caps. The wind's not too strong. The wave is definitely still barreling. And fingers crossed, touch wood, that it stays like that for the rest of the day. That'll be really nice to see the wind stay light.
Yeah, and if it does, stay with us, because we are going as far as we can today for the men division. So let's see what the conditions will provide. It can be, and it probably will be, a very long day, full day of competition here. This is just the beginning, guys. Let's see. Roberto right now looking for that low score he needs. I'm going to check it right now. Just doing a roll and a reverse. Nothing else for Roberto. But let's see. He needs 3.60, Joey. That's a very low score. And it's very possible that he can get second place right now from Gustavo.
Yeah, we could have a situation change on our hands in the last minute. But let's see. 3.6. And it was a nice roll. Landed well. And then just a clean reverse spin here out on the face of the wave. And yeah, the scores just come through just too short. 3.4.
Yeah, I mean, it was not the most projected roll. Let's be honest with that. And that reverse was just after the wave was losing energy and, you know, not much left. So 340, that's not what he needed. But, you know, there's 1 minute and 10 seconds. The lineup is pretty close. He's back there, as you guys can see, although he doesn't have the priority right now, which Gustavo might use against him, you know, because Gustavo has the priority number 3, and he might use it to block Roberto from getting a chance of getting to the second position. Less than a minute left, guys.
Yeah, that's it. He'll be very aware of that. Gustavo Neira, probably go sit near him. Harold Zapata, he himself needs a 5.5, so that's a bit more. That he'll probably be looking for a set and a big section to get that score. So yeah, a bit more for him. But Roberto Rodriguez, the Puerto Riqueño, not needing much at all. And you'll see Gustavo sitting right next to him. Look at him there, both kind of paddling over that wave.
Entonces 20 segundos restantes en esta manga. Leo Espinosa se clasifica por ahora junto con Gustavo Neira en segunda posición. Y en tercero sigue Roberto Rodríguez, necesitando apenas 3.6 para clasificarse, pero no logra. Y Harold en cuarto. Tuvimos amarillo ahora remando en esta ola, pero nada más, y sigue esta la situación. Guys, we're going to call a quick commercial break to come back with heat number 3 for round number 1, men division. Welcome back, everyone. This is just the first day here in the Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2024, and we are just starting with the men division as well. We had 2 heats, and now we are jumping in the water for heat number 3. Welcome back, Bago.
Thank you so much. I'm super excited. Let's check who do we have in there and check that out. This is a full Chilean heat, un hit de nuevo, full chileno, Osman Caracholo de Antofagasta, Agustín Figueroa, local de aquí, de la Punta 2, uno de los mejores bodyboarders de acá, y Raimundo Quintana, uno de los mejores bodyboarders de la zona sur de Chile, también junto a Kevin Atán, así que va a estar buenísimo este hit, segurísimo. Si ustedes están recién llegando, recién sintonizando, este es solo el primer día de competencia, ya hemos visto excelentes performances y muy buenas actuaciones. Así que la acción está muy garantizada. Y replay, hay una ola corrida de Kevin Atán.
There comes Kevin hitting a strong, powerful ARS in there. Good, beautiful maneuver to start. Very strong one, hitting in the perfect place. So I think it's going to be a good score for him to start this heat, already putting some pressure on the other Chileans. And we finally have some local, a local going in the water right now. It's Agustin, right, Bego?
Sí, el carapulito, they called him.
Great to see finally a local going there in not the easiest conditions, you know, to show what the local knowledge here, how it'll make a difference.
Que ya tenemos una ola de Agustín Figueroa que va por un rolo seguro. Sabemos que esa técnica es importante, tratar de marcar esas puntuaciones. Lo vimos con Tiago Barraza, que buscó 2 olas del mayor tamaño posible, hizo un rolo en cada una y con eso se mantuvo primero casi todo el hit, y ya después empezó a hacer algo diferente, hizo, de hecho, completó un backflip, y ya con eso puedes ir inventando, puedes ir haciendo un mejor performance. Pero la recomendación que casi siempre se da es trata de hacer algo seguro en los primeros 5 minutos. En el caso de Kevin Atán lo hizo muy bien porque comenzó con un RS bueno, que le dio un 4.75, y Agustín Figueroa un 5.25. Aquí viene un cacho compartido.
Osman Caracciolo, I think I'm pronouncing that right.
Yes, that's
just
perfect.
going for a through the lip roll, as we also see in a split screen there. Kevin Atán going on the right, guys. Beautiful exchange. The first wave for Kevin was a 4.75 and another one.
Este es Raimundo Quintana, sureño, va por el backflip y lo completa. Y tenemos a Agustín Figueroa en la derecha. Me encanta eso. Gracias, director. Gracias, Felipe. Gracias, los 2 Felipes que están en los controles, porque nos ofrecen esa oportunidad de tener la pantalla compartida que se llama split screen. Vemos al mismo tiempo cuando un rider toma una derecha y una izquierda. No siempre se puede hacer claramente porque depende un poco de lo que esté filmando los camarógrafos, pero lo vamos a tratar de ofrecer la mayor cantidad de veces posible.
That's it, guys. So just mentioning that beautiful split screen tool we have there, where we can show both athletes surfing the wave in case one goes to the left and another to the right. Of course, it also depends on what our camera operators are looking at. You know, we have 2 camera operators in this contest, but I mean, we know these guys for some time, and they're very sharp on the cameras, so we won't lose any of the action for y'all.
That's right. And do we have an interview ready with Joey and the winner of the last heat? So go ahead, Joey.
Thank you, Bago. Here I am with the winner of the last heat, Leo Espinosa. Leo, tell us about it. Just hunting the lefts. How are the lefts out there?
Hola, hola a todos. Sí, la verdad es que la izquierda es mi lado más fuerte y preferí quedarme ahí que ir a buscar una derecha peligrosa porque estaba muy seca, aún encontraba, pero la verdad es que está subiendo la marea y la izquierda se puso peligrosa, pero yo soy de más de ese potencial y que me quedé con eso, de buscarme a mí durante toda la manga y sobre todo disfrutar.
Leo was saying that he is stronger on the lefts and that he didn't really want to search for one of the rights that are pretty shallow and dangerous, and so was happy to get some of the lefts, and it worked out for him. Leo, tell us about where you're from in Chile and your bodyboard club.
Oh yeah, I am from Huasco. Es una región, la tercera región de Chile, queda como a 15 horas de aquí en bus y la verdad es que me gusta mucho el norte, me gusta mucho el bodyboard y hoy saqué mis vacaciones de trabajo para venir acá y es algo que es inolvidable estar aquí hoy, estar pasando primero y le agradezco mucho a mi club, Huasco Bodyboard, que siempre está presente, me está apoyando y me mandó para acá.
Cool. So Leo is from the Tercera region of Chile, which is way down in the south, about 15 hours in the bus, and yeah, representing his bodyboard club from down there. Anything quieres decir a la gente en casa?
Sí, un saludo a mi familia que me está apoyando, al club, a Huasco y a mi polola Fran, que es un apoyo fundamental aquí en mi carrera.
Muchas gracias, Leo. Back to you guys in the booth. Yeah.
All right, he looked very excited. I loved it. Qué bueno, él se veía muy motivado. Y vamos a ver, tuvimos bastante acción mientras estábamos en la entrevista. Parece que se viene una nota grande para Agustín Figueroa. Yo te digo, Agustín, cuando estás aquí en el free surfing, él es él. Y Joaquín Soto hoy en día son los que más dominan este point. Y Paloma Fregan, diría yo, con la parte de las mujeres. Y realmente tú lo ves a él surfear. Él es rider de Erizos, de hecho, que Erizos es el único patrocinador de marca de bodyboard que tenemos aquí. Y wow, 9 puntos, imagínense, miren esto. Yo sabía que iba a hacer este backflip en la primera sección de la punta 2 y no fue suficiente. Combinó con un rolo, así que 9 puntos. Tú imagínate lo que vamos a ver en este evento, Lucas, que esto está comenzando y ya tenemos un 9.
Vego, sabes que eso era lo que quería ver, exactamente. Entonces, gracias Agustín, porque es eso que queremos ver todos también que están desde casa. Un show de bodyboard, 9 puntos, excelente ola del chileno, que ahora salta en la primera posición, lejos dejando Raimundo, necesitando de 7.76. Wow, finally guys, we saw that beautiful wave we want to see, you know, just a perfect backflip on the first section, and it was not enough for him. He went for one more roll and scored a 4-point ride, highest score of the competition so far, just in the first day. Wow, in Morocco we had the 10-point ride, the highest score of the competition, on the very final, on the last final of the men division.
Yeah,
but
all
here
the way
is
till the end.
Here we already saw a 9-point ride on the first day, so wow.
No, I'm telling
Let's
you,
see.
we'll see a couple of those for sure. So super good performance there for the local Agustín Figueroa, also known as Crapulito. He is alongside with Joaquín Soto, one of the best riders of this very break, and Osman Caracholo, very good rider also from Antofagasta. Not really able to find much in that, but yeah, Agustín Figueroa. If you free surf here and he is in the water, you'll see a spectacular performance for sure. It's the same thing that Joaquín Soto. Both of them are Erizos surf brand riders. Erizos is the only bodyboarding brand that is supporting this event, and they are really good. You'll see them showing off for sure. And a wave here for Kevin.
We just seen Kevin just stalling all the way in that wave, so nothing else for him there. And we finally saw, guys, the local knowledge. I was just saying that beforehand. And local knowledge playing a role right now as Augustin got closer and closer to perfection in this last wave. A beautiful maneuver, just throwing the level, upwards. And that's what we're going to see progressively here with the heats, guys. We just saw the men division starting. This is only the beginning. And if you're just tuning in, we're going to roll throughout the whole afternoon as long as the conditions allow us. And they're pretty good right now. We have a little bit of a texture, but, it's barreling. We have good sections in there for ramps. That right-hander is just improving, so looking good.
Una más para Agustín Figueroa, va por otro rolo, está buscando cambiar ese 5.25, lo sé, en su cabeza debe estar, voy a hacer unos scores altísimos aquí, me voy a mostrar, esta es mi playa y es mi oportunidad. Bueno, esta es una de las bellezas del Tour Mundial, ¿no? Cuando tú llegas a diferentes países, puedes ver riders que no tienen la posibilidad de seguir el Tour Mundial, que probablemente no son tan conocidos y que son muy, muy buenos. Y podemos verlos como nos pasó en Marruecos, ¿no? Que vimos un montón de riders desconocidos que surfeaban muy bien. Ahora en Brasil, que vimos un montón de mujeres que no conocíamos, que realmente hicieron un gran trabajo. Pues lo mismo aquí en Iquique. Aquí hay una gran cantidad de gente local que no tiene la posibilidad de competir en el Tour Mundial y esta es su oportunidad para mostrarse al mundo. Entonces es muy importante estos eventos para poder potenciar el bodyboard local. Así que agradecemos muy fuerte a la ilustre municipalidad de Iquique por confiar en su deporte, que Lucas, este es el deporte, uno de los deportes más practicados acá en Iquique, y Iquique es una de las ciudades con más cantidad de bodyboarders de toda Latinoamérica.
¿Verdad?
Y además está reconocido como el reef urbano más grande de Latinoamérica. ¿Qué significa eso de reef urbano? Es que es un reef, un lugar que tiene más de 24 olas, que está dentro de una ciudad principal.
Cuando se llega aquí se queda muy claro lo que significa, ¿no?
Sí.
Para donde tú miras hay buenas olas rompiendo.
Y dentro de la ciudad.
Sí, en
porque
la cara.
No es, ponte tú, como el caso de muchos otros sitios que tienes que irte a la playa y la ciudad principal está lejos de la playa o a una hora. Aquí no, aquí la ciudad está aquí. O sea, tú puedes trabajar aquí enfrente de la punta 2, tu trabajo puede quedar muy cerca de aquí y tú puedes tomar tu hora de almuerzo para ir a surfear. Es una locura, es que de verdad, eso lo hacen una cantidad de gente que no te imaginas.
Una locura, Bego. Y yo que soy acostumbrado también con los reef breaks, pero donde yo vivo, todos están a 1, 2, 3 kilómetros de la playa. Son buenas olas también, pero muy lejos. Entonces aquí yo sé muy bien cómo es tener eso cerca y lo cuán bueno eso es. Guys, so finally we are seeing, as Bego said, this event in Chile is the opportunity for many athletes here, for all of the divisions, that can't go and can't pursue the whole tour to compete in a stop of the tour. And it's every year that it happens, all of the events here in Chile. We have so many new names, so many local heroes here, and that's just what we are seeing. Agustin Figueroa, local of Punta Dos, just throwing that 9 on our faces on his very first heat in the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. So a lot of action to come, guys. 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. The situation is still the same. Let's see this wave. That was a 9-point. Perfect backflip there, landing in the shallows, and he's still going for another roll to close this wave off, getting very close to perfection on this performance.
Crapulito, mostrándose al mundo, diciendo aquí está la punta 2 presente, mostrando por qué este lugar es uno de los mejores lugares para el bodyboard. So if you doubted, and if you were not, if you were not convinced that this was one of the best places for bodyboarding, did you just see that 9-point ride, a perfect backflip and a pocket in the first section, and then it was combined with a very well executed roll as well. So yes, people, this wave is shaped for bodyboarding. There's no question, there's no doubt. You might get confused because you might, on the version of reality here, it's amplified, it's a camera. We're not watching the things as they are really in the water, in the water, this wave looks way more impressive and it's really hollow. It is really powerful. You'll see. You'll surf here.
And they will see too, Bago, because I just saw Yerko arriving here and he's going in the water. So I bet that on those highlights we can get some images from inside the water there. So looking good. Waiting for those images that are just being made, guys, for you. As usual, we come up with the highlight after each day of competition. For this, I would recommend you to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit that bell so you can get a notification. There comes blue Raimundo Quintana looking for a left, but doesn't show up for Raimundo, just losing the priority right now.
Raimundo Quintana, que también es muy bueno para las izquierdas, porque el sur de Chile, que el sitio de donde es Raimundo, para mí es el segundo sitio más increíble de bodyboard de Chile, que se llama Curanipe. Ese lugar es alucinante, lo que es más beach breaks, point breaks en verdad, y tiene algo así también loco de cantidad de olas buenas, pero no es tan constante como Iquique. Una ola aquí para Kevin Atán. Vamos a ver, Kevin trató otra vez, sí completa la maniobra, es una regresa igual y lo combina con un giro, pero no fue una maniobra muy fluida. Tienen que mantener eso en cuenta, comparación con la primera, que fue mucho más fluida. Él, vamos a ver si cambia un poco o sube un poco su score, pero definitivamente no va a ser el 7-15.
Looks like there's a good wave approaching there. Let's see, I don't think the guys are in position. It broke just way further, but it was a good right-hander, guys. We are just seeing the conditions improve here in this first day of competition. We will probably have around 7 days of event here. We have a total of 10 days on the window, so use that spare time. We will use that spare time for sure to select the best moments and conditions for the athletes to go in the water. So stay tuned with us because it's just beginning. We have the whole South American leg to go, Antofagasta and Itacoatiara. It's going to be amazing.
Completely agree with you. This is only starting. Imagine what we have, like at least 6 more days of action, of full bodyboarding, pure bodyboarding, what we love, what we want to see. And we are going to have, it's been a while, we're going to have 2 Australians surfing in the next heat. We're going to have one of the twins. We have, for the second time in the history of bodyboarding, twins competing, because we have the Silva brothers and now we have the Aussies, the DeLength brothers. We'll see Kai in the next one against Isaac Caballero, who is another local from here, very good bodyboarder. Carlos Cruz from Chile, and Martin Maratiri Atam, which I think it's Kevin's brother, gotta be, right? ¿Alguien me puede dar un poquito de información acerca de Kevin? Voy a ir a revisar un poquito el chat aquí, que recuerden que no lo vemos siempre, pero siempre nos gusta tener información de todos los riders y claramente no podemos conocer a todos los atletas. En cada evento llegan atletas nuevos.
That's it, guys. So, as Bego just said, every event we have new names. Bego, that has been working in this for quite many years right now, knows most of them. I know also a lot of them, but there are always good new names and good surprises for us, and we are also trying to get some information on these athletes. So if you guys know them, are rooting for them, leave here for us in the commentary section down below something about these athletes, something that we can be sharing for a more rich streaming for you guys. 7 minutes remaining right now. We are getting closer to the last moments of this heat. We are seeing Agustin, the local here in Punta Dos, just reminiscing in the lead. He just found the best wave of the competition so far. A very good backflip in that first section. We haven't been seeing athletes hit strong maneuvers so far in that first section, as the tide was pretty low in the beginning of the day and it's just filling up. But Augustine, just showing how much he knows this wave, just reaching almost perfection there. And the situation for the second one is still the same. And let's see Kevin right now on a smaller wave, found that backflip, but it was not the most fluid maneuver, just as his last one, using the resources there of the feet, hitting the water, not in the most soft and smooth way. So he will need a 7:15, guys. That's not a easy task, but for sure a possible one with a bit less than 6 minutes remaining in this third heat for the men division.
One more wave there for our rider from the south, Raimundo Quintana. Raimundo needs a 7.76 to get that first position. It's difficult that single roll was going to be that score. But, just building step by step. He has a 6.5, actually, and a 5.40. So we'll see if he gets something better. But, yeah, situation right now is that Agustin Figueroa has that first position pretty secure, I will say. And Raimundo and the rest, they need to put something big. But this is possible here. I'm telling you, the scores are not too big. You get a little worried when you see someone needing an 8.5 or 9. But in the case of these riders, they know perfectly how to serve here. So we'll see how that goes. Vamos a ver. El que está bastante sólido en la primera posición es Agustín Figueroa. Pero, bueno, Raimundo es completamente capaz de conseguir ese score. Es un score alto, pero tampoco es el más alto del mundo. Si fuera un 8.50 o un 9, ahí ya yo diría que está un poco más complicado. Pero realmente ellos pueden conseguir algo así. No hemos visto muchos tubos. Parece que como tenemos un poquito de viento, un poquito de textura, que realmente no está para nada fuerte. Si ustedes se ponen a ver, ni siquiera tenemos, como le llaman en algunos países, cabritas o estas pintitas blancas en el horizonte. Y ahí era preocupante si tuviéramos eso. A ver, viene Osman.
Osman Caracciolo, a lot of speed, but couldn't project himself too much on that roll and ended up losing the grip of his board on a reverse. He was very close to the rocks, not the best place to hit to do a reverse. But yeah, Osman is needing 6.70, guys. That's not going to be what he need. And Raimundo is now in the second position, needing 7.76, as Bego said. But let's see one more attempt for Kevin. Kevin just looking at the left, but he's not managing to keep up with the other guys in this heat, as he is needing 7.15. So basically all of the athletes need very similar scores or close scores to each other, around the 7, the average of 7 points. And we have good waves here, guys. It's just a matter of selecting the right ones, and trying to attend that judging criteria, with a lot of speed, with power, flow, hitting the critical sections of the wave. We just saw that very clearly in Agustin's wave, just that perfect backflip in the first section, granted to him the highest score of the competition. So these guys know what they need to do, but it's not just on themselves. So let's see, Yellow just dropping and leaving the board.
All right, yeah, Agustin Figueroa. He's, I was saying that he's a Erizos surf brand rider. Erizos is a local brand that was created in 2007. This year it's getting its 17th anniversary, and there's a bodyboard shop in here as well. Erizos store, if you're interested in check it out, that's erizosstore.com. And Agustin Figueroa is an athlete of this brand. And back in the first edition of this event in 2019, 2 Erizos athletes won in their divisions. Alan Munoz won here, took the men win, and Joaquin Soto, he won in the junior division. And I'm telling you this, Joaquin Soto is one of the favorites for this event this year for the men division. Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. But definitely Agustin Figueroa is showing off in this heat. Super solid, I will say, with a 9 and a 5.25.
So Erizos picking up talents very well here in South America. I've been thinking also about Joaquin. Joaquin in Morocco was going very well, both in Anza and Anchor Point. But his last heat was actually a very bad luck. He lost the fins twice in there and
Oh,
couldn't
yeah.
couldn't go through. That was a bit of a sad story for him. But I'm pretty sure he's got the payback on his pocket to show it to us here in La Punta Dos, his home, his backyard.
No, and I'm telling you, that's a lesson, because sometimes the riders, they are stubborn. They don't want to wear fin savers. And really, you have to wear fin savers when you are competing. You don't want to lose a fin. It's very bad when you lose. Look at that, some seals and a drone. All right, so one more wave here for Raimundo. Vamos a ver Raimundo Quintana, que se está tratando de frenar y va por otro backflip. Como tal vez comparamos con Kevin, combina con un rolo. Este backflip, igual que el segundo de Kevin, el regreso de Kevin, no fue tan fluido, pero definitivamente yo creo que le puede ayudar. Vamos a ver, no sé si va a ser más que el 5:40 que ya tiene. Quedan solamente 8 segundos y me parece que todo va a indicar que la situación se va a quedar exactamente como ven en pantalla. Vienen llegando los scores de Raimundo y no es suficiente para tomar la primera posición, pero sí para avanzar. Así que felicitaciones a Agustín Figueroa y a Raimundo Quintana. Vamos a seguir con más. No se muevan. Well, welcome back, everyone. This is the first day of competition at the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, an event that will bring you spectacular moments in bodyboarding. So let's hit the water, Joey, because we have a very stacked hit right there.
Yes, up and riding in red. We have Isaac Caballero from Chile, Kai DeLee from Australia, Carlos Cruz from Chile, and Maretiri Atan, also from Chile. So pretty stoked to see a little bit of Australian representation in this heat, Bego.
That's right. We knew you were going to be excited for sure. Let's check that out. That's the first plot. It's a Maretiri Atan. I think Kevin is his brother, and he was surfing in the previous heat. And they surf super good. Look at that. They have nice style. And try it. That's a very dangerous section there. And that was a split peak. And we have your boy from Australia.
Kai just starting off with a little barrel on the right there and comes straight up to that section. Gets to it a bit late and does a roll through. But, yeah, lands that roll with a little hair flick. And that's a good start from Kai. And Maratiri up and riding those straight behind him in red. Isaac going for a combo there and ducking out before it gets real shallow on that end section.
Yeah, that's Isaac Caballero. It's okay that you call it Isaac because that's the way you say it in English. But yes, Isaac Caballero is from here, from Iquique. And he also knows this wave very well. And check that out. He actually dropped very backdooring, got some barrel. We didn't see that barrel before because we only got live bit of a wave and combined with two spins. I'm sorry. Isaac Caballero, it's a Erizos store rider.
Ah, cool.
So it's pretty cool also to have, riders from the brand, the Soul Bodyboarding brand that it's a sponsor in this event, which is Erizos. And if you want to check it out, there is a online shop, erizosstore.com. And there's a pretty cool physics shopping here.
Yeah,
So
representing the local store going on, and Krapu as well from
Krapu,
the heat
yes.
before. Yeah, he was killing it with that 9, but yeah, we'll see what the guys at this heat can throw down. Waves still dropping through. There we go. The first exchange. Isaac with the best wave. He got a 5.5 for that combination that he did, and Kai got a 4.5. But hang on, up and riding Carlos Cruz using his priority here with a little second section barrel, racing it through all the way to the third section on a real milky section.
Ooh.
And ooh, that's dangerous. He's going upside down on a real shallow section there. You don't want to be going like that underwater. It gets real shallow.
There's more water right now, you know, the tide's filling in, so I believe now it's a little bit more safe. Actually, we are getting to the point of the high tide. We had the low tide around 7:45, I think. So we're gonna get there. And while we're waiting for more action, we have the interview ready with the winner of last heat, and Lucas. Go ahead, Lucas.
Thanks, Pago. I'm here with Agustin Figueroa that just showed us how local knowledge can get you a 9-point ride. Agustin, how was that heat? Tell us a little about that.
Primero que todo, me siento muy feliz por haber obtenido esa ola, que me tocó un backflip en la primera sección y después logré concretar un rolo y que esa me logró posicionar en primer lugar, y igual me sentía un poco ansioso porque eran demasiados hits y quería ya estar dentro de mi hit, pero que todo salió bien y lo pude hacer muy bien.
So he was feeling a little bit anxious, you know, with too many heats before his one, but he could keep calm and find that good backflip, another roll after that one that sent him to first, and he stood there. Agustin, we're also seeing on the commercials, we are seeing a movie you guys recorded here, you and Joaquin, called Los Dragones. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
La película Los Dragones es muy interesante porque salimos dos riders locales que son yo y Joaquín. Los dos somos gran rider y que acá siempre logramos destacar el estilo que tenemos, y nos potenciamos los dos cada vez más, y yo creo que esta película es una buena motivación para las nuevas generaciones, y así los nuevos chicos vengan con un mayor potencial y sigan surgiendo y sigan dándole al body.
So that's basically a video that was recorded with him and Joaquin Soto, two Erizos riders, and he was just telling how they were working on their styles, you know, working on the statics of their surfing, trying to make it good, and also to improve the other generations and whoever watch it, whoever loves bodyboarding. Agustín, unas palabras para quien está asistiendo en el live.
Primero que todo, un saludo, o sea, muy agradecido de mi auspicio a Erizo Surbrand, a Ali Card, que también está representando aquí al campeonato, a Nordic Gym, que me ayudó mucho con los entrenamientos, y a Sushi Maki Rolls, que ellos fueron los que me alimentaron y estuvieron dentro de todo este proceso, y agradecer un saludo para mi familia y a todos los que me están apoyando.
Felicidades, Agustín. Increíble. And back to you guys.
All right, super interesting. It looks like we had a lot of action while we were in the interview. Look at that, your boy has already a 6.25, and very good call, dropping, backdooring in that right, and I think he actually made it, he did, of course, and that's a 6.25 for the Aussie.
Yeah, that was well served from Kai there. Split peak with Maratiri. He decided to go the left on this one, and he waits for this section, which wraps him real nicely on that left, and he gets a nice flip out that bowl there, really well landed. He got a 4.55 for that. See if he got anything else. Rolo there, so yeah, combo. It was good split peak, good exchange for both riders. Current situation, Kai Dali in first place, Maratiri in second, and Isaac Caballero is looking for a 2.55 to improve his situation, and Carlos Cruz looking for a second wave, but probably looking for 2 scoring waves to improve his situation as well. But yeah, Cool. Kai is from West Australia, from Perth. So that's the capital of West Australia. There's not many waves in Perth because a few islands block it. But, speaking of him, nice loopy roll there, and he will throw a classic reverse there. But it's pretty typical, as you see with riders like Ryan Hardy or other guys from West Australia. They love rights. There's so many good rights in West Australia, and nearly all the riders that come over from West Australia, they love a good right-hander. And so when these boys heard that Punta Dos was going to be on the World Tour, I'm sure their ears perked right up because they do love a good right-hander.
And that's so good. I didn't know that. I mean, that's a good point because I remember back in the day, Ryan Hardy will always try to go right, but he was equally as good,
Yeah,
to both
he's Hardy.
sides. I mean, he's a, style master. Ryan Hardy, we missed you. Maybe one day you're gonna get back to the tour.
Yeah,
don't
Hardballs.
come with the "I am too old" thing, all right? We're missing all the golden times, but it's just so refreshing to see, the twin brothers right here, the League brothers, present in this event. We have Tom Morris, we have Ebony, and Ebony just put on a show as well in Morocco, and she also loves her rides, and it's just so good. And we also have South Africans. And check that out, that guy right there. We are, celebrating his life. He passed away 2 years ago, and he was the best bodyboarder of Iquique. That's Alexander Whitman and Erizos brand, the owner of the Erizos brand. It was one of his best friends. So every time since then, the athlete zone is called Whitman zone athlete area because it's just to wait a minute, we're gonna get back to that. I got distracted with this good wave for Carlos Cruz. Vamos a ver esta para Carlos.
Yeah, looking for a section there, a bit of a bumpy one. He manages to get a roll over, but he does. Oh no, he fought that one for a while. I wasn't sure if he was going to make it. Probably a good idea ducking out there as you see those rocks. But yeah, just to commemorate Alexander Whitman is really nice. Rest in peace. I had the honor of sharing a session with him and his son years ago. It was just us three out at a small day at Punta Dos, and it was really memorable session.
He's here. We dropped his ashes in this wave, so he's with us.
Yeah, part of the reef.
Yeah, he's there for sure. And we always pay tribute to him in every event and I mean every World Tour event because he was shaped to be a professional bodyboarder, and you have no idea how good he used to surf. He was like he used to do all the maneuvers equally as good to both sides. He will surf huge wave to small waves, rights, left, whatever. He was one of the most versatile and stylish rider that I've met in my life. So rest in peace, brother.
Yeah, rest in peace. This is a replay from before the left Rolo from Maratiri. And you can see on the other side a nice barrel there for the rider in red. And he comes out at what looks like it's going to be a section for him. It gets a roll through there. No, it doesn't look like he completed it. And catching up on another replay. Little cover up for Carlos Cruz. And then, yeah, this was the one that he went all the way down and hit a roll at the end that he didn't manage to land. So current situation, still Cardali in first place. Isaac Caballero in second, looking for a 5.36. Maratiriatan in third, also looking for a 5.6 to advance. And Carlos Cruz looking for a 7.15 to advance.
Whitman Zone, voy a decir esto en español. No sé si ustedes alguno ha venido a este evento, pero aquí el dueño de Erizo fue uno de los mejores amigos de Alexander Whitman, un bodyboarder que fue y va a ser para siempre de los mejores bodyboarders chilenos, y ese es un homenaje a él, pero what is that?
There's Kai just cruising through a super deep right-hander, and he gets a nice flip out the end, flares his legs, but not sure if he's going to come out of that. Straight behind him, we have our rider in red, Isaac Caballero,
with a nice deep barrel as well. It's really starting to turn on with this tide, and he just kicks out there. But some cool exchanges going down Bego.
No, I'm telling you, Isaac knows this wave as the palm of his hand. He knows perfectly how this wave works, and specifically with this kind of condition, this tide. You guys, you can notice this from all these days I'm going to be watching, you'll see how the that shore gets covered with water. And when it's a low tide, if you scroll back, if you see the early moments of today, you'll see a lot of rocks right there. So that's when the tide is low. Right now, the tide, it's about to be high tide. And take us through that replay.
Yeah, look how deep he gets here. He just loves it. Look at that. You don't think he's coming out, and then just straight out, a lot of speed. Gets the hair out of the eyes, and I really like this backflip here. He waited for the section. You can see how shallow it is, and then hits it straight over, cross legs, and flares him out, but probably just gets caught up there. Like, you can see it just engulfed him, and he's still got a decent score for it.
Y esta fue la última, Isaac Caballero, que realmente también se conoce súper bien esta ola, que es un raider muy bueno de aquí de la ciudad de Iquique, y también se ponía ese tubo, no fue tal vez tan profundo como el del chico australiano, pero fue un 5.25 y con esa ola Isaac está un poco más tranquilo en la segunda posición, pero el australiano consiguió un 6.60, así que está dando bastante de qué hablar él, con un 6.60 y un 6.25, bastante sólido en la primera posición, mientras que los demás necesitan, en el caso de Isaac, 7.35 como ven en pantalla, y Maratiri Atan un 6.20, Carlos Cruz un 7.75. Aquí tengo una información de Cuquín, que es el papá de Tufi. Viene de que los hermanos Atán vienen de Rapa Nui, vienen de lo que se conocía como la Isla de Pascua, pero ya no se le dice más así, ahora se llama Rapa Nui.
Rapa Nui es el
Sí,
nombre. Buena.
Así que yo ya le decía, porque este nombre Maratiri es muy, muy típico de allá, y claro, los chicos son de la isla, así que un saludo a toda la gente de Rapa Nui, y espero que tengamos muchos más competidores de allá, porque sé que hay buen nivel y hay muchos amantes del bodyboard.
Yeah, I was going to say Maratiri Atan, it doesn't sound like a classic Chileno name, so it does sound like a more Polynesian name.
Polynesian, right.
It's cool.
Yeah, we're just getting word. Do you want to translate that he's come from Eastern Island?
Yeah, he's from Easter Island, Rapa Nui. Action here from the man we're talking about with a nice flip out there at the first section and a reverse roll. Real dangerous move over a shallow reef, but he's being creative, and we love to see it. But yeah, he's from Rapa Nui, which is you guys have probably heard of Easter Island, the island with the big statue heads is what it's famously known for. It's politically owned by Chile.
That's right. Disculpa, vamos a hacer este replay del chico de Rapa Nui, que bonito ARS completado y continúa, tiene buen estilo. Oye, wow. Lástima, lo hubiese podido caer y hubiese sido una innovación, pero me gusta mucho cómo surfean estos hermanos Atán. También lo vimos con el hit anterior, su hermano Kevin, que no pasó, pero comenzó con un muy buen ARS en la izquierda, así que lindo conocer a estos nuevos chicos. Obviamente nos encantaría conocer a todos los competidores, es difícil, siempre llegan nuevos nombres, y miren, este es nuestro público, la gente. Hoy es el Día del Trabajador aquí en Chile, en muchos países también lo es, así que vamos a tener un montón de gente en la playa. Ahí quien está de shorts vino tinto o concha de vino es Francisco Tani, que es el encargado de Erizos de Store Santiago, que está de vacaciones y vino aquí a su ciudad, él es de aquí, a presenciar este evento, que es, la verdad, para los chilenos este evento es una fiesta, algo que se espera durante todo el año. Cuando se recibió la noticia de que este evento volvía al Tour Mundial, la gente se puso contentísima, todos los bodyboarders muy muy felices, así que muy contentos de tener este evento de vuelta.
For sure, there's a few people enjoying their public holiday, maybe even passing a few Melvins around, which I was taught actually what a Melvin is in this very city, and I'm sure today...
Explain it.
Well, a Melvin is a melon, basically one of the green melons. I forget what we call them in English, maybe a honeydew melon. and I don't even know. I'm not very good with melons, but you hollow it out and you put white wine and sugar in it, and you leave the chunks of the melon in it as well. And basically, you pass the melon around and drink out of it.
And some ice.
Yeah, and ice. Oh, frío.
It's a classic summer drink here, the melvin, and it comes from mel from melon and bean from vino, which is wine. So melvin.
Yeah. It's really good. You guys should try it if you haven't heard of it. It's easy
You gotta
to
do
make.
it back in Australia when you're in the summertime.
I've done it. I've brought it to a few parties, and everyone loves it. Everyone's like, "What is this?" And you pass a melon around. And
I didn't know you. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. That was the next heat we saw coming up. There was up and riding though. Isaac Caballero looking for a section and just diving out there. Yes, situation has remained still not many changes. Maratiri looking for his 6.2 to advance, and Carlos Cruz really needing to get a higher scoring wave there, or a 7.75 to advance. So yeah, exciting times. I'm not biased at all, but pretty happy that my fellow countryman is doing well in this heat.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, you were not supposed to cheer. We're not cheering for anyone in special, but it's definitely nice to have new nationalities. Every time we see a new nationality or a nationality that hasn't been in a tour for a while, we get excited. And some more public in there. And there is a nice crowd from Australia. Actually, Chris Anderson says that it's at 3:10 a.m. there. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being there with us. Is there any more Aussies tuning in right now? Thank you for supporting.
Yeah, 3 a.m. That is pretty late. So good to see that some people are up and watching and supporting Kai and Josh and Ebony and Tom and 5 minutes 45 seconds remaining in this heat. Let's see what happens. It's been a bit slow the last 10 minutes or so. Not as many sets been coming in. But it is meant to be increasing. The period is jumping up quite significantly, which will bring in a lot more energy. And tomorrow, I think we'll really be seeing the results of that as the swell gets bigger and bigger. And we'll see how that holds up. I was collecting a bit of information from the riders earlier so we can all learn a little bit more about them. And Kai Deli, who is the Australian rider in yellow, he sent me through that his first goal is to be the first person to body surf the right. His local break is third groin Sorrento, and his top three favourite riders is Jono Bruce, Mike Stewart and Ryan Hardy. And then him and Josh said, actually, our twin goal is you guys will be seeing Josh up in the next heat. He's his twin, and they want to do the first tandem wave at the right. So they both catch a wave. So that would be pretty epic to see.
That would be super cool. Well, we had only twin heat in Itaquachara next year. Last year, I'm sorry.
The semi-final.
Yeah, that was super hectic. That was super nice. I mean, Rodrigo Silva and Moises Silva. I haven't seen, Josh surfing, but it will be interesting to see if he surfed equally as good as Kai. But definitely the Silva brothers, they surf equally as good. So it's always so good to watch them in competition, and it's so tough for them. Eternal rivals and eternal,
Support.
partners.
Yeah. Brothers, twins.
Check that structure. We are in that smaller one that says Cielo, Sofri and all that. That's where we are. This huge LED screen there for the riders. That's so important for the riders.
Up and riding in white. A really good backflip there from Maratiri, and he does a reverse spin. At the end, doesn't quite get to keep that going, but he managed to make a nice flip out of that, which I didn't expect to see him get that much pop on it, but he surfed that pretty well. Looking for a 6.2 to advance, and waves of that size probably not going to provide him with the score he needs. Situation's still the same. Kai holding down first spot with first priority, who's surfed this heat really well. And so has Isaac Caballero, the local man. He's got some pretty solid scores in there as well, and he's holding down. Oh no, he's in third priority. But yeah, 3 minutes on the clock.
Yep. 3 últimos minutos y la situación es que el australiano, que hacía mucho que no veíamos un australiano en competencia, está de primero, que ha hecho muy buen performance con tubos, con salida de rolos, y hizo un backflip con uno. Y Isaac Caballero, que también lo ha hecho muy bien, está con un 5.50 y un 5.25. Maratiri Atan, me ha gustado mucho su estilo, pero tal vez necesita buscar algo un poco más grande o más crítico para poder conseguir el score que necesita. Está buscando un 6.20. Él tiene una sumatoria, como ven en pantalla, de 8.75. Y Carlos Cruz, que no ha tenido tanta suerte, ha tenido puntajes un poco bajos, tiene 3 y un 2. Está buscando una nota bastante alta porque necesita un 7.75 para ser segundo. Recordando que esta ronda es full eliminatoria, solamente pasan primero y segundo y split pick.
Up and riding in white, we have Maratini, chico from Rapa Nui, with a nice flip, gets it around. We're in ARS, and then he does a little roll off the foam there and gets another one around. No, he doesn't quite manage to make that one through. It was a split peak, actually. Kai used his priority, so we'll probably grab a replay from that wave as well right now.
Bueno, una interesante situación de cacho compartido, como se dice acá, o de cacho dividido. Teníamos al australiano yendo para la derecha y el Rapa Nui yendo para la izquierda. No vimos la ola del australiano, ya nos la van a mostrar, yo creo. We're going to see if we have that replay from the last wave of yellow. We'll see there you have it. And it looks like something nice because he got 6 points for nice looking invert. I just love when they bring new maneuvers.
Yeah, that was real clean. Nice stylish invert for him. 6.0, so doesn't go into his top 2 scoring waves, but still nice. And here's that replay from Maratiri. He just pops those flips out of nothing and manages to get nice projection. And here he goes again, really trying to combination this one as he knows what he needs. But unfortunately for him, doesn't manage to get that last move in the combo. He still needs that 6.2, so 20 seconds to go. I think that could be the end of the road for the man from Rapa Nui and for Carlos Cruz.
That's right, and if you just got here, we have a full day of action. We're going to try to run as long as possible, as much as possible today for the men division, and this is only the round number 1 and the heat number 4. Situation remained the same. In first position, the Australian, just starting his campaign in this event right here, first appearance in the World Tour, showing off with the first position, and Isaac Caballero in second. Congratulations to the other riders. We're gonna hit a quick commercial break and gonna back super soon.
Hey guys, welcome back to day 1 of the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Lucas, back with me in the booth. How's it going?
It's going amazing. I'm loving it. So let's jump in the water right now because we have one more Aussie in this heat, right, Josh? Right, Joey? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's it. So we have, Josh the lead, the twin of Kai, the winner of the previous heat, going up against Ronald Gomez from Peru, Miguel Galvez de Chile, and Ramiro Platz de Chile también. It's going to be an exciting heat. Let's get out there and see what's going on.
So we had White already going to the left, starting with the spin, and let's see if there was any other section, but just the reverse for Ramiro Platz.
And then following him up on a real small one, but going for a reverse off the lip there, which we haven't seen too many of Miguel Galvez, but it doesn't manage to land that. So 2 non to low scoring waves in the first few minutes of this heat. And yeah, it's kind of the last heat, it's a bit slow. There was a bit of action at the start and then it slowed down, but there's still definitely some clean ones and some good ones getting in.
Yeah, so Ramiro already going on the second wave. The first one was a 2.5, but this one just closed out completely on him, not offering any section. Let's see red, Ronald Gomez, late drop there, getting passing to the outside of that section. Just keeps going, one more roll. Just a lot of speed for Ronald in this first wave and a roll. So yeah, good start for him.
Up and riding, Josh. Taking off deep and getting in the barrel, holding on in the foam ball there. These boys just know how to ride a right-hand barrel, and that's just the barrel for him, but still a deep one, and I honestly didn't expect him to come out of that, so he did pretty well.
Yeah, he disappeared for quite a while there, but, you know, just showing off his barreling techniques there, you know, just a lot of control with that white water in the barrel, guys. It's not easy to keep going, but, you know, let's check that replay from Ronald.
Look at that, just real nice drop and had to go around it. It could have been nice if he was able to get in that barrel as well, but it looked pretty difficult too. But a real clean roll for the Peruvian. And he comes out just lining it up, seeing if there's anything and deciding, nope, I'm going to get out of there. Then here's that replay of Josh.
A late takeoff there by the Australian and just scooping. You guys can see how much white water is in his way, but, you know, he maintained the line. He managed to keep going and exit the tube, the barrel, just on time. Good call before the wave closed out. So a good wave for Josh. I would say maybe and probably the best wave of the heat so far with just the barrel.
Yeah, that's it. So far, though, only 4 minutes in and a bit of action. It's starting to look really, really fun out there. This rising tide definitely helping it. And all the riders getting a little bit more confident to be more risky because it's not as bone dry as it was before. Here we have the rider in blue, the man with a hood, looking for a section. Nice reverse off the top there and drops back into a pretty critical looking section. Can he make it out of this one, Lucas?
Wow.
Gee, that was a throaty barrel.
And there comes the Aussie Josh, one more. Very shallow section there, just passing through that one, getting in position, goes for the lip. Nice round roll for yellow, just getting his backup score as we're still waiting for the first one. Wow, we are seeing now some, I would say, a little bit cleaner conditions and more trustable, I would say, because, you know, we have some more water on the reef right now. Let's see red.
So much action in this heat. Red popping a very powerful ARS through that first section and stalling back in. Ronald Gomez, el Peruano, and an invert. Can he make it out of this? This will be a nice combination if he can, and he's fighting it, but just not able to get in front of that whitewash. But surfing very powerfully and explosively. El peruano está surfeando muy bien, con mucho poder, y es bueno para ver ese cantidad de olas este manga, y hay mucha acción en estos primeros 5 minutos.
De verdad que está haciendo una manga muy buena. Ahí viene Miguel González, el chileno, hace un reverse y sigue en la ola, pasa por el tubo, pero no logra salir. Una ola que rompió muy buena después. Si lograse segurar, tal vez hiciese un buen tubo, pero acabó acaba por se perder en la agua blanca.
And a replay of our Aussie man Josh here. Here we see the slow-mo, bit bumpy at the start there, and you can even see him negotiating his way over a few of those double lips, and he's just waiting for a section here, and then just does nice loopy roll into the foam section there and kicks out.
Good wave for the Australian Josh. We'll see once more this last one for Ronald as he just goes for the backflip on the first section. That was a 5.75 for the Peruvian guys. Good wave as it became more white, but he goes for that last invert. I believe he didn't complete that one, but that was it for the Peruvian. Good wave. And guys, we do have that interview ready with Kai and Bagel. Go for it, Bagel.
Hey, thank you so much, guys. You're super amped, Kai. This is your first appearance in the World Tour, in the IVC World Tour, and you just showed off there with great scores, surfing super good. How?
I'm feeling super amped. I'm glad the wind's gone back offshore. Yeah, Iquique's awesome. I love it.
So, you to try and compete in the World Tour?
It's been my dream since I started bodyboarding, to be honest, to go on the World Tour and surf with all these guys and high competition. Yeah, I don't know.
What does it mean to come from a place where bodyboarding is part of your culture and there is so much history? So it's this extra motivation, of course, for you. And what's your plans for the future?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely keeps me super motivated seeing guys like Louis Finnegan, Jake Metcalf, the homie from home, George Humphreys, all those boys, and all the Ryan Hardys and Virtues and all that. Keeps to try and push a level and get good.
All right, you want to say something to someone back home?
Yeah, thanks to Mum, all the Shells watching, all the boys, Brad, Jakey, thanks to Science and Nobody and Ashton. Yeah, I think that covers it, hopefully.
All right, congratulations and best of luck for the rest of the competition and to your twin brother right there who is surfing. So let's go back to the water.
Yeah, Kai, thank you, Bago. That was a good interview. I'm so stoked to see that he smashed that heat and make it through. And yeah, he looked pretty happy as well. He looked on top of the world in that.
Yeah, I mean, coming all the way from Australia, you know, and getting this result in the first heat, very well done by Kai. But let's see, Ronald Gomez right now, the leader of this heat, just exiting this wave. And Kai's brother, Josh Delay, the left, is that it? Delay, okay.
I think.
We'll get in touch with them later on to confirm that. But yeah, Josh is in second right now with a total score of 10 points, leaving Ramiro and Miguel, the two Chileans, in third and fourth, respectively. Needing a 7.5 for classification, guys. So not easy task for Ramiro and Miguel, but you know what? We are seeing very good waves, a very good exchange since the very start of this heat. So I would say unexpected heat. We have Ramiro right now giving an answer. Oh, ended up with the nose on the water there and couldn't keep going.
Yeah, that's it. It looked like Josh had a little paddle at that one as well, but Ramiro taking it, so I don't think his priority has been affected by that as the person with first priority took it instead. But yeah, that now leaves the situation as follows. You can see exactly what scores everyone has if you look up on the screen now and what scores they need. That's in the right-hand column. But yeah, the last few heats have been like this, like a lot of action in the start, and then it goes into like a lull period, and then maybe a bit more action at the end. So that was kind of intense commentary we were doing. It was just like, wait, replay, wait, right at the first maybe 8 minutes of this heat.
That's true, and we saw Josh and Ronald getting two good waves. You know, Josh a 675 and Ronald a 575, and you know, take a look where Josh is sitting right now after this wave for Ramiro. Just a quick left-hander. But, you know, Josh is sitting way behind the spot, you know. And by the look of his first wave, you know, just a late takeoff, scooping in the barrel, I would say that he's looking for maybe this one, you know, coming late and trying to get as much as he can of time inside the barrel and maybe going for maneuvers as well after that. So very good campaign for both the Australians. Kai winning the last heat and Josh in this one in second position. But let's see another try for Ramiro that is just staying in the left-hander, but very short waves for him. You know, those reverses and spins won't be enough to get a 7.5 for sure.
That's it. Yeah, the judges are really looking for critical aerial maneuvers or deep barrels. Those are going to be the things that bring them those good scores. And yeah, clearly shown by the two guys in the lead. But up and riding, Josh the lead, taking off in a really nice looking right-hand barrel. Makes his way through the front, and he's going to have a look to see if he can catch up with that wave. But no, you just see the thing explode him on the inside there. Bit deeper now, though, not as low tide as it was, so he should be fine. Up and riding right behind him. The Peruvian with a huge flip. Wow.
He's got some air time there, guys. Ronald Gomes, una buenísima ola para el líder desta manga, que tiene un 5.75 y un 4.50 con un backflip gigante en la derecha, en la primera sesión de la derecha de puntador, y a ver lo que los jueces van a pensar de esta.
Yeah, that's it. That was real nice. We'll catch a replay of that any second. You can see the spread out view we have there, and kind of shows you the texture of the ocean as well. Real clean, like as Kai said in his interview that it gone offshore again. It must have, hey, because we can't feel the wind here, but it's starting to look a lot cleaner than it did before. Here's that replay as well. Just nice big ARS out of that bowl, and he landed that so well. Classic Peruvian style. All the Peruvian guys are so good at landing them.
Y se puede ver después que logra completar la manobra, se puede ver después como está muy seco. Piedra pronto adelante de Ronald Gomes, pero una buenísima ola. Viene ahí seguramente un buen score que va a tomar el lugar de este 4.5, tal vez uno de los mejores scores de la competencia hasta ahora, porque ya vienen aquí los scores de cada juez y ustedes también pueden verlos. Basta accesar ibcworldtour.com para que vean todos los scores actualizados, incluso los scores de cada juez, para que entienda más en detalles. Y 8.5 para el rojo ahora, con un somatorio total de 14.25. Ahora sí, la situación está muy más difícil para todos los otros atletas.
Sí, seguro. Y mira, Josh hizo un 5.5 con este tubo. Entonces, para Ramiro y Miguel necesitan un 9 y un 9.75. Y su trabajo está mucho más difícil ahora. Pero mira aquí un replay de un tubo de la derecha. Eso fue el RS gigante. Mira ese, ¡pah! Muy duro, cayó muy duro y cayó muy limpio, bien. Qué loco.
Buenísima. Y ahí viene también Miguel en una derecha. Pasa la primera y la segunda sesión. Se ubica en la ola, pero ninguna oportunidad adelante para Azul. Y también un aerotrompo por Ramiro Platz. Buena manobra, diferenciándose, ¿no?
Sí. We haven't seen one of them, maybe not even all day, but nice to see an air forward attempt. And he got a little pop on it and made it round nice and cleanly. So yeah, it was cool to see. Those lefts definitely provide nice bowls sometimes that just kind of wrap in at you and can be really nice for an air forward. So
yeah, but you know, for a 9-point ride, he would definitely need a proper air forward. You know, that was not enough for him. Only 3.25. I mean, it's amazing to see the guys just differentiating, you know, and trying to show some repertoire. Thank you, director. That's our judging criteria, guys. If you are new to this, new to competition, this is what the judges base themselves to give the scores. So maximum degree of difficulty and commitment, you know, just throwing those huge maneuvers over the rocks, radical control maneuvers with speed, power, and flow. Of course, hitting the critical sections. And what else, Joey?
Variety of repertoire, so they love to see different maneuvers, just as we were saying, like that air forward, aerial maneuvers with high degrees of difficulty. So yeah, you guys all know what that means, just moves that could be more critical than basic, like rolls or flips or whatever, and cleanly executed and completed waves. Like you want to be hitting them well, hitting them cleanly and landing cleanly, not struggling, not losing your board, and of course style in at the end there as well.
Yeah, so aerial maneuvers, I would say there. Hold on, let's see once more this backflip for Red. That was one of the highest maneuvers of the competition, guys. 8.5. Tough landing there, you know, but he managed to just complete that maneuver on time. And let's see the Aussie right now. Josh DeLay just passing that first section, going to the right, miring the last ramp, and he does hit that with a nice invert for yellow, trying to exchange that 5.5 as we also saw the other athlete going to the left.
Up and riding with some live action now. Miguel Galvez with a tube at the start. Real nice reverse straight off that inside hip. Comes round to the next section and gets a roll. Small wave, but that will definitely improve Miguel's score as he's looking for a 9.75, but he only has pretty low scores. So it's going to make that score that he needs a lot lower and make it more possible for him. Still got 8.5 minutes, so it's possible for Miguel for sure to get that score. We'll see what he gets awarded for.
I mean, it's crazy how La Punta Dos can offer many waves in such a small interval of time, you know. And we are here just waiting, sometimes a slower heat, and then, boom, one set comes off. And let's see this one for the Australian, just passing all of the wave to hit that last section with a nice invert that we are still waiting for this score, as he has a 675 and a 525.
Yeah, and there's a replay for our rider in white. A really nice forward spin and showing a lot of control straight back on the inside rail there. And then does a reverse out at the end there and decides to kick off. Another replay. This is the one from Miguel. Yeah, that reverse was real technical out of the bowl there. Spraying nicely and then gets a roll here to make it into a combination.
Wow, a lot of action in this last minute, guys. Good exchange of waves. And the situation is still the following. Ronald Gomez, the Peruvian, is leading the heat with one of the best waves of the contest so far. A total score of 14.25. Followed by Josh DeLay, the Aussie, with 12 points total. And in third and fourth, we have Miguel Galvez that needs 7.9 and Ramiro Platz that needs 8.75. So the Chileans right now in a difficulty situation, you know, needing almost excellent scores there to try and change the situation. And, you know, just first and second will stay on the competition, guys. So third and fourth in this first round, full elimination round, will go back home.
Yeah, that's it. A bit of a lull again as we see the riders just waiting out there. Priority is red. Our current heat leader, Ronald, holding down priority there. So he surfed really well, real smartly, managing to get those scores and then to get priority and hold it. And he'll be wanting to make sure Josh doesn't get a better wave to knock him out of that first position. The other two, it seems that they have quite a challenge ahead of them. Probably both of them are in combo from getting to first position. Yep, it is. I just checked the scores, and those guys won't be getting there. But Ronald Gomez using the priority here. Real nice clean flip, nice little cross legs there, and comes out with a roll combo. This guy is absolutely ripping Lucas.
Wow, he's not wanting to hold priority. Hold on, guys. That's Josh DeLay. Just stalling in that first section, but didn't find much in this wave. But you know what? Ronald doesn't want to be, you know, stopped. He wants to move himself, and that's what he's doing. Just not holding priority. Still a lot to go. You know, 6 minutes basically, and using his priority with a very good wave. It was not such a big wave as the first one, but it was a strong maneuver. You know, backflip in the first section as well. So just repeating what he done in the first time, that worked out pretty well. So let's check this once more.
Coming from around the peak, just straight up on one line into it, gets a nice pop off his board there, and wow, what a well executed flip straight back into the power of the wave, and comes up with a good roll, extends his arms, just shows the judges the slick of his board, then decides to duck out there before that closes out. Here we have a replay of Josh. Just having a look here, but deciding to kick out.
Y ahora en verdad, para los chilenos en esta manga, la situación se queda cada vez más difícil, ya que Miguel ahora necesita 8.15 para clasificarse y Ramiro necesita 9 puntos. Entonces, chicos, una situación que se va complicando para los chilenos ahora. Y quien está en la mejor situación es el peruano Ronald Gómez, que acaba de sacar un 8 puntos con su última ola, y también somado con su 8.5 le pone en la primera posición con 16.5, y ahí viene el hombre Ronald Gómez, just exiting this wave.
Ramiro
no encuentra nada.
No, nada.
Ramiro también buscó algo, pero he left the wave. He just kicked out then. Little barrel there, up and riding now, live action from Miguel, and a really nice extended invert. Wow, that was really, really nice. He's looking for an 8.15 to advance. It was a smaller wave, but it's probably one of his best for sure. That's going to move into one of his scoring waves.
Yeah, he found a lot of speed and, took off really well. And I really like how he used his legs, to land and stabilize the landing. So let's see, getting a lot of speed, bottom turning, and finally hitting it. And you guys can see how he spread his legs, and landed much smoothly. So good job for Miguel. He needs a high score, 8.15. I don't think that's going to be enough because the wave was not the biggest one. But, it can be an improvement for his 2.5. So he can need a smaller score. There comes Red.
Up and riding, looking for that section. Ronald, he's just having a field day out there, just catching so many waves. In fact, I reckon this heat has been the most active heat of the day. Like, our lowest amount of waves ridden is Josh, who's caught 5, and then Ramiro has caught 10, Ronald has caught 7, and Miguel's caught 6. So everyone's been super busy, keeping the judges on their toes.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, Joey. In the first moments of the heat, we just saw a very good exchange of waves. We had a few minutes in the middle of the heat where the pace dropped down a little bit. But you know what? These guys are just going over each other. And check this next heat that we are going to have. That's going to be heat number 6 for the men. Joey Gregory from Chile, Omar Rios, Jerry Pastrana, and Gabriel Costa from Brazil, Jerry from Costa Rica, and Omar also from Chile. Então, pessoal, a gente vai ter Gabriel Costa aí na próxima bateria, torcida do Brasil. Volta aqui com a gente, compartilha essa live e esperem, porque daqui a 2 minutinhos a gente já vai começar com mais um brasileiro estreando na competição, que vai ser o Gabriel Costa. E aproveitem também para escanear esse código QR, onde vocês vão ter acesso a toda a informação sobre o circuito mundial de bodyboarding, os rankings, os posts que a gente faz, sobre cada evento, sobre os atletas, calendários e tudo mais aí nesse código QR.
Yeah, there's the QR code, guys. You guys know what to do. It's got everything you need. Channels, social media, links to the IBC website. Yeah, just get your phone out and scan it, and yeah, it'll solve all your problems. Miguel Galvez just ducking out there. Yeah, not a good wave for him. Kind of just a closeout on that one.
Yeah, he's in 3rd position right now. It's a lot of pressure. But, Ronald Gomez doesn't stop. This guy is just getting waves and waves. And bottom turning for an invert was a smaller wave. He couldn't take off as much as he did on those first backflips. But, Ronald is winning by 4.25, just completely dominating this heat.
Yeah, he smashed it. Look, he's even nearly put everyone in combo. Josh, and he's a 9.75, and Miguel and Ramiro in combo from first place. It's crazy. He's just surfed. I think this is the highest heat total of the day.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe the total score.
Yeah. Because Krapu got a 9, but no one's got a 16.5 yet.
Yeah.
So it's pretty impressive for the young Peruvian. Well, not so young. We're in men's now. He's I don't actually know how old Ronald Gomez is, but up and riding though, Miguel Galvez with a real nice line, and that bowl, he probably was looking at another reverse and didn't quite do it for him. But there you have it, guys. That's the end of the heat. Advancing through, Ronald Gomez from Peru and Josh DeLee from Australia. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick commercial break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. First day of competition in the Iquique Bodyboard Pro 2024. We just saw the highest total score of the competition right now, 16.5. To huge backflip by the Peruvian. Welcome back, Bago.
Thank you. You have no idea how that was in out there. So let's hit the water and check who do we have next.
So we have Joey Gregory, the Chilean, another Chilean, Omar Rios, Jerry Pastrana from Costa Rica, and Gabriel Costa from Brazil.
That's right.
That was the last heat.
Yeah, no. This is the last heat,
Yeah.
director. All right. Yeah, there's a situation in the scores. Those are not the proper. That's Joey Gregory from Chile. Joey Gregory? Doesn't sound too Chilean. Well, I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check it out for you guys. And yeah, in the water, Joey Gregory, Omar Rios, he is from here. Jerry Pastrana from Costa Rica, and Gabriel Costa from Brazil. Another multicultural hit right there.
That's it. And we looks like Joey Gregory already surfed one wave, but it was just 1.5. And also Jerry Pastrana. It's so let's check this one. The first one for Joey, right-hander, just hitting that roll, but wow, he landed in the barrel, and just got covered by that closed out as Jerry completed that roll, through the lip roll on the middle-sized wave, but that was enough for him to get a 3.5 on his first wave.
All right. So let's check this out. Joey Gregory. It's actually from the States. So we're going to get that fixed for you because, yes, of course, that name, it doesn't sound Chilean. But yeah, it's we're fixing everything. So this wave here, not much there. All right, if you're just getting here, this is the first day, the very first day of competition here at the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, an event brought to you by the great City Hall, la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, through its sports corporation, la Corporación Municipal de Iquique. So thank you very much, and all of our sponsors, we're going to name them. But first, we're going to hear from Joey and the winner of the last heat in the interview. So go ahead, Joey.
Thank you, Bago. Here I am with the winner of the last heat and the highest heat total of the day, Ronald Gomez. Tell us about your combination of moves.
Yes, nada, estaba esperando la mejor ola de la manga, esperando la derecha, las que son épicas ahí, esperando la rampa. Mi idea era pegarle el backflip en la primera sección y nada, pude conseguir una buena ola, una combinación increíble, así que muy feliz de competir.
He said he was just waiting for those good sections, and when they came up, would just hit them and clearly landed them very well. And overall, just happy to be here competing. And Ronald, tell us about the waves here in Iquique. How do you like Iquique?
Sí, no, ya venía hace unos años, ya, por ejemplo, 2017, 2018, si no me equivoco, he vuelto otra vez a competir. Nada, muy feliz de estar otra vez en esta ciudad tan linda, la ciudad del Bodyboard, y compartir con toda la gente muy competidora y nada, a seguir dándole con todo, nada más.
Bueno, he was saying that he's been here before a bunch of times, and he competed here before, back from 2017, 18, 19, and feeling really good and happy to be here with all the other bodyboarders. ¿Alguna palabra para gente en casa?
Sí, mandar un saludo a mi familia que me está viendo, a la gente de todo Punta Hermosa. Así que nada, agradecer a Independent House y a mi familia, a todos, y a esa persona que me está viendo ahí, sí, con todo, a toda la gente, a darle con todo, que los perros están yendo con todo. Independízate ya.
Muchas gracias. Back to you guys in the booth.
Good interview there with Ronald, highest score of the day so far, because we still have a lot to go. And we saw an exchange of waves here during the interview, guys. Punta dos, you can't blink, because 1 minute and the situation just changes completely. Many waves, one after the other. But we're still waiting on the score for Jerry's last wave. Just came out, 4.25 for the guy from out in the first position, and Joey, the American. So let's see this one. That's the 4.25. Good air roll there by the blue jersey, and it was it, just to close out after this maneuver.
Right, and if you're just getting here, we were just saying hi and thanks to all of our sponsors. We're going to get back to that, but Joey Gregory right there. Joey Gregory coming from a very serious injury and surfing again, so huge congratulations to him for his appearance, his first appearance, I believe, in the IBC World Tour. So he actually sent a message just telling fact, wait, I'm going to get back to that. So Gabriel Costa in this one.
Aí vem o brasileiro Gabriel Costa passando essa primeira sessão, né? Ele acaba não conseguindo entrar no tubo, ficou por ali, não achou nada ainda o brasileiro, que só tinha uma onda de meio ponto e ainda segue na busca para começar nessa bateria.
Yeah, just going back to Joey's injury, he said he's using a helmet due to his spinal cord injury. He used to be paralyzed. Oh my, huge props to you because you recovered from that. And right now you are surfing, so whatever happens here, it doesn't matter. You are a winner just to be surfing and be, facing such a huge injury. Let's see this one for Omar Rios. Omar Rios, un local. He is from here, local for the Punta Dos as well. I mean, he's a Kenyan. So a little rolo there for Omar Rios. And that's going to be start of his campaign only at 2.5. I think the judges know what this wave is capable of and what it can be done. So we'll see. I mean, they are expecting bigger things from these riders, so we'll see how that unfolds. There's a lot of time, Lucas, 17 minutes and 42 seconds. So Jerry Pastrana from Costa Rica, I believe is also his first appearance. For sure it's his first appearance in this year. Una más para Omar Ríos. Vamos a ver, le está costando un poco conseguir las secciones, yo creo.
It looks like Omar, hold on, let's see. We had a situation there. We have Joey going in the wave, but by what we see here, Joey has priority number 2 and Jerry priority number 3. Jerry is claiming there, but he might not have checked the priority screen, that is pointed to the athletes in the water. Let's check this once more. So Joey using his priority and Jerry mistaken, probably went on the wave. It looks like he thought he had the priority, by the way he acted there, just going on the wave. So ended up turning against him. You got to be very attentive when you're doing these types of things. And here you guys can see some more of our priority rules. At the start of every heat, all the riders will share the priority, so it's not defined. So the riders will establish priority by being beyond or to the side of the takeoff zone under direction of the head judge and priority judge. The first priority gives ultimate wave possession in either direction, so the priority number 1 gives you the right to choose any wave you want, and it is lost as soon as a competitor gains momentum on a wave or pedals for and miss a wave. And the rider with first priority must not deliberately block other rider from catching a wave, or they will lose it. A verbal warning will be priorly issued, and when 2 riders reach the takeoff zone at the same time, the priority will go to the competitor who didn't have it lastly. So just so you guys understand a bit more of this situation, and we will see how it will be. But Joey just had a prior interference call on him due to this situation here.
Yeah, no, that was definitely interference, I believe. So these kind of things have to be super careful. I mean, we're gonna.
But Pego, hold on. Just to confirm that the interference call was made by Joey Gregory, actually, not by Jerry. So I think that the priority we saw here was not the same as in the moment they surfed the wave, maybe.
All right, we'll get that info straight for you. But yeah, I don't see it. Actually, Right there, yeah, it's there. Interference, you guys can
Yeah.
check it out as well. It's in your system. So, well, this is only starting and we will know better as this unfolds. So, so yeah, that's it's definitely, we're getting word here. It's definitely an interference, but hasn't been applied as of yet. But we're gonna see it. But yeah, just Joey has to be very careful. Let's see this one. Esta es una ola buena para Omar Ríos. Vamos a ver si consigue lo que está buscando. Está buscando una sección para hacer alguna maniobra y no la consigue. Omar es un bodyboarder muy bueno aquí en la ciudad de Iquique. Surfea mucho aquí en la Punta 2, pero él es uno de los casi dueños del baúl, que es esta derecha increíble que está en Iquique, al comienzo de Iquique, y es una derecha súper poderosa que a veces decimos que es el espejo de la intendencia, es como la intendencia hacia la derecha. Muy buena ola. Así que en cualquier momento él nos puede mostrar algo. La verdad que tuvo la suerte de surfear en la marea alta de la Punta 2, que es lo mejor para la derecha, así que seguro va a hacer alguna cosa buena.
There comes the athlete from Costa Rica, just going to the right, hitting an invert through the lip basically there, but he completes that one. He's trying to exchange that 3.5, you know, he's in the first position so far, but trying to get further away from Omar, who only needs a 5.25 to get to first position. So let's see right now, the priority is for Gabriel Costa, the Brazilian, that is in the fourth position. Gabriel didn't find any solid wave so far, but you know he needs only 2.85 to advance, and it's Red who's coming on this one. Joey just losing the moment there to hit the roll. He tries to stay on the wave, but couldn't find another maneuver on the closeout.
You know what I love about, I've been saying this all the time, but what I love about the World Tour is that you see all these nationalities, this variety. And right now in this event, we have the chance of having 3 Costa Ricans that we don't see too often. Of course, we all are very familiar with Yazani Castro, but we have Dulce Agüero as well and Jerry Pastrana. So it's pretty cool to have 3 Costa Ricans. You have no idea how good the waves are in Costa Rica. They are super good beach rigs and very consistent as well. Costa Rica is a country that's worth visiting as well.
I mean, it's so great to see how bodyboarding is just spread worldwide, you know. Let's see Gabriel Costa right now on the first solid wave of his heat, just passing by that barrel section and not hitting any maneuver in the end of the wave, but he was satisfied with that barrel. So let's see. It might be enough for him to advance. You know, he needs 3.30, but there's still a lot of time to go, and he will definitely try to change and need to change that 0.9. He came out a 4-point ride, less barrel for the Brazilian, but he definitely wants to change that 0.9 if he wants to classify to the next heat. It looks like there's a good set incoming there, Bego, as we are seeing the conditions getting cleaner and cleaner with the high tide right now, more water on the reef, you know, the waves shaping much better, and it's looking very promising for the rest of this day.
All right, and how if we go to the chat and read you a little bit? ¿Quieren que les mandemos un saludito? Vamos a ir al chat si quieren escribir alguna cosita. Wow, miren esa ola, para quienes dijeron que esta ola no servía para bodyboard y que las condiciones estaban pobres. Estamos en presencia de un muy buen momento. A pesar de que hay un poco de textura, vamos a ver Omar Ríos. Yo creo que va a intentar un tubo, claro que sí. Entra con comodidad, sale perfectamente, levanta la mano. Solo para que los jueces, por si no lo vieron, se den cuenta de que lo salió. Omar Ríos, que también es rider de Erizos Store. Es rider de la tienda Erizos, que está aquí en Iquique, también en Santiago, y si quieren conocerla pueden también ir a la página web erizosstore.com y mira este tubazo del local.
What a beautiful barrel there for Omar, just getting through that white water in a very deep barrel and exiting right now. You guys can see the size of that wave just picking up, you know, there's some period coming in with the swell today, guys, and he was satisfied with that. You know, Omar needed only 2 points, but guys, check this out. 7.5 for the local here, actually from the local of Baú, which is just a few meters from here. Very good wave for him, just taking some time in this heat, to perform, but it was more than worth it. Definitely just jumping in first position.
Right, yeah, no, I mean, it's fully accurate, a super good barrel there for Omar Rios, showing some dominance and some knowledge. And check that out, that's the replay of that 7.5 barrel for the local Omar Rios, boyfriend of Paloma Freigang, no one else. I love that couple because they're super motivated. They surf every single day of this world, of this life, and they know all the waves in Iquique. They are super motivated and inspirational to all of us. A very beautiful couple, and they do a great job also with the leader, Mayita. Mayita is Paloma's daughters. So I'm pretty sure Paloma is tuning in, and I'm pretty sure Paloma is looking to compete, because every single competitor has said that they have this will for competing. They're looking forward to compete. Let's see Omar trying to get that backup score and solidify his first position.
Yeah, changing sides right now, going to the left, but what a good wave it was by Omar on that left-hander. He actually attempted, a few times before. He attempted 4 waves and just found one. 2.5 was the best one he found in these previous and first 4 waves. But a 7.5 out of nowhere, just with the big barrel, with the beautiful line, showing, how much he knows about this wave. And guys, Gabriel Costa's last wave was a 4-point ride that sent him to the 3rd position. And now Joey is in 4th position with a big disadvantage, with an interference call. And he has a 1.5 and a 2.7. So he would need actually 8.40 to advance, and the situation just became very, very hard for him due to that mistake,
Bueno, y vamos a leerlos un poquito. Veo muchas banderas de Costa Rica, veo a Shamir, veo a Rancés, veo a Beja, veo a Graving, a Héctor Hernández, a Osama. Bueno, eso me imagino que debe ser un sobrenombre. Está la escuela de skate de Villa Gesell. Saludos para ustedes. Loco Bluff Crew, saludos desde Bocas del Toro. Qué lindo que estén sintonizando. Tenemos a Nico Par esperando a Emi Nieves, el único uruguayo presente. Y ese hit que se viene, gente, va a estar fuerte. Está Eduardo Carpirello, que es un local también de aquí, de la Punta 2 iquiqueño, de tradición también, un bodyboarder muy bueno. Está Patricio Galay, que es un argentino que parece que va a correr por la bandera chilena. Él vive aquí en Iquique hace muchos años. Está Lucas Viana, brasilero, y está nadie más que David Barbosa, que es el rider que quedó segundo en el 2022, que es el vicecampeón de este evento del 2022. Así que ese hit va a estar buenísimo. Y volviendo a los saludos, tenemos a Freddy Acosta, tenemos a Miguel Ángel Solís desde Lima, muchas gracias por el apoyo. Tenemos a Marco Núñez también, que está un argentino viviendo en Francia. Saludo amigo. Tenemos al Saba, Jorge López desde Costa Rica. Buen apoyo desde los ticos. Qué bueno tener a 3 ticos presentes en este evento, me encanta. Y además que ellos son motivadísimos y las olas son buenísimas. Y la comida costarricense, no te puedo explicar lo rica que es. Los casados, las frutas ticas son espectaculares. Un país realmente bendito por la mano de Dios. Bueno, la verdad es que todos los países tienen algo hermoso, ¿no?
Tiene su belleza, ¿no?
Todos, no hay ninguno que se pueda decir que no lo tiene. Todos tienen algo particular. Samantha dice, vamos mi negro Jerry Pastrana. Portugal, núcleo de bodyboard Portimão, Surf Club.
Cadê o Tuga Power?
Tuga
Pessoal
Power.
lá de Portugal, a torcida de Portugal no evento passado lá no Arrini estava forte. Para Luana, para Filipa, para Alice. Muito forte. Agora, let's see this wave for Gabriel, the Brazilian, with a 4-point ride, his last wave. He needs 4.40. Pretty sure that's not going to be enough for the Brazilian to get back in the game. But let's see Omar right now in a big advantage with a huge barrel on this one. Let's see. Just keeps going, but he passed by the whole wave basically. Just lost that previous section that could have offered, maybe a maneuver and some points. It looks very hard here in La Punta Dos sometimes to hit the right section, because you come from the first section with a lot of speed and you have two more sections that just surround the reef, just bowl on the reef, and with a lot of speed it might be very hard, in that closeout section to hit the right moment and land properly. That's what we saw in the last wave for Omar. And we have 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, guys. What a beautiful day it is being here in Iquique. Let's see right now. Brasileiro vem na sua outra tentativa. Pessoal, o Gabriel está em terceiro e ele precisa de uma nota 4.4 para poder avançar nessa bateria. Lembrando que esse é um round eliminatório. Então, se o Gabriel não conseguir essa nota, ele está fora da competição. Ele vem em mais uma tentativa agora, que foi uma tentativa ali mais eficiente, né? Porque a última dele realmente foi uma onda que não promoveu nada para o Gabriel. E aí a gente vai ver nos próximos 3 minutos e meio aí se o brasileiro vai conseguir se manter. Não foi essa última onda que deu o que ele precisava, já que ele só tirou 2.9.
All right, and if you're just getting here, first day of competition, a day full of action. If you missed it, scroll back and check everything that had happened. This is the men division. We already did one round of the junior men division. Let's see this one for Omar Ríos. Omar, que está buscando algo más para tener un mejor score. Es que Omar sabe que está ganando por muy poco, porque Jerry Pastrana solamente necesita un 5.76 y le puede quitar esa primera posición. Jerry está segundo con un 4.25 y un 4.15, y Omar tiene una ola muy buena y una ola de respaldo muy baja que es de 2.5. Entonces definitivamente él está buscando hacer algo más. Si Omar consigue algo por los 4 puntos o 5 puntos, ahí ya yo creo que se va a consolidar en el primer lugar. Pero definitivamente está bien lo que está haciendo, está buscando, está tratando de conseguir el score y hacer un poco más de distancia. La situación está un poquito más difícil, pero no imposible para Gabriel Costa, porque solamente está buscando 4.40 para tomar la segunda posición, y Joey Gregory tiene un problema que fue que marcó una interferencia al comienzo del hit, y claro, ahí es más complicado, ¿no? Porque siempre le van a quitar la mitad de la mejor ola.
Sí, una situación muy difícil para el americano, pero él que viene en esta. So the American in a very hard situation, coming on this wave, he needs 8.40, guys. He's gonna have to go big, he's gonna have to differentiate himself and select a very good wave in these last 2 minutes to change this situation, as he unfortunately committed an interference call and is now with the disadvantage of not having his second wave accounted for his total score. So one roll for him, that was a 3.60, but he's still needing that 8.40, guys. Bego, una cosa que yo percibí con los scores de Omar, que es un 7.5, como dijiste, un score muy bueno, y un 2.5 muy bajo, es como está difícil para elegir una buena ola, porque seguramente hay buenísimas olas. Logró un 7.5, en la última manga tuvimos el mejor score total de la competencia hasta ahora, pero creo que ese 2.5 y ese 7.5 enseña cómo está muy difícil de encontrar una ola buena para poder lograr esta puntuación.
Sí, definitivamente. Es que también tenemos que considerar que hay un poquito de textura, entonces la ola se mueve un poco, la punta 2, al ser uno de los points más expuestos de acá de Iquique. No está, si lo observas, no tiene nada que lo proteja. Entonces, si hay un poquito de viento o hay un poquito de textura, pues lo puede afectar. El tema es que ustedes saben cómo funciona, y esto lo explicamos en cada uno de los eventos en los que estamos. Los eventos tienen que tener una fecha que se define con muchísimo tiempo de anticipación, porque los propios riders lo piden así. Tiene que ser dentro, vamos a decirlo ahora, Gregory. Joey Gregory there goes for a good roll. He actually lands in the barrel. If he would have get out of there, that would have been a nice score. Y una más para Omar, vamos a ver, not able to do something else. Just volviendo al punto que estaba explicando. Bueno, volvemos después con esa explicación porque ya termina este hit. Y los resultados oficiales: en primera posición, Omar Ríos, local de aquí de Iquique. Segunda posición, Jerry Pastrana, de Costa Rica. Felicitaciones a Gabriel y a Joey. Vamos a unos cortes comerciales y volvemos con mucho más de este gran evento.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. First day of competition in the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. Well, I never get tired of this commercial break you guys saw from Eriza's big waves, as we like to see. Welcome back, Joey.
Thank you. Good to be back to watch more of the action. Let's get into the water and see what is going on. Here we have the riders. We have two Chilenos against two Brazilians. Eduardo Carpinejo from Chile, Patricio Galay from Chile, Lucas Viana from Brazil, and David Barbosa from Brazil. El Capitán.
El Capitán. That's it, and we have action already, guys. Lucas Viana, aí vem o brasileiro. Vou acabar falando um pouquinho mais de português aqui para o público que está assistindo. O Lucas e o Davi Barbosa. A língua oficial, né, do tour aqui da transmissão do IBC é o inglês, mas a gente sempre tenta atender a todos. E olha quem vem aí, o capitão Davi Barbosa, que ficou em segundo, nesse evento em 2019, na primeira edição, né, ele fez uma final com o Alan Munhoz, Davi lá de São Conrado. E esse é o Lucas Viana, que na primeira onda fez um rolo, conseguiu 4.25 nessa onda aí, pessoal. E a segunda dele teve um 3.9 também, que a gente vai mostrar já já. E quem sai na frente por enquanto são os brasileiros ali, com o Lucas na liderança.
Yeah, real good start from Lucas. He just got two real quick, not huge scoring waves, but a 4.25 and a 3.9, giving him a lead, and now he can just build on that. He has a bit less stress. And yeah, Barbosa looked at a pretty nice looking right, but it just ran off. It's starting to look a bit bumpier than it did before. Before it went clean for a little bit, but still overall, look, there's no white caps in this vision that we're seeing here, and yeah, it looks like the wind is still staying pretty calm. I think it's 2:22. I'll just check that. Yeah, 2:22 in the afternoon here in Chile, and still pretty clean, which is good. It's what we want. And so yeah, it'll be cool to see how the end of this round unfolds. And Lucas, do you know what is going on after this round, or we're still waiting on a confirmation for that?
Joey, by what I've heard, we are still going with the men division. So we already we had in the first times of the day a schedule that included the women division right after the juniors, but it changed, and we are just progressing with the men division by what we have confirmed. But guys, this schedule is always subject to change. You know, this is just it changes just as the conditions do. You know.
Yeah.
And for now, what we have is the round of the men division. We will keep going with that, but we will confirm with you all as soon as we get a notice, an official notice.
Okay, cool. No, that's good to know for sure.
But yeah, it's been a really interesting, action-packed round one nonetheless. And yeah, 5 minutes into this one, only that bit of action at the start from Lucas, staying busy, staying hungry, but up and riding on a real small-looking one. Oh no, this is someone from the last heat just getting a wave in, not from this heat there. You can see the jet ski in the background of that shot, just cruising around, patrolling the lineup, keeping the riders safe, making sure no hungry seals come in and suss them out. And you get some big seals here in Chile.
Yeah, they do, for real. And sometimes it's very scary when they show up on your side. But you know, guys, we had the interview there ready with the winner of last heat and Bego. Hold on, that's just Eduardo Capinello on this one, going for a ride, getting a lot of speed to hit that last section, just a quick invert. We will see pretty quick if there's someone coming out the back, and it does.
Bit of action going on. Split peak here, but yellow. Both riders, I think, just kicking out. But yeah, we'll swing on down to that interview now.
Guys, we're here with Omar Rios. Omar is from here, from Iquique. He serves here every day. He knows his wave super good. Omar, it was a little bit hard for you. You were looking for a wave a lot. You only have a 2.5, and then in the middle of the heat, you got that 7.5, and then you couldn't find something better. So tell us a little bit about what happened in there.
Sí, difícil la primera ola. Bueno, creo que fue la tercera. Agarré un tubazo que me dio muchos puntos. Sin embargo, necesitaba una segunda ola y no llegaba. Busqué. Quizás escuché mucho heavy metal antes, entonces agarré ola. Y no me cuadró la segunda. Menos mal que los otros competidores no conectaron sus otras olas buenas. Tengo que pensar en la segunda ronda en mejorar mis puntuaciones.
Oh, he said he probably listened to too much heavy metal music before because he was too anxious. He tried to find a good wave. I mean, it took him a long while. And then, you know, he got the 7.5, and then he never could have, you know, changed the backup score. But he wants to, you know, just restart for the next heat for the second round and do it better. How important is this event right here? This is your country, this is your city. You know how big bodyboarding is in Iquique, and you represent Arizos Store. It's one of the best, one of the sponsors, the only one, the only bodyboard brand. So what can you tell us about that?
Sí, actualmente estamos aquí en nuestra ciudad. Tenemos mucha confianza, la ola está buena. Hay que seguir nomás y avanzar hasta lo que más se pueda.
Well, he says the fact that they're from here, this is their city, it gives them a lot of confidence, and he just wants, and every Iquiqueñan wants to advance as far as possible. You want to say hi or thanks to anyone? ¿Quieres saludar o agradecer a alguien?
Sí, para mi familia, para Paloma, para mi familia de Arica, que no lo estoy pasando bien. Y eso, muchas gracias.
Felicitaciones, Omar, y mucha suerte y éxito para el resto de la competencia. De regreso con usted.
Muchas gracias, Begoña. And cool interview there with Omar. Surfing really well. There's a really nice bow. But we have been having a bit of action, as you guys have seen on the split screen going on there in the interview. I'm sure we'll get some replays coming through real soon. But waves are looking really fun, and looks like the guys are making the most of it out there.
Yeah, Joey, we finally reached that moment with more water on the reef. You know, we are getting closer to the high tide right now. And we are finally seeing both the right and the left as well. But I would say mostly the right raking in a very good shape, you know, where the guys are finally able to trust and, you know, just scoop into those set barrels and hit big maneuvers, as we saw 2 heats ago with the highest total score off the comp, 16.5. But let's see this one. Patricio Galay, the guy from Chile, with a nice invert, strong landing. Good maneuver for him, and he held it. So he has a 1-point ride, and let's see, because this wave is definitely going to make a difference for Patricio. It's going to be a good score for him, for sure.
Yeah, that was a really nice, powerful invert. Scores coming through now. He pulled off just in time. He got pretty close to those rocks there on the inside. But yeah, worth it. There we go, 7.0. Dropped. The score's just been dropped for that invert from Patricio Galay. Very nice for him. He'll be happy with that. And he will be easily able to change that 1.0 into something a bit higher. And yeah, it's good work there for the Chileno.
É isso aí, pessoal. E os brasileiros agora, o Lucas fica na primeira posição, né? Ele tem duas notas, uma nota baixa, na verdade, e uma nota que vai chegando ali numa faixa mediana, né? Um 4,25 e um 3,9. Essas ondas são suficientes para deixar o Lucas na primeira posição, mas eu diria que não por muito tempo, pessoal, porque se vocês olharem ali a nota do Patrício Galá, ele tem uns 7 pontos que ele conseguiu nessa última onda dele com um aéreo. Então, muito provavelmente o Patrício vai tentar trocar aquela nota 1 e aí sim ele vai conseguir uma nota muito mais alta. Olha essa série quebrando aí no pico. A gente tem um período que vai aumentar na ondulação agora aqui no Chile, período que estava mais ou menos ali em 8, 9 segundos, vai aumentar para 15, 16. Então, quem entende aí um pouco sobre a influência do período, né, no tamanho das ondas e na forma das ondas, sabe que vai fazer diferença. Eduardo Carpineiro viene con un buen tubo, una ola que parece muy buena, atrasa un poco, pero no logra entrar en el tubo una segunda vez y necesita 4,76 para avanzar.
How about riding right behind him, Patricio again, looking for another section here, speeding along, and let's see what he can do. Nice projected roll, stretched his arm through that and hops back on and see if something else will come up for him. Just a little roll off the chop there, but nice roll for him. Good replacement score for that 1.0, and that was a nice set. That first wave by Eduardo Capinello looked really good. He was
shaping very well.
Yeah, not quite deep enough. Up and riding, Lucas, current heat leader. Not much happening on that one. Not much barrel for him or a ramp.
Yeah, not at all. But as you said, Joey, the right-handers are just shaping very well. We could see Davi Barbosa taking a look at that one. Pessoal, as direitas estão formando muito boas. Deu para ver aquela última onda do Patrício Galay e a do Eduardo também. Duas direitas, né, esticando até o fim da bancada. Agora a gente já está se aproximando da maré cheia, que faz essa direita quebrar com uma forma melhor, né? Deixa um pouquinho mais de água na bancada. Quem veio assistindo desde os primeiros momentos do dia, viu que todas essas pedras aí da frente no vídeo estavam todas expostas, não tinha água nenhuma. E aquela última seção ali da direita era pedra pura, realmente não estava dando para fazer muita coisa ali. E agora, finalmente, a gente vê umas ondas armando muito bem e vamos ver o que o Davi vai trazer nessa bateria. O Davi, que a gente sabe que é muito experiente já nessa onda, né? Já ficou em segundo aqui em 2019. E olha ele aí, essa onda não armou muito bem no início, ele faz um 360, joga um backflip, consegue uma projeção legal ali, vai fazer uma forcinha para poder completar a manobra, mas acaba não ficando pela frente da espuma. Uma primeira onda mediana para o Davi Barbosa, com certeza ele está buscando muito mais e ele precisa também de um 5,65 para poder se classificar nessa bateria, lembrando que esse é um round eliminatório, apenas o primeiro e o segundo avançam.
Yeah, you can just see the amount of water running across these rocks now, and if you skip back to maybe the start of the stream from today when we started at low tide, you can see the difference and how much the tide has risen, and yeah, it will keep rising for till 3 o'clock today. So we're basically nearly at dead high. It'll be slowing down now, the tide, and then start draining out for the rest of the day. Kind of looks, in this shot at least, looks a bit cloudy or a bit hazy out on the horizon. Not as bright and blue as it was in the morning, which is interesting. I feel like Chile in a lot of the mornings is always like a haze around or a mist that kind of forms.
That's true, and you know, there's a cool wind also outside, despite the sunny day that it was previously. And maybe now with the haze you're saying like less sunny, but there's some cool wind, you know, and it's not hot at all right now, as we've seen yesterday, you know, was much warmer here. But Chile, with this particular climate, you know, I like it very much, because in Brazil it's just so warm right now, and here you have a good variation, you know, with the early morning and late afternoon, with those cool winds, the temperature dropping a little bit, you know, super good.
Yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, yesterday was quite hot. Eduardo having a little look there, but just deciding to duck out, not gonna do it for him. He only has 2 waves, a 3.25 and a 1.1. Up and riding, deep pit there, getting through it. Wow, he makes it out, no way. I thought 3 different times that he wasn't coming out of that.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
That was great. Patricio Galay.
Very small exit there for Patricio, but he managed to get out. And that's Lucas. O brasileiro vem fazendo mais um rolo ali na esquerda, cortando o lip. Ele que busca 6,51 para ir para a liderança, tomar o lugar do Patricio. Patricio que sacou um tubaço ahora en su última ola, muy bueno. Corrió un montón en aquel tubo y logró salir por la puertita bien pequeñina que le restaba, pero buena ola para Patricio Galay y diría que seguramente va a cambiar este 3.75. Ahí la vemos, Patricio ya hace el takeoff, ya hace el drop por dentro del tubo, corre más, pasa otra sesión y finalmente sale por la puertita final. La luz al fin del túnel.
Bueno, y ahí tenemos un 6.5 para Patricio. Entonces tiene un lead controlling. No sé cómo se dice eso en español, pero tiene en total ahora un 13.5. Entonces está ganando.
Está ganando muy bien. Un ótimo trabajo que viene haciendo el chileno Patricio Galay en esta manga. Y ahí mira. No para este hombre, ya está mirando y buscando mejorar este 6.5. Y ahí vemos la próxima manga y última manga de esta ronda. Benji Oliver, South African, on this next heat. Hold on, guys. Patricio Galay
doesn't stop, does he? Look at him going again, waiting for that ramp. And, oh, really nice, clean invert. Bit of hair in the eyes there, but he's happy. He looks back at the judges. I don't even know if that's going to add to his score, but it was a good wave nonetheless. Not super powerful, but a really well-timed and well-placed invert. It was nice to watch.
That's true. It looks like he's having fun out there. And now, finally, guys, the next heat's going to be between the South African Benji Oliver, Emiliano Nieve, desde Uruguai, Alexandre Milazzo, da Bahia. Que legal ver o Alexandre aqui, um nome antigo no bodyboard lá do Brasil, contra Ignacio Ortiz, desde Chile também. Então, Uruguai, Brasil, Chile e África del Sur.
Yeah.
Increíble.
Crazy international heat. That'll be really cool to watch. I heard Benji had a little bit of a stack out there the other day and got pretty hurt, cut his head open, but good to see he's back and ready to go. Up and riding though in this current heat. El Capital, David Barbosa, waiting for this section. And gets a nice powerful roll out of that, straight back into it, and kicks out there. He's looking for a 6-6 to advance, guys. And so I don't think that roll's going to do it, but it's going to help him on his way, as he doesn't really have many high-scoring waves at the moment.
Pessoal, última onda do Davi Barbosa. Ele está na terceira posição, precisando de 5.85 para poder avançar agora, depois que ele conseguiu um 3.25 nessa última onda. Quem conhece o Davi Barbosa sabe que nessa onda aqui ele se sente muito bem, sabe que ele surfa muito aqui, já teve ótimos resultados em 2019, que ficou em segundo contra ninguém mais, ninguém menos que Alan Munhoz, um dos melhores atletas de bodyboard aqui do Chile. Então, eu diria, pelo que eu conheço do Davi, que depois desse 3.25 ele vai fazer uma força ali nesses 7 minutos para poder buscar de qualquer maneira uma nota na média de 6, né? Já que ele precisa ali de um 5.85. Então, vamos ver qual vai ser o jogo que o Davi vai aplicar nesse finalzinho de bateria, porque esse é um nome que a gente não está acostumado a ver sair da competição nos primeiros rounds. Então, vamos acompanhando aí e deixem a torcida também nos comentários, pessoal. Mandem aí as bandeiras de onde vocês estão torcendo pro Davi Barbosa.
Yeah, there's a Portuguese update for all the Brazilian supporters supporting the boys as they've come over to the other side of the continent to take on the Chilenos at home. But yeah, Patricio holding this one down with a really solid lead with some nice barrel riding. He's sitting very happily there, very comfortably. David Barbosa needing a 5.85. Made his situation a little bit better with that roll on the last one, but still looking for a proper scoring wave. And yeah, kind of getting a bit darker in these clouds, and might be nicer on the judges' eyes as they watch on. They won't be getting that afternoon glare, which I'm sure will come out eventually.
I've heard that it gets pretty glary from where the judges' tower is to the last hour or so of the day is the sun just setting right over the horizon and making their job a lot more difficult. But yeah, a bit of a slower end to this heat. 5 minutes remaining though.
That's it, guys. We already had the juniors previously today. This is just the first day of competition here in Iquique. Let's see. Fourth in this heat, Eduardo Carpinheiro coming on this one, throwing a nice invert on that second section, but I don't think he's going to complete this maneuver, and he didn't. And it looks like Patricio is coming.
Up and riding Patricio, scooping around that with a nice forward spin back up into the pocket as he sets his line again to race down to see what else this wave has to offer him. And a roll, a classic spin to roll combo. Every comp bodyboarder's bread and butter, and he's riding that one in. 4 minutes to go. He's confident. Look at that, coming into the little inlet in between the two big rocks there. Oh, is he going to paddle back out?
He's coming all the way, right? I mean, there's still plenty of time to go. He's going back. He's going back. I think he just wanted maybe to get as much as he could from that wave. Not sure, but Patricio is looking very relaxed, you know, surfing very well in this heat with a very good invert that got him a 6.5, and we are getting closer to that 4-minute mark, guys. We are seeing David Barbosa right now in third position, needing 5.85 to advance. We know he's more than capable of achieving that. He knows this wave pretty well, you know, and he's a very good competitor, despite not pursuing the whole tour. David, when it comes to Chile, you know, he looks like he is at home here, and he is in part because, you know, he's a Erizo's team, so more than home for him. Aí vem Davi remando nessa onda, mas acaba ficando por ali, pessoal. Na verdade, ele que precisa de 5.85, 3 minutos e 24 segundos restantes apenas nessa bateria.
Yeah, very, very capable rider indeed. I haven't heard too much of some of these other riders, but clearly they've been showing some dominance out here, especially Patricio Galay, been surfing really, really well, pushing his way through some of these deep barrels. That one at the start of the heat was really crazy. The one we just kept thinking he wasn't going to make, and then just snuck out the doggy door there.
And check this out, Joey. There's only Davi and Lucas on the spot right now. Davi's in third, guys. He's just surfing this wave. Let's see how he's not going to be able to make this. But, you know, I think it might have been an attempt, taking into account that he is very close to the line up there, you know, so he'll be able to get on the outside in time to go for another wave because there's more than 2 minutes remaining. So let's see, you know, Davi needs 5.85. He's alone in the outside with his fellow countryman Lucas Viana right now, and they will have the priority. So let's see how it'll end.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like there's a few lines coming in as they duck under this first one. Still look pretty nice. Definitely a bit of shape. The lip kind of looks like it's crumbling down a bit on the sections of some of these right-handers coming through. But others we've seen in this same heat have held open and produced really nice barrels and really nice ramps. So yeah, minute 45 to go. See what goes on here as these guys take us to the end of, or nearly the end of the men's round one. Another heat after this will be the final heat in this men's round one.
Então, nesse 1 minuto e meio restante que a gente tem, o chileno Patricio Galay vai levando a melhor, né? Ele que chega ali agora no pico, a última prioridade nessa bateria agora. E a gente vê o Lucas Viana, ele está na segunda posição, enquanto a gente vê essa linda imagem aqui de Iquique com suas praias incríveis, pessoal. Muita onda, muitas praias lindas aqui, uma cidade também muito bonita, né? Tem uma cidade bem grande aqui, bem na frente. E aí vem Lucas Viana, o atleta lá do Rio de Janeiro. O Lucas está na segunda posição, pessoal, mas para ir para a primeira ele precisa de uma nota muito alta, 8.65, e ele perde a prioridade agora e deixa o Davi Barbosa que é o terceiro, com a prioridade, faltando 40 segundos. Talvez seja possível o Davi virar, se subir uma onda ali, porque ele está com a prioridade. Então vamos aguardar com a gente aqui, o pessoal lá de São Conrado e da Rocinha, que está torcendo pelo atleta carioca.
You see the boys out there just talking to each other. I wonder what they're saying in these dying seconds, but yeah, there is still hope until that buzzer goes. And look, he's raising his hands. He's looking a bit confused. Maybe he's probably confused about where the waves are and just the ocean not producing. David, what he is after, a last-ditch effort here for Eduardo, and it looks like he'll be riding this one in. That's all she wrote for David Barbosa and Eduardo. And here we have Patricia with a little victory lap. Don't go anywhere, guys. More international action after this commercial break. Hey guys, welcome back to the final heat of round one here in the men's at the Iquique Bodyboard Pro. I'm with Bego back in the booth. How's it going, Bego?
Super good. Very excited by just having this event again. Let's hit the water and check. The next heat is the heat number one. The heat number 8. And we have Benji Oliver from South Africa. And we have Emiliano Nieves from Uruguay taking that wave there. He has been in this place for more than 2 weeks practicing and is paying off. See how well read that wave was. Actually 2 rolls. It's pretty good for what we have seen. You know, we have seen riders that are very connected. Check how much water we have.
So much more than the morning.
All rocks are covered. And you guys will notice that if you take it, tomorrow when we come back for the low tide, you'll see there's lots of rocks in there. Ignacio Ortiz in this one.
Real powerful looking left there, and he gets a nice projected flip out of that bowl straight back into the power, and wow, he's happy with that one.
Yeah, I would be happy as well. And one here for Alexandre Milazzo from Brazil. A roll. Also very good. Good exchange in this heat, I have to say, because, you know, I'm seeing some scores, and this one right here, the first one for the Safa. I remember he took the win in Walker Bay last year, and he got a surprise registration at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, and I think he's giving it a shot to this event as well, and I think it's good call.
Oh, cool. Here's another replay. Gee, lots of action at the start of this. Yeah, this was that first wave we saw, the double roll for Emiliano, el Uruguayo. Really nice. Yeah, reading it well. Been practicing. It's a fun wave to practice at. I feel like this wave you can just surf and you begin to understand each section and how each of the sections link together. And yeah, even a few weeks here, you can understand that a lot better than if you just get here and it's one of your first sessions in your heat. So
for sure, it took me like 3 years to understand this wave living here. Bueno, para quienes estén recién llegando, es Ignacio Ortiz de un intercambio muy bueno que vimos al comienzo de esta manga. Ignacio Ortiz, el que se llevó la nota más alta, 7 puntos para el chileno con un muy buen RS hacia la izquierda. Y luego Benji Oliver tuvo un 6.25 por su primera ola, Alexander Milazzo un 4.75 y el único uruguayo que tenemos en competencia, Emiliano Nieves, un 4. Pero fue un intercambio muy bueno, nos encanta ver algo así, nos gusta mucho cuando es variado y esta es la nota más alta del rider Ignacio Ortiz, que yo diría que fue más hacia backflip, lo que I like to call the ARF.
ARS.
Air roll flip.
Air roll flip, yeah, that's a good name for it. Here's that replay from Benji. Powerful roll, and look here, it looks like he just really had to hold on, and he gets like a second bounce out. There he is on that second bounce. Nice land. Shakes his head and ducks out of there. Yeah, I like that air roll flip. I'm going to start using that. Here he is again.
It's a mix. Oh, nice, good roll for rider from South Africa for his first appearance in the World Tour this year. This is the third event for the men division, and he has not competed in the previous. I'm sorry, this is the second event. We had only the Morocco event for the men division, but of course we had the Wahine, the ArcelorMittal Wahine Bodyboard Pro for the women's. So this will be the third event for the women division, and the second for the men, and the second for the juniors. So good call for him. I have to say, you better try to put two decent scores, 2 mid-range scores under your belt at the very beginning of the heat. They say the best to do is to do it in the first 5 minutes, and I believe that's what Benji is doing. Surfing really consistent in that last wave, is getting something around the 5.5. It's a 5.4 actually, and of course he gets the first position. But here, the guy that is holding the highest score, it's going to have a backup score, and I believe he's going to probably get that first position again.
Following up here, Alexandre Milazzo, having a look there, but that wave just not producing for him. But yeah, it's interesting to see the guys who like the lefts and the rights, and Ignacio is really hunting these lefts today, getting 2 quick scoring waves as well. So it looks like him and Benji battling it out for that first position.
All right, and while we're waiting for more waves in this good heat, we're going to hear from the interview and the winner of the last heat with Lucas. Please go ahead, Lucas.
Thanks, Pago. I'm here with Patricio Galay, one of 2 Argentinians we have here in the event. Patricio, it was pretty hard there to select those waves. Can you tell us a little bit how was the heat?
Hola, buenas tardes, muchas gracias. La verdad que estuvo muy bueno, el hit estaba muy reñido, justo había un asedio de olas, así que había que seleccionarlas bien, muchas cerraban, pero igual pudimos concretar, arriesgué en algunas y bueno, se dio. Solamente había que subir y como las condiciones están con viento cambiantes, la ola se pone un poquito más rápida, así que hay que pensar así instantáneamente. Pero muy bueno, muy reñido y divertido.
So he's saying that the conditions are changing all the time, and you have to be quick and change your strategy. He had a few attempts in the heat to do what he did, and he was able to pass the heat, which was his main goal. Patricio, you are now living here in Iquique for about 4 years, so you're feeling more local here, leaving the beach breaks in Argentina and changing it for the waves in Punta Dos. How is it feeling?
La verdad me siento recontento. Cuando era más jovencito se me dio la oportunidad de elegir algún lugar donde yo pudiera crecer o subir mi nivel y también estar a mi estatus social, así que elegí Iquique. Gracias a Dios fue una buena decisión. Hoy en día tengo un hijo pequeño acá. Vivo acá hace 4 años, es uno de los mejores lugares para establecerse y tener el mar cerca, poder surfear todos los días, un lugar muy constante y con mucha buena energía.
So just good things about Iquique by Patricio. He's saying that it helped increase his level of bodyboarding. He had a son here. He loves this city. He's just by the ocean. So only good things about this place. And now finally send a message for people watching you back home.
Quiero agradecer a mis patrocinadores, Sniper Sudamérica, quien me da la oportunidad de poder participar en este evento, a Punta Dos Bodyboard Shop, que me patrocina con accesorios. Ellos también son clave acá, apoyan a muchos locales. Y Viking Wetsuit, que es una marca nueva de trajes que va a salir ahora en abril, que también me están apoyando y bueno, gracias a ellos hoy puedo estar equipado y cómodo para poder competir y rendir al máximo.
Felicidades, Patricio. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Lucas, and thank you, Patricio. Very well surfed and very well spoken. It was a nice interview.
Yeah, I loved it. I love what he said. Super good words and super eloquent. Patricio Galay. Very impressed. Look at that. He actually, you go to surf with him in the free surfing, he will always destroy this right. It's always super good to watch him surfing. So congratulations to the Argentinian Patricio Galay. But this guy right here, he looks really connected with the wave today. He has a 7 and a 5.85. So he's holding the first position. And Benji Oliver, the South African, is also putting on a show with a 6.25 and a 5.40, looking for a 6.61, which is a doable task. Alexandre and Emiliano have a little bit more difficult moments, but not impossible, because we've seen big scores throughout the day. So definitely, 6s and 7s are achievable.
For
Possible.
sure, yeah. Been seeing them. Even saw some 8s earlier. I'm not sure if the waves are still providing those same sections that we saw. What was his name? Ronald, the Peruvian, with the big scoring heat, the 16.5 total. That heat was just so many waves were caught and so many good ones as well. It looks like it's slowed down a little bit since then, but yeah, there's still some really good rights and lefts coming through, as we've seen just in this heat for sure.
Yep, totally agree with you. So everyone, if you don't know, we're going to continue as much as we can. We might see bigger conditions. We just wanted to let you know that this place is not the best too big. And that's Agustin Figueroa, who actually had the single wave, the highest single wave. He surfed earlier today, with a 9-point ride. Just having a chat there with a last heat winner, Patricio Galay. And another competitor, I believe he's from the Pro Junior Division. So yes, good job there for Patito Galay. And of course, right now, it's all about Ignacio Ortiz in the first position and Benji Oliver in second. Remember, this is a full elimination round with only first and second will continue in competition. And they probably will be surfing today. I'm not really sure if we're going to get to that point, but pretty sure we're going to try to get some hits done from round number 2. That's the word from the technical team.
It's the word on the street.
Yeah, it's the word on the street. No, it's actually the official word.
The official word.
Not on the street, not a rumor.
It's the word everywhere. Cool.
Yeah,
that'll be good to see.
Yeah, no, I mean, we have to see, because we don't know how it's going to develop the next days.
Up and riding right now, Ignacio with a nice roll off that left. He's just hunting that left, and could have maybe looked for one there, but it gets pretty close to those rocks on that second section. So maybe a good option that he kicked out there. Either way, probably not going to back up his 2 scores that he has at the moment. And we're just having a little look at the swell for the week, and it looks like tomorrow is going to be significantly bigger, with a pretty solid period still, like 13, 14 seconds throughout the day. Southwest swell, which
exactly.
For me, I don't know how good that is in Iquique. Is that what ideal direction do you want?
No, I mean, this specific wave, it's super versatile. Like it works with a number of different swells, but in here, north swell will give you better rights and not too much of lefts, but the levers either way,
Yeah.
This is the thing with this wave, and this is why this World Tour event is being held in this wave, a specific wave. There's many more, but the thing here is that, first of all, the wave is shaped for bodyboarding. Second, you have all the services. It's in the city, like all the rest, right? But it's accessible, like all the riders. There's a lot of places to eat, places to stay, and you have to have that in mind when when you plan a World Tour event. you have to think about all those things is, because you can have people, for example, there's amazing waves in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
But then how are you going to bring the whole logistics to, put on a show, to set the stage, to have the streaming, the internet, and all those things that we want and we need from a World Tour event. So these things are taken into consideration when you choose a place to run an event.
Yeah.
And Punta Dos has it all.
Yeah, it does.
Check that out. Thank you for that image. I was waiting for this.
So
Thank
nice.
you.
The drone image. It's real. I love how everything's looking right now, like nice and grey, and it looks really
This is
cool. It
Chile.
looks like a black and white image right now.
Yeah, no, this is Chile. We're starting, we are in autumn right now and starting, cold, starting to hit the country. Well, in the central part of Chile, it's already cold. It's like 6 degrees in here. It's like, I don't know, 15 maybe in nights and mornings. So super easy. And yeah, check that out. You can see the reef, and I think we're going to get to see the triangle, that reef, and thank you for that, guys.
This is the shot.
This is what we wanted to show you. If you see all the way till those buildings in the back, that's the city. So that's why it's called the best urban reef of the world. So check that out. Full of, it's a full-on city. You got all the services, everything going on around. And there's so many waves. All this is a reef, huge reef coast. And it's full of amazing waves. So right here, this is Punta Dos, right in front of those orange buildings. It's Punta Dos, and all the way to your left will be La Cosa, which is it's a break that it's not too known, but it's very dangerous and super slabby. It's right there, right? It's breaking right there.
Yeah.
Would you dare to surf there?
Yeah, I'd like to have a go.
You will?
Yeah.
Do you like big waves?
Yeah.
All right.
Not too big, but La Cosa looks like maybe. Even just have a look at the city there, even the big mountains, big sand dunes behind Iquique. Just seeing that image, like, it makes you want to go there. If you haven't been there, if I was sitting at home and seen that, I'll be like, wow, that's just different. For what I'm used to, it's just such a unique city, just in the middle of the desert, surrounded by really cool mountains, and then just reef breaks, beach breaks, just amazing waves for bodyboarding.
No, it's a super special place for sure. I don't live here anymore. Lived here for 11 years, but I always come back and I always stay. And of course, the shop is here, the Erizos store shop, and we always come back. But it's a very special place. We call it the island, because it really looks like an island. You
Iquique.
feel like you live in an island, because you are kind of like isolated from the rest of the country itself. You have to drive to get to Antofagasta. It's around 500 kilometers.
Yeah.
But it's it's curvy highway.
Yeah.
And then to Arica is like another 400 or so. So, and we are kind of like isolated here and surrounded, like you said, by mountains and amazing reef breaks, and only small area to live. Actually, that's why there's so many buildings, because there's no too much space in this city.
Yeah, they need that high rise to house that whole population. Because there's what's the population of Iquique at the moment? Do you know? It's like
Might be less than 1 million.
Yeah, I think I did have a Google in my research, and I've completely forgotten. I remember it was less than 1 million, but up and riding now anyway.
Why would you ask me questions like that?
Looking through there, but no, it gets real shallow. I just want the expert opinion from you, Bago.
All right. All right, the wave there for Benji Oliver, coming from Cape Town, if I'm not mistaken. I believe he's from Cape Town. And what a place Cape Town is. I'm telling you, if you're tuning in, you're from there. I left a piece of my heart in Cape Town. What a beautiful place. Everyone's so warm and so welcoming. I loved it. So here you have Punta Dos, that's our stage. See how comfortable the beach is. See how much water we have. It's actually super, super high tide right now. And the stage, I'm just loving these drone shots.
Yeah, Yeah, it's increased so much. So we have White just having a look at that wave there, but ducking out maybe a bit too deep. And you see some sets marching in from the horizon. Blue taking off, but deciding to kick out there. That wave didn't have much of a shoulder on it. But yeah, it looks like there are some sets coming through. Okay, we have the answer. According to the 2017 census, 196,000 people. So it's definitely probably grown a bit since then. Would have cracked the 200,000,
Yeah.
I dare say. But
I believe it might be. I heard, I don't remember when or where, but I heard something about like 300,000. So I don't know. But it's a small place, as you can see, you know. But yeah, it's full of great stuff. And also because, you know, the food is it's really interesting because it's very close to Peru. So there is a huge influence in Peruvian food, which is one of the best in the world. So if you love Peruvian food and if you love waves and you are a bodyboarder, you have to come to this place. And of course, Chilean food is also very good. I like it. It's quite tasty. They have a lot of plates and, you know, these kind of things worth to know.
what's your favorite Chilean food?
Oh, that's a hard question. Oh, man.
While you think, we have Yellow up and riding, just ducking out there. It seems like this is happening a little bit, like riders have been taking off in the last 5 minutes or so and just ducking out because the waves might not be as producing as nice walls as they were just before.
Yeah. Well, we have to try to get some hits done as well because, you know, tomorrow I was checking here. I'm not too sure what's going to happen as well. It's looking bigger. We have less period, that's for sure. That might affect. But yeah, no, it's definitely bigger. It's going to be bigger, and there is more wind starting in the morning. So we'll see what the technical team decides. Of course, you don't know how a wave is going to be, only know when you get there. And this is actually pretty weird here in Iquique because we had a little bit of a windy day, I might say, which is in other parts of the world. This is not wind for sure. But check that out. Check that bowly shape that this wave have. All right, so wave, that's going to be counting for, is that Emiliano? I believe.
Yeah, he probably could have tried to fight that a little bit longer, but he knows that those rocks just start sticking out there. But yeah, you can see it was really cool seeing that drone angle there and the shape of the wave and the way that left bowls. That's why, like, I feel like from the YouTube or from the land camera that you guys see on your YouTube or IBC browser, it doesn't always show the potential of the left, and but when you're out there you can see how much it bowls, and it really does wrap in at you. And so that's why, even though it's like significantly shorter, a lot of riders still hunt those lefts because you can get some really nice bowls.
Bueno, y voy a dar una actualización ahora en español. I'm going to update in Spanish because we have a lot of people tuning in that speak Spanish. En el agua está realmente con un excelente show. Ignacio Ortiz ganando este hit, seguido de Benji Oliver, que es un sudafricano que nunca había venido para acá y es la primera vez que surfea en el Tour Mundial. Me parece que incluso en general, este año definitivamente es la primera vez. Y luego está Alexander Milazo en tercera posición y Emiliano Nieves, el único uruguayo que tiene más de 2 semanas acá practicando, entrenando y de verdad venía con muchas ganas, mucha intención. Está la Fuerza Armada Naval de aquí de Iquique, que ha hecho un gran apoyo también. Y bueno, este es el último hit de la ronda número 1 de la categoría masculina profesional. Vamos a continuar con la ronda número 2. No sabemos hasta qué hora o cuánto. A ver esta ola para Emiliano Nieves, que está buscando tratar de conseguir un mejor score, pero yo le recomendaría a Emiliano, no estés agarrando esas olas pequeñas porque necesitas un 7.65 para poder llegar a la segunda posición. Entonces es más, bueno, también el tema es de no tener la prioridad, ¿no?
Yeah.
Que esa es una situación. Si no la tienes, no puedes tampoco subir y esperar la mejor. Pero bueno, muchas veces los otros riders no la toman y tú podrías aprovechar. En fin, Sí, el Emiliano está necesitando un puntaje alto para poder clasificar, recordando que esta es una ronda de eliminación en donde solamente primero y segundo van a continuar en competencia y van a poder seguir avanzando. Le queríamos dar las gracias a nuestros patrocinadores. Como pueden ver en pantalla, este evento es organizado por la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique a través de su Corporación Municipal de Deportes, la Cormudepi, y tenemos el apoyo de Sofri, que es la zona franca de Iquique, que están haciendo una gran apuesta por el Bodyboard este año. También tenemos el apoyo del Hotel Ibis. La verdad que nos han tratado muy bien ahí. Y tenemos a la Universidad Santo Tomás, que nos ha dado un área de recuperación. Tenemos Aguacielo, que nos ha mantenido full hidratados con agüita y bebidas. And wave here for the Safa.
Up and riding Benji, taking a nice bottom turn round and a huge flip out of that bowl. Let's see if he can push through that. Looked like a real difficult one to land, but he's not holding back. He's looking for a 6.61 for that first place, and doesn't matter if it's dry closeout, he's still going to hit it. It was a nice attempt there for Benji, but it looks like he won't be changing his position in the last minute of this heat. Ignacio surfing really well. Here's this replay. Look at him just come up to this section. Little bounce there, and then up here, and then just does a big ARF air roll flip.
I mean, that's the thing that came to my mind a few years ago, because, you know, there's a never-ending discussion on the difference between the ARS and the backflip for sure. But there is a thing that people don't bear in mind, that it's that sometimes the riders, and if you talk to, there's so many, pro riders that can explain this to you. Sometimes they do a backflip, but they kind of twist the board in a way that it looks like like if they were executing a spin in the air. But it doesn't mean that it wasn't a backflip. If the board is presented to the shore, I believe that's what it can probably be called as a backflip. And situation in the water, this guy Ignacio was smart to block that rider and just putting the cherry on the top, and the victory lap he finishes in first alongside to Benji. They will be advancing. Congratulations to the rest of the riders. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna hit a quick commercial break, come back super soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is the first day of competition at the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, an event that is brought to you by the Ilustre Municipalidad of Iquique, the City Hall of Iquique. Thank you so much for your efforts to bring back the World Tour. And right now, we're going to be starting the round number 2 for the men division. And we have big names right there. Shadenhan from Hawaii. That's seated. You can see the seated riders on the red and the white singlet. We have Clement Lodejo, actually with the France flag, of course, because Reunion Island is part of France, but he is from Reunion Island. And those two guys in yellow and blue are coming from the first round. Tiago Barraza from Chile and Gustavo Neira That's going to be another cracker of a heat.
For sure, and we just closed one more round. We closed there for the juniors and the men first round, and now round number 2, Clement already going on the left, making 2 rolls and maybe one more. There he goes. 3 maneuvers in his first wave. Good combination of maneuvers and moves there for the Reunione. Just getting the first wave, I believe, of this heat. We don't have any score so far. So that's it, guys. Let's check that replay once more.
All right, you have to check that out. You know, the thing with the people from Reunion Island is that these kind of waves favor them a lot because they, the waves they surf in Reunion Island are reef rigs as well, you know, so they have a number of good waves and they're trained for these kind of things and they know how to use a good leap, you know, to try to execute a good aerial maneuver. So Clement Lorejo already with 2 waves. We'll see this one for Thiago Arraza. It's going to go for a safe roll. And that's what he did on the first heat today. He went for 2 rolls. And he secured his first spot. And then he tried something else, a backflip, I remember. So let's see if that technique can be used again. But right now it's all about Clement. I think, you know, the scores are starting to drop right now. We're going to see them. We'll see. I think the judges are... you know, delivering in there, thinking and talking between them. And while we're waiting for scores, I would like to thank all of our sponsors. This event is brought to you by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique, which is the city hall, the Iquique City Hall, and it's organized by the sports community, the Sports Corporation of Iquique, which name is La Cormudepi, la Corporación de Deportes de Iquique. También queremos agradecer, I'm going to say maybe the sponsors in Spanish because it's important that they understand we're naming them and thanking them. Right, one more wave for unstoppable Clement Lorejo. It's remember, I saw him in Maldives and he was surfing so good. Also, this was the first time I saw Clement surfing and he was really showing off. All right, so while we are waiting for the scores, we are going to throw it to the interview. And we'll go back real soon. Take it away, Joey.
Thank you, Bego. Here I am with the winner of the last heat, Ignacio. Ignacio, you're from Iquique. Tell us what it's like being a local from here.
Sí, bueno, soy aquí rider local. Eso es lo que me ha favorecido en estos momentos. Las condiciones no están tan buenas como lo esperé en alguna instancia, pero aquí estamos dándolo todo. Hemos entrenado ya 1 año entrenando fuerte, así que yo creo que es mi momento y tengo que dar lo mejor, ¿no?
Cool. He said that, yeah, he's fortunate to be a local from here. And for about the last year, he's been training really, really hard for this event. And yeah, happy to have made it through to the second round. And do you have any things you want to say to your friends and family?
Ya, sí, ahora ya nos instalamos en el segundo round. Me toca en el hit 8, creo. Y quiero darle un saludo igual a mi familia que siempre me apoya. A mi pareja igual que es un pilar fundamental que ha estado ahí en todo momento. Y nada, vamos con todo por la copa para que se quede acá en Iquique.
Great, thank you so much. Good luck, man.
All right, good job there for Nachoski. Ignacio Ortiz, a rider from here, from Iquique. All right, so Shaden Han goes for a roll, and we'll get to see because, you know, it looks like, let's see this one for Shaden. One more. And Shaden was also competing in the junior, in the pro junior men division. And I'm going to double check the situation with the rash guards because we started, oh, look at that view.
These drone shots are beautiful. And good that guys can see what we are seeing here. Hold on, that's Clement right now in...
No. This is wrong. This is not Clement Lorejo. That's Gustavo Neira. So there is I know these guys. So Clement.
Thankfully.
Yeah, no, Clement. It's in white. So maybe I'm gonna check this right now, but maybe they switched they didn't pick
blue.
up the jerseys well. I'm just gonna figure out that with the technical team.
Yes, guys, so we have 18 minutes remaining in this heat. We have 2 Chileans, 1 Reunione that is written as France there, but he is from Reunion Island, and also 1 Hawaiian here shading on. We are just double checking that situation with the rash guards, but let's see that right-hander for white jersey. Let's just name this way, just a cutback.
Now that's
and a
Clement Lodejo.
That's Clement.
100%. 100%. I know him. I know he's surfing, and I also know very well Gustavo Neira. And yeah, no, those rash guards colors are wrong. Shadenhan, it's okay. He is the red, and Thiago is also the blue. But yeah, definitely there's something going on there. So we'll see. Yeah, definitely they will fix that.
Última onda do camiseta branca, last wave for white jersey there. You guys can see this is Clement, and a beautiful right-hander scooping in that barrel. Runner of a wave, good wave for the blue. You guys can see how the swell is picking up here. The period is making a lot of difference. Seeing some gnarly waves, and that was the last one for red jersey, with a good first roll in the first section there, but then just kept going as the wave became very white and lost some energy, with another roll to close that one, and the last one for yellow.
Yeah, that's Gustavo Neira for sure. He is going for a D-roll. And we're going to on Clement right here. This is the back. I'm sorry, D replay. Yes, 4 wave for Clement Lodejo. And his style, it's very good, I have to say. He surfs really, really good. So right now, it's this is the first day, only the first day of this event. And we are in the heat number 1 of the round number 2 for the men division. This division that's been showing off today. Despite of a little texture that we have in the wave, a little, not perfect, I will say, but definitely super surfable.
Yeah, Bagwan, we are finally in that moment of the high tide. We have more water on the reef right now. If you guys are tuning in since the early morning, you can see that all of these rocks, all of that reef area in front of the competition area was all exposed, but not anymore. High tide, just giving a little bit more of body to these waves, of shape to these waves. And you guys can see there, a beautiful view that shows the whole bank here, the whole reef over La Punta Dos. One of the best waves in Chile, guys, one of the best waves here in Iquique, a place that, breeds bodyboarding. And we're going to throw a quick update here in the situation of this heat. We have Gustavo Neira with a total score of 11.25 in the first position. Thiago Barassa with a total score of a 7-point ride, just one wave, a 7 for Thiago in second right now. Clement Lodejo in third with a total score of 6.30. And in last position is Shaden On, the Hawaiian, that only found a 3.75 so far in this heat, guys. Shaden is needing 3.26 to advance, and Clement is needing 3.71 also to advance in this round number 2, where we are seeing some of the athletes that classified from round number 1 and some seeded athletes as well. We just crossed the 14-minute mark, and the day is looking amazing here, as you guys can see. La Punta Dos just providing a full day of competition. Just the first one of maybe 7 days of competition here. So stick with us, follow all of the IBC social media, and stay updated with everything that is happening.
All right, and I was just reading a little bit here, and I'm checking that, yeah, Pohaku, how are you, Pohaku? I know, I know Shading is from Hawaii, but I don't know if he chose to have USA, you know, because those countries comes from what they fill up in the forms. So some people, it's like the Canary Islanders. Some people put Canary Islands, and some people put Spain, or the Puerto Ricans as well. You know, I know perfectly. You guys are, you normally serve with your Hawaiian flag, but we are double checking if he decided to have the USA, flag, or is the Hawaiian. And yes, we do know that white is Clemón Lodejo and Gustavo Neira is yellow, and that's also being revised. And meanwhile, you can just scan that QR code and try to connect with us. It's easy, and also it's important that you show your love for the sport by, hitting on the like button and helping our so beloved sport to grow. The only way that we can show the world that we are not that small, it's that we are, we have the numbers, and also that attracts potential sponsors that we need, So just link with us, engage with this initiative that it's the World Tour. And like I always say, there's always room for improvement in anything we do in life, but we have to recognize the effort that it's behind of every event. And look how this wave breaks is so perfect. It's perfect
just a triangle.
But just because,
Amazing.
Seriously, guys, I mean, this place is blessed by God. Check this out. One wave here for Tiago Arrasa, and not able to I'm sorry, that's not Tiago, that was Shaden. I'm so sorry.
And so Shaden is now in the 4th position, Bego, and Gustavo is in 2nd. Gustavo found the biggest wave of the heat so far. That was a 7-point ride for him. And there you guys can see the scores on the screen. Now they finally changed it, Bego. They exchanged. That was actually Tiago and Clement were just changed.
Right. Guys, tell your friends to be very careful with what color of rash guard they wear, because yes, check that out. Probably did Tiago got the wrong rash guard? Actually, we had 3 colors wrong. No, that's Gustavo Neira. Oh well. We'll see. But definitely Clemón is the white one. That's for sure. We don't know what happened there. It might be the athletes who took the wrong rash guard. And yeah.
Wow,
that's Gustavo Neira. That's Gustavo Neira.
What a beautiful backflip by Gustavo, the Chilean. Buenazo backflip por Gustavo Neira. Mira, Gustavo tiene un 7 punto, Bego, y con esta ola logra un 7.5. 14.5 para el chileno. Ahora con un poco menos de 10 minutos, un dominio completo, apenas dos olas y 2 olas muy buenas. Hasta ahora las mejores de la manga, 7.50, está muy fuerte.
Sí, no, Gustavo viene de Antofagasta y él es muy buen rider. Y quien se está preparando ahí es el primer rider venezolano que estamos teniendo en este campeonato hasta ahora. Va a ser Neiber Romero, ahí entrando al apuntado. Él también vive aquí en Iquique. Let's see this one for Shaden, the Hawaiian, and it's a split pick situation. Loving this. Thank you so much, director, for bringing those 2 waves at the same time. And it was an exchange between Clemón Lodejo and Shaden. We'll see who gets the best out of it. And both of them, I mean, Shaden, it's really needing a better score. Let's see.
And I think it's Clemón who's actually cooking a good score here, Bego, with the last backflip. He's changing a 5-point ride. I think he'll be able to change that. Let's see this one from yellow, just passing through the outside zone. The wave didn't provide anything for him. So last wave for Clemón Lodejo. We are still waiting on that score, guys, but he needs 8.25 to lead, despite being in the 2nd position right now. but I believe that score is going to come out around 6 point. Let's see if the judges will confirm that.
And I tell you on a very cool info, Gustavo Neira, he is the winner of the regional circuit in Antofagasta. And he is representing Antofagasta in this heat. And check that out. That was Tiago Barraza going for an ARS and I believe nothing else. Una información bien buena que nos está llegando. Arturo Soto, por supuesto, está sintonizando. Todos los chicos del Club Budeo, Claudio Alquinta también. Toda la gente de Antofagasta que están trabajando muy fuerte para el próximo evento que es el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, que lo vamos a ver ahora para su edición 13ª. Va a estar buenísimo también, una fiesta del bodyboard. Pues ellos están sintonizando porque Gustavo Neira es el ganador de su circuito, un circuito bien completo que organizan en Antofagasta Regional, que han hecho un trabajo muy bueno este año, todos los años, pero este año abarcaron todas las partes de Antofagasta, porque Antofagasta la gente cree que es la pura ciudad de Antofagasta, pero comprende otras ciudades, Tocopilla, Mejillones, y nada, abarcaron todo eso, hicieron un muy buen circuito y Gustavo ganó ese circuito y por supuesto está corriendo en los eventos mundiales y me parece que también se ganó un pasaje para competir, no estoy segura si es en el frontón, pero va a competir en una fecha mundial también, gracias a haber ganado el circuito regional. Entonces es un circuito bastante bueno. Y miren esto, miren este lugar. De esto es de lo que hablamos. This is what we have been spoken about. Check how many waves breaks here in Iquique. Muchísimas olas aquí en esta pura parte, desde ahí, ya pasamos la punta 2 porque ahí estamos como al frente de la intendencia, hasta los edificios que se ven hasta el final. Ahí tienen, me parece que 9 breaks. Aquí viene Clemón, lo dejó.
Clement with the roll through the lip on that first section off the left. Let's see if this wave is going to provide some more for him. He's in second right now. His last wave was indeed a 6-point ride. He exchanged a 5 for a 6. So he's still needing 8.25 to take the first position from Gustavo. And what a perfect performance for the guy from Antofagasta. Just a 7 and a 7.5 that granted him the first position. And check these lines, guys. These ones just on the left of La Intendencia. I'm not sure if that's La Punta Uno. I don't think so. I'm not very familiar with all of these waves, guys. Still learning on that. But you guys can see Iquique has a beautiful city, nice beaches, and also good slabs here for bodyboarding, just right away from the beach. So indeed a blessed place here, and we are just starting this event, thankfully, guys. We have 10 days on the window for this event, but it'll take probably around 7 days. So stay with us because it's going to be 7 days full of action, and therefore we can see Shade and the guy from Hawaii starting with the backflip on the first section and then attempting a roll to close that wave out. But we can see now that the wind is changing a little bit. It does a few times during the day usually, but we are seeing maybe the direction because the wind is not too strong, but the texture every now and then changes, I would say, due to the direction.
But the good thing is that this wave always offers an opportunity to, a leap section, a strong section to perform a maneuver. So it's a wave that it's perfect for bodyboarding. It doesn't matter if there's, if it's a small or big or, had a little bit of a wind or the tide. It's not, high or low. It's always offering a section. So right now we are in a super high tide. As you can see, almost the whole reef is covered by water, but still very surfable. In this one right here, this is Tiago Barraza, goes for a barrel and completes with the roll. We'll see how much he gets. Actually, he's holding a nice score, a 6.05, and he is going to get rid of that 3.30. He is looking for a 6.21 to get that second position from Clemón Lodejo, and who has been doing an amazing job. It's Gustavo Neira. Take us through that replay.
What a solid barrel for Tiago. You guys can see shallow wave there. very good one. It was not the longest, but he was able to exit the barrel and exit doing a roll. So that was actually this score is still coming out, guys. I'm sorry. His last wave was a 6.05, and he needs 6.21. I believe he can be very close to that. Let's see our judges, where you guys can see right now, our judges just working on that in this exact moment.
Miren qué linda el montaje del año de hoy. Me gusta, o sea, del año de este año, perdón. Me gusta mucho la combinación de colores que seleccionaron, porque realmente le dan bonito, ¿no? Como
bonito.
este azulito, así turquesa, la gráfica también está muy bonita. Y una ola más para Thiago Barraza, vamos a ver. Thiago Barraza, que recibía un 6.90 y sí le quitaba la segunda posición a Clemón Lodejo. Change of situation. Clemón Lodejo right now is third because Thiago Barraza in yellow got the score he needed. And right now, Clemón is looking for a 6.71. And Shaden, he is on a difficult moment. He's looking for an 8.20.
Wow, Thiago catching 3 waves, I would say, in the last 2 minutes. That was the last one. We're still waiting that score. He went for an ARS, but the wave was not the best one, so I'm not sure if that's going to make it into his final score. But a solid one approaching the reef right now with Clement just going for a big invert there. Wow, we're going to check that really soon, guys. Don't worry, you're not going to lose that. But it looks like it was a big invert for white.
Yeah, we're going to get back to that for sure. Director is saying that he has the wave and we're going to get to see it. Don't get nervous. Ok, gente, para quien está recién sintonizando, una actuación realmente digna de un profesional del antofagastino Gustavo Neira, que está primero con 2 olas nada más. Eso no lo hace todo el mundo, ¿vale? Tener una ola de 7.50 y una ola de 7, que le deja un total de 14.50 y manteniéndose en la primera posición una buena parte del hit. Muy buen trabajo, la verdad. Y es aquí donde tú te das cuenta del resultado positivo que dan los circuitos regionales que te entrenan a los riders así. Replay from Shaden, but what we want to see is the Clemón Lodejo wave, and this is the one, and this is coming. That's a nice invert there for Clemón.
Wow.
Good technique. He serves really nice as well.
Smooth, super smooth, very good execution, very good position for Clement there. So let's see, we have 40 seconds remaining, guys, in this heat, and so far the situation is full domination by the Chilean Gustavo Neira from Antofagasta. Only 2 waves, perfect campaign. Thiago Barraza in second, Clement Lodejo in third, and the Hawaiian in the fourth position.
Una más para Thiago Barraza, que está tratando de conseguir esa primera posición, pero este combo no creo que se lo dé. Y una más para Gustavo Neira, que simplemente está poniéndole un poquito más de color a su victoria. Esa ola no va a contar porque fue bonito, pero no fue caído. One more, and the last for Shaden Han. Nice looking invert for the Hawaiian.
Wow, in the last very second, Bebo. Good wave for the Hawaiian there. Our judges are still working on many of these last waves, guys. It's not easy. I mean, it's just one spot, 4 guys there, and so many waves surfed in 1 minute. So maybe the situation can change here.
Yeah, we're waiting for the scores for Clement, but we have to go to commercial break, and we promise you we're going to give you the results of everything. You guys can check also all the scores, the scoring system incomplete at the IBC World Tour website. If you click the live button, it will take you there. There's things happening there, so nothing is being said because they're assessing the last waves. We're gonna hit a quick commercial break. No se ha terminado el hit, faltan notas, faltan olas, pero tenemos que ir a comerciales, así que ustedes los pueden ver los scores en la página web y cuando volvamos le vamos a decir las notas oficiales. No se muevan.
Guys, so we are just showing some replays here so the judges can access these waves and work on the scores for this last heat. In the very last minutes of this heat, we had so many waves surfed by each rider, and it is pretty hard for the judges to access all of these and differentiate them. So we're still waiting for one score right now. It's just going to be for Thiago Barraza, because the situation for Gustavo Neira, the leader of the whole heat, is still the same. He is still in the first position, but we just saw Clément Lodejo take the second position with this last 7.75 that granted him the second position and therefore the classification. And we are just waiting for one wave of Thiago Barraza, but he needs 7.11. I don't think that's gonna be it. And by what we are seeing here in the score system, I think that there's just one wave by Thiago Barraza in this in that the judges are still working on, guys. So the change of situation was just for the second spot, Clément Lodejo. So now we're gonna call a quick commercial break to come back with heat number 2 for round number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first day of the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. We are just starting with the heat number 2 for round number 2 men division. So let's jump in the water right now. And who do we have, Joey?
Yeah, so this heat, bit of an international one. We have Kellen Yamazaki from Hawaii, Neva Romero from Venezuela, Leo Espinosa from Chile, and Yoni Aguirre from Peru. Let's get in the water and see what's going on. It looks like a few waves have been caught so far. Here's a replay.
Esta fue la primera ola del peruano Yoni Aguirre. Un buen rolo, bien fuerte. Logró completar la maniobra y esta fue un 5 puntos la primera ola de Yoni.
Sí, y la siguiente aquí de azul, Leo, fue nada. No hizo nada y fue un 1. Y otro de Kellen from Hawaii. Having a little look at that one there, but nothing on the shoulder there. And it's looking like that's kind of been a bit of a theme in the last hour or two, that these waves aren't providing or are becoming a bit harder to read.
Yeah, they are indeed. But let's see this runner for Kellen Yamazaki, was that? I'm not sure.
Leo.
Or Leo Espinosa. Couldn't make it out. Let's see this one for the Venezuelan Neva Romero. We are seeing the waves get solid, guys. Some period hitting and a big roll for the Venezuelan. Another one, but then the second maneuver he couldn't complete. You know, Joey, the wind is... hold on. Go for it.
Yeah, non-stop action here. Look at that. Really nice barrel, and he gets back on that inside rail, spraying the shoulder of the wave and comes out with a nice roll. Looks like he lands that. There we go. Claims that he's happy with that. Kellen, the Hawaiian.
Ahí viene Yoni Aguirre. Otra ola, un buen invertido y fue todo para sumar con 5 puntos que ya tiene y a ver si sigue en la lideranza el peruano. Qué buen intercambio de olas tuvimos ahora. Mientras los jueces trabajan en los scores, nosotros vamos viendo aquí algunos replays. Tenemos buenas olas. El periodo de la ondulación de la fuerza creció. Tenemos claramente olas más fuertes, más grandes también en este momento. Mismo que el viento no parece estar en la mejor dirección, pero es notable que las olas tienen más masa ahora, ¿no? más tamaño.
For sure, for sure. And when the sets do come, there is a lot of action, as we've been seeing. Yeah, just one more clarification for who passed through that last heat, because there was a lot of action and the judges were loading all the scores through. Oh, hold up, though. Here is this massive roll from the Venezuelan. Look at that. And look, he probably fell 3 or 4 meters there.
Yeah,
that looks like it hurt, man. And then coming around to this second section, and he goes for another pretty nice roll, and then just gets caught up in the foam ball there and doesn't make it through. Nonetheless, that first roll was huge.
Huge. And it was worth an 8-point ride for Naver. And that's the Hawaiian just scooping into the barrel on that first section and throwing a nice carve there to get back on the line and keep going. Scooping into a second little barrel there and goes for a roll in the closeout section. That granted a 6.25 for the Hawaiian with a beautiful exchange right now.
Yeah, here's this replay of Yoni Aguirre. Really nice line into a projected invert. Gets his whole body out and lands super clean. So everyone's getting some good scores here. Lots of action.
Lots of action indeed. Y tenemos Yoni Aguirre, que sigue en la primera posición con un 6.75 en esta ola que ya ven ahora. Surfeou apenas 2 olas, esta y una otra que fue un 5. En segunda posición sigue Neiver Romero desde Venezuela con apenas una ola, 8 puntos, un invertido gigante para la derecha. Después está Kellen Yamasaki, el hawaiano, que tiene un 6.25 y 0.75. Y en cuarto está Leo Espinosa con 1 y 1.5 apenas y necesita de 6.51.
It looks like we have that interview ready down on the beach, so we're going to jump into that right now. Take it away, Bego.
All right, guys, thank you so much. We are here with Gustavo Neira. Gustavo with a super good performance. Actually, on the first position with 2 waves. You took the last wave I think just for the fun, but you had the win with 2 waves and a very good score. So tell us a little bit about that.
Hola, buenas. Estoy súper contento. Entré mentalizado. Solo fueron 2 olas. Estaba adentro muy tranquilo, esperando la más grande. Y nada, lo logré. Y yo me lo creo.
Well, he says he actually entered the water very focused and thinking what his strategy is going to be. And he cannot even believe himself that he found those 2 waves and got the scores. Do you think that the regional circuit that the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival organized in your region, which is Antofagasta, helped you to train for these moments? ¿Qué piensas del circuito regional que te ganaste la oportunidad de viajar al frontón, que ha sido un circuito muy bueno? ¿Crees que ha sido clave para poder llegar a este punto de tu carrera?
Yo encuentro que sí. Ha sido bastante clave, ya que me ha ayudado harto. Me he envidiado con el Sasha, que es un tremendo exponente. Y nada, yo le iba a darle nomás, a seguir dándole.
Well, he said he definitely thinks that regional circuit has given him the opportunity of train, and actually he has been facing Sasha Damjanic, who is a very well-known rider from the World Tour. He's from Antofagasta, so he thinks he has been training, and that's what's giving him the possibility of being where he is right now. ¿Quieres mandarle algún saludo a alguien o agregar algo más?
Sí, quiero mandarle un saludo a Club Budeo, al Claudio, al Arturo, a los que me apoyan, ahí a la Cami, a mi polola, a su mamá que me están viéndome, a mi hermano, a mi amigo y nada, eso.
Felicitaciones.
Y a mis auspiciadores.
Bueno, felicitaciones y mucha suerte para el resto de competencia. De regreso con ustedes.
Thank you, Bego. Great work for Gustavo Neira. Just being very precise, 2 waves, enough to make the heat.
Get the job done.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, well surfed. Yeah, Antofagasta, I'm excited to get down there later this month. It'll be the next event straight after the Iquique Pro. It will be super exciting to see those guys' local waves, but up and riding with a very clean bottom turn here. Yoni Aguirre, really nice bottom turn, but unfortunately the wave just not providing him the 3.75 that he needs to. Oh no, that's how much he's winning by. He needs to better a 5.0.
I mean, we just had 9 minutes gone in this heat, and we already saw very good scores. You guys can see also the scores for the last heat, and that was the man that took it, Gustavo Neira, 14.5 total score with only these two. He only surfed these 2 waves in the heat, guys. The last one was just a cherry on top, so very good job. And this heat that we are watching right now just started amazing because we don't even have 10 minutes gone by in this heat, and we already saw 6.75 by Yoni. We saw an 8-point ride by Naver, the Venezuelan, also 6.25 for Kellen Yamazaki. So very good exchange of waves in this first 10 minutes as we see the conditions getting more solid. So Leo Espinosa, big bottom turn. Got a lot of projection there for that roll, but the wave just closed out, and Naver also scoring his second wave.
Yeah, off the end there. Neva Romero, he is Venezuelan, but I believe he's been living in Iquique for a number of years now, and I know he has a lot of experience out at Punta Dos, and he's even got some pretty good results. Even I think he may have even won some on the local or national circuit, but he's always basically any comp that's run out at Punta Dos, he'll be there, and he's always just throwing those big airs, as we've already seen this heat, just getting like big airs, throws his body out there, and puts his body on the line to get the scores. And yeah, a lot of experience out here, been bodyboarding for a long time as well. I think he's a bit of an older rider, and so he's got that good experience and knowledge.
I mean, for anyone that lives here, you know, it's just a good thing, you know, for your bodyboarding level. You know, just surfing this wave and competing in this wave. I mean, this is the perfect stage for a bodyboarding contest. We have waves breaking to both sides, very good barreling waves. That was the last one for Leo, and we also have the one for Naver Romero.
Yeah, is that replay, real nice roll. And this, we missed this one before, but you see in the slow-mo here, gets a nice projected ARS around there, kind of bogs it a bit on the landing, but manages to get it around. And then this is the one he kind of just did a little invert off the back here. As you see, he just, goes off there, hits it too early, but maybe a good op. Could have been pretty shallow in there.
Yeah, maybe if he closed out with that invert, it would have been a very, very good score as well. But as you said, we don't have that view from the inside. The only one that has is the bodyboarder on the wave.
That's it.
Inside there is another thing, right?
Yeah, exactly right. And he's furthered his score, changed the situation, and jumped into the lead. But knowing how Neva surfs out here, he will be bettering that 4.75 with 13 minutes to go, only halfway through the heat. That is very much within his capabilities.
Entonces tenemos ahora en la primera posición, como pueden ver, Naver Romero con su segunda ola logró un 4.75, que ahora deja Yone Aguirre en la segunda posición con un 5 y 6.75. Yone necesita 6.01. Vamos a ver esta ola ahora. Yone segura un poco, retrasa. Intenta pasar un poco por el tubo, pero hace un rolo y cierra esta ola. Por lo que parece, Yone Aguirre, el peruano que está en segunda posición, necesita de 6.01. Después está Leo Espinosa, que necesita 5.76 para clasificarse, y en última posición el hawaiano.
Here we have that replay of Yone Aguirre, el peruano, just waiting here, waiting, and then he manages to get a nice projected roll straight back into the flats of the wave, and not much else after that. And so he kicks out. Grey afternoon here. The clouds have definitely rolled in Iquique. A lot cloudier. Yesterday was pretty sunny all day.
And today too, for a good time, right? For the morning, I would say it was pretty sunny here. The temperatures were much higher, and you know, when it gets this cloudy here, it means that cold wind And Nave Romero right now going to another attempt on the right-hander. This time he completes this backflip and also this roll for a good combination. And he is in the lead right now, just trying to exchange that backup score and, you know, get further and further away, because Yoni in every wave, in every single wave, is presenting a menace.
That's it. Up and riding on the left, Leo Espinosa, always looking for these lefts, and he gets another roll out there, puts his legs in to just stall up a little bit, and nothing as he does a little reverse roll off the back. He's looking for a 5.76, but we'll also be having Neva Romero second or third score dropping really soon with that flip to roll combo, and as I am talking about it, it has dropped through a 5.35, just furthering his lead, giving him a more, bigger command over the rest of the guys in the water.
Yeah, and I was just about to say that who we didn't see surfing in the last very few minutes was Kellen Yamazaki, the Hawaiian, but he just went on this last wave you guys could see right now that didn't offer much to the Hawaiian, and he has a 6.25 as his main score and only a 0.75 as his backup score, guys. So this heat can change very easily. You know, we already saw these guys getting these 6 points, these 8 points in the case of Naver. So it's just a matter of getting that backup score for any one of them. So for them to change the situation, you know, to change positions, and we already saw that happening many times during these 15 minutes we saw, and there are still 10 minutes to go with good conditions here in La Punta Dos, Iquique. Finally, with some more water in the reef, and finally in that moment where we can see the riders, you know, letting it out, just attempting big aerial maneuvers. That's what we want to see.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And you see these lines just marching in here. A little bit bumpy, but could have an action-packed last 10 minutes of this heat. Yeah, it's still looking pretty fun on the good ones. On the good ones when they're there, they're offering some nice ramps. And you see there's a seal just cruising out the back. They're pretty common to this region and to a lot of the coast of Chile. I believe that seals are pretty prevalent, and you'll see them around a lot. And sometimes you'll be surfing and then they'll pop their head up right next to you just to check you out and say hello. And
and they do say hello.
Yeah,
they make noises.
They do, don't they?
Yeah, it might be sometimes tricky if you're not used to it, but it's part of our routine, right? I mean, we're in the ocean, guys, and there's so much life in the ocean, especially here in Chile as well, with many fishing communities, you know, where the ocean is actually part of their lives as well. Here in Iquique, we can see that they breathe bodyboarding, you know. It's part of the culture here, a tradition here for them, having competitions one after the other. This is a real stage for bodyboarding competitions, and we are really glad to be here one more year, you know, for this third edition of this event in the World Tour. We had 2019, we had 2022, and we are finally here in 24. Hopefully for many more years as well, as this wave is just a remarkable one.
Yeah, it is. It is a remarkable wave and a remarkable city, and it's so good to be back here. I was very happy to see it pop up on the IBC calendar.
Yeah.
And I'm sure all the local guys were as well, getting the international event back into their hometown. And up and riding the Hawaiian, looking at this fun-looking one on the inside a little bit, and gets a nice roll out the first section and the second section. And look at him going through there on the foam ball. He lands that. That'll help his situation. He's looking for a 5.51.
That's what we're talking about, guys. Maybe we can see a change of situation there for the Hawaiian. He has been he hasn't been moving for the last few minutes, but finally got this one. So let's see this once more. Just a quick bottom turn for a roll in that first section was the most powerful one in this wave, and then this roll kind of going through the lip, but landed a bit, you know, late. But he managed to complete this wave, guys. And he can get very close to that 5.51 that he needs. Wow, he got a 4.85 It made it into his final score, but it was not enough. He still needs the same score, but now in the third position, he needs 5.51 to go now to second.
Yeah. No, it just updated as the last judge's score, but yeah, exactly right. It still doesn't change what he needs now. He still needs that 5.51. Still needs the same score, and 6 minutes 20 on the clock. Very possible for the Hawaiian bodyboarder Kellen Yamazaki. It's a cool sounding name.
Yeah. That's it, guys. Round number 2. We just started this one. The winner for the last heat, sorry guys, was Gustavo Neira, the guy from Antofagasta that just had a very good performance. As you guys can see there, Gustavo found a 7.5 and a 7-point ride in that heat, and it was just that. No more waves for him, being 100% precise and getting exactly what he needed to go through that heat. So second one, we are just seeing right now in the water, and as we have been saying, we're gonna go with the competition as far as the condition allow us. So it's going to be a full day here in competition in Iquique. It's going to be a full day of action.
Yeah, and you can see the names of the next heat down there in our bottom left. Looking like it's going to be a pretty epic heat as well, with Yazdani coming all the way down from Costa Rica, and Michael Pascal, Augustin Figueroa, Isaac Caballero. Looks like it'll be a very competitive heat, because I know a lot of those guys have been absolutely ripping out there.
Yeah, Augustin in his first heat, oh my God. No words for that guy. And now, guys, we still have basically the same situation in this heat. The only thing that changed was that Kellen went to third position and Leo went to fourth. But, you know, they need the same Kellen actually need the same score to classify. Just to remember you guys, first and second advance to round number 3, and third and fourth will say goodbye to the competition. Check this triangle just rigging over the reef. So much perfection.
Yeah, it's so good. It's just balls and peaks and up and riding. Johnny Aguirre, el peruano, buscando una rampa, pero no. Fue cerrado toda la ola. Y sí, está con su posición en segunda. Todavía aquí tenemos el hawaiano Kellen buscando todavía un 5.51. Y no, eso no tenía tampoco.
Sí, fue un 1 para Kellen en su última ola, pero ya vuelve al outside para una más tal vez. No fue en esta. 3 minutes and 40 seconds, guys. What an amazing day it has been. Let us know, what are you guys thinking of this competition? Who are you rooting for? And of course, where are you watching from as well? Drop some flags here in the comment section down below if you guys are watching through the YouTube streaming. And if you do, just get this time as well to subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course hit that bell so you can get a notification every time we post any content there. We are all the time posting content there, guys. Highlights for every day, the YouTube live sections as well, and much more. You guys can check it out. So drop some flags for us so we can get in touch with you.
Yeah, let us know where you're from, where you're watching from, what time it is, who you're supporting, who you reckon's going to win the event. Yeah, it'll be good to get some support going and hear what everyone has to say and what you guys think of this event so far. Been a pretty fun day today of fun waves all day long. A bit bumpy now. You can see all that texture there from this drone shot, but still barreling, still ramps, and still going on down here in Iquique in El Morro. That's the name of the suburb or the area of the city that we are all situated in right now, kind of toward the northern end of the city.
Perfect. Just to let everyone at home know a little bit more about this amazing place. Entonces, una actualización, tenemos 2 minutos restantes en esta manga. Aquí está Giacomo Guerrero, que pregunta si esta ronda es eliminatoria en los comentarios. Y sí, Giacomo, es una ronda eliminatoria, apenas primero y segundo se clasifican y siguen en la competencia, y tercero y cuarto están eliminados. Ronda número 1 y esta ronda número 2 son eliminatorias, y un big backflip de, creo que fue Ione en la derecha, y vemos también mientras Leo Espinosa indo hasta el fondo donde no hay nada de agua allí.
Ouch.
Muy
It looked like he
complicado.
rode up those rocks, didn't it? He committed to that. He landed the roll though. But careful there, Leo.
Esto es peligroso. Esto ahí es muy peligroso de moverse ahí. Entonces salga ya, Leo, y vuelve para el outside. Entonces la última ola de, creo que fue Ione que fue para la derecha, ¿no?
Sí, parece que hizo un backflip, pero no cayó. Pero vamos a ver un replay pronto, creo. Pero no, ahora eso es en vivo. Un tubazo para Kellen.
Wow.
Está buscando todavía un 5.51 Kellen de Hawaii. Y vamos a ver unos replays.
Ione Aguirre en otra ola en vivo. Ione sigue una ola sólida. Podemos ver condiciones que crecentes ahora. Olas más grandes a cada minuto que pasa. Viene también Neiver.
Wow. Nieve Romero on a bomb. Doesn't quite get the power there, but an invert. Oh my goodness. That was a big drop again, and he just lands right inside the barrel. Unable to ride out of that. But he's not holding back, even though he's pretty comfortably got that first position. He's still putting it all on the line. And wow, seems to be a bit of a theme. Just heaps of action in the last minute. So some scores are coming through, guys. We'll be able to keep you updated with the situation change.
Wow, we have Naver fully dominating this heat. His last wave was a 2-point ride. We can see he's just full sending it. And that was the last one for Kellen Yamazaki. Guys, Kellen got a 6.35 and jumped to the second position with this heat. Now I believe we have all the scores we needed. That was a 2-point ride for Naver. Huge invert, but was not completed. So final result, Naver Romero in first position and Kellen Yamazaki from Hawaii in second. Wow.
Talk about
Now
a
we're
buzzer
gonna-
beater.
Yeah, amazing last minute of a heat. Kellen just finishing the job. Guys, we're going to call a quick commercial break to come back with heat number 3. Stay with us.
Hey guys, welcome back to day one of the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro. I'm here with Bego again in the booth, and we are still going on with this round 2 action of the men's division.
That's right, and we got a little cold. Outside it's a bit cold, and right here we are sporting our beautiful sweaters from the IBC. So let's hit the water intake. Who do we have? Ahí ya se puso un poquito más helado en Iquique. Ahí, como lo pueden ver, se nubló. Así que estamos con un poquito de frío y en el agua pueden ver de rojo Yasdani Castro desde Costa Rica, Michael Pascal desde Chile, Agustín Figueroa que viene de la ronda número 1, que tiene hasta ahora la nota más alta de una sola ola, que es local, y otro local es Isaac Caballero, iquiqueño, y Michael Pascal, él también es iquiqueño, y también se conoce esta ola como la palma de su mano, así que esta va a ser un hit súper fuerte porque además Yasdani Castro es un muy buen competidor costarricense, así que todo puede pasar en este hit.
Yeah, I am very excited to watch this heat, and it is one that I am not sure who is going to win. You never really know, but with these guys it's all so close. Here we have, straight off the bat, Michael Pascal with 2 nice, powerful rolls. Let's see if he can push through that second one, and he did for sure. So that's a good start for him. The only wave ridden so far, he got a 4.5 for that.
Un 4.5 recibe Michael Pascal por esa última ola, que se conoce súper bien esta ola de aquí, y ahí viene Agustín Figueroa rápido con un buen backflip también. Vamos a ver qué pasa con este hit, pero sí, la verdad que a pesar de que hay viento, esta ola todavía ofrece buenas secciones para hacer maniobras. La punta 2 es muy versátil.
Sí, tenemos el rider blanco aquí, Isaac Caballero, buscando un tubito y ahora buscando la sección y a ver qué pasa. Un rolo y cayó bien, y otro rolo y no cayó. That was a nice little combo for Isaac, not able to ride out of that second roll, but all the riders getting a wave under their belt, and Yasdani loves a left-hander, so for sure he will be looking at those lefts. That one didn't quite have a ramp for him, but it looks like so far all the other guys are pretty happy with the right, so they might leave a few lefts for Yasdani. As we all know, him on a left is a dangerous combination with the ability to get some very projected backflips that he's trained for many a year on the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. I believe that's where he's from and where he surfs.
You're right.
But he does get up to the Caribbean coast during the season. Salsa Brava.
I've been to Costa Rica many times. I used to live in Panama for 5 years, and I used to go a lot to Costa Rica, and I'm telling you, it's such a rich country in terms of nature, culture, food super good. Like we were saying, fruits are amazing. People is super nice, you know, super peaceful people. And really, really a place that worth visiting, Costa Rica. Y esta preciosa imagen de lo que es Iquique, ese barrio, el que está justo atrás de aquí de la ola de la punta 2, es el barrio histórico de El Morro. Es un barrio de tradición en donde empezó Iquique. Uno es el más antiguo de acá. Y estos edificios de atrás también son súper antiguos, los naranjas.
¿Por qué son naranja?
Los pintaron así, fue un ofrecimiento de una empresa que estaban un poco deteriorados esos edificios y esta empresa ofreció arreglarlos, así que quedaron muy bonitos. Eso es de ahora, súper nuevo en realidad, no estaba así hace tiempo. Y como pueden ver, viste que parece como una isla, por eso le llaman a Iquique como la isla.
Sí.
Y lo que está atrás, no sé si ustedes lo pueden identificar, people, I don't know if you can identify, but that's Cerro Dragón. It's a huge dune that has the shape of a dragon back.
A sleeping dragon.
A sleeping dragon, that's what it is.
Wow.
La piña.
La piña.
I call Yasdani La Piña.
Why is that?
Because the pineapples in Costa Rica are the best pineapples in the world.
Wow.
They're like radioactive yellow. You open a pineapple and it's the most yellow pineapple that I've ever seen in my life. It's like bright, radioactive.
Gee, sounds yum.
Very nice and sweet.
Here's that replay of Yasdani, and he just gets those flips so well projected off the lip with a nice hair flick there as he ducks out of that wave. We'll see what the judges give him, but that will be his first scoring wave of the heat. And yeah, it's cool to see Yasdani chase the tour down here, down to Chile. And it'll be cool to see him and these other guys all follow it through Antofagasta and Brazil potentially.
Yeah, here comes again. Very good projection. Definitely Yasdani knows how to surf these kind of waves. And like you said, look, well, he's You don't surf until there, okay? Yazdani, please be careful. That's full of rocks.
He's smiling too.
Yeah, he knows that's not actually. That's a very dangerous place to be, but no, I mean he's okay. He knows his way. In Costa Rica, there's also reef breaks.
Yeah, there's the famous Salsa Brava up in the Caribbean coast, which looks amazing. I've never managed to score it on a good day, but it looks really fun. Here's that replay. He just projected a real nice ARS out there and then waits for this section, does a roll, and then you see he just pushes through here. No worries about the reef and just bus drives straight over it.
Bueno, tenemos la entrevista lista con el único venezolano hasta ahora en competencia, Neiver Romero y Lucas, así que Lucas, vámonos.
Thanks, Bago. I'm here with Neiver. Neiver, first of all, let us know, what was that invert, huge maneuver, 8-point ride?
Bueno, la verdad, tuve una bala muy buena de un invertido muy bueno, la verdad, la derecha está muy buena ahora de marea llena y logré encontrar un invertido buenazo y un rolo que me dieron los puntos para avanzar a la siguiente ronda. Sí, igual me pegó un poco en la mano, pero ya estoy un poco mejor ya, gracias a Dios.
Yeah, so he's saying the right-hander is very good right now with the high tide, and he was just enjoying it and found that huge invert. He kind of hit the rock there, but he's fine for the next heat. Neiver, you're also living here in Iquique for 5 years now, besides being from Venezuela. What do you think of this place and these waves?
Bueno, la verdad tengo 5 años viviendo acá en Iquique y la verdad es muy buena esta ola de acá de Punta 2. El río es muy bueno, perfecto para los dos lados, izquierda, derecha, y la verdad me gusta competir acá en esta ciudad.
So he loves this place. It's good for right, good for left-handers as well, and he loves to be here. Loves being here for the competitions as well that happen in this place. Neiver, un mensaje para todos que están te asistiendo desde casa.
Bueno, quiero agradecer primeramente a Dios porque me trajo hasta esta ciudad donde hay grandes olas, grandes riders, y también un saludo a toda mi familia que está en Venezuela viéndome, a mi hermana, a mi papá, a mi mamá y también a mi patrocinante que es Mutan Independent y a la familia Ailaja que está aquí presente apoyándome.
Felicidades, Neiver. Back to you guys.
Me encantó esa entrevista de Neiver Romero. Motivadísimo, la verdad que ha hecho muy buen trabajo, ha subido muchísimo su nivel viviendo acá, y quien está haciendo un excelente trabajo es Yazdani Castro, que está primero con una sumatoria de 10.25, está seguido por Agustín Figueroa, que tiene solamente un 5 y un 0.50, él busca un 5.26 para tomar esa primera posición, y Michael Pascal con un 4.50 y un 1, ahí tiene a unos chicos venezolanos también que lo están apoyando, ese es Luisito también vive aquí en Iquique, también es un bodyboarder bien bueno. Una ola aquí para Isaac Caballero, Isaac que se conoce perfecto esta ola también. Vamos a ver si consigue una sección, entra en el tubo y va por un rolo. Y algo más, un giro. Isaac que tiene una nota de 5 y esta nota de aquí va a ser... su backup score y tal vez, mira, necesito un 0.51 para tomar la segunda posición, así que obviamente que va a ser más que eso, y no sé, necesito un 5.26 para tomar la primera posición, no sé si sea suficiente, pero la segunda posición sí la va a tomar, y la toma, de hecho, ahí está.
Yeah, so here we have a replay of Isaac Caballero. Can see him just cruising along here, and as Vega was saying, he's a local here and just knows this spot so well, and he waited for that barrel. He could see it coming right from the start. Got through just a quick barrel, it gets a roll out, and then tries a little spin off the end, but loses his board. He got a 4.15 for that, helping his total score move to a 9.15 up and riding. Krapu with a nice 360 there. Real clean. I love this guy's style, and he gets over that little wedge there with heaps of speed and launches a roll just off the back. It looked like he was going to go flying on that one for a second. He'll get back out there quickly, looking to better his score. Only looking for a 4.15. Still plenty of time in this heat. Here's a replay of that wave. You can see him just setting a line. Something I really love about his surfing here is that he draws really nice lines and really nice high lines. He often keeps his line like a little bit higher until he needs to go low, and it's cool to watch. One of the local guys that I definitely enjoy watching videos of out here.
just because of how well he knows this wave and how well he can draw a line along it and pick up the maximum amount of speed that Punta Dos can offer.
All right, so far so good for just Dani Castro. Muy buen performance, entonces ahora igual tiene que tener un poco de cuidado porque Isaac solo necesita un 5.26 y aquí viene Michael Pascal, que también es súper peligroso aquí en la punta 2 y qué buen RS se pone Michael Pascal. No, es que, ¿sabes? Cualquiera de estos competidores son súper peligrosos, la verdad.
Yeah, it is a tough heat, and these are some really good competitors. How's this replay here? Real throaty section, and he just comes out with a big ARS, and see how he gets that outside leg just into the wave to make sure he can rotate around, because he knows he'll be landing in a super critical section. He needs to get that rotation quick, and he comes out here and hits this roll and probably doesn't get enough projection toward the flats as he landed a bit in the V of the wave there, which makes it difficult to ride out of. But nonetheless, that big ARS will add to his score, and some scores are filtering through right now. We'll see what that is. And yeah, he has completely changed the situation, moving straight up into first place with a 6.5 with a big ARS. And oh no, it looks like there is some interference action going on here with Yazdani on the inside.
Oh no.
With priority.
We'll see how that goes. I don't know who has a priority actually. We were distracted with the scores, and all right, so we'll see. But Michael Pascal is getting he got a 6.5, and we're gonna see this last wave is getting out. La última ola de Michael Pascal estamos esperando. Tenía un 6.5 en la anterior, pero todavía no, un 6.75, perdona, en la anterior. Sí, la última de él es un 6.75 y recibe la primera posición con eso, cambia la situación. Y ahora Yazdani está buscando un 5.76, bastante posible, bastante probable que consiga esa nota. La verdad que es un hit bien bueno, bien activo, donde todos los riders están dando mucho de qué hablar. Aquí viene una más para Agustín Figueroa, para Crapulito. Él es conocido como Crapulito acá en Iquique, le dicen así sus amigos de cariño. Desde chiquito le dicen así, en verdad. Y una sección bonita en donde consigue un rolo. Y hay algo un poquito más inventado, digamos, ese rolo, pero digamos que sirve para mostrarle a los jueces lo activo que está, lo mucho que él quiere hacer esto. Pero lamentablemente la interferencia fue llamada y fue de Agustín Figueroa. Qué pena.
Sí, muy desafortunadamente. Sorry, I don't know how to say that word in Spanish, but that is very unfortunate for Crapu, and it just goes to show, I think that was Yazdani on the outside, and you've got to, like, even though they know that Yazdani is hunting lefts, and he's a left guy, he loves going left. Look, as I'm talking about it, he takes another left. We're following Michael, the local man, though, on this right. And he's coming through, threading the needle a little bit on that barrel, and gets a little roll out the end. I doubt this will be adding to his score. But yeah, as I was saying, you've got to be careful. Just because they are looking for the left doesn't mean that they're always going to go left. Like, he's got every right to go right, and especially if he has priority, as he did in that sense. Augustin probably just assumed he was going to go left and didn't even bother checking his shoulder. And so, yeah, unfortunately for him, it was an interference. But it's the rules, and yeah, it's pretty simple rules, so you got to stick by them. Oh, a really nice reverse out of the bowl there from Isaac Caballero. That was different. We haven't been seeing many of them today, and he did that with a really nice amount of technique and finesse, and yeah, it's cool. Not super critical, not much of a big wave, but a reverse spin out of the bowl like that always looks really nice, especially if you can just get that tail whipping around without much restriction. It feels really good too. If you just slide back into the bowl, slide straight back onto that foam ball and come out of it with speed. So some really nice surfing from the local man, Isaac Caballero. And yeah, interesting heat here with the 3 Chilenos and 1 Costarricense. And it's looking like Augustin is in a combination situation now with this interference call. So he needs a 10. It's going to be pretty difficult for him. A 10 and something. But unfortunately, having a look there, waiting for a section on that wave, and nothing showing up. I'm sure he'll be pretty frustrated with this situation that he's in right now. Isaac Caballero looking for a 5.26. That reverse spin that we saw that he just did on that small wave before dropped in as a 2.9. And yeah, really cool, really nice to see that, as I was saying. But yeah, he's looking for something a bit better than that if he wants to take the qualifying spot away from Yazdani Castro or Michael Pascal. 7 minutes remaining in this heat, and yeah, we're going to keep running it. It's still surfable, it's still fun, there's ramps, so we're going to keep on going with this round 2 of the men's. Up next, there are a bit more of an international heat. We have Rodrigo Silva, one of the Silva twins, which will be really cool to watch him surf again. I love watching Rodrigo surf. He's been a good mate of mine for many years, so it'll be cool to watch him against Andre Luis from Brazil, Kai De Lee, one of the Aussie twins who's over, and Raimundo Quintana. So yeah, that's going to be a really cool heat to watch as well. So don't go anywhere, guys. More action as long as we can run it. Up and riding though, the Costa Rican Yazdani having a look at a left and kicking off. Meanwhile, there was Crapu, Augustin Figueroa, keeping really busy this heat. He's caught the most waves. We'll see. Perhaps we can catch a replay of that wave, because we just saw at the end, it didn't look like he landed whatever it was that he tried, a roll or an invert. But yeah, nonetheless, he's keeping busy, still looking for some of those sections. He's a rider that, even if it's not the biggest wave, he just draws such clean lines and gets a really good amount of speed and is able to just launch like flips out of sections where you wouldn't expect much air, and he just comes flying out. And yeah, as we were talking about before, and the ads that we keep on seeing are for this Erizos new movie Los Dragones. He is one of the riders that's going to be in that, so we're going to see a lot of that when that movie drops. We're going to see him and I forget the name of the other Joaquin Soto, the other classic Iquiqueño. Those two boys out of Punta Dos just absolutely rip, and it will be really cool to watch this movie when it does come out. So the ads that we've been seeing in between each heat have been geeing me up. It's pretty cool, pretty exciting, and it looks like the editing and the art all looks sick, and there's nothing better than a good bodyboard movie coming out, and especially if a few premieres get thrown and you can get down with all your mates and watch a movie. And so yeah, it'll be cool to see what happens with Los Dragones, the new Erizos movie that is on the horizon. So keep your eyes and ears peeled for that, guys. 4 minutes and 46 seconds remaining here in round 2, heat 3 of the men's. And yeah, pretty slow part of this heat, but still looks like some sets could be rolling in here.
Bueno, los resultados realmente muy buenos. Michael Pascal en primera posición, haciendo un trabajo digno de alguien que se conoce muy bien esta ola. Y en segunda posición, Yazdani Castro desde Costa Rica, que sabíamos que iba a ser un show.
Here we have Augustin again, keeping really busy, looking for this section. And let's see if he does that flip what I was just talking about. And it just gets to it a bit late. The section just kind of shuts down on him there. He gets a roll through nonetheless, but not going to be the score that he's looking for. Yazdani with a left off to the side there. Perhaps a flip. Perhaps we'll see.
Bueno, y para alguien como Agustín Figueroa, que es quien ha traído la mayor nota de este campeonato, también es probable que se pueda recuperar. Lo malo es que hizo una interferencia, entonces Igual la interferencia que le contaron es que le quitan la mitad de su segunda mejor ola, entonces probablemente él se pueda recuperar de esto. La última ola es un 4.30 y él, bueno, la verdad está un poco complicado, necesita una nota alta por culpa de esa situación de la interferencia. La verdad es que es una pena, y si se puede mandar un mensaje a todos los competidores y la gente que está sintonizando, que forma atletas, es que estén bien pendientes del tema de la prioridad. Y una ola más para Yasdani Castro, nada. Eso me gustaría así como remarcar y decirle a las personas que forman atletas que traten de entrenarlos con el tema de las prioridades. Aquí se viene Isaac Caballero, que ha usado muy bien esa técnica de frenado, pero en esta ola no consiguió el tubo, pero sí consigue un rolo en una sección crítica. Y él está buscando un 5.25 para tomar la segunda posición, así que cuidado, Yasdani. Parece que se está saliendo, no lo sé.
Parece que sí. Looks like Isaac Caballero is giving up 2.5 minutes. Maybe he could have paddled out. I reckon he could have got out the back.
It's a small score that he needs. ¿Por qué se habrá salido Isaac? No necesita tanto, necesita un 5.26. Y aquí viene el líder de este hit, que es Michael Pascal. A ver si logra conseguir algo más, pero creo que no. Y esa sección de ahí le da un rolo. Sin embargo, no creo que haya para nada ningún cambio. Él tiene un 6.75 y un 4.50. No creo que esa ola sea más del 4.50. Y el que tiene ahora la posibilidad de lograr algo, le está buscando, bueno, necesita un 10.25, un poco complicado. Obviamente Agustín Figueroa todavía sigue en combinación. La verdad que es una pena para alguien que había roto, o sea, que tenía el score más alto de una sola ola en esta competencia. Sería una pena que se está descalificando, ¿no? Por culpa de una interferencia.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it?
No, I have to say a message to everyone that trains athletes or forms athletes. You need to train them in the art of the use of the priority. You have to tell them to be very careful with the priority, because, you know, in the case of Agustín Figueroa, he is an amazing rider and he has a lot of potential, but, you know, losing the event and being knocked out of the event because of an interference is really sad. You know, he could have get, you know, that win in this event, in this heat. I'm sorry if he didn't get that interference goal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so important to be on top of that. And all it takes, you just got to keep looking at the priority board. And here at this event, they've got a great big priority board. It's really well set up, really easy to see. And just always know, just after any kind of action happens, check it again, see where you are, know which colors you're in priority above, and then you don't need to worry. Then you know who's can go, you know who can't go. And yeah, here you have the two riders, Isaac and Michael. It looks like Michael and Yazdani are going to advance.
Ya, yo creo que Isaac está un poco triste ahí, la verdad es normal. Es difícil, porque tú piensas que ellos tienen mucho nivel, ellos corren aquí siempre y quieren hacerlo bien y quieren demostrarle al mundo, pero bueno, felicitaciones de todas formas a Isaac y a Agustín, una lección también ahí que queda para él, y muchas felicitaciones a Michael Pascal y a Dani Castro por avanzar. Vamos a seguir con más de este evento, no se muevan. Welcome back, everyone. Today is the very first day of competition, but a full day of action. We have seen amazing moments, and right now we are continuing with the round number 2 of the men division right here in the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, and that's the heat before. We are going to show you the heat number 4 for the round number 2. We'll see. We have Rodrigo Silva in red, who has already a 7.
Ooh.
We have André Luis from Brazil in yellow. We have Kai De League from Australia in blue. And we have Raimundo Quintana from here from Chile, South Chile, in white. And there are some scores already, some nice scores already on the board.
Ya tenemos buenos scores de Rodrigo Silva, de Raimundo Quintana y también de Kai De League desde Australia. Vamos a rever estas olas pronto. So guys, this is the heat number 4. We have one of the Silva brothers here, Rodrigo Bartoro, facing the Brazilian André Luis, that is also very used to this wave here in Iquique. So let's see, Rodrigo Silva, live action there. Goes for a backflip. Wow, very sharp guy. Kind of lost the grip of the board there, but managed to recover and puts another roll just in front of the rocks. This guy is looking very motivated. Rodrigo Silva just coming from round number 2 here in Iquique. One of the twins from Arica that just popped up in the tour last year, just doing amazing. Just the first semifinal between the two twin brothers. It happened in Itacoatiara last year with huge waves, guys. And now we are seeing another version of Rodrigo. I believe that's the 7-point right for his first wave, hitting a backflip right after the white section, and that's Raimundo Quintana.
Raimundo, que fue por un invert. De verdad, él tiene muy buen nivel. Aquí en la punta 2 también se da muy bien, se siente muy cómodo. Yo lo he visto en varios eventos nacionales haciendo un muy buen trabajo. Y esta es la última de André Luis, que no conectó mucho. Y esta es la última, that's Kai. I think that's the first one for Kai. Yeah, it's 4.5. That's what it is. Kai De League, right there, surfing. Actually, he surfs super good. All right, so one more situation we have in there. You see, the problem is that they don't even look. You know, I don't know if he had the priority or not, but guys, you need to look.
Wow. And that was the last one for
Rodrigo
Bartoro.
Eso, por el Bartorrito.
Check it out. This is squeezing everything out of that wave just in front of the rocks.
Oh, we have a lot of replays. Esta es la última. Si no me equivoco, debe ser el 7. Y esta de aquí, de Raimundo, tiene que haber sido el 6. ¿Vale? Sí, buen trabajo ahí de Raimundo Quintana, también buen trabajo de todos los chicos, pero no sé qué pasó al final con esa última ola, no sé si fue interferencia o no. Ahí algo vamos a mirar. Y Raimundo, mira, incansable, no para. Muy buen performance, y eso es lo que tiene que hacer. Se tiene que mantener activo, tiene que mantenerse tomando olas y mejorando los scores. Vamos a ver si de verdad hubo o no hubo interferencia. Y aquí viene de nuevo otra vez Rodrigo Silva. Se ve bien sólido también Rodrigo en este hit.
Looking very motivated, very driven. Bartoro there. So let's see this right-hander for André Luis. André Luis lá do Brasil, pessoal, já pegou 2 ondas, não foram boas, mas ele vem fazendo um 360 depois da primeira sessão e encontra uma parte para fazer um backflip. Será que consegue completar? Acaba ficando por ali essa onda. E o André Luis precisa de 8 pontos, pessoal, para avançar. Aí vem o australiano, Kai De League on the last wave. Just a quick exchange of waves here. We have a good period of the swell now that is definitely providing some consistency for the waves. We weren't seeing waves breaking repeatedly like this in the beginning of the day, but now the guys are finally on the stage that they need to put on a show. And for now, Rodrigo Silva is in the first position, guys. His second last wave of 4.25. In second, Raimundo Quintana. Third, the Aussie, Kai the lead, and André Luis in the first position.
Así es, y tenemos la entrevista lista con el ganador del hit anterior y Joey. Vamos, Joey.
Thank you, Bago. Here I am with the winner of the last heat, Michael Pascal. Michael, tell us about the conditions this afternoon, a bit more windy.
Bueno, sí, las condiciones están bastante complicadas. Es difícil volver a correr el Tour con estas condiciones, que no estamos muy acostumbrados en verdad que sea así. Casi nadie corre cuando está así y ya competir es mucho más difícil. Creo que es para cualquiera la competencia, así que logré terciarme 2 olas que me dieron el puntaje para poder avanzar a la siguiente ronda. Y me siento súper contento en verdad.
Michael was just saying that it's tricky because it's so windy out there, and that no one really surfs when it's this windy because they surf in the morning when it's cleaner, and so it was difficult, but very happy to have passed through in first position. And tell us a little bit about your training for this event.
Sí, o sea, estuve entrenando bastante estos últimos meses para prepararme para esta competencia. Bueno, soy local acá, siempre corro acá, viví toda mi vida acá en este barrio, entonces traté de prepararme antes 2 meses porque tampoco tengo mucho tiempo para entrenar, ya que trabajo bastante también y es difícil llegar a esta instancia y poder pasar mi primer hit de primera posición. Increíble.
Yeah, cool. So Michael was just saying that he's been training hard. He's from here, but he also has a lot of work, and so not always the easiest to always be surfing, but lately he's been training hard. And ¿alguna palabra para la gente aquí?
Nada, agradecer, bueno, a la gente que me apoya. Me ha estado apoyando todo el tiempo, tirando. Y nada, a mi familia.
Right, congratulations to Michael Pascal. Felicitaciones a Michael Pascal por un buen performance. Y Raimundo Quintana, que está dándolo todo en este hit también. Quiere representar al sur de Chile. He is from down south here in Chile. A very good coastline as well. For me, my favorite after Iquique. It's called Curanipe. It's got a lot of waves. A lot of... look at that. That's a tricky section there. No, but you know, the good thing in there is like you jump in the foam and you are out of the danger. Just gotta be careful because the thing here is that it's full of barnacles and sea urchins as well. That's why the brand Erizos is means sea urchin. So it comes because I mean the idea of the name is because this place is full of sea urchins, the whole coast, the whole reef.
And these are not your friends at all.
No.
I mean,
you can eat them. Like you can. I've seen people surfing here in Punta Dos, diving, getting a sea urchin, and eat it right there.
Wow.
Yeah, you get a crack it and then you eat it right there. They're tasty, huh?
This way is fine. I mean, the bad thing is when they get into your feet, and yeah. I mean, it takes some days, some time to when you're not able to get all of them out, and it just hurts so bad. So. Yeah, you definitely want to stay out of their way and not step on them. But, you know, for now the situation is still the same with Bartolo Rodrigo Silva in the first position. He's taking a look at that one. He's holding the priority right now. Rodrigo, if you don't know him, is a very good competitor. He, with his brother Moises, went very well in the tour last year with good results in Itacoatiara, just breaking this record there, doing the first semi-final between the twins in the World Tour. And we have 2 twins here also in...
2 pair of twins.
A pair of twins, that's it. 2 pairs of twins. We also have an Aussie pair, and there he comes.
Vamos, all right, so Bartorro ahí en esa ola, no, decide irse. Bartorro que está primero, Rodrigo Silva con un 7 y un 5. Está bastante sólido en la primera posición, pero no tan cómodo, lo diría, porque el australiano solamente necesita un 5.61, Raimundo un 4.91 para tomar la segunda posición, y el que está más complicado es André Luis, que está buscando un 8.40 para tomar la segunda posición, o sea, ni siquiera la primera. Así que ahí André tiene que realmente ponerse a cambiar esos scores y tratar de ir construyendo poco a poco ahora que puede, porque los otros riders en cualquier momento van a sacar notas más altas. Kai, the league, looking only for a 5.61 to advance to the first position, but just remember that in this stage of competition, first and second advance, and third and fourth are leaving competition, are being eliminated. So there's a chance there for the Australian, but first he has to go over Rodrigo Silva.
E para quem estiver torcendo pelo André Luiz, lá do Rio de Janeiro, ele está numa situação agora bem difícil, né? A gente já está com 13 minutos e 20 segundos restantes nessa bateria. Já passamos aí metade da bateria praticamente. E o André até agora não encontrou boas ondas. Teve um 0,75, uma onda de meio ponto. E a sua melhor onda foi um 2,5. Então ele fica buscando agora, no mínimo, 8,40 para poder avançar. O André vai precisar aumentar esse 2,5 ou encontrar uma nota excelente. Ele que veio aí em mais uma direita, né? Mas acabou não selecionando uma onda boa. A gente vê que tem uma, né, o vento ele tá um pouquinho de lado, ele não está totalmente de frente, acaba atrapalhando um pouquinho a direita, ó, com uma espuma. Então o critério de escolha de onda vai fazer toda a diferença para o André conseguir se classificar nessa bateria.
That's right, we'll see if André can grab something for himself. Y la situación continúa igual, son 12 minutos y medio que restan en esta ronda número 2, primer día de competencia en el Iquique Bodyboard Pro, un evento traído para ustedes. Let's see this one for Kai, the league, he's going for the lefts, not choosing the rights as he did in the first heat, but he can serve very well the left. Joey was mentioning that all the riders from West Australia are right lovers, but he's showing some dominance to the left as well.
Yeah, I mean, if a bodyboarder wants to be, if you want to be a competitor, guys, in the World Tour, you definitely have to start, you know, filling up those gaps and, you know, reducing those mistakes and, you know, those parts where you are not strong, your weaknesses, I would say. And surfing to both sides is just the basic thing, you know, one of the most basic things, because some contests like in Antofagasta, for example, it's basically just lefts, you know, there are very few right-handers. So if you have a weakness to the left, guys, you won't stand a chance in many waves of the World Tour. So yeah, good job there for Kai for providing the good performances for both sides.
That's right, definitely. Right, if you're just getting here, let us know where you're tuning in from. De dónde están sintonizando. Vamos a leer un poquito los saluditos que no hemos leído. En realidad hemos estado súper concentrados en lo que pasa en el agua, que realmente es lo que importa. Estamos acá, vemos a Maximiliano Aranguis, que está sintonizando, apoyando a Raimundo, claro. Está Vicente Besa, está Nicolás, Bora André. Y tenemos al Pililo. Hola Pililo, ¿cómo estás? Bueno, sí, la verdad la situación de la interferencia de Agustín fue muy crítica. Una pena en realidad, porque es un competidor excelente, un competidor que llevaba la nota más alta del día de hoy y que además tiene un potencial súper grande, súper fuerte para poder ganar este campeonato. Pero bueno, una pequeña enseñanza ahí. La verdad que hay que llevarse eso a casa, hay que entender cómo utilizar las herramientas de competencia. A veces vemos eso, a veces vemos riders que en el free surf son excelentes, pero que tal vez no están tan acostumbrados a las herramientas de competencia y algunas veces le juega eso un poquito en contra. Pero bueno, la verdad que fue un día muy bueno para Agustín.
So 9 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, guys. Rodrigo is still leading this heat with a very good wave he got in the beginning of it. His first wave was a 7-point ride, and he also has a 5-point ride. So still in first position, completely dominating this heat since the beginning. Rodrigo is classifying with the Australian right now, Kai the Leaf, and Kai has a 6.40 and a 4.90. He has a very close total score with Raimundo, also the Chilean. So let's see, because Raimundo only needs 5.31, guys. Now we are on a most cloudy part of the day here, as the weather changed completely since the beginning of the morning. We had a very sunny morning here in Iquique with, smaller waves in the beginning of this day. We saw the pro juniors going in the water, doing very well as well, but that right-hander was just not providing. It was just too shallow with no water at all. But right now with the high tide, we are finally seeing enough water in the bank, in the reef, and we are seeing these guys letting out those big scores. Aí vem o André, que realmente não está se encontrando nada nesse mar. O André precisa de 8.8 para conseguir se classificar, pessoal. Lembrando que esse é um round eliminatório e foi mais uma tentativa dele.
Aquí viene una ola más para Rodrigo Silva. Rodrigo Silva está conectadísimo con este lugar, haciendo muy buen trabajo en la primera posición. Probablemente consigue una nota más alta con esta última ola. El que tiene un 7 y un 5. Probablemente cambie el 5. Y aquí viene la respuesta inmediata de Raimundo Quintana, que también ha venido haciendo muy buen trabajo, que no está buscando mucho, está buscando un 5.31 para tomar la segunda posición. Y es muy probable en las manos de alguien que de verdad, como comentaba al comienzo del hit, lo he visto compitiendo en eventos nacionales, eventos locales y dando muchísimo de qué hablar, logrando pasar muchos hits aquí en la punta 2. Es posible. Y por supuesto nunca puedes contar fuera a alguien como André Luis ni a Kai De Ligt, que es un gemelo australiano también. Es llamativo eso porque solamente teníamos los gemelos Silva y ahora tenemos los gemelos De Ligt, que son dos australianos que están estrenándose en el Tour Mundial en este campeonato. Están por primera vez en el Tour. Vamos a ver esta repetición de la última de Bartorro.
So last wave for Rodrigo Silva, just a big backflip on that first section. You guys can see how much water is in this wave as he just scooped through that quick barrel and bottom turn for one more roll to close this wave off. Guys, that was a 6.90 for Rodrigo Silva, just leaving that 5-point ride behind, and now with the total score of 13.9, getting even further away from the Australian, since the situation is still the same in the heat and Raimundo didn't find that 5.31. So let's see, there's some action in the outside. We saw Kai De Ligt there pedaling to this wave. He was looking for that late drop and that scoop that we know he has been doing. And this is the next heat that we are going to be seeing, guys. Alan Espinosa from Chile.
Espinosa.
I'm sorry.
Y David Valladares, falta una L, ya lo voy a pedir por acá esa corrección. David Valladares es venezolano pero vive en Gran Canaria.
Gran David.
No,
y es
en
muy
Tenerife.
grande.
No, vive en Tenerife, creo.
Creo que en Tenerife.
Sí, vive en Tenerife. Es un dropney, ¿ah? Y me
Sí.
llama la atención que aquí en este evento tenemos 4 riders de dropney o 3 riders de dropney hawaianos que son excelentes, que vinieron a competir en Pron. Imagina, muy
Increíble.
bueno, ¿no?
Sí, y David también en el año pasado en Sintra hizo una performance
Surfea
increíble. Él y Dave estaban así
Fuerte, ¿no?
fuertísimo.
David surfea muy bien en dropney, so qué bonito tenerlo por acá a David Valladares, venezolano radicado en Tenerife, que es como una isla de Venezuela prácticamente. Tenerife tiene millones de venezolanos y se sienten súper cómodos, así que un saludo a toda la gente de Tenerife y de Venezuela también. Yo también soy venezolana, pero hace años que me fui del país. Sin embargo, ahí queda el corazoncito. Bueno, hasta ahora Rodrigo Silva dominando completamente ese hit, en una excelente forma. La última ola fue 6.90, entonces sí, logró mejorar su puntuación, logró distanciarse de los demás, que es lo que se quiere, ¿no? Yo creo que en la cabeza de alguien como él, que ya tiene mucha experiencia en el Tour Mundial y que surfea muy bien, está esas ganas siempre de: voy a ganar, pero voy a ganar con un score grande. Voy a ganar, pero voy a hacer que mis otros oponentes estén bien lejos, que les cueste bastante tratar de llegar. Eso es como lo que separa un poquito a un rider profesional de un rider que se está formando, ¿no?
Sí, desde el empiezo de la manga también Rodrigo ya enseñaba eso. Now we see Kai De Ligt very, very late, guys. I would say impossible to make it out of that barrel. But Kai is attempting some good waves. I mean, we saw him getting good barrels and very late ones as well. But let's see Raimundo Quintana.
Raimundo buscando un 5.31, no es nada para él en esa ola. No ha podido conseguir el sureño. Desde Curanipe viene Raimundo, un saludo gigante a la gente del sur que esté sintonizando. Está precioso esa zona, es muy muy bonita. Creo que ayer estaba lloviendo allá en Curanipe, ayer o antes de ayer me parece que estaba lloviendo. Y bueno, vamos a tener grandes competidores. Parece que sí vamos a terminar esta ronda número 2. Estaba esperando confirmación de si íbamos a terminarla o no, pero parece que sí, porque ya estamos en el hit número 4, ya viene el 5, ya realmente no va a quedar nada. Es una ronda de 8 hits en la categoría masculina. Hoy va a ser un día que avanzamos, imagínate, 3 rondas, un día bien productivo. Mañana yo creo que vamos a volver temprano también y ver con qué vamos a empezar. Eso nunca se sabe, gente. Ustedes tienen que estar siempre conectados con nosotros. Síganos en las redes sociales oficiales de la IBC World Tour y también del evento Iquique Bodyboard Pro para tener la información real. André Luiz.
André Luiz vem numa direita pequena, o André, mas não é pequena a nota que ele precisa de 8.8, pessoal. Então, realmente, ele vai mostrando ali que realmente vai sentindo a pressão, né, da bateria, precisando de bastante nota, precisando de uma performance muito boa, e ele não tem se encontrado nesse mar. O André já é bem acostumado com essa onda aqui de ponta 12, ele já passou algumas temporadas aqui em Iquique, já competiu aqui também, mas infelizmente para ele não está se encontrando. And Bego, check this out, Kai and Raimundo, hold on, that's the wave 4, Bartoro, another backflip as usual, guys, and it was just that. Kai and Raimundo basically surfed their last waves together, but when they came back I was watching to see who was going to get the priority, you know, because now it's just 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. It was 3 minutes at the time, but Kai ended up losing the priority, you know, not getting it first, because he went to the very left side of the screen, just waiting one wave on the last section, I think. He stopped pedaling, you know, and on the other hand, Raimundo made it to the outside to the lineup
It's
quicker.
so important right now to have that priority.
Yeah, but sometimes you just see that late, you know.
They're fighting for the second position, you know. Let's see André if he can find himself something. Yeah, but it hasn't been the best, hit for André. Last minute, and what you said is really important, you know, in competition, the most important tool that you have when you're battling for a spot is the priority. And let's see, we have one more chance here for the Australian. Let's see if he can get something else, but one more chance for the the Chilean Raimundo Quintana. In a roll there for the Aussie. I don't know if he's gonna find something else, and I'm telling you, what you just point, it was very important, because probably Kai made a mistake by not fighting for that priority. Although, actually they took a wave, a split pick wave, so wasn't really affecting, and that's another valuable wave for Rodrigo Silva. So a lot of action in this heat. Estaba comentando algo importante, Lucas. Vamos a ver esta ola nada más de André Luiz.
Última chance do André, a gente veio nos últimos segundos da bateria, acelera com tudo para fazer um rolo, mas essa não vai ser o 8.8 que o André precisa, pessoal. E a situação da bateria, a gente vai esperando, na verdade, a última onda do Raimundo Quintana. We're still waiting for the last wave for Raimundo. That's coming out, guys, and it is very possible that Raimundo might get the second position from the Australian, you know, because Kai didn't see that happening beforehand, and he didn't go for the priority. So it was not that situation that happened, you know, they both got waves and didn't block, but Kai could have blocked Raimundo on this wave battle.
Yes, exactly. No,
could have done that.
Yeah,
and that would grant him the classification, because by what we are seeing here, it looks like Raimundo is going to get enough points.
Oh, that's gonna be unfortunate for the Australian, doing a great job so far. But yeah, it looks like Raimundo is going to get the score, and because he didn't use the priority, he didn't get the priority and try to block Raimundo. All right, so we're gonna hit a quick commercial break and gonna come back with the official results. Raimundo did change the situation. It dropped right now at 6.65. Oh, so official results is Rodrigo Silva, this guy right there, advancing in first, and in second, Raimundo Quintana. Congratulations to Kai, where you just starting competing in the World Tour. You need to watch this, priority thing, because it's a very important tool. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna go to a commercial break and gonna be back super soon.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the first day of competition in the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, and we just saw Raimundo Quintana knocking out Kai De Leith in the very last minutes of the heat. What do you think about that, Joey?
Yeah, pretty nail-biting finish, and just shows how important holding on to that priority is. But anyway, we have to jump into the next heat and move on from that. We have, there you have the results in the bottom corner. Nail-biting change in the last few seconds, but a very nice and powerful flip from Raimundo Quintana. So he definitely deserved that 6 that he got there at the end. But in the current heat, up and riding blue with a huge roll, Ronald Gomez. That was crazy. That was a really big roll with spread legs. So yeah, Ronald Gomez from Peru in blue. Jerry Pastrana from Costa Rica in white, Alan Espinoso from Chile in yellow, and David Valadares de Venezuela in red.
That's it. What a huge roll it was for Ronald. Wow. We'll check that score really soon. I'm not sure if he completed that maneuver. We'll see that. But wow, we are finally seeing that period hit in the swell right now in the last few hours, guys. Let's see this wave for yellow, and also one for David Valadares going to the left.
Yeah, that was really big. It'll be cool to see a replay of that. But yeah, the scores come through non-complete. He did not ride out of it. So just a 2.0. But nonetheless, it looked pretty cool. Might make a cool photo if anyone was shooting photo down on the beach, as he was just completely projected with his legs spread.
Spread legs, amazing. Just
love to see it. Yeah. Really cool stuff. Getting through round 2 today. Productive day of competitive bodyboarding. Here we go. Here's that replay I was talking about.
Check how much water in the lip, Joey. Wow, that was a strong landing. And with that last section breaking up on him, he couldn't hold. But let's see this one for the Venezuelan and half Canarian as well, David Valadares. Very good drop knee rider. Just going for through the lip roll.
Yeah, and following him up, Alan Espinosa, a legend, looking there, but nothing coming up for him, just kicking out. Non-scoring wave for him. And yeah, David Valadares has been living in the Canaries for a while now, I've heard.
Yeah, he lives in Tenerife for a few years. I mean, After the event in Sintra last year where I met him, I also got to know that most of the people, all of the people in Canaries just love this guy. He's a super nice guy, surfs so well, and that's it. Let's check that replay once more for Ronald Gomez. Big bunt in there, but it was not a complete move. Just 2 points for Ronald in this one. And we do have the interview ready with Bago down there and Bartoro. Take it away, Bago.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Rodrigo Silva, he is super stoked to be advancing. He said he was a little nervous, but you actually served super good, and we saw you very comfortable to the left. Estabas súper cómodo con las izquierdas, pero me dices que estabas un poco nervioso. Cuéntanos un poco.
Sí, súper nervioso la verdad. Las condiciones difíciles con marea llena y con viento, pero estuve mirando atento antes de mi hit y veía que habían un par de izquierdas que igual se asomaban por ahí, así que me aseguré un par de izquierdas y después empecé a buscar unas derechas que tenían más dificultad para mí porque estaba bien movida la ola, pero logré conectar unas olas buenas y muy feliz de haber avanzado a la siguiente round.
Oh, he said he was nervous. Felt that the wave was not so good, but he was analyzing before his hit and he saw some potential in the left. That's why he chose at the beginning of the heat goes for the left, and then he tried the right, which he thought it were a little bit more difficult because the conditions are tough for the right. It's kind of messy and mushy, and so, but he still found some good ones, and he's happy to be advancing. I don't know if you saw, but we have two other twins like you guys, the Australian twins. So maybe what do you feel about that, to having another part of twins? ¿Viste que hay otros dos gemelos igual que ustedes?
Sí, algo había escuchado por ahí. Buena, bacán. Es difícil que se dé. Igual nosotros en Arica tenemos nuestros amigos que también son gemelos. Anda por ahí uno y nada, es chistoso pillarse con otros gemelos de vez en cuando.
Oh, he said it's actually pretty funny to have another pair of twins present here. We have the Australians, but there's also two twins, friends of them in Arica, that bodyboard. What's your plans for this year? Are you going to compete the World Tour this year? ¿Vas a competir este año?
Sí, la idea es competir todo el tour. Tengo altas expectativas, quiero que me vaya bien en todas las fechas y vamos a empezar por esta fuerte, así que la idea es ir a paso firme en todas y eso es lo que queremos hacer.
He said yes, he's planning to do the whole tour, but he's going step by step and see how it goes in this first stage for him. And the idea is to do the whole tour. You want to say something to someone? ¿Quieres mandar algún saludo a alguien?
Sí, a mandar saludos a mi familia y a toda mi gente de Arica y de Chile que me apoya, a todos mis sponsors, Aucanco, Independent, Chimu, Hermanos Albornoz y Rancho Bodyboard Tool y todos los que me están apoyando. Y nada, pues muchas gracias por enviar el apoyo y independízate ya.
Felicitaciones y mucha suerte para el resto de competencia. De regreso con ustedes, chicos.
Thank you, Bago, and thank you, Bartoro, an absolute leyenda. Very, very funny guy.
Yeah, super nice guy there from Arica, just stronger, every time I see him, he's just stronger, just entered his last heat, super motivated, moving a lot and putting some action in those 25 minutes. But for now, who's coming out on top is Ronald, that hit a big roll in the beginning of the heat, didn't complete that one, but he managed to find a 7.75, and I really want to see this wave, guys. Let's check this together. Whoa, a big backflip on the very first section of the right, and I think it was just that for Ronald, a big, strong backflip.
Wow, yeah, that was powerful. Definitely worth the 7.75. Just really critical section, completely airborne, and even you see as he landed it, his whole body just bounced up in the same posture, and yeah, well surfed. Did well to land that. And then we have Bartoro going up, getting all the congratulations from the boys there. Yeah, he's a real funny guy. We're just talking about the twins as well. You got the Aussie twins, and then he was also mentioning the Pachecos. Shout out to Los Pachecos de Arica. If they're watching, I'm sure they're supporting the boys up there from Flopos. And yeah, a bunch of legends up there. Another bunch of bodyboard twins.
Y si hay más gemelos así, Que vengan. Que
Sí.
vengan para el tour. If there are more twins like this, guys, please come to the tour. We're waiting for you here. It's looking amazing. And we're just crossing the 16-minute mark. And the situation is this as following. Ronald Gomez in first. Davi Valadares in second. And this guy you're seeing right now, Alain Espinosa, in third. Alain hitting an invert on a smaller wave there. He needs 5.61 to advance in this heat. Let's see, it was a smaller wave, but maybe it's not enough, but it can be an improvement to his 0.5 for sure.
Yeah, that's it. He'll definitely be looking for something bigger though. That was a small section. He must have just seen the bowl and got a bit excited by it. But yeah, he needs to be on the bigger waves if he wants to compete with what's his name, Ronald Gomez, who's throwing absolute huge backflips down. And so yeah, you can't be beating them with 1 foot inverts. But he'll get back out there. Got plenty of time to have another crack. There we have our Venezolano Canario, David, having a look at that left there.
Davi, en verdad, es de Islas Margaritas y hoy vive en Canarias.
¿Y dónde queda esta isla?
No sé exactamente, pero sé que pertenece a Venezuela.
Como en el Caribe o Atlántico.
Probable.
Que sea.
Pero Davi eligió su casa como Canarias como su casa. Let's see, Jerry Pastrana, nice barrel on this wave. Quite a good run for Jerry. He needs 7.75, guys. He only has very low scores, 0.5 and a 1.25. And this small but quite long barrel was a good one for Jerry. Is his best wave on this heat so far. As we also saw Alain, going on that last wave. It was a smaller wave, but when you get to this point of the heat, 10 minutes gone by in the heat, you just want to start moving yourself. If you see the other guys getting good waves and you're just floating, you definitely want to catch anything you see, and try to put some scores on the leaderboard, because after all, you might end up with very few time and big scores to achieve, so you don't want to be in that position.
Yeah, for sure. And it's so easy to get excited or get anxious and just take those waves. That's where being calm and composed plays a big factor in being an athlete as a bodyboarder, because you can't stress yourself out. That'll cause you to make a decision to go a bad wave. You really got to stay composed, know what you need, and know what type of wave is going to give you what you need, and then get that wave.
I agree with you. You gotta be cold.
Yeah, cold. That's it. Cool, calm under pressure. Nice roller there from Alan Espinosa, coming around for a second one. Stretches his arms out, but doesn't quite manage to get through. Probably a good idea as that wave rushes up those dark rocks.
That's it, guys. We are seeing some more dark ocean right now, as this day just became very cloudy. We saw a very different scenario in the early hours of this first day of competition here, but it just changed completely. But thankfully the waves didn't stop, and you know what, they actually improved, I would say, because we now can see that forecast is really coming to be. We are seeing more solid waves, we're seeing more water in the reef, also with the high tide helping. But thankfully good and big maneuvers here. Let's check this last one for Alain Espinosa. A good first roll to begin with, and the second one was not as good, as he couldn't land in front in the face of a wave, and that was a 4-point ride for him. That is now in third, needing 5.01.
Yeah, you can see the situations are as follow up there on the screen, what everyone needs. Jerry Pastrana in a bit more of a tricky situation. Oh, changes as I'm speaking. He only needs a 4.26 now, so less of a tricky situation, because that is very possible for him. Up and paddling, David Valadares looking for a section and takes off just a bit too deep on that one. It looked powerful though. It looked like it had a bit of launch potential on that left there, but he probably just was a bit too far behind the peak. And then we have someone paddling onto that one, deciding not to go, Jerry Pastrana.
Yeah, Davi actually had two last attempts, a 1 point and a 0.75, but it were two big waves, two set waves. He was just too late and couldn't make it, but it looks like Davi is looking for maybe a big bunt, you know. He's a big guy, so I believe he's going to look for a big aerial maneuver there to try and get to first position. He needs only 3.76, guys, to get to the first position, as he has a 6 and a 3-point ride. So very, very, very achievable for this Venezuelan, half Canarian, to get back and go to the first position and take Ronald's.
Yeah, for sure. Anything can happen in this pretty close heat. Heat 5 of round 2. Here we have some sets rolling through. You can see from this drone angle. Ronald having a look out there on the right, and he's deciding to take this one. Bottom turning, getting a nice line at the start and stalling up for a bit as he races it through this second section and launches a really composed flip out of that. Keeps his legs up and tight and out of the water, and a little claim as he kicks off there.
Very good job for Ronald, because you know what? If you check Ronald and David, they both have a very good score and a low score. Ronald found himself a good one, and now it's David's turn on a big left-hander, just going for the roll. And wow, he's very close to the rocks there, but could make it out of this wave. So yeah, definitely Ronald is going to change that 2-point ride with that last backflip. It was pretty good.
Yeah, really nice surfing from him. Super consistent. And yeah, the scores are just reflecting how well he's handled this heat with really critical maneuvers. Look at this, just waiting for it. Hits it well, gets the air, and then boom. Nice landing. Gets it around. It's a real nice spot to land, like as that whitewash ends and pushes out into a kind of fatter part of the wave. Happy with that. Score's dropping through now, guys, so you'll get updated soon. But meanwhile, there's a pretty big roll thrown there by David Valadares.
Yeah, pretty big one. I mean, it was not the cleanest wave, but he managed to find a big roll there. And this is Alan Espinosa, who needs 5.01. We didn't see the beginning of this wave, but I would say it's not the one that is going to take Alan to the second position. But we are still waiting on Ronald waves and David Valadares waves as well. And that was the last one for Jerry. Looks like it was a good wave, guys. Just bottom turn for a big ARS there. Took off of the wave very well. Landed in front of that white water, and then did one more roll to close it off. And granted a 6.25 that sent him to the third position right now in this heat.
He's happy with that. You see him claiming there on the inside. Not enough though, Jerry. Still looking for a 5.15. Bettered his situation for sure. But he needs that 5.15 if he wants to advance from this heat. But pretty nice score in heat. And you see Ronald just going further into the lead with that second flip, giving him a 6.75. 14.5 total. Pretty commanding lead. Pretty solid heat score.
Indeed. And also David, just consolidating that second position. So Ronald and David doing a very good job to consolidate their classification, guys, as now Jerry Pastrana needs 5.25 to take the second position from David, and David needs a much higher score to take the first place for Ronald Gomez. So good job there by these guys, slowly increasing their scores with the waves providing. And just Alan Espinosa actually still looking for one more solid wave in this heat with 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that's it. 8 heats in this round 2, and then we have most of the seeded riders from the top 16. Those guys will be positioned in round 4 later on. So if you're wondering where those kind of pretty familiar names are, the likes of Dave Hubbard and Tristan Roberts and Ethan Capdeville and all your favorite riders, they're waiting in round 4 to see which of the local and international riders are able to make it through these kind of trial rounds into round 4.
I'm looking so forward to see these guys surfing in a non-elimination round, in this wave with hopefully good conditions, because we have a good forecast. So stick with us, guys. Make sure to follow all of the IBC social media and tune in live with us every day. Check out the V Valadares just scooping into that middle-sized wave, I would say, but he's trying to change a 5.5 to get closer or maybe take over Ronald Gómez from Peru. Entonces, una actualización en español para quien está aquí torcendo por estos atletas. Tenemos Ronald Gómez, que básicamente dominó todo el hit, seguido por David Valadares, que viene desde las Isla Margarita, que hoy vive en Canarias, un ótimo atleta también de drop knee, y acción dividida ahora.
Little barrel there at the start for Alan Espinosa. Looking for a section, but not quite on that one. Here's the split screen. It's pretty cool. I like the split screen. It's a good.
I love it.
It's good when it works out and you get to see all the riders up and riding. White, nice roll. Gets a bit caught up on the landing there though as the wave just guillotines down. Jerry Pastrana still looking for that score. What was it? It was a 5.35 that he was looking for. Same score he's hunting. But yeah, just under 5 minutes, guys. Let's see what goes down here. This pretty international heat on our hands.
Entonces acabamos de cruzar la marca de 5 minutos restantes en esta manga. David Valadares sigue en segunda posición. Y en tercero está Jerry Pastrana desde Costa Rica, que tiene un sumatorio total de 10.9 y necesita un 5.35. Tiene tiempo para tomar la segunda posición de David Valadares, claro, si David no contestar, porque David tiene ahora la prioridad número 1 y Ronald la prioridad número 2. Entonces, el tercero, que es Jerry, necesita 5.35 y Alan Espinosa, el chileno, necesita un score un poco más grande de 7.5. Estamos nos acercando ahora del fin de este primer día de competencia acá en Iquique. El Iquique Bodyboard Pro, la edición de 2024. Tenemos la división masculina, tenemos la división femenina también con las mejores del mundo y también la Pro Junior.
Yeah, super exciting. All these different divisions that we have and all the different names we're going to be seeing over the next week or so. I believe we're just getting word that after the next heat, one more heat, and then that's it for the day. It's getting dark, it's getting windy. So that is the technical decision. So one more heat, heat 6, and then that will leave 2 more heats in round 2 of men, which I dare say would happen first thing tomorrow morning, highly likely. And so yeah, just one more heat today, and we'll be calling it a day. It's what's the time here? 5:22 right now. So yeah, by the end of one more heat, it'll be 6 o'clock and starting to get a bit darker.
Yes, and what a day it was, guys. Check out David Valadares going to the right. It's looking good. He's just bottom turning, staying that upper side of the wave, maintaining that speed, looking for a section that didn't show up for the big Venezuelan David Valadares. Wow, what a sad thing there for him, that is looking for something bigger than a 5.5 to increase his score and get closer to Ronald.
Yeah, let's see what they can do in the last few minutes. But Ronald just with a really good position this heat. You go going all right, changing it up, David. He's been looking at a lot of lefts this heat. And yeah, see that frustration on his face. Maybe that's why he's been going on the lefts. Paddling back out. It's a much longer paddle as well. The lefts, you can see the riders that have been just hunting the left usually tend to have a way higher wave count than those hunting the rights, just because of the length of the paddles, at 3 times as long at least. And you don't realize you're waiting for the section. Next thing you know, you've given yourself like a 3-minute paddle out. And yeah, so something to be aware of with the time as well. The rights probably are offering more scoring potential as they are longer. They do have better barrels and they do provide more sections. But that being said, there has been some pretty high scoring lefts when the left does wrap in at the right angle. So a bit of information if you guys are thinking about strategy out there and kind of what strategy you would employ if you were surfing out there in a heat. And yeah, it's always good to think about as a competitive bodyboarder, and everyone who is a competitive bodyboarder often watches these and makes plans and and learns from the good and learns from the bad and sees what will work, and that always changes too with the conditions. Super interesting sport.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, some people might think that some athletes, are very talented and they just go into the water and find those performances, those scores. Sometimes it does happen, for sure. It is. There are many guys with that talent, born with that talent, but just that won't take you too far. You gotta dedicate yourself some more to being complete, to surfing to both sides, to being used to different types of waves. I mean, we are gonna see the women surfing here. We just came from Praia do Solimar in Brazil, a very full wave, and now the ladies just meeting La Punta dos. So we are seeing this wave 4 yellow just going all the way to that last section that became very, very small. And in the meantime, the Viva Ladares, I'm not sure if that's, I don't think that's the V actually. I think that's the competitor for the next heat, guys. It is over. Same situation as we have been seeing for a few minutes. It's actually Ronald Gomez and Davi Valadares advancing to the round number 3. And Alain Espinosa and Jerry Pastrana are saying goodbye to the competition. Stay with us, guys, so we can come back for the last heat of this day.
Hey guys, welcome back to the final heat of day 1 here at the Iquique Bodyboard Pro with Bego again in the booth. And how's your day been, Bego?
Super good, actually. A lot of action. So let's heat the water for the last heat of the day. And it's been a very exciting day. And look who we have in there. It's Gabriel Brantes from Chile. He's one of the locals here, and he is going to be showing some skills for sure. And Tiago Barros from Brazil. Omar Rios, who won in a great fashion in the previous heat, and Josh DeLee from Australia in white.
That's it, another pretty international heat. Up and riding straight away on a bit of a bomb, Omar Rios, but it kind of went a bit off the reef and got a bit fat there, so didn't provide him with the launch section that he was after. But nonetheless, bit of action at the start. Tiago Barros with a 0.75. Not pretty low scoring wave there, but other than that, no other waves caught here in the first 2 minutes of the last heat of the day.
That's right. What do you think about this day? We had a lot of great moments and a lot of surprises, ups and downs for sure.
Yeah, definitely. No, it's been good. All day has been really fun. I feel like the waves have looked really fun all day. Maybe there was like a kind of weird section where it was a bit onshore and small, and then it went offshore and got bigger again. So it was overall, I reckon, a good day of Punta Dos.
Very good day of Punta Dos. Super surfable. And what you see in your screen is el barrio histórico de El Morro, one part of it, because, if you go to the other side, it's pretty cool colonial houses and, traditional houses from Iquique. And yes, we are definitely just squeezing everything that we could today. And a wave here for Tiago Barros, aerial roll there, but not able to hold the landing, unfortunately for Thiago. And right now, Omar has a 1 point right, and Thiago was 0.75, and another tiny score coming there for him. And we'll see what happens tomorrow. We're gonna check. Check-in hasn't been established. You guys can follow us at the official social media. That's where you're gonna get the official information. Remember, don't take information from non-official channels because you get confused. The best thing to do is to subscribe to this YouTube channel and activate the little bell. There's an icon of a bell right there in the subscription button, and if you activate it, you're gonna get the information whenever we are live and you can connect. And also, you have to follow us in social media. That's where we usually post everything related to the tour and to the event.
Yeah, that is it. So get on that, guys. Maybe we'll get a little QR code popping up here. And yeah, that's where all the information is. As well, we'll be posting day highlights every day. So this is day 1, and you'll see up on the YouTube a bit later, either later tonight or tomorrow, day 1 highlights. And it shows you kind of all the best waves of the day. So if you're asleep, or if you're at work, or you don't have the time to go through and watch your individual heats or your favorite heats, you can just chuck the highlights on as well. Usually 3-4 minute video, and it's cool, just like basically a little bodyboard clip with music and all the highlights. So yeah, they'll be dropping throughout the week as well, and they're always exciting and well made and really cool to see.
Yeah, good point there. The highlights are pretty cool to watch. Bueno, para quienes están sintonizando habla hispana en el agua, tenemos a 2 iquiqueños. No son cualquiera. Omar Río, que viene fuerte ahí buscando una izquierda. Un rolo para buscar, digamos, la primera maniobra completada para Omar Ríos, porque tenía un solo punto. Y esa va a ser la primera maniobra, ¿no?
With these, it doesn't look like Gabriel Brantes. Oh, here's the replay. He just got around that section. Nice little roll. Keeping busy. You never know when it's getting messy and a bit, I don't know, weird. It's good to get some scores under your belt, especially if you're under priority, which he was, Omar Ríos. And so, good move for him. Get a little scoring wave under his belt. But Gabriel and Josh, neither of them have caught a wave, but Gabriel still has been given first priority, which can tell us that Josh probably paddled for a wave with intent and lost that priority under Gabriel. And so that's why, if anyone was wondering, he has priority even though he hadn't caught a wave yet, using that priority now.
It looks like he heard you. Vamos a ver la primera ola de Gabriel Brantes, rápido, con un flip. La verdad que él eso lo tiene súper bien medido, Gabriel Brantes, que viene de ganar el campeonato regional pasado en la punta 1, ganó Dropney y ganó Pron, las dos, la categoría Open de masculina y Dropney. Así que viene fuerte Gabriel, y ahí lo que pasó fue que no fue tal vez tan fluida esa maniobra, y en the first one for
Josh the lead,
Josh, I'm sorry.
Up and riding in a real nice looking section here, and he's going for the tube as he has been all day, but no, doesn't look like even Josh is making it through that one, as it just went pretty dry on the rock there. It grew though. That wave started off looking not too good and grew down the line. But yeah, unfortunately for Josh, he's not making it out of that. Maybe sometimes those ones are good to just try and build as much speed as you can and go up and hit it. Here we have up and riding Thiago with a nice, pretty loopy roll, 360 there, and deciding to kick out on a smaller wave.
That's right. Well, we'll see how much he gets for that one. That would have been a good score for Josh, unfortunately, that if he would have made it. But yeah, he was super close, actually, to get out of that second section. Maybe right there, that was super good. And maybe he just got to use that exit right there. That little, small part, he could have used that. But yeah, he tried to get, second barrel there, but unfortunately closed out. And the replay for the last of Thiago Bajos, he gets a 3.5. And yes, the last wave of Omar Rios was a 3. And right now, Tiago is first. Let's just go to the beach with Lucas and the winner of the last heat. So please, go ahead, Lucas. All right, then Lucas is getting ready, so we're going to see this wave. Vamos a ver esta para Omar Río, se ve buena. Oh, un pescadito ahí.
Un poco seco, ¿no?
Sí, sí, ya sabe que está un poco seco.
Josh up and riding right behind him, looking for a section here with a real nice clean line. Coming out to the smaller part of the wave and just does a little roll out the end there. That'll be completed, but he'll be wanting to get out there and get a better score than that. Following him, Tiago, the current heat leader, looking for a little head dip, not much of a barrel there. The wave kind of built a bit at the end, but he decided to kick out. So, yeah, you guys can see how difficult it is. Yeah, definitely changing. But now we're going to go down to the interview. So take that away, Lucas.
Thanks, Joey. I'm here with Ronald Gomez. Ronald, the conditions just changed so much in these last few hours. How did you find yourself in this heat?
Sí, las condiciones del mar han cambiado demasiado a lo que estaba en la mañana. Estaba muy difícil, la verdad. La marea muy alta. La serie venía muy pasada, algunas se cerraban, pero me tocaron un par de olas buenas, donde pude aprovechar, meterle un backflip bueno y las otras también. Así que, bueno, estaba muy feliz de competir también contra Alan Espinosa, que es un chileno que corre muy bien. Y nada, muy feliz de poder representar y darle con todo para mañana.
Yeah, so he said that it was a little bit tough because of the wind. You know, some waves of the set also were passing too much, and he's super honored to competing against Alan Espinosa and representing his country. Tell us about your plans for the tour this year. You said you're depending on the results of these stops of the tour. How's your plans?
Sí, he estado pensando tratar de seguir el Tour Mundial. De acá, si es posible, me pueda ir a Antofagasta a seguir compitiendo. Y depende de ese resultado también poder competir allá por Brasil o en España, Gran Canaria, ¿no? El Frontón King, que es una ola muy increíble y ojalá se me dé la oportunidad y a seguir compitiendo, ¿no? Con todo.
Yeah, so indeed he's depending on the results both here in Iquique and Antofagasta to compete the rest of the tour. And he said that 2 stops of the tour that he's looking at are Itacoatiara for the big waves and also the great one in Canaria. So a message for people watching you in Peru right now.
Sí, saludar a mi familia que creo que está ahí pendiente a mi competencia, a mi enamorada, a toda la gente que está ahí pendiente, prendida siempre. Así que nada, muchas gracias a todos, muchas gracias a Independent y independízate ya.
Felicidades, hermano. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Lucas, and congratulations there.
Ronald.
Sorry, I just forgot his name for a second.
Ronald Gomez.
Ronald Gomez. Remember the name. He's been ripping. That's his second interview for the day. So, you know, the more interviews you get, the more heats you've been winning, and the better you've been surfing. There he is getting some shots from the fans.
That's our community manager for the Iquique Bodyboard Pro, Vale Colors, a girl that is super nice and super cool. She does these drawings, like beautiful drawings, like digital, and
cool.
uses a lot of colors, and she does a lot of bodyboarding stuff. So she also serves. So it's pretty cool to have her as a community manager.
Nice.
La situación en el agua está Tiago Bajos, brasilero, primero con 3.50 y 1.50, pero Gabriel Brantes, que viene aquí en esta ola, trata de frenarse, trata de buscar una sección. Vamos a ver un invert para Gabriel Brantes. Eso será el score de respaldo que él necesita para poder tomar esa primera posición, porque nada más busca un 0,75 y por supuesto que va a ser más de 0,75. Si bien no fue el invert más proyectado del mundo, ni en la sección más crítica, pero va a ser más de un 0.75, por supuesto, y es un 3, y por supuesto toma la primera posición. Ahora Tiago está buscando un 3.76, muy fácil también, y Omar Ríos está buscando un 2.01 para tomar la clasificación, y Josh, no lo hemos visto mucho, 2.51, here he comes.
Yeah, he doesn't need much. Taking off on a smaller looking one here. Let's see what he can do. A nice roll, waited for that one and looped it round, but also a small wave halfway through the heat, so he'll be getting back out there looking for something a bit bigger.
as we all know he can do, and a really nice loopy roll there as well from Thiago Bajos, and combos it out with an invert. Not a lot of speed, but still manages to get that one out of the water and into the flats. And so, yeah, little combo there for Thiago. But a close heat, all in all. Look at what everyone needs. 376, 2.01, and 276 for Josh. Here's a replay from Gabriel Brantes. This is that invert that he did. Just races down there and kind of just tweaks it out. Little Epo style. Very nice. Ducks out there.
And last wave for Josh. This one right here gives him a 3.25, which was enough for him to take the second position and the possibility of keep advancing in this event. And one more for Thiago Bajos, and that's where the money is. Thiago, he got a 5.25 actually for that one right there. So he gets the first position, and right now Gabriel is second.
Here we have Joshy trying to get a flip around there, and he's fighting it, but just not able to get in. Bit frustrated there as he hits the water, but I think he could have done something before that. Nah, scores are coming through now. Just a low-scoring wave for him. Here's a replay, the start that we missed. So, yeah, just hopped in that foam ball and flipped out, but couldn't quite battle the whitewash out, knowing what he needs to do.
We have some Aussies tuning in. I was just checking the comments here. Thank you, everyone, to be around for tuning in. And Omar Rios, nice looking, powerful roll there for Omar Rios, who is not needing too much. He's looking for a 4.25 to get that second position. Remember, it's all about the first and the second, because the third and the fourth are not going to advance, are leaving competition. They're going to be knocked out. And look at that. Take us through that replay.
Here's a replay. Look at that. Real powerful roll straight back into the pocket. Lands it and kind of decides to duck out of that wave. And the scores will come through soon for Omar Rios. It's looking like it's going to be a pretty nice score for him. And there it goes. Drops as a 6.0, taking him from fourth to first. Well done there for the Chileno. Very, very well surfed. A nice section. And it's pretty hard to find these sections at the moment, so the riders are doing well to get them and to hit them and to land them. Here we have again.
Ok, una ola más para Omar. No se sale. Omar recibió 6 puntos por su última ola y ahora está primero. Buen trabajo para Omar Ríos, un local que la verdad ha practicado mucho, está muy motivado. Y miren, aquí viene, quiere cambiar su otra nota, quiere buscar algo mejor de respaldo y es inteligente, pues consigue ese rolo, que no sé si va a ser más que un 3, porque es parecido a lo que había hecho antes. No sé si va a mejorar, pero bueno, está bien que esté buscando, que esté tratando de conseguir mayores notas, porque lo necesita. No se puede confiar mucho cuando los scores están tan cerca, tan pequeñas las necesidades de los otros competidores. No se pueden confiar. Y bueno, ya se están yendo el día acá en Iquique. Como pueden ver, ahí está el sunset. Y bueno.
That's cool. I love the contrast of this shot right here. Just the gray and blacks and grayscale, and then you've just got that golden sunrise on the horizon. It's nice.
Sunset. The sunset.
Did I say sunrise?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird seeing a sunset over the water for me. It never happens.
All right. Yeah, it's the
sunset.
opposite.
Yeah. Sunrises in the ocean.
Oh, wow.
Same as Brazil. Yeah. East Coast things.
Yep. There you go. That's right. Yeah, no, I mean, no, we've been around the world, and there's a point that you stop noticing those things.
Yeah, you just get used to it.
All right, so situation in the water going pretty well for Omar Rios. He got a little bit more than what he got before. He got a 3.30, and now he's first. Yeah, he has been first for a little bit. But he has to be careful. Thiago looking only for a 4-point ride, and Gabriel looking only for a 4.51, and Josh for a 5.50. So super tight. The possibility of advancing is there for anyone, and Thiago's taking this one.
taking off, hopping in that foam ball just to generate the speed, and pushes through a tricky looking lip to pull a nice invert. So that was pretty well done there for Tiago on what looked like a section that wasn't the friendliest to hit, but he managed to use the speed that he generated off that foam ball to project his body out into the flats. And it does look like there's a few sets coming in with a bit of south in them. We'll see what they can produce, the riders out there. As the drone flies over. This could actually be over at La Cosa. I think the drone's out there now. I see the birds up right with it. But yeah, there's this replay of that last one. You see he just gets in the foam ball and gets the speed and then manages to tweak an invert out and lands that pretty well. There he comes through with a bit of speed and kicks out. Starting to get shallow again. Low tide was a few hours ago, so we'll probably be back to mid-tide dropping again now. There's a situation. Josh DeLee now needing a 6.05 if he wants to keep his hopes and dreams alive here today. Gabriel Brantes would need a 5.06 to do the same thing. 6 minutes remaining.
6 minutos en el reloj y buen trabajo para Omar Ríos, pero atención porque sí hubo cambio de situación. There was a change of situation. A 4.70 is what Tiago got. And we were saying that, that Omar has to be careful because when the scores are that tight, anyone can change the game at the very next wave that they take. They are all very capable. They have been showing some skills, and definitely they are capable. If you're competing in the World Tour, it's because you have some skills for bodyboarding. So right now it's a Gabriel Brantes. Vamos a ver, Gabriel Brantes, si logra de vuelta a la primera posición, esa ola se le iba a cerrar, así que fue inteligente en salirse. Gabriel sabe los peligros de este lugar y sabe que aunque él quiere mucho avanzar, tampoco se va a arriesgar tanto.
Up and riding Josh, our Australian representative, on a set. Let's see if he can find the section that he's looking for there with a really nice projected roll, but just getting caught up in that foam ball at the end there. Super difficult to land some of these, and that is pretty frustrating for him there. Still 5 minutes on the clock though, so not all hope is lost.
Vamos a ver, ese era el australiano que busca 6,05, es una nota bastante alta la verdad, y no sabemos qué pueda pasar, pero aquí viene Omar Ríos. Omar que está buscando una nota de 3.95 nada más, pero no, decide salirse. Ya se está secando bastante la derecha, entonces los riders están yendo con cuidado, no quieren tampoco arriesgar tanto, pero también es difícil porque es tu última oportunidad. Entonces como que ¿cómo administras eso, no? Digamos el miedo o el cuidado, ¿no? Que te quieres cuidar, que quieres que no te pase nada, pero al mismo tiempo dices tengo que hacerlo todo, tengo que darlo todo, tengo que tratar de avanzar, es un evento mundial. Si logran estos riders avanzar un par de rondas más, van a tener, o sea, ya ellos están sumando puntos en cada ronda, pero pues si logran avanzar un poquito más, van a empezar a cobrar dinero, que ya hace bastante la diferencia. Así que definitivamente hay que tratar de avanzar lo máximo posible. Aquí viene Gabriel Brantes.
With a nice roll out that first bowl. Bit of a smaller one, but he's coming through with a lot of speed into the second section. Lip not looking that good for him, so he kicked out there. Thiago Bajos taking this second wave of the set, stalling up a bit. Ooh. And hitting a roll through that lip slightly late, but getting nicely projected through, and rides that one through to the end. You can see it just sucking up pretty dry under him just there.
Thiago, who has been training Nicole Caleiros, he was with her in Guajine, in ArcelorMittal Guajine Bodyboard Pro, and now he's competing himself. So, and actually I remember last year in Tacuachara he served really good. All right. Then yeah, so it's nice to see them here present. Nicole is also here. So replay from the last waves. That's 3.90 for Gabriel Brantes. It's not enough. Esta última de Gabriel, del capitán como le llaman, es un 3.90. Y esta última de Thiago es un 4.60. No hizo ninguna diferencia. This last wave for Thiago, it's not making any difference. It's not affecting his total score. He's still first, and Omar is still second. Let's see this one for Josh.
Up and riding, stalling to get into that barrel with a little hop, and he makes it out. Now he'll be looking for this section. He's looking for at 6.05, and I don't think that's going to do it, and neither does he, hitting the water in frustration. 2 minutes, Joshy. Paddle hard, mate. He can get back out there, I reckon.
Yeah, that's a possibility for sure. I mean, you never know if you get the proper momentum, if you get the choice. I mean, if you get the chance and you get the opportunity, that he will be capable of achieving that score for sure. But we'll see. It all depends on Mother Nature. We have no saying in that. There's no way you can predict what waves are going to do. They are all different. And even though you know a wave, and even though you surf in a place a lot, whenever you're going to go surf in a competition, it's a whole different story, So it's a matter of, I believe it's a matter of knowing how to improvise or how to take decisions under pressure, like with whatever the ocean delivers, to be wise enough to know what to do at certain moments. If you see, conditions are like, for example, today it's a little bit messy, it's a bit windy, and so it's up to you to decide what to do, and also helps a lot if you sit and watch at least a couple hits before yours. Look at that, all the way there to where the horizon is. We see La Cosa breaking. La Cosa, very dangerous wave.
Up and riding now, Gabriel Brantes, el chileno, con mucha velocidad y un lindo invertito. He's happy with that. He's going in. That's the end of the heat. 10 seconds left. Let's see if anyone else catches a wave, and it doesn't look like anything on the horizon. So there we have it. Tiago Bajos and Omar Rios passing through to the next round. And unfortunately, the other guys will be going home unable to get a high enough score. But yeah, guys, we're going to jump to a commercial, and then we'll go to the last interview.
Well, people, this was it for the very first day of competition at the 2024 Iquique Bodyboard Pro, an event that hasn't happened for 1 year, actually, and we are very happy to be back in this city that is perfect for bodyboarding. We saw amazing moments. We saw some ups and downs, of course, some upsets, but because, you know, it's competition, it's always going to be like that. But we had amazing moments, and tomorrow we are going to come back. We are waiting for the official word. We are not sure when the checking is going to be happening, but we will be coming here to check in and see how the conditions are and assess if it's worth running or not, or what we're going to be starting with. So what you have to do is follow the official social media, and of course subscribe to this YouTube channel to get the information in first hand. But it's been a very good first day of competition.
Yeah, and I think that's a good sign, Bego, by what we saw today, what's upcoming in this next few days. We saw the junior division to begin with in a very low tide with the right-hander in a very sketchy way there. But throughout the day, with the tide filling up, we went to the men division. We had the first round and almost the whole second round. We had some upsets there. We had the Australian brothers that left the competition. Joey Gregory, the young guy from Hawaii that unfortunately had an interference
That's
call.
a Californian, yeah.
Californian,
yeah.
I'm sorry. He's from the USA. And we also had two Hawaiians in the Pro Junior division that went through to the second round. So full day, many new names. Also, this event, as always, a very good opportunity for the local guys here in Chile, for the Peruvians to participate as well.
That's right, and we also had Tim here joining us.
Yeah, just joining us.
No, we also have a group of Peruvians that were showing off in the juniors and in the men division, so it was pretty cool to have them. And in Spanish, I just want to say some words. En español, gente, bueno, un primer día de competencia increíble, realmente muy, muy bueno. Tuvimos un grupo de peruanos que de verdad se lucieron. Tenemos los chilenos, por supuesto, haciendo un trabajo increíble. Lamentablemente, tuvimos a Agustín Figueroa, que es un local, uno de los favoritos, que hizo un trabajo muy bueno, que había sacado la nota más alta de una sola ola, había logrado hasta ahora, ha logrado la nota más alta con un 9. Lamentablemente cometió una interferencia y fue descalificado. Sin embargo, tuvimos momentos muy, muy buenos. Ahora también que vimos que Gabriel Brantes también fue descalificado. Sí. Una pena. También muchos otros chilenos que avanzaron, muchos otros que se quedaron en el camino. Un performance muy bueno también de Gustavo Neira, el venezolano Neiber Romero también avanzando primero. Bueno, si ustedes quieren saber todos los resultados, están disponibles en la página de la IBC World Tour. Si simplemente van al sistema de notas, ahí pueden ver los hits que ya pasaron, los que vienen en cada categoría. La verdad que es una herramienta muy, muy buena. Vámonos con la entrevista y vamos a volver acá para cerrar y despedirnos. Así que queremos oír del ganador del último hit con Joey. Por favor, Joey.
Thank you, Bego. Here I am with the last heat winner of the day, Tiago. Tiago, tell us about the heat and how it was out there, the conditions too.
Cara, as condições difíceis, né? A leitura da onda é muito diferente para mim. É minha primeira viagem internacional e tá conseguindo avançar a bateria, conseguir encontrar boas ondas é muito importante e motivador também. Cada vez mais motivado, né? Fazer de tudo para melhorar o ritmo, manter essa performance e chegar cada vez mais longe.
Boa, boa. And is there anything you want to say a la gente em casa?
Sim, queria mandar um abraço para minha família, meus amigos, patrocinadores, apoiadores, todo mundo que acredita e confia, porque sem eles nada disso seria possível. O tio Duda, Dudu, a Milena, o Nhontim, a galera que está em casa, a galera de Macaé, do Espírito Santo, que está mandando aquela energia. E dizer que não para por aí, vou fazer de tudo para chegar o mais longe possível e representar a gente.
Muito obrigado and good luck. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, super excited. Very good interview there for Tiago. Congratulations, and of course, we'll see how much. There's a lot to go. This event is intended to be happening for at least 6 more days, for sure, and long days of competition. We have more than 160 competitors from more of 16 countries, so there is a lot coming up. Mucho más se espera para este evento, la tercera edición de el Iquique Bodyboard Pro, y queremos agradecer a todos los que han hecho posible este evento. Este evento está organizado por la ilustre Municipalidad de Iquique a través de su Corporación Municipal de Deportes. Por supuesto, queremos agradecer a la SOFRI, que es la Zona Franca de Iquique, por haber apoyado este evento, haber creído en este proyecto. Queremos agradecer también a la Universidad Santo Tomás, también queremos agradecer a Aguas Cielo por todo lo que han hecho, por todo lo que han apoyado, al Hotel Ibis también, a la marca nacional de Bodyboard que está presente en este evento, que es Erizo Surbrand, que desde el comienzo ha apoyado este gran evento y que tiene una tienda también aquí y que tiene también un equipo de Bodyboard bien grande. Y tenemos también un grupo de colaboradores que son las empresas tradicionales de Iquique, que es una hermosa y larga lista que les vamos a estar mencionando durante el día, pero muchísimas gracias a todos durante el evento, que han hecho posible este evento. Solo es el primer día, ahora es que falta, por lo menos vamos a tener 7 días de competencia, así que viene muchísimo más de este gran evento. Muchas gracias a todos ustedes, la verdad tuvimos un montón de gente sintonizando al mismo tiempo, más de 900 personas simultáneas, creo que hubo su punto de 1000 y algo, que es bastante al mismo tiempo, ¿no? Simultáneo. Les queremos agradecer muchísimo a todos ustedes. Mañana vamos a anunciar en las redes oficiales del evento, que es Iquique Bodyboard Pro o de la IBC World Tour, todo lo que va a pasar. No estamos seguros si va a haber competencia, no va a haber, con qué se va a empezar. Los jueces básicamente llegan y la comisión técnica analiza la situación, ve cómo está todo y ahí toman la decisión. Para ustedes, suscríbanse a este canal de YouTube y síganos en las redes oficiales. Muchas gracias y nos vemos mañana.
So a big thanks to everyone for our sponsors for sure for supporting this event, to everyone watching at home, to everyone working in this event, and of course the athletes for putting on a show and putting themselves on the line. We tomorrow don't have a set time for the check-in, so you guys will have to check the IBC social media and see, because that's not certain that we'll still have the competition tomorrow. I'm sorry guys, but as usual, early check-in, and we'll assess the conditions to give you that information. So thank you very much to everyone that tuned in today, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Pues see you tomorrow. Nos vemos mañana.